Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A red sky overlooked a tall tower. Breaking news from Babylon was heard. The Black Dragon Guild had appeared to capture the tower's 40th floor, planning to showcase their top-tier guild skills. A girl's image appeared on the screen, and the reporter said that, unfortunately, they had returned empty-handed again. The reporter gestured, saying that this time the Black Dragon had been forced to suffer another defeat. The shining protagonist of the day, a first-rank hunter, was a brunette with a ponytail, looking away. The Flame Emperor had once again defeated the boss single-handedly. The host greeted the man with a smile, saying that today he had once again unopposed set a divine record. The Emperor scratched his ear. Then he winced, hearing that he remained the only person to single-handedly defeat the monster boss in the newly appeared tower. He snatched the microphone, stopping the reporter. Gripping the microphone with displeasure, the Emperor asked for a change of the dog's name. The wall was decorated with cutouts of the hunter. On the screen, he was asking why they gave him the nickname Flame Emperor and kept calling him that. It would be worse if they called him that. He felt like a dog. The brunette winced, thinking he was jealous. The guy sat in the small room, hearing that he would definitely catch whoever came up with that nickname. He thought he envied this life, where he could say whatever he wanted. On his phone screen, a forum was discussing Emperor's scumbag behavior in an interview. The hero stood behind a man with a cat avatar, who was saying that the whole world was watching and that he couldn't shut up. The girl replied that it didn't matter what nationality you were in the tower, nor did your character matter, he was a legendary hunter, and the hero said he wanted to be just like that. The brunette turned his head. The man asked if he was an Emperor fan, so he had something to defend. The man said he was only stating the facts, and let him find at least one person who didn't know about him. All the TV studios were after him, and he wanted to be like the Emperor. The man with the cat avatar clutched his head, hearing how Saintess had managed to contact him and tolerate him, saying it was because she was a saint. The blonde said her friend was a hunter, and he said they'd been together. Gongja said he wanted to be like the Emperor. The man with the flower avatar asked what nonsense, saying he and Saintess were friends. She said they weren't, and the hero repeated that he wanted to be like him. The hero typed the same message, and the man asked who was spamming identical comments. Holding the phone, the brunette continued typing the same message. Watching the hunter on the screen demand to be called by name, the hero said he wanted to be noticed with just a few words. They said he was also very rich, something he envied. The Emperor stood on the monsters' bodies, and the hero thought that if this world were a novel, someone like him would probably be the main character, while he was only fit for a supporting role, not even a supporting role. The boy was surprised to hear the hunter conclude by asking the audience to say a few words. The reporter smiled and said that in their world, there were dreamers whom he inspired to achieve greatness. There had been numerous newspaper articles about Suha. He had demonstrated true skill as soon as he entered the tower in his early 20s. He needed only a month to defeat the monster boss, who had defied all odds for 10 years. Many legends swirled around his personality. The Emperor rubbed his neck in displeasure at the request to share the secret of his success with dreamers. Gongja held the tablet in shock, hearing him agree and tell them to listen carefully, as it would only be a few words. Looking resolutely ahead, the hunter said that if a man is destined to succeed, then so be it, no matter what. The heroes stared at the screen, hearing that even if they succeeded, they should not interfere with him. Grinning, the Emperor said that they would die. Then he turned and walked away. Gongja sat with the tablet in his hands, hearing the boy ask what his words meant, and with that, they concluded the breaking news. The hero abruptly lowered the tablet. He sat with his head bowed. Tears streamed from his eyes. He said it was offensive. Standing against the wall covered with clippings, he said that since he was so cool, he could neglect people. Not him, of course, but the reporter. But still. Touching the wall with his hands, Gongja said that if only he had such talent. There were numerous bottles on the table. The hero said he wouldn't have to cram himself into this small apartment. People laughed at the hero. He thought he definitely wouldn't be bothered by useless level F hunters. His fingers clutched the paper, and he screamed that he wanted to be like them. The boy lowered his head, shouting that he was very jealous and that he, too, wanted to become successful thanks to his talent. Light filtered through the small window. The brunette continued that it would be nice if the skills Emperor possessed were his. He stood next to a wall covered in papers. Then he looked up in surprise. A bright map appeared before him. Gongja imagined a girl shielding herself from the light. He'd seen this scene thousands of times before, but only in videos. The map shimmered brightly, and the hero, surprised, thought it was a skill map. An information window appeared above the boy's head, stating that this was Ugly Envy, a similar case difficult to find. Gongja's mouth dropped open in surprise at the sight. The blue window said the tower had been shocked by his envy, and had granted him a skill. He remembered the girl who'd said the tower had been impressed by her willpower. The boy who'd been rewarded for his persistent training. Recalling the system window about the tower being inspired by his achievements, the brunette thought in shock that he'd never seen such a skill acquisition in a video. Lowering his head, he thought, no, he wasn't in a position to follow the words now. A bright haze surrounded the card. The boy thought he'd been eagerly awaiting this moment, since he'd arrived, and it was a gold card, to boot. Gongja reached out. His fingers clutched the bright card, and he realized it was a skill higher than rank S. The system reported the creation of a skill card. The information window described a skill called I Want to Be Like You. Rank S+, which automatically triggers upon death by an enemy. It copies one of the skills of the enemy who killed it and transforms it into a skill. It's impossible to copy a skill that already exists. Copying a skill is random. The boy's eyes widened, and he repeated, copying one of the skills of the enemy he killed and making it. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He sat next to the system window and repeated that he simply needed to die. Among the high-rise buildings, his cry was heard, saying that such skills also existed. A large red tower soared upward. One day, it simply appeared in the world. A child pointed at the tower. It could be seen beyond the horizon anywhere on Earth. A man stood on brown ground. People with nothing to lose were the first to step inside. A multitude of monsters flew forward. Each floor of the tower was filled with monsters from different worlds, and only a select few were granted the skill by the tower. The man reached for the map. Having learned of everything, people gathered in the tower and began hunting monsters. Hunters with weapons rushed forward. The guy jumped up, lightning in his hands. Had the hero ever seen the Emperor hunt? The man on the screen spread his arms and said his weapon was a flaming spear, that he didn't fight, but rather danced, and that he really enjoyed it, as if he were the very embodiment of a god. The man in the apron held the remote and heard a request to play something else, to which he replied that it was interesting. Gongja sat with his forehead pressed against the table. The TV announced that he held the top spot in rank and fully lived up to it. Someone felt relieved that he didn't have an ounce of destructive guile. The boss asked if he didn't like the Emperor, and the hero replied that it wasn't that, while the TV continued to say that in times like these, they needed heroes like him. The guy turned his head and said that such a life also happens, while his life, meanwhile, was a hopeless darkness. The boss stood up, thinking he was fed up with the alcoholics. Gongja remembered looking at the system window with tears in his eyes and saying he'd gotten a skill higher than level S yesterday. But it was useless, only enough to kill. Suddenly, the guy stood up, shaking, saying he hadn't even registered with the Hunters Association. He hysterically punched his fist, saying he was ashamed to even talk about the skill, and his boss started chasing him out into the street. Gongja trudged down the street, and a Hunter rank update appeared in front of him, showing Emperor in first place, Black Dragon King in second, and Poisonous Snake in third. Wearily touching his head, he thought it would burst. Then he turned away, hearing a scream. Hiding around the corner, he saw Emperor next to a girl who was asking him to move away and asking what had gotten into him. The guy smiled, saying she was a good player. Anyone would have mistaken her for a defenseless person. The girl, whom he called Saintess, looked at him fearfully. The hero showed her the vial and told her that the glass of alcohol contained poison, basilisk gastric juice. She'd planned to poison him with it, hadn't she? Throwing the poison aside, Emperor said that if it weren't for his skill, something terrible would have happened. The vial shattered on the ground, and a scream was heard, claiming it was a misunderstanding. She hadn't meant anything like this, only to capture the tower with him. The brunette smiled slyly, saying he thought so too, but it hadn't worked out. Gongja covered his mouth with his hand, hearing her ask to discuss the misunderstanding. He thought they'd said they were dating, but apparently not. Couples don't talk that way. The hunter grabbed the girl by the neck, saying that this was fine with him. Politeness was always good, but he would set the rules of this conversation. The hero looked away, thinking it sounded more like a dialogue between a man about to kill and a man who didn't want to die. Holding the girl's neck, the long-haired man said he was asking the questions. She could only move her head and answer. He had the skill to detect lies, so she shouldn't hope to deceive him. If she was honest, she might even get an antidote. Alarmed, Gongja looked away, hearing the question, who ordered his death? The blonde imagined the girl's silhouette and heard it, which from the Black Dragon Guild. The hero remembered how the man had said that he didn't have an ounce of destructive treachery in him. Saintess lowered her gaze. Then she nodded, and the boy answered, as if he knew it all. The Emperor's hand lit up, wishing Saintess Isabel a safe journey, while the hero recalled the words, at a time like this, they need heroes like her. A bright light appeared from around the corner, and a loud scream was heard. Gongja's eyes widened in fear, he thought. A hero? The boy calmly rubbed his wrist. Gongja closed his eyes and ran away, thinking he was a murderer and a psychopath. He stepped on the shards of a green vial, thinking he needed to run. He looked back in fear. A hand appeared from around the corner. The Emperor peered out with a wild smile. He grinned, saying he thought he'd already dealt with all the rats in the area. Staring ahead in fear, the brunette thought it was the look of a killer. A flame burned in the hunter's palm. Gongja thought Saintess wasn't the first. How many people had he already killed? The guy quickly ran forward, wondering if it was dozens or hundreds. What if he shut up and fell? His sneaker lay on the ground. The guy turned around. Sitting on the ground, he thought about his leg. In the hunter's hand was a glowing spear. Frightened, Gongja trembled. The man in black came closer. Sitting on the ground, the hero begged for mercy. Where was he rushing to? He grinned and asked. Did he see anything? Gongja burst into tears, replying that he'd seen nothing, absolutely nothing. The hunter crouched down next to him and asked what he hadn't seen. Grabbing Gongja by the neck, he said that not only was he calling him by his nickname, but he was also claiming he'd seen nothing, even though he hadn't asked for anything specific. It was hard to believe. He couldn't even chalk it up to some sick fantasy. The guy had said he wouldn't tell anyone. Surrounded by flames, the long-haired man said that if he didn't want to follow Saintis, he should answer who sent him. Was he really from the Black Dragon too? The hero thought he was a demon. Remembering the laptop by the wall covered with clippings, the hero wondered if he really admired that one the most. The guy looked down, hearing the request to check. With tears in his eyes, Gongja reminded him that he had said he had the skill to detect lies. Let them check, he really was okay. The hunter's eyebrows arched. He said he lied. Remembering the news about Saintis, he asked, so he killed her without any evidence. The man held the guy by the neck, who asked simply because he suspected her of something? The emperor pushed him away, shouting at him not to slander people. Clutching his neck, the brunette heard that he had found out she was seriously planning to kill him. If he hadn't killed her, she would have poisoned him by tomorrow. The hero asked what made him think that. Throwing his spear over his shoulder, the hunter replied that he simply knew everything. He had one method. Placing his hand on the guy's head, he continued that judging by the fact that he was ready to undergo any lie test, he really was not involved. The guy, he believed. A flame appeared on the hunter's palm, and he said he'd seen too much anyway. A smile crossed the emperor's lips as he commanded him to die, saying he wouldn't give up first place and wishing him a safe journey. A silhouette stood with young Gongja, telling him his name meant young master. So he must live up to it and become an outstanding man. The child agreed with a smile, and Gongja thought he didn't want to die. A notification appeared, saying he'd died. The boy lay face down under the system window and wondered why he died like this. Why not live like this? The system reported that the skills conditions had been met, and the hero wished he had a little more time. The system reported copying a random skill. Multicolored cards appeared around the system window, and the system reported that a skill card had been created. The hero looked up, thinking he, too, deserved to live. Cards flickered, and the system asked him to choose. Extending his hand, the hero thought, if only he had another chance. He picked up the golden card, thinking it was just one. Amidst the glowing sparks, a message appeared stating that the selection had been completed and that the skill had been copied. His eyes widened. A report was playing in the steel beads. Babylon's breaking news was currently airing. The Black Dragon Guild had appeared to capture the 40th floor of the tower. They were planning to demonstrate the skills of a top-tier guild. The boy lay in bed, hearing the news that they had failed. He sat up abruptly. The hero stared at his leg in shock. He looked away tensely. An image of Emperor was on the screen. The hero asked, "What's going on?" Gongja stared ahead in shock, asking, "How did this happen?" Sweat poured down his face. He asked, "When did he get home?" Newspaper clippings hung on the wall. The boy looked away. The screen showed comments he had already seen. The hunter on the TV screen was screaming at them not to call him Emperor. Holding his phone in shock, Gongja wondered why everyone was saying the same thing they'd said yesterday. He remembered the smiling hunter. The way he touched the map made him think it was just recently, for sure. He extended his hand. 2 system windows appeared before him when he selected to open the skill map. The yellow window described the skill. "I want to become like him, it's a rare skill." He looked at the second window in surprise and wondered if this could be the skill he'd copied when he died. The system reported that it was a skill called Clockwork of Rebirth. EX rank, with effects automatically applied upon death, resetting the user to 24 hours after death, memory and skills not erased. The higher the hunter's rank, the greater the penalty, and the skill was copied from the hunter Suha. Peering at the system window, the hero wondered if it automatically resets the user to 24 hours. He touched the wall with his palm, continuing that skills and memories remain. That was the secret of the legendary hunter, and that was why Saintis had died. The hero remembered Emperor saying he had a way to know everything, and he thought that Saintis had actually poisoned him the day before. Fist continued claiming he had then killed the innocent man. The boy stood in the kitchen, hearing a question behind him. "Share the secret of success with the dreamers?" A hunter appeared on the screen, saying that if a person is destined to succeed, so be it. The boy stared intently at the screen, hearing the words. "Even if they succeed, they should not interfere with it." The hunter on the screen said that otherwise they would die. The hero was shocked by what he heard. Gritting his teeth, he repeated, "Die." He squeezed the pixels of the system window in his fingers and suggested they see who would die this time. The hero looked away in surprise, hearing a cry about a fire. Flames were visible behind the houses. The boy ran out into the street. People were running with buckets and fire extinguishers, shouting that they needed to put it out. Gongja touched the wall and thought he lived in a place different from the outside world. This city was a gathering place for people who wanted to become hunters. Flames were visible from behind a high-rise building. He assumed it was the first floor of a tower. Holding his phone, he ran, wondering if this was really the moment. The time was displayed on the screen. He figured it was around the time he'd been drinking, when he'd started the fire, when he'd killed Saintis to hide the evidence. People were crowding around the fire, and a shout was heard for those with the water element to not put it out at random. Everyone needed to do it at the same time. A dark-haired girl, the leader of the Black Dragon Witch Guild, shouted that the Black Dragon Guild was temporarily taking over. They should follow orders. He thought this city had many names. A green-haired girl in glasses, the healer, head of the Healers and Pharmacists Guild, and Master Alchemist, was shouting that the lockdown of the area had been completed, but the only problem lay with the survivors remaining inside, and they were sending a rescue team. The hero thought someone was calling the city Babylon, while others simply called it the first-floor city. The armored man held up his hand. He was the 10th-ranked captain of the Paladin City Vigilantes. He said there was no need, this place had been empty for 5 years. Lucky, so lucky! The hero thought someone had called it the City of Exaltation, but the essence was always the same. The man stood near the fire. Cries for firefighters could be heard, but he thought that once you set foot in this city, you could never leave. All the locals had long since become accustomed to emergencies. Gongja looked away, hearing the question. It was strange why Saintess hadn't arrived yet. She wasn't the type to be late for something like this. Paladin held a fire extinguisher, saying that she said she had business today, maybe a date. He and Emperor had become very close lately. He crossed his arms, saying that she didn't like him, that he simply made her feel ill. People turned around, hearing the rude greeting. The man walked along, scratching his head, and asked who had started a fire here without his permission. Gongja angrily clenched his teeth, thinking he'd arrived. Passing Paladin, who greeted him, the brunette asked if they'd been waiting for him. Smiling, clenching his fist, he heard that there was a fire in the old slums. Maybe they should help? He asked what in return? Gongja thought he was crazy, seeking profit from a fire he'd started himself. The crowd was filming him on his phone. The hero said public approval, and heard the question, why did he need it? Gongja thought that character didn't matter either. He was a legendary hunter, he was just stating facts. Let him find one person who didn't know about him. The emperor left, waving, and ordered them to look for other volunteers. The hero thought someone had written that he was calm, that there was not an ounce of destructive treachery in him, and thought that no one knew. He looked gloomily at the smiling brunette, and thought that no one knew, that everyone considered him a hero with a nasty character. The emperor's shadow choked the guy, and he thought that only he knew the true face of this maniac. Gongja stared ahead in shock, realizing he had to kill him. The guy in the cap asked where he was going. However, the hero pushed his hand away and heard that it was dangerous there, thinking it was for the sake of humanity and the honor of hunters. The emperor looked at the approaching hero, thinking the hunter was only human. The guy took a step, thinking he was rushing hastily into battle with monsters. The emperor glanced at him sideways, and there was a jolt, bringing the guy to his senses. Gongja swung his knife. He extended his hand, thinking that these were monsters that needed to be destroyed. The hero ran past the hunter, straight to the fire, amid cries of a fire. His scream could be heard from the bright flames. In the red glow, he thought it was hot. People looked at him in fear. The hero thought it was painful. Engulfed in flames, he clutched his head. Emperor looked on in surprise, while the boy thought this was the only way to kill him. The system reported that he had died. The notification said he had returned 24 hours earlier. Gongja lay on his pillow, hearing the breaking news. He sat up in bed and listened again to the news that the guild had arrived to capture the 40th floor of the tower. A system button appeared, indicating his current rank was F. He thought the skill's automatism had been perfectly honed. The system reported that there was no skill penalty, and Gongja thought he'd known there weren't any penalties at this level. He imagined himself standing in the clock, thinking that with his powers, he couldn't be killed now, and even if he was lucky, he'd just go back in time. He had this skill, after all. The boy sat by the kitchen counter, thinking that therefore, he, a low-ranking hunter, had only one choice. In front of him was a black and white photograph of Emperor, and he heard a question. At what age did he awaken his first skill? The hunter was sitting across from the interviewer, and said it was the summer when he was 21, so 11 years had passed. The interviewer replied that, judging by how detailed he remembered it, he had an excellent memory. The boy took a sip from his mug and replied that, not exactly, it was just his birthday that day, so, to be precise, 11 years ago. Gongja raised his finger thoughtfully, thinking that if he counted back from this day, it would be 4,050 days. He clutched the knife in his hands, thinking what if he went back 4,050 times. The guy slashed himself, thinking he would return to the moment before he woke up. The system reported that he was penalized. The hero's eyes widened. The system reported that he had gone back 24 hours. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that there were 4,049 days left. He moved his hands again. The system reported a penalty. The hero sat on the floor. He had been penalized again. The guy's body was trembling. Blood dripped from his mouth. He had gone back 24 hours again. The hero hunched over, sitting on the floor. The skill penalty had not been given. The guy clutched his chest. The system reported that he had been penalized. The hero's face was reflected in the blade. He thought that 20 days remained. He had been penalized again. In front of him were signs with information about the Emperor. 543 days. A sly smile appeared on the hero's face, saying it was his last. Lightning flashed from behind him. One day, a clock hung on the wall. Gongja lay with his arms spread out. Then he stood up, looking away. He looked around the bright room and thought, that's it. Newspaper clippings hung on the wall. Holding the knife, the guy thought he'd return to the moment before the Emperor legend began. He exhaled, bowed his head, and thought that in addition to the originally planned 4,050 deaths, he'd died about 30 more. The hero sat on the floor, covering his face, and thought it was necessary to cover the time. He imagined the slyly smiling Emperor and continued, spending all his time on the murders themselves and resting between them. All this torment so the world wouldn't hear this demon's fable. His bare feet rested on the floor. With the knife, the guy headed for the exit. Gongja pulled his hood over his head, thinking it was time to find his prey. The clock on the wall showed 11 a.m., May 6th, 11 years ago. The hero stood by a 3-story building. Hiding, he peered through the window. A phone rang next to the Emperor. He stood up, disgruntled, saying he had a headache. The hooded man looked at him. According to the clock, the long-haired man said he must have drunk too much yesterday. For the sake of perfect reconnaissance, Gongja lived this day 10 more times. The Emperor put on his jacket, the hero thinking that every time he woke up at exactly 9 a.m. in the F-rank hunter's office. Slinging his spear over his shoulder, he said it was time for work. What a bad life. The clock showed 3 p.m. The man struck the red substance. He was catching slimes on the 2nd floor of the tower. Holding a piece of the monster in his hand, the Emperor said that this was his 100th day catching these slimes. They were disgusting. The hooded man turned to the hunter, who was shouting that he was a beggar, and when would he finally start living rich like a holy sword? The hero thought that at 21, he was an extremely ordinary F-rank hunter, only expecting a dramatic turnaround in his life. Holding the slime, the brunette screamed, but he dared to at least find a winning lottery ticket or an S-level skill. The red creature stirred at his foot, and the hero thought that if everything continued as before, everything would soon be as he desired. The slime flew over Gongja's face. He stabbed him sharply with the knife. Clutching the weapon, the boy firmly declared that he would never see that future again. Red drops fell on the hood. The clock read 5:31. The long-haired man's silhouette disappeared in the glow from the transport to the 6th floor. Gongja thought there was no hope in simply capturing slimes, so, steeling himself, he transported himself to a high-level area not frequented by solo hunters. A voice announced the transport to the 6th floor hunting grounds. Emperor appeared in the forest. Not a soul would be here for the next 36 minutes. His sneaker was stained with slime, and the hero apologized. The hunter turned when addressed. Stained red, Gongja fearfully asked for help. He was being attacked by wolves and for a potion. The long-haired man turned around, displeased, asking what he'd said. Had he already awakened all the monsters? He spat and said he wouldn't be hunting here today. The hero asked again for a potion, only to be told he'd never earn another day's wages. Rubbing his neck, the man asked how much he would give. He poked the boy with a stick and asked again how much he would pay for the potion. Holding a pink vial, the Emperor said that he should simply give away this expensive potion, and that nothing was given for free to a boy he was seeing for the first time. Light reflected on the glass of the vial. The hunter jerked his hand away when he heard that the potion was selling for 20 gold at the alchemy market. He would give him 20 gold, to which the man replied that he didn't seem to understand. He jabbed the boy in the chest with his weapon and said that he was close, but he was only offering 20 gold. Is that how much his life was worth? The long-haired man smiled when he heard that it was 40. Grabbing Gongja by the clothes, he ordered him to simply give him everything he had. Smiling slyly, the long-haired man said he had trouble with his hands, so he couldn't give him anything. He shouldn't worry, he'd take the money himself. The hero thought he knew he was like that. Taking the wallet, he pushed the hero away and offered to look. The Emperor poured out the gold coins and counted about 60 in total. Why was he so poor? He should carry more. He placed his hand on the head of the frightened hero, who said that was all. The grinning brunette replied that he would put them to good use. The hero remembered how he had killed him with the same expression on his face, and heard that such was life. He reached for the potion. A spear appeared in the hunter's palm. Gongja looked at him with dismay, having heard that if he saved him, he could later seek revenge. Every man wanted to live in peace and quiet, and he had a good look at him. The Emperor swung the spear, saying why not die then and there? Gongja ducked sharply. Then he kneed his opponent in the groin and thought that he would give him peace and quiet. The Emperor doubled over, clutching his stomach. The hero pulled a knife from his bosom, and with a sharp movement, he struck his opponent in the neck. The hunter's eyes widened in shock. Gongja watched as his blood splashed. Gripping the weapon with both hands, he shouted that the odds were 1 in 10,000 that the threat to his life would see him off. Holding the weapon, he said he would definitely send him to the next world. The silhouette of the young man pierced his opponent. The hero stood next to the drops of blood, saying he understood. Standing next to the body, Gongja continued that before killing him, he did something strange. He remembered the brunette with his eyes closed, and thought that he had actually called his name that time. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that over the past 4,090 days, he had come to understand. Stepping on the spear, he continued that he pretended to be an honorable knight entering a sacred duel, but in reality, he was simply a murderer. He remembered the conversation with the girl and the hunter's smile, and screamed. How dare he! Tears rolled down Gongja's cheeks, screaming that he was killing innocent people and pretending to be the very picture of nobility. The young man stood with his head bowed. Then he turned around. Red beasts approached him, and he asked, Do they want to eat me? The beasts rushed toward the body when Gongja said he didn't need it. Let them take it. The wolves behind him were making short work of their prey. Gongja walked through the forest. He touched the ground with his hand. His backpack and water were buried there. He took off his dirty clothes and threw them into a hole. Then he zipped up his black jacket. Looking ahead tensely, he said he was going to the first floor of the tower, and thought, Is this really the end? The system reported moving to the first floor city. A white glow appeared around the boy's body. A knight passed by, and he recognized Paladin. He walked past. Gongja glanced at him tensely. Paladin yawned. Walking away, the hero thought, This really is the end. Lights burned in the windows of the evening city, and Gongja thought that no one knew what had happened. The news came from the screen that today's 10th floor sweep had also failed. The hero thought, Nobody cares. He was ranked first, but he hadn't participated. His mug slammed onto the table, and the Holy Sword's criticism grew louder. Gongja smiled happily and asked for another glass of draft beer. Oh, terrible, he said. And they, the Emperor legend, have completely vanished from this world. A passing waiter said he drank a lot, and it seemed the hunt had gone well today. The hero replied that it was simply excellent. He heard that people ranked 2nd through 7th had banded together and challenged the 10th floor together. Gongja happily held his mug, hearing that some people already believed ranks were completely unnecessary. He raised his finger, deciding to open the hunter skills window. Before him was the system window displaying his skills. Wiping his mouth, he said contentedly that he didn't even need snacks. Just looking at these skills satiated him. His gaze turned surprised when he said he had no combat skills. He supposed that was the root of human insatiability. Closing the system window, Gongja told himself that if he wanted more, he could become a thief. Just imagine what could be achieved with the skills he already had. He imagined a lottery ticket and said he could win the lottery held at the Merchants Association Guild. Imagining a suitcase full of gold, he thought of selling plans for future passages to high floors no one had yet explored. His life had blossomed, no doubt. The boy laughed, asking what else he could do in the future. A man appeared at the door and demanded milk. Peering out from under his hat, he demanded that vodka and a little sugar be added to the warm milk. If honey was available, it would be better to use that instead. He wore white sneakers. Gongja glanced at him, thinking how imposing he was. He said he wasn't a bartender, and was told he'd pay enough. Looking away, the hero heard people discussing how it seemed real. But why was he here? A man sat down at a table in the corner, and a voice said, At least to raise the hunter's morale at a time like this. The same man's face was on the screen, the voice saying, When society increasingly agrees that it's time to unite? The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized the man who had removed his hat. The reporter was asking where he was now, and what he was doing. The newspaper featured a picture of a man with a caption stating that he had disappeared 22 days ago, that there was chaos in the hunter's ranks, that his real name was Marcus Callenbury, that he had been missing for so long, so after 11 years everyone had forgotten about him, but he had been the tower's only number 1 until Emperor became famous. The man looked thoughtfully at the hero, thinking that during this period, he was the best of the best. Taking a sip, Gongja reflected that this old man also had a level skill, but his were normal and useful offensive skills. The hero looked at the description of his skill. His eyes widened, remembering that this skill could copy the skill of any hunter who killed him. Looking at the old man's back, he thought that even the current number 1 had this skill. The hero seemed to be sitting on gears. Gongja thought he wouldn't die now. The guy looked at his phone and wondered if he should risk it. A glass of milk was placed in front of Marcus. The commentator wrote that they said he was originally the son of a respected and wealthy family from Northern Europe. Someone else wrote that no one knew exactly what his skill was. The man sipped from the glass. The commentator wrote that he heard something, that he didn't regret anything, that he abandoned all connections and wealth and came to the tower, that he also heard something, saying that he had a habit of talking to himself. The boy was surprised. He read the comments with a bewildered expression, thinking he was a true enigma. It seemed there was no useful information about him at all. Remembering the Emperor magazines, the hero thought it would be much easier if this nobleman were even half as much of an attention seeker as he was. He was startled when he heard the man order him to be quiet and stop muttering so loudly. The boy turned around, hearing what he had said from the start, and thought he had startled him. Looking ahead, Marcus asked, did he think he understood him? Gongja shook his head, wondering if at least what he was saying to himself was true. All top-ranked players must be eccentric. The boy looked in surprise at the screen, which stated that this was a topic that should never be discussed with Marcus. This is a 100% true story. He saw it with his own eyes. If they don't want to die, they shouldn't talk about it in front of him under any circumstances. The guy approached the man, saying that they were using these hunting grounds, so they should adhere to the rules, since he could see it was already occupied. Marcus was wiping his sword. A few days ago, in the 9th floor hunting grounds, several high-ranking officials had been arguing with a holy sword. He said he'd never heard of this rule before, which was strange. The guy pointed, saying that perhaps it was time to change his hearing aids, or that the rule hadn't reached him because he was born rich. The man looked ahead gloomily, hearing that, judging by how he treated his family, his grandchildren had long since been on the streets. The old man swung his sword with lightning speed. The commenter asked if he'd killed someone. The author of the post was from a major guild, and he was simply slandering for no reason. His comrades gasped in shock. The man wrote that whether to believe it or not was up to them to decide for themselves. He simply felt they should know, so he'd written it. Holding the phone, Gongjia read that, in any case, if they didn't want to die, they shouldn't tell him anything about their grandchildren. A forum opened on the screen, and the hero repeated what he absolutely mustn't say. Marcus, sitting at the table, demanded that he shut up. He'd handle it himself, and let them leave him alone. He couldn't even drink vodka because of him. The hero decided it was worth checking. The man slapped 3 coins on the table and told the innkeeper that it was delicious and he was satisfied. Then he left, putting on his hat. Everyone in the bar watched him go. The girl sitting at the table said he'd finally come out. The guy asked if he was delirious, what he was mumbling. A third guy said his taste for alcohol had deteriorated, and he thought they were finished. Gongjia paid for the drink and thanked him. The doorbell rang. Stepping outside, the hero thought he was going to look for number 1. People were walking down the street, and the guy asked where he'd gone. Residents were strolling by the glass building, and the guy thought he'd followed him out almost immediately. He couldn't have gone far. Suddenly, he noticed a figure in a hat ahead and recognized the man. The boy followed, thinking he was the only one in Babylon dressed so richly, very conspicuous. Watching the man in the hat, the hero wondered what his skill was. He smiled, thinking that Emperor had an EX-level rebirth skill. What then did the successful Marcus from the previous generation have? Surely it was a more combat-oriented skill, a niche skill, or a rebirth skill. The boy's mouth opened in admiration, thinking that this skill would soon be his. If only he had luck this time. A man in red sneakers stood on the grass, and he heard the words. "You should be somewhere here." Gongjia looked at him in surprise. The man held a sword and called out to him. Hiding behind a tree, the hero was frightened to think he had spotted him immediately, and heard that there would be no witnesses here. The old man stared ahead indifferently. Emerging from behind the tree, Gongjia said he had one request for him. The man suddenly grinned. The hero was surprised to see this. Frowning, the man in the hat asked, "A request? Hadn't he been deliberately following him so casually?" He wanted him to notice him, after all. What request could he possibly have of a mere old man, making such a creepy appearance? Gongjia stared at him in shock, thinking he'd misunderstood, somehow assuming he'd deliberately revealed his presence. His fingers were clenched into fists, and the hero wondered if he had any real weapons. The man held a blade, and Gongjia wondered if he was holding a sword, as if he were about to attack him right now. The boy stared ahead tensely, thinking he'd simply been watching him for now. Everything was going well, but why did he hear someone say he had incredible acting, as befits a frontline assassin? The hero looked at him in surprise and wondered where he'd gotten that from, considering he was in F-class. He backed away, silently congratulating himself, saying he wouldn't even have to mention his grandchildren to die, and apologized out loud, saying he didn't really understand what he was talking about. Marcus winced at him and said it was disgusting to invite him to play even now. He couldn't fool his eyes. Holding out his palm, Gongjia said he was very curious and wanted to know. The old man lowered his head, hearing the question of how he resembled a special class assassin, considering he was a completely ordinary guy. The man's face was reflected in the blade, and he ordered him to be quiet, explaining that he had various skills, among them. He vividly recalled how animals ate their prey, and heard that it was a skill that allowed him to find out how many kills an opponent had committed. He thought that, no matter the motive, murder was murder. The number 1 was above the surprised young man's head. He thought he knew what kind of monster the one he killed would grow into, but to the people of this time, his excuse was baseless. Most likely, in Marcus's eyes, the number 1 was above his head. Touching his chest, Gongjia vehemently begged him to listen. To him, this might sound like an excuse, but he had a compelling reason for it. The old man removed his hat and heard him swear before the heavens. Gongjia's mouth dropped open in surprise, hearing that this was disgusting. Swinging his sword, Marcus declared that such a demon, who had taken the lives of so many, dared to touch what was sacred. The tip of the sword gleamed. The man said he himself had lived a far from sinless life, but would never commit such carnage. The hero threw up his hands in fear, asking what he was talking about. He'd only killed 1 person in his entire life. Marcus pointed the sword at him, saying he was lying without a shred of shame or regret, the number of unfortunates he'd killed. Above the terrified Gongjia's head was the number 4091, and the old man said he could clearly see it above his head. The boy imagined holding the knife, killing the emperor once. His eyes widened, realizing that the number of times he'd killed himself to travel back in time was 4090. Removing the man's hat, he asked if which had sent him, and the hero thought that in the old man's eyes, He was now a rare maniac who had brutally murdered 4,091 people. Turning around, the boy ran, thinking that the problem now wasn't with copying the skill. He ran away, thinking that since Marcus had such a skill, the man asked why he'd gone silent and said it didn't matter anyway. He caught up with the hero, swinging his sword, promising to do everything to kill this demon, and Gongja thought he'd try to kill him every time he encountered him. A sharp movement near his neck. The hero ducked the sword strike. Frowning, Marcus noticed he dodged, as expected of a special class assassin. Leaning back, Gongja thought the old man had gone deaf. But suddenly he tripped on a stone and fell to the ground with a scream. Trembling, Gongja tried to get up, wondering if he'd been lucky even once. The man raised his sword from behind, and the hero thought there was no way he could dodge a second time. The hero closed his eyes, hearing the command to be silent. He turned around, hearing Marcus ask, should he capture, interrogate, or let such a demon live? Looking away, the man asked, didn't he say he'd deal with him himself? He always interfered. Gongja wondered if his dialogue was too fluent for it to be mental illness, or if it was some kind of skill. His eyes widened in surprise, wondering if it was telepathy. He imagined blue circles of avatars around the man and thought he'd heard of this before, that skills like this existed. He imagined a huge number above his head and wondered if he was sharing information about him with others, revealing that there was a killer who had killed 4,091 people. He imagined himself running from the reaching hands and the crowds crowded around the gallows. He imagined that in that case, the hunter's office would issue a wanted notice, he would become the target of high-level individuals, including large guilds, and it would all end with his execution in the tower's first-floor square. Looking down in shock, Gongja thought he couldn't allow this to happen. He rose to his feet, realizing he needed to die now. He needed to return to 24 hours ago. Standing opposite the man, who had already made up his mind and wouldn't be swayed by mere persuasion, the brunette asked if he would send his regards to his grandchildren. The man looked at him in shock. Lowering his hands, the young man continued that he was from a noble family in Northern Europe. The higher the family's standing, the more bandits it attracts. Looking confidently forward, Gongja remarked that there had been so much chaotic news circulating lately. Staring ahead, he conveyed that since they were the blood and flesh of the holy sword, his grandchildren were certainly marvelous. A sharp flick of the sword. He stared ahead, wondering if the moon had always been upside down. The headless body remained standing, and he understood. The moon reflected in the clouded eye, and the hero thought it was beautiful. He hadn't even noticed the blow. How could anyone achieve such mastery? The surprised head fell to the ground, and the boy managed to think he wanted to be like him. The body began to fall, and the hero again thought he was envious. Reaching out to the man, he thought he wanted him to have such a blow too. The system reported that he had died. Above the boy was an upside-down system window. A few cards after the skill card creation notification, the hero thought that skills number 1 from 2 eras would be his. He happily saw the offer to choose a skill card and asked, "Where is the gold one?" Pointing at the cards, Gongja asked for immediate luck this time too. Then his gaze turned to surprise. There were only silver and bronze cards in front of him, and he asked why there were no gold ones. His mouth dropped open in shock, wondering if they were joking. While imagining the outstanding hunters, the hero wondered if Marcus, who according to legend was the best hunter, and the Emperor, had achieved power without a single S-class skill. The boy's knees buckled, and he exclaimed that such a thing couldn't be true. He held out his hands, ruefully saying that among the silver cards there should definitely be a combat skill, and indeed there was. Looking at the bronze card, he thought he'd spotted 3 bad ones. He shifted his gaze. There were several silver cards in front of him. He thought there were 4. Propping himself up on one knee, he decided he didn't need the brown one. The odds were 1 in 4. The boy remembered dodging the sword and thought about the unusual silver skill that displayed his kill count. Reaching out for the glow, he decided he didn't want it. He wanted a combat skill. Gongja snatched the card abruptly and requested just 1 Marcus combat skill. The system indicated the selection was complete, and the skill had been copied. A clock outline appeared, along with a notification to return 24 hours earlier. Gongja, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. He glanced at his clenched hand. He sat up, opening the hunter skills window. A shimmer appeared above his palm, and he wondered if it was a combat skill. A+ sword crafting, a passive skill, appeared on the list, and the hero thought it was good that it was an A+. It didn't seem like it was a kill-counting skill. Leaning back on the bed, he asked if it was passive again. He wanted an active skill, like a rare martial art or awakening. Reaching up, he opened the skill card and thought, it was an A+ anyway, so he couldn't complain. He looked at the name, Sword Constellation, and thought he couldn't figure out what kind of skill it was. His eyes widened when he heard a voice asking why it was so noisy. The hero looked away in surprise and heard how many times the teacher had told his grandfather that if he was going to train in the middle of the night, he should do so quietly. The red-haired man waved his hand and suggested they not disturb each other. Gongja looked at him in shock. Gongja looked away in shock, hearing that he was always with him no matter where he went, and he had to wake him up, and apologized, asking who it was. The red-haired man turned around. The brunette looked at him in shock. A question was heard, visible, the hero answered. Yes. And heard the question, and could he hear it? Gongja sat up in bed saying, Yes, wasn't it clear from their conversation? A translucent red-haired man sat down next to him and said it was strange. That couldn't be right. He raised his hands, asking where they were, why it was cramped like a doghouse, and where was old Marcus. The boy's eyes widened in understanding. Was he talking about the holy sword? The ghost pressed himself against the window, looking out the window, and said that calling such an amateur a holy sword was over the top. Sweat poured down the boy's face in surprise. He heard that if he was talking about the old gentleman, then yes, he was talking about him. Where had he gone? He must be nearby, the hero thought. Marcus, an amateur? The ghost, peering out the window, said he couldn't see anything further than the palm of his hand. A yellow system window appeared in front of the boy with a description of the skill. Sword constellation, rank A+, originates from another world, cleared another world's tower up to the 99th floor, but was defeated on the 100th floor, became a rare spirit, never fulfilling his wish, physically unable to enter this world, but can infiltrate the owner's consciousness, drawing on their experience and unique skills. Also, no one perceives the spirit except the owner. The skill was copied from Marcus. The hero asked. He came from another world, does that mean he's a ghost? The man turned around, hearing him say he wasn't a rare spirit with Marcus, and replied that he was. Shocked, imagining the figures of the heroes, Gongja said he thought he'd copied him. The man's mouth dropped open in shock. His scream echoed through the city buildings. Couldn't he return him to his grandfather? The sobbing spirit said that he copied it with his skill, so he should be able to undo it. He couldn't. What's wrong with this world that it can't be undone? Gongja clutched his head in shock, screaming that he was serious, that he couldn't control this as he wished. The grim ghost sobbed upside down, and shouted that Grandpa Marcus was a worthless student, that his teacher had been kidnapped by such a bungler. Gongja asked if he could stop crying upside down, that his heart was about to burst. Clutching his head in fear, the hero heard that this was a disaster, that he should have neglected his dear teacher, and how many times had he told him that he should be valued in case something like this happened. Gongja suggested living quietly and peacefully, but the ghost protested, shouting that he was already dead. The boy froze, stared ahead, and suggested that he die quietly and peacefully. The ghost pointed an offended finger at him and shouted for people to look at him, to see how he cursed the unfortunate ghost and sent him to the afterlife again. He remembered the old man who had ordered someone to be quiet and thought there was too much chatter. He remembered how the man looked away and repeated the request for silence. He remembered how Marcus angrily said that he was always interfering. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the hero understood. He buried his face in his hands and said that in a situation where he had to hide from him all his life, and yet he had gotten the skill out of all the others, the ghost was surprised and asked why he needed to hide. There was no hunter in the world kinder than this nobleman. He raised a finger and continued, saying that if it didn't involve grandchildren, the hero replied that he already understood that perfectly well. Among the holy sword skills, there was a skill that showed the number of kills. The red-haired man frowned and asked again. A detective's keenness was a useless skill, only telling him whether an opponent was killing or not. Pointing a finger above his head, Gongja said 4091, the number of murders hanging over his head. The spirit gloomily crossed his arms. Then he winced and asked if he was crazy. He was a rookie. Looking at the brunette sitting on the bed, he continued that he was a rookie among rookies, apparently unable to even sense an aura. How could such a man have killed 4,091 people? Looking ahead, the hero replied that it was because he hadn't killed that many. In fact, he had only killed one person, who would become a villain in the future. 4090 was the number of times he had killed himself. The hero waved his hand and explained that he had been reincarnated to kill a man from the future. 11 years from now, he had an ability that copied one of the skills of the opponent who killed him. The moment he killed him, he copied his reincarnation skill. The spirit watched him closely and heard that even if he died, he only returned to the past 24 hours. His body had become immortal. The hero introduced the emperor to the burning city and said he wanted to take revenge on him, but he was number one in their world. Furthermore, while he had the reincarnation skill, he couldn't kill him, so he traveled to a time before he had acquired it. Looking thoughtfully to the side, the spirit repeated, he had returned in time to take revenge on one man. Gongja sat on the bed and heard that he had committed suicide so many times to return to the past 11 years. The man sat down opposite him. Approaching, he asked his name, and the hero replied, Gongja. The ghost pointed at the boy and asked why he'd chosen that old man. He touched Gongja's chest with a transparent finger, asking why, after taking revenge on that boy, he'd first decided to copy the old man's skill. The hero replied that he was the number one hunter of this generation, and that it was better to immediately gather the skills of strong people, as that way he would become stronger much faster. Looking at him thoughtfully, the spirit replied that he'd answered his question so honestly because the skill card said no one but him would notice, so no one else would know about it. Complete safety, right? Rubbing his neck, the hero confirmed. The rear spirit waved and motioned for him to stand. He circled the boy, carefully examining him, commenting on his extreme stubbornness, his physique, and his desire for self-improvement. Then he rubbed his hands, hearing about such a specialist. The spirit approached again and asked to see how he caught monsters. A crescent moon shone above the trees. Red slimes were crawling on the ground. Returning, Gongja asked if a couple would be enough and was told they were. He held a knife. A bright beam cut the monster in half. The red slime shot up and attacked, encircling the boy. The hero looked resolutely through it. He moved his knife hand. Red droplets flew everywhere. The spirit watched intently, saying he'd expected this. Amid the falling slime chunks, Gongja heard his guess correct. Rubbing his face, the hero asked, "What?" Imagining tall buildings, the man explained that in his past life, he was called Sword Emperor, hailing from a completely different world. There, just like here, a tower had appeared, and he'd climbed floors faster than any of his fellow countrymen. He remembered the system window and thought there was a legend about the Emperor breaking through to the 40th floor, while the map said the 99th floor. That was incredible. The Sword Emperor pointed at himself, and said that's why such things are immediately noticeable to experienced people like him. He's talking about a hunter's potential, which is why he said he wanted to watch him hunt. With a slight smile, the hero looked down and said, "So it was all in vain." Holding the knife, he turned to the spirit and said he had no potential. The spirit bowed its head and asked what nonsense. "He does have potential." Gongja was surprised to hear that it was incredible. Awkwardly rubbing his neck, he asked if he was just joking, but the Sword Emperor said he had no talent for martial arts, his movements were clumsy, his physique unsuitable, even the awakening of the spirit. Or maybe he was just dreaming, but he did have another talent, unique to him. Recalling how the boy had slashed the monster, he said it was a complete lack of fear of death. Arms crossed, the ghost explained that people usually dodge at least a little in battle, but he, surprisingly, went all out. He believed that, having died 4,000 times, he had completely erased this skill. The brunette looked at him in surprise and asked if such a thing was also a talent, but he was told that, of course, not all talents have to be innate. Introducing powerful hunters, he said that anyone can find their talent throughout life and that the hardest thing a person can achieve is conquering the fear of death. Pointing a finger at the boy, he said it was incredible. Gongja thought that in his entire life, no one had ever said such a thing to him. Lowering his head, he realized that even he himself hadn't said it. Remembering how his opponent had held his head, he thought he was simply offended that the Emperor had treated him like an insect. Remembering how maniacally he'd held the knife, he continued. "It was very hurtful, so without thinking about the past or the future, he died over 4,000 times. Looking at his palm, the boy thought that now his talent would die, but the spirit said it would only ask one question. Looking at the boy, Sword Emperor reminded him that he'd said he'd been killed by old Marcus. What was he thinking then? The brunette looked away. A crescent moon shone in the sky, and he replied that he'd been thinking how beautiful it was. Sword Emperor smiled broadly. Then, crossing his arms, he laughed loudly. Smiling, the man said that it was very interesting and good. The boy looked at him in surprise. The man introduced the hunter and his copy and said that he'd said his ability was copying, not stealing a skill. Therefore, Marcus had another one, as a rear spirit. He stood opposite, saying he was now very curious to see who would be more successful in hunting, he or the old man. Confidently pointing a finger at himself, the ghost said he would help him, train him so that he wouldn't be inferior and would become much stronger than the old man. Gongja grinned contentedly at the proposal to capture the tower. The spirit put his hands to his mouth and shouted at Gongja to get up, as if he was lying there. The sleeping boy asked for 5 more minutes, but the spirit mimicked him. The hero covered his ears with a pillow, hearing a shout that this was very successful. Perhaps old Marcus was conquering the 10th floor at that very moment, and he needed 5 minutes. Since he had covered his ears, he was about to sing a song that was beloved in his homeland. He was a gifted singer, in case he didn't know. The hero squeezed his eyes shut and trembled, hearing how, after just one verse, 33 ordinary soldiers' heads somehow exploded. Did he even know what time it was? The indignant boy grabbed the phone, asking what time it was. He furiously showed it, which read 4 a.m. Sword Emperor closed his eyes and exhaled, saying that at 4 a.m., even bugs wake up and start doing their bug-like things. He was weaker than a beetle, so he needed to get up even earlier. The redhead trembled when he heard that he simply couldn't sleep, and that was why he was angry out of boredom. A furious flame engulfed the man's body when he asked why Marcus always woke up at 4 a.m. for training. It wasn't because he was conscientious, but because he was constantly making noise. The man agreed that he was genuinely bored, so he woke him up. Pointing downward, he continued that it was useful, and he'd thank him for allowing him to train longer. Let him fall face down and bow, and the hero replied that he wanted to kill him. The Sword Emperor laughed and said he was already dead. He couldn't do it. It was easier for him to die himself. Gongja looked dismayed to hear that even he couldn't die, just like a zombie, and from now on, they'd call him a zombie. The spirit hovered next to the hero, arms crossed. Watching him run, the man said he'd repeat it. Besides stubbornness, he had no strengths. He personally preferred to teach from the very bottom, but he didn't have any. They'd call this the bottom of the bottom. The boy watched the animals eat and thought that 3 days had flown by since he'd copied Marcus's sword constellation skill, and in that time, he'd hunted the emperor again. He remembered hiding from the old man around the corner, and thought he'd been diligently avoiding a confrontation with Marcus. The spirit hovered next to the running boy and said he'd call his talent Abyss. It was amazing, he was jealous. But the hero asked him not to interfere with his run. He was currently training according to a schedule personally compiled by the spirit of the rear. The man folded his fingers in a coin gesture and said he needed additional training and that he'd have to pay for it. With a broad smile, the red-haired man offered the zombie the chance to win the lottery. The girl held a cane. There was a guild called the Merchants Association, or the Merchants Alliance. The guild leader, a hunter ranked 3rd, was nicknamed Countess. The man reached for the glowing orb in the girl's hand. She possessed a skill that made her the only one who could exchange items from the tower with the outside world. Thanks to this skill, the Merchants Association monopolized the economy within the tower. A man in a cattered hat joyfully greeted the hero at the Merchants Guild and asked how he could help. The only place in Babylon where betting takes place is also a Merchants Association. The man placed a folded piece of paper on the table. Gongja, smiling, said he had come to collect his lottery winnings. The man beamed broadly, congratulating him. Sword Emperor glanced at the hero and said he'd been watching but couldn't understand why he was wearing a cat-eared hat. The man whispered that he'd heard that the head of the Merchants Association was a servant of cats. The employee grinned broadly, while the spirit called him a dirty pervert for wearing that hat and asked if they'd check the ticket number. If more than 2 years had passed since the ticket was purchased, the winnings were impossible to claim. The hero mentally replied that he'd bought the ticket immediately after the spirit of the rear appeared. Recalling the ticket, Gongja smiled and said everything was fine. The ticket was from last week, and thought that he wasn't just demanding a one-time lottery win, he'd been insisting on capital. The guy continued to smile and said they'd move on to verifying his personal information. He looked at the ticket in shock. Amazed, imagining the winnings of 53,000, he said first place. Gongja smiled, while the others repeated this in amazement. Glancing sideways at him, Sword Emperor questioned how money could be so easy to come by. The guy in the cat hat started to walk away, saying he'd check the number, they'd just have to wait a bit, he'd call the person in charge. The hero told him not to rush, and the spirit added that at this rate, he'd be stabbed to death in a dark alley somewhere. Gongja chuckled and whispered that the future emperor had also won the lottery thanks to his skill. He'd learned something from his example. If he had to hide anything, it certainly wouldn't be his victory. The man raised his hand, dismayed, while the hero reflected that he didn't need to worry about everyone finding out. If the winner were killed, the reputation of the Merchant Association would suffer the most. The man, wearing a matching hat, bowed and thanked Gongja for waiting, saying that he was the person in charge, Arthur. Raising his head, he continued that he was also known as Safekeeper. The hero introduced himself and said his nickname suited the guild very well, and silently thought that, judging by his middle name, he was an influential hunter, at least in the top 300. Arthur smiled and said that he was often told that, and then invited him to the top floor. Gongja smiled sheepishly, thinking that F was a low-ranking individual, inaccessible to the upper floors. But today was a special occasion. He was currently a 50,000 gold client. The spirit said he'd clearly never been treated with such respect before. Look how he'd suddenly brightened up. He'd also been touched the day before yesterday when he'd heard he had the talent to die. Gongja grimaced in displeasure and asked him to shut up, to which the Sword Emperor replied that he shouldn't be such a simpleton. He should follow his example. The man, surrounded by a glow, pointed to himself, and told him to think that he existed so that people all over the world would revere him. The hero thought that he, like the emperor, must be crazy. He would never follow their example. Arthur turned and asked the man if something was wrong. Looking up at him in surprise, the man replied that no, he was just lost in thought. The man smiled with relief, saying he was afraid he might have offended him. Touched, Gongja touched his chest, thinking he was an angel, and the spirit said it was very easy to touch him. Stopping at a luxurious door, the man explained that this was a VIP audience room. The hero stared at the glow in shock, hearing that it contained his cash prize for first place this week. Pointing to a chest of shining gold, Arthur announced that it contained 53,000 gold coins. Gongja thought that, converted to his homeland's currency, it amounted to 5.5 billion won. He pursed his lips nervously. Imagining empty bottles, the hero wondered what it would be like with that kind of money. The brunette standing in the room thought he could live a life of peace and quiet. If this were his goal, his dream would come true right here and now. He heard words about whether he could take it all at once or leave it for safekeeping in the Merchant Association's safe. Recalling how he'd slammed his fist against the spirits, Gongja reflected on his decision to conquer the tower and reach the summit as a hunter, and money was merely a means to that end. A yellow information window lit up above the boy's palms. He thought he'd already experienced a more enchanting golden glow than gold coins. Looking resolutely ahead, the brunette replied that he'd leave them in the safe for safekeeping. Arthur closed his eyes, replying that it was a wise choice. He himself always recommended this option to victors. The boy stood by the table with the gold, and the man continued that he understood how tempting it was to take it all at once, but there were so many terrible people in their world. Turning around with a smile, Gongja said he wanted to buy a place as an honorary member of the Merchants Guild. It cost 10,000 gold, and he'd pay up front. Reaching into his inside pocket, the man asked if he belonged to another guild. Turning to him, the boy replied that he wasn't a member. Crossing his arms, Sword Emperor replied with satisfaction that he understood better than he thought. Surely, a guild isn't just a friendly gathering of hunters. That's the main reason hunters join. He pictured people clasping their palms and continued that it was a patronage on behalf of the guild. He understood things quite well. The hero smiled and thought that they had a hunter's administration and vigilantes, but otherwise, this city was lawless. He pictured the city and its elite hunters, thinking that it was easy to see how easily Emperor and Marcus had killed him. The man with the spear behind his back made an obscene gesture. Gongja mused that the Emperor had never belonged to any guild and basked in his own personal superiority. He'd won the lottery once, but never paid protection taxes. He imagined a potion pouring next to the hunter. Gongja reasoned that the fact that such an influential man had turned down all the major guilds greatly limited them, which was why they tried to poison him. There was no point in needlessly clashing with the major guilds. He didn't intend to repeat his mistakes. Raising a finger, Gongja added that there was one more thing. The man was taking notes and heard that he was currently living in a cheap one-room apartment, and that he would provide the money. He wanted him to recommend a place in the Merchants' Union where he could stay temporarily. Waving his hand, the brunette continued that if the newspapers came and asked about the winner, he didn't have to reveal their name, but he had to say they were an honorary member of the Merchants' Guild. The man with the notepad remained silent. Grimly wiping his cheek, he said he would do it flawlessly. Sword Emperor told him to pay attention to his face. It looked as if he was hurt by how obvious and simple he was telling him. With a satisfied smile, Gongja said that things were very unsettled at the moment, and that he should at least prepare himself. The spirit asked if it wasn't he who had constantly called him a simpleton. The ghost pointed at the man and said he didn't remember, and Arthur agreed. The spirit placed a hand on the hero's shoulder and said he was doing just fine himself. He didn't need to change his diapers. The man glanced sideways, hearing that if he couldn't speak, he wouldn't be so vile, and cursed in response. Gongja smiled and heard him say he was also in a good mood. The hero rested his hand on the table with gold and said that now it all begins. He caught the coin, musing that dying 4,000 times and returning 4,000 days earlier, the special privileges of reincarnation he hadn't been able to enjoy until after avenging the Emperor, was now time to take advantage of them. The spirit hovered next to the walking man and said he had already said that the most important thing about extra lessons was the payment for them. Leaning closer to the man, he continued that he had now provided the tuition. What did that mean? What was needed next? Gongja replied that he probably needed to find a proper teacher for the extra lessons. He grimaced in displeasure when the man protested that he was already right in front of him and said he needed a boost. Presenting scrolls and vials, the Sword Emperor said they were a miraculous potion that would enhance his physical abilities, or something like the scrolls that contained the fundamentals of martial arts. Poking an indignant finger into the hero's chest, he said that at his level, even reading the scroll wouldn't help. He simply wouldn't understand anything, so there was nothing left but miracle potions, and very good ones at that. Rubbing his chest in displeasure, the boy asked, "How much?" The ghost touched his chin thoughtfully. Gongja showed him a coin, hearing that there was a guild of doctors and pharmacists. They would definitely have something like a miracle potion from a top artisan there. He had one place in mind, the hero asked. "Won't it be too expensive?" The red-haired man smiled and said yes, that was for sure. Should I tell him approximately how much it would cost? Gongja's mouth dropped open in amazement when he whispered in his ear. He ran after the ghost, trying to stop it, saying that even if he gave it all his remaining money, it would only be enough for 4 bottles of the potion. The spirit replied that if he got a discount for buying in bulk, he'd buy 5 bottles. It was all because he wasn't capable enough, so he should keep his mouth shut and follow it. The tired hero caught up and asked it to slow down. Then he flew into the body of the spirit, which had suddenly stopped. He rubbed his head in displeasure, asking why it had stopped so abruptly, and heard a command to hide. The man stood before the hero, saying he'd completely forgotten and hadn't told him. Gongja's gaze grew surprised. A man in red sneakers walked ahead. Peeking around the corner, the spirit said that Grandpa Marcus was a regular customer of this store. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the brunette wondered how he'd forgotten about this. The man looked confidently ahead, and the hero reflected on how he'd asked to be warned about this in advance. The man in red sneakers stopped. He looked away. Gongja hid behind a trash can. He covered his mouth with his hands in fear, wondering what he'd do if he got caught. He'd have a lot of trouble. However, Marcus simply turned away. The hero tensely covered his mouth with his hands. But peeking out from behind cover, the guy said it was very ironic that he'd hidden behind a trash can. Sword Emperor said he had bad news, which meant the old man was here today. He looked fine, but he stared ahead and continued that he, too, had come to buy a miracle potion. The ghost rushed forward and urged the hero on. He peered around the corner with a wild look. The man approached the store door, and a shout was heard. No, they were a little late. How could this be? Looking ahead in disappointment, the ghost said this store was the best, but Gongja thought going to the same store as Marcus was too risky. A search engine with the current hunter rank was open on the screen. He thought he wasn't in the top 20. Looking down, he continued that he didn't seem to be in the top 100 either, He'd like to find him in the top 300 at least. The guy held up his phone, saying no, and the ghost asked, "No, what? Good luck?" Locking the screen, the hero replied that it was probably the opposite. Satisfied, pocketing the phone, the guy continued that maybe it wouldn't cost him much. Turning around, he added that he could buy the best potions for next to nothing. He knew an incredibly good pharmacist. The hero walked down a seedy street, and the ghost asked if he was imagining things or if he was getting further and further into the wilderness. The locals eyed him suspiciously. The man stepped in a puddle. Sword Emperor turned and asked if there was definitely a talented pharmacist living there, and the hero replied that he wasn't just talented. They were on their way to a true genius. Catching up with the guy, the ghost asked if he was lying about forgetting a genius in a place like this. The brunette replied that he didn't have to believe it. The man stood with his arms crossed. Gongja walked on without turning around and thought that he was probably following him to rob him, thinking he was crazy since he was talking to himself and had fallen behind, and he had no idea how much money he had in his pocket right now. The ghost, flying next to the hero, asked if he really knew where he was going. Suddenly, a shout was heard, asking him not to touch the experimental device. The guy stopped, staring tensely ahead, and said they had come to the right place. The man shouted, "How many times has she said this? It's been 6 months already. Where's the money? Make him pay?" The green-haired girl tried to hold the man's hands, saying that if they took all her devices, she wouldn't even be able to find money for food. Another man wheeled a cart and heard orders to take everything, but the girl begged for just a week or 5 days. A shout was heard claiming that this week had already become a month, and a month, half a year. The man wheeled the cart full of boxes away, and the girl said she hadn't managed to finish the potion. He yanked the cart, causing the girl to fall. Turning around, the bald man told her not to make any more potions. The green-haired girl remained sitting on the ground, and someone said the shop would have closed anyway. The people gathered around discussed how expensive it was, how a strength potion could cost 40 gold, and in her youth, she'd laughed at the merchants, saying she barely charged more than cost. Waving her hand, she shouted that they wouldn't be able to find another potion for that price in all of Babylon. They should thank her for selling in such a terrible neighborhood. The girl noticed she was still dazed. The villagers left, calling her hopeless. The girl waved her arms, trying to stop them, saying that since they were all gathered there, they should at least buy 1 bottle of her special strength potion. Pointing at the trembling girl, he asked if the genius he spoke of was really that loser. Gongja, smiling, stepped forward, declaring that it was so. A cry was heard. Had he even seen her? The girl knelt down. Gongja knelt down next to her and called her name. The alchemist looked up, tear-stained, at the question, was she still selling? He imagined the heroine from his future and thought that, of course, she wasn't some crazy person or loser. He said out loud that if she was a trader, he wanted to place an order for something expensive. The girl sitting on the ground smiled, saying she could do anything. The hero thought she was an alchemist, a pharmacist who would rise to 5th place in the ranks in the future and become the head of the guild and the alchemy castle. She adjusted her glasses and asked, "If it was expensive, then how much?" Her mouth dropped open in shock when she heard him think the order would be for 20,000 gold. Gongja smiled at the shocked girl, wondering why he shouldn't establish connections with people who would become influential, untouchable figures in the future, even before they reached the ranks, to get real geese that lay golden eggs. Gongja confidently asked her what was wrong and that she would take her order, thinking to himself that he would become her favorite customer. The girl touched the door, saying that her place was a bit untidy, but he could come in. With an awkward smile, she opened the door. She gestured to the room, where everything was scattered, and declared it a complete mess. The hero was a little surprised. The ghost rested his head on his hand, saying that the sanitation inspires confidence. Did he really want to drink at this girl's counter? Alchemist went behind the counter and asked if he would really pay her 20,000. Leaning his hand on the counter, Gongja said that if she didn't believe him, he could pay up front, but he was told that it wasn't necessary. Then the girl turned sad and said that, if she could, it would be better to pay up front. Gongja placed his hands on his hips, thinking she was in such dire straits that she was forced to go against her principles. He told her out loud to use as much money from his safe as she needed. He would alert the merchant association. The heroine looked up in surprise and heard him ask her to try to keep the order under 20,000. He himself had a finite amount of money. She pulled out a small notepad and asked what he wanted to order. Gongja was a little surprised when she added that if he suddenly wanted to order drugs, she would refuse. With a confident expression, the girl with the broken glasses said that was the one thing she would never undertake. The hero thought she was willing to turn down such a large sum, even though her shop had just closed. She might be a simpleton, but she was an expert who would one day become a master of alchemy. Gongja waved his hand and said that these were definitely not drugs, not to worry. The alchemist asked what exactly he needed. Gongja glanced sideways at the Sword Emperor, who said that was good. She didn't seem at all professional, but he would give him the recipe. The man waved his hand and began to explain. Simultaneously, Gongja, looking ahead, said he would only say it once, rabbit pig liver. The man closed his eyes. Looking at him, Gongja repeated the words, cat's eyes, balloon eyes, giant sandworm scalp. The alchemist tucked her hair and repeated the words, mud lizard tail. A total of 23 ingredients? The ghost standing behind her said that those were all the ingredients, but the actual preparation was entirely up to the alchemist. The man's eyes widened when he heard that if all this was combined, a potion would be created that maximized the reaction speed. The girl sitting at the table said that it requires an incredibly high level of skill to prepare it. It must be prepared by infusing all the ingredients simultaneously, without refining them individually, correct? The man rubbed his neck in confirmation, and Gongja echoed his answer. The girl's gaze grew admiring, and she exclaimed, "She knew it all." The hero looked at the alchemist with dismay, as she explained that the skin of the desert giant worm typically contains a small amount of poison, which can be neutralized in several ways, one of which requires the liver of a rabbit or pig, depending on the method of application, and the effect varies greatly with refining. The hero thought this was a true expert in her field. Gongja approached and heard that other side effects, such as excessive metabolic acceleration, could occur, so he interrupted her, asking how many days it would take to prepare. The man's face was reflected in his broken glasses. The alchemist replied, 4 days. Pointing at her palm, she continued that with enough money, she could give it to him in 3 days. She could do it even faster, but she needed to buy new equipment. Gongja looked away, recalling the man shouting that those with the alchemist's recipe should wait a whole year, while someone else shouted that they had waited a year and a half. The man beamed and said that 4 days was a mere trifle. The disgruntled ghost walked beside the hero and said he still didn't trust her. Many people talk smoothly, but in practice, they're a complete failure. They're called charlatans. He'd only wasted his money. Turning to him, Gongja asked how he knew the recipe and was told it was his own creation, the finest miracle potion, created by drinking all sorts of toxic substances and mixing them. The brunette grinned and said she'd paid him a compliment by calling his recipe high level. The ghost frowned slightly when he heard that since she'd immediately recognized the recipe's true value, he should trust her no matter what, and she'd become the most important person in the alchemy castle in 10 years. The Sword Emperor turned away with displeasure and said they'd see about it. She'd definitely just take the money and run away. 4 days later, the alchemist held several boxes and apologized, saying she'd wanted to make it even faster, but she'd had to try many combinations, and it took longer than she'd expected. The hero sat at a table in the apartment provided by the Merchant Association. Gongja replied that everything was fine, since she'd originally said 4 days. Handing over her load, the girl said she'd made 30 bottles, 3 boxes in total, and the hero said that this amount should last at least 30 days, thinking to himself that this potion would be 15 times more effective than the one from the store the Homefront Spirit had recommended. That's how you spend money. He smiled while the ghost asked him disapprovingly why he was mentally scolding him. The girl awkwardly lowered her gaze and said it might be strange to ask now, but why would he entrust such an expensive order to a nameless pharmacist? She was absolutely confident in her skills, however. The girl recalled people leaving and said that one glance at his prescription was enough to tell her that no one in Babylon, other than a couple of others, could handle it, but people thought she was crazy. Gongja rubbed his neck and wondered why he knew perfectly well that the pharmacist before him was a rare genius. He could say so, but was that the only reason? He remembered the girl standing by the buildings when she said the area had been quarantined and they were sending a rescue team for the survivors. The hero thought she must have been the first to rush to the scene when the fire started in the city. He remembered Paladin with a fire extinguisher saying that Saintis was most likely on a date with the Emperor. The girl crossed her arms and replied that she didn't like him, and the hero thought she'd seen right through him. Standing opposite the girl, the boy reflected on how talented, kind, and perceptive she was of others. How could he have missed the opportunity to get close to someone like that? The girl's expression was a little surprised when she said it was because he thought she was kind. Gongja looked at her calmly, saying he'd helped her because she seemed kind. He was sure she would have achieved great success without him. Extending his hand, the hero said that since that's how it was, let them collaborate and move forward so that kind hunters like them could achieve success. The green-haired girl looked at the outstretched palm, hearing that it was a shame that only psychos reached the top. He hoped a bright future awaited them. Gongja smiled, thinking he was genuinely smiling. The girl in glasses pursed her lips. The guy thought he was being so honest he wasn't sure he could say anything more. The girl shook his hand, agreeing, saying they would first achieve success, then change the world. With a cheerful smile, she told him that if he needed anything else, he could call anytime. His order would always be her priority. The hero waved and thanked her. He froze, a smile on his face. The sly ghost leaned over and asked, "Good hunters, how are they?" Gongja replied that he himself was about to die, so they would go to training. The next day, Gongja appeared in a glow in the hunting grounds on the 3rd floor. Green, fanged monsters stood before him. The hero thought these guys would be a bit of a challenge. On the other side stood smaller green monsters. He asked, "What's the plan?" The Sword Emperor hovered nearby, arms crossed, and ordered him to drink the potion first. The boy snapped the lid on the thermos. Then he took a sip. Licking his lips, he concluded that it tasted nothing special, a hint of lemon and perhaps a hint of honey. Then he gritted his teeth against a sudden pain in his chest. He froze in a distorted space, asking, "What is this?" He stared ahead in shock. Beads of sweat trickled down his neck. Sword Emperor leaned over and asked with a smile. Is it working? It seemed this alchemist really was a master. Gongja mentally asked to speak only once, as his head felt like it was about to explode. The spirit hung upside down, and the boy heard the question. How is it now? He could even count every hair on his body. He could clearly feel the beads of sweat trickling down his skin. The man opened his mouth and repeated, saying that this was the effect of the miracle potion. It heightened his perception of reality. His face was reflected in the boy's wide-open eyes, who heard the question. Can he feel it? The spirit pointed a finger at the hero's chest and said that this was what was crawling inside his heart. His heart muscle contracted. The hero bowed his head, overwhelmed by the sensation, and heard that it was an aura. The Sword Emperor turned upside down and said that it appears in the body of every hunter who enters the tower, but usually they don't even feel it and live as usual. Gongja raised his hand to his head, hearing that how easily he controls his aura determines whether he will be a winner or a loser. The hero clutched his head with his hands. He closed his eyes, hearing that such perception is usually achieved through some kind of meditation. Grinning, the Sword Emperor said that it takes too much time. The boy stood there, clutching his head with his hands, and heard that since he lacked the talent for this, the only option left was to torture his body. A green monster appeared behind the hero, and he heard the order to run unless he wanted to be turned into a chop. The green orc attacked the protagonist, at which time he was told that if he didn't want pain, he should release the aura and use it, because training requires real combat. Gongja, looking distraught, called him a damn ghost. A big guy smirks as he flies past him and asks what the incompetent, who can't even use aura, said. He mockingly tells him to kill himself if he's unhappy, but then the murder rate will increase again. The protagonist looks at him in shock, and he asks if his grandfather will hunt him endlessly. The green monster delivers a powerful blow with his weapon, and they say this is also the effect of the miracle cure. Gongja walks forward. Everything around him is greenish. They ask him if he sees the attack, but his body doesn't obey. The big guy looks at him and notes that he can avoid it if he doesn't give up. The protagonist tries to run, hearing that such low-level mobs have predictable attacks. If he manages to counter it, it's easy. He needs to concentrate his aura in his legs. The protagonist tries to push off, realizing he can avoid the attack with just one step. Gritting his teeth, he forces it to move. His heart pounds loudly. A red discharge from his heart travels straight to his knee. He starts running while an orc chases him. He glances back in fear, hearing a question about how much harder it is than he thought. The big guy is sitting on the crane to which his heart is attached. The fighter explains that this is because his body doesn't yet have a proper channel for his aura to move through. His body is like a path in the forest, but if he were to create a proper road, he could use it. The monster swings his weapon, pursuing Gongja. The instructor says that he can at least sense her now thanks to the potion, something normally impossible. The monster strikes the guy and misses. He is told that even though she works in completely unsanitary conditions, the girl has excellent skills. The green mutant screams in rage. The protagonist freezes in fear, asking what will happen. Sword Emperor frowns when he hears that the guy will turn the path into a road. The protagonist clutches his heart and commands the aura to flow, realizing he's right. The orc swings his club, but the protagonist dodges. A weed-choked path where no human has ever set foot describes him perfectly. The martial artist smirks. Red lights are visible in the sky. He asks why Marcus cut off his head, but he didn't even have time to move. A man walks in front of the beautiful moon, and the fighter declares that this is the alley level. The discouraged protagonist thinks about how Grandpa still has a long way to go, and the zombies even more so. The protagonist grimaces. Suddenly, he dodges a powerful lunge from the orc. He grunts in pain. He forms red energy around himself, and a monster stands in front of him. The martial artist watches in amazement. The protagonist generates energy in his legs and prepares to run, which the martial artist notes as creative. MC, frowning, draws his blade. He jumps, heading toward the villain. The monster's discouraged eyes see the approaching hero. Gongja plunges his blade into his body, and he screams in pain. A combat master appears from above, advising him not to let his guard down, as the orc has thick skin. The protagonist slices his enemy, and the Sword Emperor suggests focusing his aura on the blade's tips, noting that this will be too difficult. Powerful energy emanates from the wound, and while the monster screams, the trainer asks him to simply channel all his aura into the blade's tip. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, tries with all his might to thrust deeper. Lightning bolts fly from the wound. The protagonist presses his hands and screams loudly. Suddenly, there's a clap of energy. Gongja, shocked, sees blood flying. The monster begins to fall to the ground with him. The protagonist looks down and hears a question. Is it hurt? The Sword Emperor watches as MC knocks the mutant down, noting that it hurts because he used his aura so carelessly, even though the channel wasn't properly established. The protagonist looks at him through tears and sweat, hearing that his weakened body is on the brink of death, and he pushed himself to this point just to kill one unfortunate orc. MC calls him a bastard. Sword Emperor, with a wide smile, insists he liked how he added the spark at the end, so he can praise him, because a hunter should always fight smart. Gongja lies there, head down, assuring him that he doesn't want anything. Pensively, the trainer clarifies that he's in mortal pain. The protagonist, sweating, asks if it really shows. The instructor calmly replies that he'll feel better if he dies, but in any case, he wouldn't insist on such training. Marcus also drank the miracle potion, but he also meditated, not breaking his body. The protagonist sits over the mutant's corpse and calls him a ghost. Sword Emperor spreads his arms and exclaims that if he dies, he'll be resurrected, and that's awesome. He'll be fine no matter how harsh the training method. It's downright envious. The protagonist sits on a fallen enemy, and is told that committing suicide will increase his kill count. Another orc stands behind him, and the instructor suggests using a method that won't change the count. The big guy smiles and asks that he's experienced using aura once, so at this rate, 100 deaths will be enough. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and 100 deaths with a single one. The protagonist, shocked, notices the monster behind him swinging its club. The system window says he's dead, and the instructor shouts that they're racing toward his first death. Gongja clutches his head in the middle of nowhere, realizing it hurts. The fighter stands nearby and asks what's going on, and the instructor replies that he's here too. The protagonist, looking tired, says that he briefly disappears into this space when he dies, so for now he calls it nothingness. He points to the side and claims he still hears it all the time, like those times with the summer spirit and the holy sword. A surprised MC sees a system window informing him that the skill conditions have been met due to death. They look at a notification about accidentally copying an orc monster's skill. Sword Emperor, standing nearby, is surprised, as is Gongja. The instructor points at him, and shocked, asks what kind of cheating skill this is. The guy asks if monsters have those too. The system window says you can choose a skill card, and the trainer shouts that he wants one too. The spirit of the rear, clutching his head, exclaims that this is the collapse of hunter culture. The protagonist reaches for the card, thinking he'll take any. The disgruntled instructor asks why, and he replies that it doesn't matter to him which one he takes. The spirit declares that this is a great opportunity, and that he should choose at least a slightly useful skill. The protagonist, standing opposite, assures him that it's impossible to know which card has the better skill. Both are not very good colors, so only luck matters. The coach, astonished, asks if he really doesn't know which skill is better. The protagonist, disgruntled, wonders why no one understands him today, especially since the cards are the same color, and only one side is always visible. How can he know which card is better? Sword Emperor looks at the cards and claims he does. The shocked young man asks again, and the coach tells him the same thing. The coach is presented with a system window about card selection, and he's talking about the other side. The cards begin to fly in different directions. The protagonist realizes that the skill cards always move so that only the backside is visible, and moving his head doesn't change anything. He asks if the instructor can see what's written about these skills. The boy realizes that the spirit of the rear can fly at will, which is why he can see the backside of the cards. Sword Emperor looks at Gongja with disapproval and wonders why he doesn't believe his eyes for asking. The protagonist is delighted to hear that the spirit has been renowned for its eagle-like vision since childhood, and with age, it has become almost clairvoyant. MC exclaims Eureka. The enraged instructor assumes he's gone crazy, and the protagonist sheepishly asks him to quickly explain what those skills were. Sword Emperor pauses, replying that he'll only count it once, so he should listen carefully. The inscription about card number 1 appears. A volcano erupts, and the orcs get married. It's explained that nature provides them with shelter but also hardship. In this cruel world, they maximize the orcs' fertility and conquered nature. 9 more orcs will appear in the place of each killed orc. A caption appears with map number 2. Cool orcs in glasses and caps are hanging out, and it's said that at the end of every sentence. Chweechwick. The protagonist listens in shock. The trainer, floating in space, asks how he can handle this, because if he hadn't stopped him, the guy would have chosen this. After all, the protagonist was born a man and needs to follow the orc's example. The protagonist realizes that both skills are complete crap, but since he has to choose, he'll take the second one. Gongja calmly asserts and says that in any case, the decision has been made. No matter how you look at it, the second skill is better than the first. The spirit of the rear flies up to him and asks him to wait and think a little more. The protagonist smirks, assuming he agrees. The trainer asks, surprised, not understanding what he means. Sword Emperor reaches out to the boy who leaped toward the skill selection system window. A bright flash occurs, the homefront spirit shouts, "No!" And the protagonist shouts, "Yes!" The protagonist wakes up in shock on a bed. A system notification states his rank is F. The notification also states that no skill penalty was assigned, which he considers excellent. Gongja, smiling, exclaims that this is to be expected from the Merchant Association. Such a comfortable bed feels so good on both body and soul. The trainer, enraged, shouts that he knew he'd fall for it. MC confidently walks through the hall and exclaims that who would choose the fertility patronage? He should stop crying, he needs to go hunting. A yellow window displays the protagonist's stats. He has an F rank and 4 skills. With a sly smile, The Sword Emperor declares that he can easily practice in the lotus position. Dying is painful too. They stand in front of the door, and the mentor offers to meditate together. He will help him understand the aura in 6 months, while the protagonist exclaims about hunting grounds. The enraged trainer watches him disappear into a portal and asks if the guy is really ignoring him. The protagonist drinks from a glass and declares it delicious. They stand in front of an orc, the Sword Emperor hovering nearby, hearing MC's address. He immediately asks if he wants to meditate. The guy deftly twirls a dagger in his hand and declares that the orc only calls him Gongja when it suits him, but otherwise, he's a zombie to him. The protagonist rushes forward with the dagger, claiming that the orc has been calling him by his name recently, and he kindly suggests that the trainer break that habit. The astonished monster sees his opponent. He furiously swings his weapon. Trying to do something, the protagonist notices that this time his movements also seem slow. The enraged mutant begins to attack the boy. Gongja stands in front of the orc, who has swung his axe. He says the skill has been activated. The orc stares at him in amazement and replies with the word Chweek. MC, delighted, also repeats it. The monster's eyes are captivated by this turn of events. The protagonist, smiling, charges again. He deftly slits the enemy's throat. The orc begins to fall, blood streaming from his neck. He collapses right in front of the boy. He smirks and clutches his biceps while the home front spirit shouts that he knew it. The protagonist stands with his back to him and listens to him explain that he found something to be proud of, deceived a kind orc, and doesn't care about feelings at all. Innocent orcs are doomed to suffer because of scoundrels like him. The protagonist turns around with a smirk, uttering Shriek again. Sword Emperor angrily stomps on the grass, shouting that the guy is annoying him, asking why they're giving such a vile person a cheat skill. MC advises him not to overexert himself and move faster, as it's time to conquer the 4th floor. The events take place a week later, and the old orc is deep in thought. A huge king sits on his throne. Opposite him is MC. The protagonist is dressed in black. His eyes have turned red, a vortex of energy forms around him, and the system indicates that a skill has been activated. The protagonist pushes off and flies forward, the notification stating that the skill is called Goblin High Society. The astonished Goblin King asks again. MC, enraged, strikes. The king, his throat slit, asks how anyone other than him can use such a perfect skill of the Great Overlord. Gongja stands over the mutant with a dagger, declaring that he was his strongest opponent for the past week. Closing his eyes, he wishes his honored opponent a safe journey. The spirit of the rear notices he's simply mocking him. Sword Emperor picks his ear and says that killing one monster is too sentimental. The enraged youth points out that he barely defeated him for 6 coins and has every right to be sentimental. The spirit of the rear points at him and declares that he's only speaking facts and that this battle isn't even something to be proud of. He counters that he can. He points to the system window with information about the Goblin High Society skill, explaining that he fought for a suitable skill, which he acquired at the cost of 5 coins, and the goblins are also worried about it. Crossing his arms, the trainer replies that goblins are almost no different from humans. The protagonist, holding up his hand, asks again. The spirit of the rear dismisses this, claiming that he's just thinking out loud. He looks at the system window with information about his existence becoming increasingly remarkable. They look around. Gongja begins to glow with a red aura, indicating that the hunter's level has increased. The protagonist smiles as a system notification appears, notifying him that his skill slot has been expanded and that he is now ranked E. He enjoys the scene while the system wishes him luck. Sword Emperor stands nearby and suggests that it's flames or blood. MC asks if it wasn't just a level-up effect, and he replies that yes, but it's not just for show. The astonished protagonist hears that this is a hint of sorts. Emperor stands with an energy weapon in front of the city. It's stated that depending on the level-up effect, an aura type is assigned. For example, the guy whose summer spirit he killed was definitely a fire type. He remembers that fighter and thinks about fire. The ruins of a building are shown. Pensively, the trainer states that the aura type usually depends on the hunter's injury, although it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad memory, but it definitely has to be a significant event, a scene that became a turning point in life. This is reflected in the aura type, so it's something subconscious. The Sword Emperor points a finger at him and claims that, in his opinion, MC isn't fire, but blood or zombies. He then clarifies what type of aura the Holy Sword has. A white-haired boy stands in front of Moon, and the mentor talks about moonlight. He looks at the sky, explaining that the old man got lost in the mountains as a child and didn't want to die, so he stubbornly climbed to the very top. A blue-eyed boy observes the sky, saying that moon, shining in a cloudless sky, is beautiful. The mentor cites that it doesn't shine, but merely reflects the sun's light, so a life based only on what is given to it from the outside can also be beautiful. The Sword Emperor explains to the bewildered protagonist that the little boy said he wanted to shine like that, and carried those thoughts throughout his life. The protagonist realizes that the Holy Sword is apparently not normal either. The trainer smiles and declares that he has conquered the 5th floor, so now they can proceed to the 6th. Gongja looks at him and asks if he can't just go and defeat the 10th floor boss right away. The mentor leans over and asks if he's getting cocky, but he counters that he hasn't. Gritting his teeth, The home front spirit asks if he knows how many years more talented and capable hunters spend on the 10th floor alone. The guy points and claims that if he can't beat it in 2 coins, he'll call him Master. The mentor asks again, saying he plans to beat it in just 1 death. The Sword Emperor smirks and says that the person who spent 6 coins to kill the main goblin will beat the boss in 2. The guy clearly underestimates him, as he's always tough in bets. The protagonist exclaims that he has a condition. The protagonist smirks and points a finger at him, asking him to reveal the boss's skill. The homefront spirit smirks and agrees. MC looks at him with a sly look and says that if he wins, they will call him Master, and be as respectful as possible. The Sword Emperor glares at him disapprovingly, and the protagonist assumes he's weak. Turning away, the mentor says he only acquired 1 cheat skill and now considers himself worthy of challenging the great sword master. The homefront spirit angrily points a finger at him, shouting that he can't defeat the 10th floor boss and will treat him like a teacher for the rest of his life. But he can't even die, so he'll just babble for eternity. The protagonist, arms crossed, declares he didn't know they had the skill of delusion, so he should prepare to serve his master. They bump heads and smirk. The people watch in confusion as Gongja laughs to himself, thinking him crazy. A guard with a spear blocks the entrance and declares that no one is allowed in. The protagonist, confused, asks again. The soldier shakes his head and asks if he plans to challenge the boss alone, as hunting solo is suicide. MC, displeased to hear that a cleansing party of 34 strong and courageous Black Dragon Guild members tried and failed, asks what's wrong with that, since management itself ordered that all willing hunters be admitted. The soldier beats his chest and asserts that he's recording all hunters entering here, and that the higher-ups at management will later verify these records. The home front spirit stands behind the boy while the guard exclaims that to them, he'll be a scumbag for letting a man die. The trainer declares that in his world, such a thing never happened. The protagonist, head down, addresses the guard, while the Sword Emperor shouts that they've invented political games and are doing nothing on the 10th floor, and that the zombies just need to knock him out and go in. The armored warrior looks at the boy in amazement, realizing he's worked hard and is right. The protagonist, with a sweet expression, admits that he really just wants to die. The guard and the home front spirit, shocked, ask again. He explains that his beloved died a year ago and was recently diagnosed at the Alchemy Castle with a terminal illness. At best, he'll last 6 months and won't be able to endure that time without his beloved. The protagonist, clutching his heart, sincerely says that even though he's low level, he's still a hunter, and instead of waiting for his end in the Alchemy Castle clinic, he wants to fight monsters until his last breath. The guard looks at him, fascinated. The protagonist hands him a small bag and declares he's been saving for treatment. It contains all his savings. The protagonist protests, saying he can't accept it. The protagonist calmly declares that they'll be lost anyway, and he wants to leave easily, leaving nothing behind, so he shouldn't write it down. The helmeted warrior is astonished to hear that this is his last wish as a hunter. The guard replies that he understands and the protagonist can go. The Sword Emperor sees this and asks if they're filming a movie. Gongja enters the castle, realizing that the ends justify the means, and he only needs to reach the 10th floor. He stands in front of the mansion, the spirit behind him. He walks closer to it, and is told that this is the floor the summer spirit first cleared. The young man approaches the large gates. He opens them, realizing he'll write a legend even more incredible than his own. Opposite him stand a multitude of silhouettes with red eyes, in the center of which are a small boy and girl. They resemble dolls, repeating the same word. Everything suddenly bursts into flames, and he's asked if he'll play with them. The protagonist sees the mansion containing the dolls engulfed in flames. They ask what he wants to play, suggesting a game of hide-and-seek. The dolls, their eyes blank, burn in the flames, eager to be played with. The protagonist creates a vortex of energy around themselves, and the system window announces they've entered a boss fight. Gongja confidently declares he'll play with them, and the system announces he's a challenger. A system notification wishes him luck. A crowd of people take photos of a purple-haired girl, and they say the Black Dragon is the strongest guild since the tower's opening, yet today they suffered their 30th defeat in the purge. Reporters surround her and ask why she thinks they failed. She calmly replies that their skills are fine, just a little unlucky. The Emperor smirks and asks if that's true. He picks his ear as fireworks burst above them. The system announces that the 10th floor has been cleared, and the fighter claims that luck is also a skill. His image freezes, and it's said that this is an interview that will in the future be called Shaming Weaklings. The question is asked why, having outdone all the participants alone, only the summer spirit was able to get through this floor. The protagonist stands amidst a burning mansion with dolls. He has entered the boss's territory. They exclaim that they want to play with him, and that he is obliged to entertain them. A wax candle melts on the floor, the toys recite nursery rhymes, and the boy realizes he needs to find something somewhere in the estate. The dolls, with menacing looks, ask him to find it quickly. The protagonist stands frowning in the midst of the fire, realizing he must find the real doll and destroy it. The home front spirit declares that this is no ordinary flame. The guy covers his face and touches the doll, explaining that it's hellfire created from aura and can't even last 10 minutes. The opponent holds the doll while the other lies on the floor. Emperor breaks it, declaring that it's wrong again, saying it won't cause any damage to a hunter with a fire-type aura. MC shields himself from the flames with a barrier, claiming that only he was able to successfully clear this floor, and then boasts that luck is also a skill. Sword Emperor claims that he lives off luck. Gongja tries to deflect the flames, clarifying what kind of luck he lives off of. He's having a really hard time right now, even with his aura. The spirit of the rear slams his head against the barrier, and says his time is up in a minute. He angrily points his finger at the guy, shouting that Marcus, meanwhile, could last 30 minutes in a flame like that. He trains hard to maintain his aura for an hour, and only then plans to go to this floor, unlike some others. The dolls stand in a row, urging him to search quickly. The home front spirit asks him that he only has 2 coins and what he plans to do. He replies that he'll die first, and then they'll see. Sword Emperor, smirking, sits nearby and asks if he thinks his aura will suddenly become stronger if he dies. There are only 2 ways to clear this place. Raising a finger, he assures him that finding a real doll is a 1 in a million chance. He points at a surprised Gongja, declaring that he either needs to control his aura well enough to hold out while he sorts through all the dolls he comes across. He smirks, declaring that the guy naively chose only 2 coins and won't succeed. The guy insists that there's actually a third. The protagonist uses magic to repel the fire, and says they'll see who wins after they die once, knowing he needs to do it before his aura runs out. Gongja stands in front of the dolls, knowing he has 10 seconds to grab any of them. A small doll looks forward, her face terrifying, and turns around, asking if they'll play. The protagonist grabs her by the hair and declares he's caught her. She opens her wide mouth and screams. "That's wrong!" She begins to melt, repeating that it wasn't her. The protagonist watches in horror as molten wax drips from his fingers. They've surrounded him, with only 3 seconds left. The disconcerted boy asks if the boss scene had to be staged that way, and the spirit of the rear asks who will understand the tower's sacred design. Gongja turns around, hearing that he can ask the pervert who gave such a slacker the cheating skill. He replies that it's actually a shame. Suddenly, the barrier shatters, leaving him with 1 second left. A powerful flame engulfs the protagonist, who screams in pain. Fire rages around him, and the Sword Emperor declares that his time is up and he's an even bigger pervert than the tower. The trainer, smiling, exclaims that he always says he wants to be a great hunter, but he simply chooses to burn alive, so it's better to admit who the real maniac is. The system window announces that he's died. The protagonist lies in the void, a notification stating that the skill conditions have been met due to death. The guy clutches his throat and reads that he's copying a random monster skill, a Hellfire Maiden, and asks if the spirit has forgotten his promise. The martial artist, smiling, declares that he knows, asking if he looks like an idiot who would break his promise in a bet. Hanging upside down, he points to a gold card and declares it's cool. A yellow system window announces a level S Hellfire barrier. Sword Emperor assures him that it's definitely worth taking, as it's this boss's only level S skill. The companion holds out his hand and exclaims that he can summon Hellfire at any time, just like the one he just used. Suddenly, a disgruntled spirit asks what's wrong. The protagonist pauses, wondering why he's frozen, and he replies that he doesn't know why, but this skill bothers him. The doll melts, screaming that it wasn't her. MC ponders why. The skill is definitely good, but somehow it makes him feel sad. The protagonist looks up and asks to read the other skills, and MC replies that he doesn't understand but agrees. Relaxed, the home front spirit reads about labyrinth design, doll subjugation, and remote control, as well as setting traps. Gongja gapes in shock. The trainer grimaces, looking at the map. The protagonist, smirking, claims he's already made up his mind. The companion desperately asks him to wait and listen to him, insisting he's figured out what the skill is. He hovers in the air in front of him and points to a golden card, urging him to check out how cool it is. It can create a barrier of fiery hell, and anyone will be enchanted by its fiery hell. He replies that he needs a different card. He holds out his hand and claims he should have suspected something was wrong from the start. A white one is visible among the black silhouettes, explaining that there's one real doll among thousands of others. The real one is the organizer, possessing a fiery aura, which is why it doesn't burn. He holds out his hand and wonders why the fake dolls don't burn either. Sword Emperor flies toward MC, who has grabbed the card, and insists there's only one answer. A yellow system window announces a skill called "Be careful with fire both in dreams and in reality." He explains that there was a skill that allowed objects he selected not to burn. The spirit of the rear sits next to Gongja and declares this a stupid game. The protagonist has copied the skill and says he should start practicing, saying, "Sir?" A notification states that he has returned 24 hours ago, and his current rank is E. The protagonist stands upside down and declares that now, when he returns, he can explore the estate until he finds the real one. Everything has become so easy, that's the problem. Suddenly, a message states that a penalty has been assigned for using the skill. Gongja is extremely surprised. He hangs in space opposite messages about a replay of the injury of the enemy who killed him. The penalty level is low. A white mansion is shown, replaying the injury of the Hellfire Maiden monster. A purple butterfly flutters in the darkness, and the girl tells her uncle she's hungry. Opening the door, the man sees a child asking for a little bread, maybe even a crust. The door slams shut in front of her, and he wonders what kind of beggars are there this morning. People stand outside their homes, wondering if there haven't been too many stray orphans in the area lately. Moreover, due to the shortage, they themselves have nothing to eat, and they are simply disgusting children. A man and a woman see a little girl. He says he can't even imagine where they crawl out from. The child bows before the man, and the resident begs for someone to pick them up. The little girl sees a large man in front of her and turns to him. He strokes her hair. He leans toward her and asks if it's true she has no parents. The disconcerted child hears that, judging by everything, she's hungry and probably has a lot of pain. The man in the hat invites her to come with him. He leads her to a white mansion, explaining that he's a doctor and that many of her friends live on his estate. They will be treated and play together. The gate slams shut, and she calls him Uncle. Handcuffed, he sits in a cage and asks when he can go for a walk, saying he's very hungry. He smirks, adjusting his top hat and advising her to be patient. He walks forward and says that those who seek food because they are hungry are animals. A little girl sits in a cage. He explains that they were born like animals and must grow up like them. He swings a blade at her, claiming to know orphans well. With an ominous expression, he asserts that they don't work, justifying themselves by claiming they are still small, tiny parasites who carry the plague and wander from village to village. He holds a knife to her hair, claiming to be both a guardian and a doctor, who will rid the country of people like her. In a sinister voice, he advises her to repent. A stranger in a top hat stands in front of the cages and exclaims to the people that their hunger is the fault of the insatiable orphans. A man in a cloak swings a blade, shouting that he will save their land by sacrificing it to God. The girl sits in the cage with her mouth closed. The men in cloaks madly exclaim that they must be killed. Drops of blood fly, and a heartrending scream is heard. A child sits in prison, hearing that the number of victims is almost gone and needs to be replenished before the next week's ceremony. Bloody tools and weapons lie on the floor, and she asks why he always takes her friends somewhere, and why he hurts them. The protagonist stands in front of the children's cages. Gongja looks around, confused. The spirit of the home front stands with his back to him, and claims he saw it too and didn't know the boy was there. MC suggests that only their consciousness is here, but that's not the point right now. Sword Emperor frowns and asks if such sick bastards really exist, and who else needs to repent here. The protagonist stands in front of the cages, wondering if this is the real boss scene of the 10th floor. A reenactment of the enemy's injury plays, and he says he never even imagined the monster was human in its life. The spirit of the home front examines the bloody weapons and states that this isn't the case with all monsters, mostly only with bosses. They are created based on real events from other worlds. The astonished protagonist hears that all living beings, heroes, and the like are aliens from other worlds, and that this is becoming increasingly common from the 11th floor. He asks why he didn't mention it. The spirit of the rear sits in front of the bloodstains and claims he wasn't asked. The boys float in space in front of various worlds. He says he's seeing the original for the first time and only knew they were from another world. Sword Emperor stands with the protagonist in front of the butler, whose coach claims he feels uneasy now that he sees it with his own eyes. The protagonist, shocked, sees a candle fall, and is told that somewhere in the world something similar is constantly happening. Flames engulf everything, and people shout about a fire. The man runs out with his servants, shouting that they need to quickly get out of the estate and seize the valuables. The protagonist tries to stop them, asking where they're running. A small child sits in a cage, the fire approaches, and Gongja exclaims that there are children left in the basement. A short-haired girl sees the flames in horror, wondering if something even worse could be happening. The fire engulfs the cages, and cries for help are heard. The flames rage throughout the room, and she calls for her uncle. Everything around her burns, and the orphan says they did nothing wrong, they just wanted to eat something. The chandelier bursts into flames, saying they wanted to play with their friends. The flames spread throughout the room. The mansion is completely engulfed in flames, and she says the orphans just wanted to play a little. The system declares the injury replay complete, as is the penalty. The protagonist sits on the bed, the trainer behind him. Sword Emperor looks around. He scratches his head and says they watched a truly sad story but can't help. The trainer replies that this is the first time he said that. The home front spirit calmly replies that it is true, he's a real jerk, but what can you do? Reality is always terrible. He points a finger at the guy and says that the boss is now an ordinary monster, and the original children have long since died in their world. It all happened a long time ago. He states that if this had happened in the tower, he could have died 1,000 times to save them. But this is just an event from another world in another era, so nothing can be fixed. The Sword Emperor points a finger at the protagonist and demands that he find the real doll and kill it. The doll falls down, and the trainer tells him to then go up to the 11th floor. The man climbs the stairs, his only option being to clear every floor. After all, if he's determined to become the coolest hunter, he needs to catch it. The Emperor, standing on the stairs, smiles, saying that's what the summer spirit would have thought. The protagonist leaves the room, saying that he definitely found the real doll and crushed its head, not hesitating even if he saw the injury. The protagonist turns his back and insists he has no intention of becoming that freak. They walk to the burnout mansion, and the spirit of the rear asks him what he'll do in that situation, advising him not to be a child. He won't kill the boss because he doesn't want to become like him. Gongja grabs the door handle and hears that he needs to get rid of the boss to clear the stage. He asks who decided that. He bangs on the door in anger, shouting that he acted like an idiot. The spirit of the rear asks what he's talking about. The protagonist angrily punches him and exclaims that he was stupid, and the coach was stupid. The master, arms crossed, hears a question about the S-Class skill he insisted on so much. He asks again who he thinks he is. Of course he remembers. A man leads a child, and resentment, discontent, and hostility are discussed. A poor orphan sits in a cage, and words are quoted about their long-held grudge, ignored prayer, and unfulfilled wish, all of which must be burned away. The protagonist holds on to the door and mentions the words that said one need only wish for the heavens to open, unleashing a fiery hell upon the planet, a hell of aura within a 2-kilometer radius, and no one will be able to leave without permission. He asks if the trainer thought this was strange. Gongja scratches his head and asks him to just say it. MC, turning around, shouts in displeasure about the last part, when no one will be able to leave this hell without permission. A warrior is shown, and he shouts about how the Black Dragon returned in full force without defeating the boss. The protagonist opens the door, and while Sword Emperor inquires as to how this happened, he replies that there's only one answer. The protagonist stands in front of the flames and declares that the boss allowed them to escape, referring to a scene no human has ever been able to complete. The dolls stare ahead in amazement. The boy approaches a multitude of roaring toys, which are said to be all the local boss wanted from visitors. One of the dolls, sitting on the floor, asks to play. The protagonist, generating a burst of energy, agrees to the game. He walks into the flames, and a system window announces a skill called "Be careful with fire, both in dreams and reality." The astonished doll asks if it's true that Uncle isn't too hot. The protagonist, smiling, agrees to another offer to play with them. He looks at them confidently and advises them to be careful, as Uncle never lost a game of hide-and-seek as a child. He covers his eyes with his hands and begins counting down, and the dolls exclaim that they need to hide. The spirit of the rear stands behind him, understanding that someone is playing hide-and-seek with the little ones, who are tied to their stage and can't leave. The dolls are screaming at him to run there because the protagonist will never find them. Gongja, smiling, approaches them and announces that he's starting to search. He picks up one doll and exclaims that he's caught it, but it replies that it's not the same. They melt, and the protagonist touches them one by one. MC, smiling, plays with imaginary children, who joyfully exclaim that it's not them. Sword Emperor silently watches the melted puddles. The protagonist pets the little children, and the coach thinks this soothes the soul. The dolls sit on the interior and say that it's not them. The guy pets each one, and a fire burns nearby. Gongja approaches the cages, continuing to play with the dolls. In the cage sits a doll resembling the same girl. She has one eye closed. She sits across from the protagonist and asks if he'll play with them. He touches her head, saying he's caught her. The guy looks at her with a smile and says it's her turn. The little doll looks at him in amazement. She begins to melt, but sincerely thanks the man. The imaginary child smiles, feeling the protagonist's hand on her head. Sword Emperor stands behind them. The system congratulates him, telling him that the normal, hidden, and boss scenes have been cleared. Looking to the side, the hero received notifications that the system window would give him a reward only 24 hours after he entered the 11th floor. Gongja, along with Sword Emperor, stood in front of a gloomy mansion. Gongja stared ahead with a serious look. Hiding his face with his hand, Gongja couldn't find the right words to explain his feelings. Propping up his chin with his hand, the hero realized that the world around them was truly terrible and unfair. Sword Emperor looked away and realized that wherever people appeared, all sorts of disgusting things happened. Sword Emperor continued to look at his comrade with an uncomprehending expression on his face. Suddenly, Sword Emperor slapped his face sharply with both hands and exclaimed loudly that such a thing didn't suit him. He then slapped Gongja on the back, praising him for his incredible intelligence. The hero, flashing a dazzling smile, replied that he always praises when there is a reason. Sword Emperor, spreading his arms to his sides, enthusiastically explained that as partners, they should celebrate every success and every achievement together. Suddenly, a huge fireworks display bloomed in the sky. At this moment, a system window appeared and explained that the 10th floor scene had been successfully cleared. Under the multicolored glow of fireworks, an announcement was also made about the opening time of the 11th floor. The grandiose light show attracted the attention of absolutely all residents of the hunting grounds. Stunned people who witnessed this mysterious phenomenon immediately began to call each other about what was happening. Not only on the first, but also on the 3rd floor of the hunting grounds, the adventurers witnessed this grandiose spectacle. Looking in the direction, many were attracted by the official announcement about the cleansing of the 10th floor. Gongja and Sword Emperor, without taking their eyes off the magnificent spectacle, continued to watch the fireworks. A huge glowing clock appeared in the sky, counting down to the start of the main events. Sword Emperor, looking at this amazing sight, told Gongja that he had seen a similar scene once. People who witnessed this incredible phenomenon froze in mute amazement, fascinated by what was happening. Chaos reigned in the free discussion chat as participants tried to find answers to many questions. Looking at the phone, everyone initially began to think that it was the Black Dragon Guild that was able to clear the 10th floor. The next version in the conversation between people was priests together with a heretic inquisitor, but this theory was also refuted by another anonymous participant. One after another, versions of the involvement of other strongest hunters were refuted. Suddenly, the guys began to think that this was a holy sword, but this version also crumbled to dust, as the same hero was calmly drinking milk not far from one of the anonymous observers. Everyone was in complete confusion, unable to understand who was able to completely clear the 10th floor. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sword Emperor was in high spirits and asked Gongja how he felt in the role of the protagonist. Against the background of the shining sky, Gongja replied with a slight smile that he felt just amazing. Hearing such an answer, Sword Emperor smiled contentedly. The man with a smile on his face replied that the hero was the closest to the top. Gongja turned to the guy and replied that he understood this perfectly well and that was why he now intended to really climb to the top. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of a knight who ran up to them in panic. Before he could reach the hunters, the breathless knight could hardly say whether they had done such a thing. The hero, depicting sincere bewilderment on his face, tried to pretend that he did not understand at all what he was talking about. Then the knight, holding the phone in his hands, began to say that they had accepted a challenge of this level today, and now the whole chat was plunged into real chaos because of what had happened. The knight was completely stunned when the hero only lightly patted him on the shoulder. Shocked by this reaction, the knight made a last attempt to find out the identity of this mysterious hero. The hero, waving his hand, reminded him of the 100 gold coins that the knight had received from him earlier. Without turning to the knight, Gongja replied curtly that he didn't have a nickname. Such an answer amazed the knight so much that he froze in place. The sword lord who was watching this scene praised the hero, noting that the price of a name is always high in nature. Stretching his arms and cracking his knuckles, the hero suddenly said that he finally understood why Sword Emperor suddenly began to praise him so actively. Turning to his partner with a snide laugh, Gongja reminded Sword Emperor of their agreement. Sword Emperor, barely holding back his irritation, replied with a forced smile that they were partners. Approaching the hero, the man fervently tried to explain to the hero that being friends means being in equal relations. Before stepping into the teleportation circle, Gongja reminded Sword Emperor with a triumphant grin that Sword Emperor was now obliged to refer to him as a master. People were still desperately trying to figure out the identity of the person who was able to clear the 10th floor. At this time, the hero, maintaining complete calm, was sitting in a cozy cafe. The hero listened with interest to the lively discussion of the girls sitting nearby. Pushing away the cup with the half-finished drink, the hero with a satisfied smile said that victory is really sweet. Having received no answer from his partner, he defiantly hit the headphones, pretending that they could break. Pursing his lips, Sword Emperor heard the guy use a variety of nicknames, trying to get at least some reaction. When Sword Emperor finally reacted, the hero broke into a smug smile. Tears ran down the lord's cheeks every time the hero reminded him of their deal and that he was now obliged to address him as a master. Angrily demanding that he be returned to his grandfather, Sword Emperor tried to find a loophole in their contract. An hour and a half has passed since the countdown started. Suddenly, a bright light flashed next to the hero. After a moment, the light disappeared, leaving behind a cute little kitty. The hero lifted the fluffy creature in his arms with a smile. Realizing that there was something unusual underneath the cat's appearance, he continued to treat it like an ordinary pet. At that moment, a group of people called out to him. Gongja, waiting for them to appear, presented his ID card without further question. After making sure that it was indeed the same hunter in front of them, everyone began to call at the same time and inform their guilds about his discovery. The first to introduce himself was the recruiter of the guild Druzinikov, who approached the guy. The hero, putting his hand forward, stunned everyone with a request not to disclose his name to the press. One of the representatives asked in bewilderment how long the secret should be kept, since reporters were looking everywhere for him. In response, the hero pointed his thumb in a certain direction, and everyone present turned their heads in that direction. Pointing to the clock in the sky, the hero asked to hide his identity until zeros appear on it. This condition seemed feasible, and the guild representatives agreed with a smile. Gongja looked at everyone and asked to take care of the witnesses. The representatives immediately apologized and hurried to comply with his request. Some tried to rent the entire cafe, others began to negotiate with the people present. Drinks were on the table. After all the visitors were escorted out and drinks were ordered, the guild representatives and the hero sat down at the negotiating table. The first to speak was a representative of the vigilante squad, offering 10,000 gold on behalf of his squad, and a representative of the League of Adventurers offered 20,000 in advance and a place in the leadership. Each of the representatives confidently offered a certain amount of gold and an honorable place in the squad. Calmly sitting with a cat in his arms, the hero silently listened and thought over their proposals. Suddenly the cat spoke, which stunned everyone present, and offered 500,000 gold coins on behalf of the Merchant Alliance. After these words, the cat jumped off the hero's lap. Suddenly, a leg suddenly began to appear. The cat suddenly transformed into a beautiful, elegant woman, the head of the Merchants Guild. With a smile on her face, in addition to the gold, The girl offered the position of deputy head of the guild. Hearing her words, the hero finally smiled with interest and took off his headphones. Gongjan, with an unfailingly calm smile, accepted the fact that the woman saw through him and noticed that he knew from the beginning that the cat was not an ordinary animal. Countess was slightly surprised when the hero not only calmly reacted to her insightful words, but also responded with a joke, saying that he was even able to see ghosts. With an unfailing smile on her face, she continued to fan herself, easily parrying all attempts by representatives of other guilds to insert their proposals into the conversation. The representative of the Vigilantes Guild, clearly confused, noted that the woman might be exaggerating a bit by offering such an impressive sum of 500,000 gold. The woman, gracefully covering half of her face with a fan, remained calm. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, the recruiter of the Vigilante Guild, lowering his head, noted that the nature and quality of the protagonist's skills remained to be determined. Unable to express his point of view clearly and confidently, the young man, visibly despondent, sank back to his seat. Looking at the interlocutor with obvious superiority, the head of the Merchant Guild waved her fan in the direction of the representatives of the other guilds with a haughty smile, and said that a constructive dialogue would not work. With a majestic look on her face, saying that only those who were able to offer more than 500,000 gold could stay, Countess politely but firmly escorted all the other guild members away. The protagonist was shocked to hear a sudden loud scream. A man with an eye patch forcefully knocked down the door, behind which 3 more men appeared. Viper, in a furious rage, furiously pointed his finger in the direction of Countess, not stinging with insults addressed to her. The handsome young Pantheon Guild leader, known as the Heretic Questioner, admitted his mistake with a straight smile as he stood behind Countess. The deputy guild leader of the Vigilante troop, Paladin in knightly armor, crossed his arms over his chest, also calmly joined the conversation. They were joined by the head of the Black Dragon Guild, Black Witch, who remained silent as she watched. Gongja and Sword Emperor froze with their mouths wide open in amazement as they saw all the tower rank stars in one place. Countess, comfortably seated at the table with her chin propped up in her hand, plunged into fond memories of their joint clearing of the 2nd floor. Viper, overcome with righteous anger, continued his furious tirade against Countess, and Heretic Questioner, in order to somehow defuse the tense situation, decided to intervene and invited everyone to order coffee. Sitting down at the table, he noted with a slight smile that it was simply outrageous to come to a cafe and not order something. The rest of the guests enthusiastically supported this idea and, taking places around the table, began to place their orders. However, Viper, looking at everyone, could not understand how the others could remain so calm and drink coffee. Ignoring the furious screams of Viper, seething with anger, Heretic Questioner headed towards the barista. The poor barista was literally drenched in sweat with excitement, taking an order from such influential and famous personalities. After all the stars of the tower dictated their orders, they unanimously turned their gazes in the direction of the protagonist, waiting with obvious interest for what drink he would choose. The main character, looking away, clearly realized that the guild leaders personally arrived for a reason, because they replaced their representatives precisely in order to test him. Gongja's eyes showed unwavering determination, for compared to the threat of being burned alive, this situation seemed like nothing to him. The hero asked the frightened waiter to serve the menu. The hero remained completely calm and casually ordered hot chocolate. Watching him and crossing his fingers in front of him, Heretic Questioner noted that no significant activity had been seen behind the hero in the tower up to this point. Sword Emperor, standing behind him, also supported this position. Countess opened her elegant fan again and objected that this was not entirely true, because the hero had recently won the lottery. After calming down a little and pulling himself together, Viper also joined the conversation, saying that the person who managed to clear the 10th floor could not be an ordinary beginner. All this time, the main character continued to silently listen to their arguments, maintaining a straight face. Black Witch looked at the guy carefully, asking him which guild he planned to join. Watching the hero, the girl clarified that it is extremely important for them to know his decision, because if he is not going to join any of the guilds, they will have to prepare in advance for a violent reaction from the media. The hero, smiling boldly, asked the girl what would happen if he wanted to move to some guild. Keeping her straight face, Black Witch replied that in this case, a fierce bidding would begin, and explained that they had wasted too much time on the 9th floor, and now there was a real opportunity to change everything, because thanks to the fact that the hero was able to break through the 10th floor, there was a real chance to prove the value of the tower to the outside world, and it was a unique chance to attract people from the outside world to the tower. Moreover, it was a great opportunity to light a fire in the hearts of the hunters who were idle on the 1st floor, because everyone was wondering what kind of world awaited them beyond the threshold of the 11th floor. After listening to her arguments, Gongja added that solving this problem will also help solve food problems. When the conversation turned to trade, Countess also joined the conversation, and revealed that her guild maintains a trade channel with the outside world around the clock. But this is not enough because new goods and resources are needed. Looking the hero straight in the eye, Black Witch added that they desperately need to recruit adventurers to explore the floors above the 10th floor, where valuable items and resources may be located. Thinking about achieving this goal, The heroine replied that they needed a real icon and figure that would draw attention to the tower and mark the beginning of a new era, like Flame in his time. For reasons unknown to the hero, the Black Dragon Guild once attempted to assassinate such an icon, and based on this, the hero concluded that since the head of the Black Dragon is the enemy of the Summer Night, they can have a good relationship. After listening to all the arguments of the guild masters, the main character instantly realized that the guild that managed to get him would indeed become a symbol of a new era in the history of the tower. The guild leaders were shocked by his incredible audacity and self-confidence. Gongja took a deck of cards from his pocket and demonstrated his readiness for an unusual way of determining fate. Shuffling the cards with astonishing confidence, he announced that he was ready to join the guild of the man who would win the game of poker. All the guilds were surprised to hear the guy answer that if he himself was the winner, he would join all the guilds whose representatives were now gathered around this table at the same time. The young man added with unshakable confidence that even after becoming a member of the guild, he would be on the same level as the heads of these powerful organizations. Countess slammed his fan and instantly accepted the challenge. Heretic Questioner, having carefully studied his cards, also did not refuse the offer, and the only condition he put forward was that the game should be absolutely fair, without any catches. Viper, picking up his cards from the table, added an important condition that the use of special skills during the game is strictly prohibited. Paladin enthusiastically accepted the terms of the game, because for his guild, which was relatively poor compared to the others and had no chance in ordinary bidding, it was a real chance to get a talented hunter. Black Witch, after fixing her hair and remaining absolutely calm, also agreed to this unusual bet. Then the hero, casting a glance at his cards, mentally turned to Sword Emperor with a new proposal. Sword Emperor almost dropped his jaw when he heard the hero suggest calling him master. Looking at the guy asked to start firing their cards. Sword Emperor ran in all directions with admiration, praising his master. Sword Emperor got down to business with enthusiasm and, discreetly glancing over Countess's shoulder, said that she had a straight, and the hero should fold. Gongja, while maintaining a completely indifferent air, followed the advice and folded his cards. Sword Emperor then sneaked a peek at Viper's cards and informed his master that he was only bluffing with one pair. Following the advice of Sword Emperor, the hero called, which caught his opponents by surprise. Sneaking through the tables, Sword Emperor checked the Paladin cards and informed his master that he did not have a full house, so there was no need to worry. Upon hearing this news, the hero happily went all in, putting all his gold on the line. As the game continued, all the guild leaders stared intently at their cards, carefully considering each action. The hero, realizing that he was losing, could not hold back his emotions, jumped up from his seat and hit the table with his hands. Viper pointed at the hero in a furious rage, absolutely assuring everyone that the hero was cheating, since he had never lost in 30 rounds played. Viper was in real shock, and as he covered his face with his hand, he couldn't believe that there was an F-rank rookie in front of them. Viper looked away in surprise, saying that he knew so. But then Viper froze in shock when he heard the unexpected news that the hero had risen to E-rank. The guy continued to irritably drill the hero's gaze, who noted with a straight face that his opponent had already spent all his chips. Heretic Question, who had been eliminated first, was already waiting for everyone at the next table. Viper screamed furiously that he didn't want to drink coffee, as if he didn't notice the waiter who was standing tensely next to the tray in his hands all this time. One by one, the guild leaders were eliminated from the game, and in the end, only 3 Paladin, Black Witch, and Gongja remained at the huge table. Paladin was the next to drop his cards, barely holding back a smile. The hero continued to behave confidently, answering questions about his skills with evasive phrases and not revealing the secret of his victories. Paladin, admitting defeat, left the gaming table, and Viper, seeing this, went berserk again and couldn't understand how Paladin could give up so easily. Coffee began to leak out of his mouth, but even that didn't stop Viper, and he kept insisting that Paladin had to fight to the end. Paladin remained completely calm and joined the eliminated players at the next table. Calmly watching the game from the sidelines, Paladin admitted that from the very beginning it was obvious that the hero was using some special skill. After Paladin left the table, only 2 players remained, and Countess began a new hand. Everyone present looked at the guy, realizing that a beginner would not offer such a game, relying only on luck, because from the very beginning the essence of the game was that he was absolutely confident in his ability to beat them, while not getting caught using forbidden skills. Viper's face contorted from what he heard, as he was in complete shock at such frankness. The game continued at the table, and Countess revealed the cards one by one as the players carefully examined their hands. Paladin, looking aside, did not believe that his pride had been hurt by the loss. Taking advantage of the moment, Heretic Question unexpectedly poured the Viper left in the espresso glass into his mouth. The hero was a little surprised when he heard words of relief from Black Witch. The girl, remaining calm, looked at her cards. Moving another chip, she said that she comes from places that used to be called Ukraine. Ever since Black Witch lost her family during the Civil War, she has had to survive alone, and for a single girl, it wasn't easy either in the tower or in the outside world. Throwing another chip, the hero expressed his agreement with her words. Then Black Witch lowered her head and called and looked in the direction of the Countess, who nodded in response. Thoughtfully examining his cards, the hero replied that everyone in the tower has their own story, and he himself is an ordinary orphan. Sword Emperor, who was behind Black Witch all this time, informed the hero that she had a flush tambourine. The three players who dropped out continued to watch the game closely while Black Witch continued their story of making a tower their home. Lowering her eyes to her maps, she emphasized that in their tower, the origin of a person does not play any role. Countess, standing at the gaming table, did not take her eyes off the game, as if trying to predict the next move. Raising the ante once again, Black Witch noted that people from the outside world often consider the tower to be a kind of garbage dump and a place for the outcasts. Putting her fingers on the chips and looking the hero straight in the eyes, Black Witch added that even in the garbage, the most beautiful flowers can bloom. Looking at the time, the heroine explained to the guy that when the countdown on the celestial clock comes to an end, a completely new life will begin for him, full of opportunities and challenges. From the bottom of her heart, she wished the hero to successfully cope with the upcoming trials. Taking a sip of coffee, she stared at Gongja's hands, trying to read his intentions. The hero continued the game, maintaining an absolutely imperturbable expression on his face. Putting the cup on the table, Black Witch continued the game, casually chatting with the hero. The hero played with the chips in his hands, carefully considering his next move, as if weighing each decision. The girl was shocked when, abruptly throwing chips on the table, the hero announced all in, putting everything on the line. Looking at the heroine, it was clear that the guy was absolutely confident in his victory. He went all in, leaving himself no way back. Putting all his chips on the line, he proudly announced that he would not stop at the 10th floor, but planned to clear the 20th, 30th, 50th and even 100th floors. Countess, like the others, listened attentively to the words of the hero, who, despite his audacity, did not want to conflict with them and understood how dear the tower was to everyone present. Looking at the guy realized that they were all rivals for him. The guilds looked at the guy, slowly beginning to respect the cocky newcomer. The hero with a smile offered them a fair deal that he was ready to provide his services in exchange for only support in climbing to the top of the tower. Black Witch, sitting directly across from him, listened attentively to his every word, not missing a single detail. Finally, sighing heavily, she tiredly began to rub her eyes, as if from the fatigue of this intense game. After that, going all in, she noted that the hero was very similar to the Holy Sword. Putting his card on the table, the hero boldly asked if her words were a compliment. Opening one of their cards, Black Witch clarified that this is not a compliment, but rather a reproach for being overconfident. Both players showed their cards, and Countess announced that Gongja had a full house and Black Witch had a flush. Gongja took Black Witch's words as a compliment with a smile and sincerely thanked her. Getting up from his seat, the hero pushed back his chair and said that he hoped for honest cooperation, as agreed. As he finished his hot chocolate, he solemnly promised to fulfill all his obligations to the guilds. Hearing his words, Black Witch, resting her chin on her hands, smiled slightly. Sword Emperor was beside himself with the joy of the hero's victory, because now he could no longer formally address him and not call him master. After completing the game, the hero got up and headed for the exit to begin preparations for the ascent to the 11th floor. In response to Black Witch's question about how exactly he was going to prepare, the hero only smiled slightly. The guild leaders were extremely surprised to hear that the theme of the 11th floor was a role-playing game, a completely unexpected challenge. The hero turned around and said that he had received this hint as a reward, and then he headed for the exit, leaving the guild heads in thought. Black Witch, still sitting at the table with her arms crossed, silently watched the retreating figure of the hero. After finishing the conversation with the guild masters, the hero left the cafe with Sword Emperor and went outside. People talked among themselves about the announcement of the 10th floor. The guy looked with a smile at the people who asked each other who had conquered the 10th floor. The timer was already running out. Time was slowly starting. People looked at the time with interest, shouting loudly. Gongja looked at his phone with a smile. A tab was opened on the internet on how to clean the 10th floor. Clearing the 10th floor was slowly loading. On the phone, all the news immediately began to show a person to clean up the 10th floor. Gongja looked at the gadget with a smile. Time was beginning to create fireworks quickly. The guy looked away with a smile, seeing that the system window indicated that the training had already been completed. A bright white cloud was beginning to appear in the sky. A goddess appeared in the air, congratulating everyone with a smile on cleansing the fire helm manor of its former resentment. People looked at the goddess in surprise. Sword Emperor looked at the girl and calmly explained to her that there was no kind of god here. Looking at all the guys, the heroine replied that one world needs their help and suffers from the oppression of the Demon King. Gongja looked at his friend and asked him how he knew all this. His legs ran forward quickly. In the sky, someone jumped very high from the house. The man cut the holographic model of the girl in half. A few seconds later, he fell back to the roof. The heroine, looking at the guys, began to laugh. Looking at everyone, the heroine said to turn on the movement. People looking at this were all frightened that it was a hologram. The hero looked attentively at the guy. Gongja looked at this and realized that he had done the same thing before. Marcus, turning his head, said to move. The house began to glow brightly. The guys looked at everything that was happening with fright. Heretic questioned thought with a smile about what a beautiful day it was. Running ahead, the guy shouted to his colleagues that they would all see each other on the 11th floor. People were dissatisfied with the idea of moving. Gongja was still staring at the goddess, who was explaining that from the 11th floor to the 20th, they faced a test of faith. Praying, the goddess told the children to find the truth so that the truth would be revealed. Gongja was surprised to hear the girl telling him to know himself. The hero stood next to the guy, answering that he was very sorry. Looking at the goddess, the man understood that a lot of power had been invested in her, and this message was specifically said to them, because no one cares about it. Paladin, looking ahead, understood that they were fed up for 10 money. Looking at the hero with a smile, the man replied that in the outside world, his specialty was music and the girl from the music department seemed very pleasant. Laughing, Gongja replied that he had not seen anything at all. Walking forward, someone told the hero to be careful. Turning around, the guy began to look at something. Paladin laughingly replied that he had been noticed, and now he would go to the 11th floor. The main character, laughing loudly, understood that the guy also betrayed him and did it all on purpose. With a smile, the hero replied that he was very perceptive in terms of assessing the sincerity of his opponent, so all this could be considered as interest. Leaving the hero, Paladin replied that all his answers would be revealed in his soul. Looking at the hero with displeasure, Gongja could not believe that he was simply abandoned and fled. Reporters immediately began to approach the guy, questioning him and asking various questions. Looking ahead, the hero decided that he really needed to go to the 11th floor. Reporters were surprised to hear the hero answer that he would clear the 20th floor. Going to the 11th floor, Gongja began to think about something. The hero's body immediately began to move. Bodies lay all over the area. Marcus looked at it in surprise. Standing in groups on different sides, the heroes shouted that they would stop the army of warriors for the sake of their own empire. The warriors ran forward. The guilds shouted at each other not to retreat, as there were too many enemies. Marcus, looking away, could not understand what was happening. Arrows quickly hit people. One of the knights approached Gongja, saying that this was the very warrior who had to save the empire. Holding a sword, the man asked to help their country and themselves. Looking to the side, the hero understood that the local port was the last supply route for their empire, so they must protect it, even at the cost of their lives. The hero, holding a sword, shouted loudly and asked to save their empire. People looked around in surprise, realizing that the Demon King would really appear here. Fighting monsters, the hero asked them to give him a quest to read. Killing the monster one by one, Marcus replied that first they had to kill them all. The guys, continuing to run forward, shouted with a smile that they had killed a huge number of them. Standing calmly to the side, Gongja did not say or do anything. With a smile, the hero looked around, seeing a message from an unknown person that a reward would be given for clearing the 10th floor. Looking at the map, the hero saw a reward for an ordinary scene, and for all this, the guy receives the patronage of the god of all things. Looking up, Gongja saw with a smile that he was receiving patronage, and now he could see the skills and affection of any person from the 11th to the 20th floor. Sword Emperor looked at the guy and his awards in surprise. Laughing, the main character understood that skills rule in this game. All floors of the tower are united by certain themes. From the 1st to the 10th floor there is training, where the city for the adaptation of newcomers and prepared hunting grounds are located, and from the 11th to the 20th floors there is a warrior and a demon king. Running ahead, Marcus realized that he would need to have the physical strength to single-handedly praise the enemy troops. With a smile, Gongja decided that it was still possible to lead the army. Sword Emperor thought with incomprehension about what the guy chooses in the end. Straightening his arms, Gongja replied that he would not do that. Looking at his skills, the hero realized that he was sure that he could get such a talent. Looking at his assistant, the hero replied that only recently he had cursed at this game. Looking at his list of skills, Gongja replied that he would show why skills are the most important thing in this game. Controlling the power, the hero understood that the reflection of all power was located only on the 11th floor. Looking at the skills, it was clear that among them were the top 100 people with high skills. Sword Emperor looked at Gongja and replied that they needed to fight to get stronger. Clicking on skills, the hero talked about the top 3 guys and their location. The other hand showed the guy his location. With a smile on his face, the hero looked at Sword Emperor, answering that in this game skill rules and his good privilege has become crazy privilege thanks to his brains. Sword Emperor, looking at the guy with displeasure, the hero was angry for his stupid jokes. The hero saw one of the knights, who was in the closest blue dot. Gongja approached the knight. The man turned to him with interest. Looking at the knight's face, Gongja praised his mustache. Calmly watching the knight, the young man asked him to fulfill his request, if he really believed that he was a warrior. The man was surprised to ask him to tell him about the request. The surprised hero heard that Gongja asked to kill him. Confidently looking ahead, the hero replied that he had a secret weapon, so if he ended his life, then God's protection would descend on the battlefield. Looking away in surprise, the hero replied that he could not do that. Holding a knife to his body, Gongja replied that if he was not killed, he would kill himself, because this was the only way to save the empire. Waving his hands, the hero replied that he himself was responsible for this port, since he himself wanted to die at their hand and at the hands of a patriot. Sword Emperor could not believe that the knight really wanted to end the boy's life. Holding his head, the hero replied that at first, the offensive of the Demon King's army had previously been found only in legends. Lowering his head down, the knight asked not to forgive them all these sins. Holding on tightly to the sword, the man replied that he would try to do everything without pain. Looking at his face, the knight asked the guy to tell his name. Closing his eyes, Gongja called him. The man, lowering his head, said that he wanted to thank him on behalf of the entire empire. A few seconds later, the sword swung at the guy. The system window showed that the guy had died, but now he copied a random skill. The heroes confidently fought the monsters with a smile on their faces. The three guys looked away with incomprehension. Looking at the horses, no one could understand why they were riding and what kind of hunters they were. Gongja rode on horseback with confidence and a smile, holding a sword in his hands. The system window showed the assessment of the battlefield. As he continued to run forward, the hero replied that if they moved straight and then turned right, they would be able to see the commander of the Demon King's army, who would simply need to be swept away. The knight, running away, said that he understood everything. Raising their swords up, the heroes shouted that the warrior of their goddess would be able to protect everyone. Rushing forward, the guy realized that with the help of skill, he could gain the trust of the commander, presenting himself as an experienced commander. Looking at the map, the hero replied with a smile that now he had to go to the right. Walking slowly with the horse, Gongja realized that this goblin was flying somewhere far away today. With a smile, the hero immediately held the sacred sword of protection. At the top of a mountain in the sky, one founder of the empire was blessed by a goddess. Once the hero decided to leave and not go separately with the goddess, because of which the sacred sword was also lost. Imagining the goddess, the hero understood that on the day of the manifestation of fate, a man would come with a sacred sword in his hands. Putting his hand forward, Gongja listened to how he was praised. Sword Emperor looked at the hero with displeasure for choosing some terrible item. With a smile on his face, the guy knew that he had chosen just a sturdy, shining knife. Looking at all the objects, Gongja still stopped at the knife. With a smile, the guy explained that he was sturdy and sparkling, so all people up to the 20th floor would jump for joy at the sight of him. Putting the sword forward, the guy explained that people are not only a means of giving quests. Looking around the warriors, the hero explained that these are people with the help of whom you can complete many quests. The hero, looking askance to the side, could not understand why he was walking with the commanders all the time. Looking back, the guy smiled and replied that it was all envy, since he was taught to use the aura so that he could wield the sword, and not so that the latter would amplify and listen to someone else's chatter. Looking at the map, the heroes realized that he liked it all and the destruction of the left row of the Demon King army was completed. With a smirk, the hero proposed to attack further to the main forces. Marcus, looking away, replied that they could win. All the guys rushed after the warrior. Viper looked around in surprise. The goblins looked at everyone angrily. Meanwhile, the king of all the goblins looked in different directions with incomprehension. Pointing his hand at the hero, the king shouted to destroy them all. Gongja immediately jumped up, launching his skill. The sword swung confidently at the goblin, slicing open his head. A few seconds later, the goblin king was lying calmly on the ground. Raising swords, everyone began to shout that their army was still able to win and the warrior of the goddess killed the enemy commander. The monsters looked at the hero with incomprehension. Small monsters quickly ran at the guys. Guys with smiles without a sense of fear approached the monsters. Throwing monsters in different directions, the heroes understood that their finest hour had come to fight with all of them. After a while, the system window showed that the 11th floor was cleared today. Raising their fists up, the heroes were happy that they were able to clear the floor in just a day. The system window began to count all the guys, saying that the number of participants was exceeded. 10 conquerors began to appear on one of the windows, with Gongja in first place. All the children were surprised to see that the hero was in first place. Sword Emperor looked away in disbelief. Folding his hands on his chest, the hero calmly replied that there was no conqueror and that he was just a cheater who took advantage of his empty side. Turning away, Sword Emperor didn't want to admit anything. Looking at Gongja with a smile, he understood that truth was more important to him than skills. Looking back at the man, the main character replied that before passing the 20th floor, he and the art of the sword would be trained. Sword Emperor immediately changed his face and looked at the hero with satisfaction. Flying around the hero, the man replied that all zombies would finally learn the true value. The legs slowly moved forward. The knight, lowering his head, calmly replied that they were able to win only thanks to him. Holding on to the horse, Gongja calmly replied that they had all contributed together, so they were able to win. Holding on to his beard, the hero replied that he was unnecessarily worried. Imagining the monster, the man replied that there had been an oracle for a long time. He predicted that someday the army of the Demon King would come and they would be summoned along with the waves of another world. Turning away, the hero replied that he was too skeptical. Holding on to the armor, the hero did not understand whether people who call in waves could risk their lives to save an alien world. The man asked to shake his hand, showing his gratitude. Guiding his hand, Gongja knew that even if they were from different worlds, the meaning of this gesture was very similar. With a smile, the knight replied that he hoped for the boy in the future. Turning my head away, the system window began to show that the generation was complete. The guy, looking ahead in surprise, looked away. Marcus, looking at his hands, realized that he was moving to the 12th floor. Countess looked away with a smile. Black Witch, showing no emotion, looked forward. Viper raised his head and opened his eyes in surprise. Heretic Question waited with a smile when he could already appear on the 12th floor. Meanwhile, Paladin calmly turned his head forward. The knight was still shaking his head. In the last seconds, the hero heard being asked to protect the Empire. Sword Emperor stared at the portal in surprise, not believing that Marcus was one of them. With a smile, Gongja asked his partner what he was afraid of. Upon exiting the portal, the system window showed the hero that the movement was complete. Looking around, Black Witch replied that she could not be in such a place. Heretic Question, with a smile on his face, told the protagonist that he was incredible. Puzzled, Gongja heard the boy tell him that he had taken great pleasure in watching their activities on the 11th floor. Heretic Question, looking closely at the hero, said that he became the leader on the 11th floor with the help of a reward for the 10th floor. Touching his hair, the guy calmly explained that there was nothing wrong with it. Marcus immediately began to apply the sacred art of the bodily spirit. The main character looked at the man with fright, not understanding why he was so frightened with a holy sword. Walking forward, the man shouted to get out of the way. Looking ahead, Marcus said that he would kill the guy. Heretic Question stood beside Gongja, asking Marcus if he really needed to kill him. Looking ahead, the man said that if he did not move away, his hands would be cut off. Looking at the hero, the boy replied that it would be a little unpleasant for him, because he needed his hands in many places. But for all this, for killing Gongja, 5 large guilds would be disgraced. Marcus looked away with displeasure, and said that he did not have to do this. Looking around, the hero understood that the man did not want to retreat. Crossing his arms, Heretic Question began to use the power of the spirit of movement. From behind, Marcus was confidently attacked by Viper along with Paladin. With quick movements, the man moved away from the heroes, calling them papers. Viper, opening his mouth in displeasure, could not understand what this monster could eat for such vigor. Heretic Question, with a smile on his face, told his friend that for the head of the 1,000 faceless gates, he was very old, so he had to show what he was worth. Paladin, looking to the side, told the hero that they needed to focus on the opponent in front of them, as they were not in a favorable position right now. Viper gritted his teeth angrily. Heretic Question watched this fight with a smile on his face. Standing aside, Marcus explained that it would not just end like this. Stretching out his hand, Heretic Question asked the Duchess to give him the gold coins. Countess, covering his face with a fan, replied that she could lend him at interest. Looking dissatisfied with the guy, the heroine could not understand why she was required to make a donation from the entrepreneur. As she pulled out the pouch, Countess told Heretic Question that the robber was more cunning than she was. 10,000 gold coins were scattered throughout the area. With a smile on his face, Heretic Question looked at these coins. Confidently looking forward, the guy began to use his strength and magic with a smile. Viper, holding his weapon, watched the sacred enhancement of physical strength. As Paladin pointed his sword forward, he heard that each player's buff time was 300 seconds. Going forward, Heretic Question calmly replied that he would be finishing the technique, and their gold would wrap around their hands. Marcus looked away, realizing that now the Holy Knight and the head of the 1,000 Faceless Gate would change a lot for 300 seconds. With a smile on his face, the boy walked forward, telling the guys that it would be hard and difficult for them to be with him. Countess replied with a sad expression that her safe was not empty yet, and they needed to check everything if they wanted to. Black Witch slowly walked forward and replied that she wanted to add something to what had been said, since this alliance was not limited to just the 4 of them. So she would also join the battle because the hunter Gongja had made an official agreement with the 5 guilds yesterday. Marcus looked away with displeasure. The main character, looking to the side, explained that the hunter joined all 5 guilds on the same rights as the heads of the guilds. Viper looked away with displeasure. Heretic Question smiled sweetly. Countess covered her face with a fan. Paladin looked away confidently. Black Witch was looking at Marcus and explaining to him that if he pointed a gun at him, it would be the same as he pointed it at us. Standing surrounded by the heroes, they asked Marcus if he really wanted to confront all of them. Gritting his teeth, the man looked away with displeasure. Gongja looked at his assistant, and knew that there were only 2 ways to confront a strong enemy. Thinking about the battle with Marcus, the hero understood that he must have such power to single-handedly knock down the enemy troops. Thinking of himself, the hero replied that it was also possible to lead a whole army. Carefully watching Marcus, the hero realized that the solo player was now powerless against a hunter with an allied army. His legs came up to the man. Looking at the man, the hero offered him just to talk. Marcus, looking at the guy, heard him tell him that he did not understand why he attacked, because they met for the first time, but despite this, the hero still sincerely admires the man. Thinking of the man's battle, the hero realized that the holy sword still took him for the messenger of the Black Dragon. Marcus looked at the guy angrily. Standing on the sidelines, Gongja realized that he was not a hunter for him, but a killer who had made his way into large guilds. Gritting his teeth, it was clear that Gongja was a scout for Marcus. Raising his head, Marcus calmly explained that there was no difference. whether it was Babylon or the outside world. Looking angrily at each of the guys, the man replied that less than a day had passed since his entrance to the tower, as they began to climb in front of him so that he would immediately join the guild. Black Witch calmly listened to the hero that he was doing all this to prove that it would be easy to exist in this tower on his own. Looking at the tower, it was clear that unlike the rotten outside world, it was possible to be on top of the world with only a sword. Looking angrily at the guys, Marcus replied that you can only achieve success with your talent. Gritting her teeth, Black Witch was infuriated by the fact that the hero judges others without knowing anything. With his mouth wide open in anger, Viper began to shout that he was the only one who did not come to clear the floor. Turning to the hero with displeasure, Countess calmly replied that if he helped with the connections outside, then there would be much fewer problems with food and moreover, the current system would also be much more stable. Shouting loudly, Black Witch told him to take responsibility and become number one if he really wanted to. Looking at all the heroes, the man shouted at them to shut up. Gritting his teeth, Marcus told them to fail, or else he would find a way for himself with a sword. Sword Emperor said with a smile that this was his real student. A memory of how the hero fought on the battlefield arose in his head. Gongja looked at the man and calmly replied that even the people of the 11th floor had agreed and fought together to protect their country. Turning to the guy, the girl said that this conversation should not concern him. Spreading his arms, Gongja explained that they were called hunters and there was no point in poking each other's fingers. Looking at the hero, the guy replied that they needed help, because they were just people. Imagining the night, the hero understood that their country was under threat. Watching Marcus, the guy replied that they were trying to be warriors called into the empire as best they could. Lowering his head, Paladin said that he was right. Slowly walking forward, the hero calmly replied that he did not know what the hero had done to all of them, but now was not the time for fights. Looking at the characters, the man replied that he would sacrifice everything. Opening the lie detector with his hand, Paladin replied that he wanted everyone to see everything. All the guys looked at the guy in surprise, who replied that he had a skill that detected the opponent's lies, with the help of which he could reach the rank of deputy head. Looking confidently at Gongja, the hero told him that he was here to provide a guarantee of the truth or falsehood of his statement. With a smile on his face, the hero understood that this was the best chance for him. Raising his hand, the guy calmly replied that he was for it. Marcus, opening his mouth, told the girl that she was the only one here who had not harmed a single person. Lowering her head, the heroine said that they both agreed. The hero held the sword in his hands with displeasure. Pointing at Gongja, the man asked him if he had killed more than 4,000 people. Lowering his head, the hero replied that he did so. Pointing his finger at Gongja in displeasure, Marcus shouted that he had no place in the guild. A few seconds later, the hero's face was filled with surprise that Paladin said that this was a lie. Looking at the hero, Paladin replied that the main character had never killed more than 4,000 people. Turning to face the hero, Marcus looked at him with incomprehension. Paladin looked at the man, asking him if a normal person could kill such a huge number of people. Pointing at the hero, Marcus replied with displeasure that they were all the ones who raised him. Opening his mouth, the hero could not believe that all his words were lies. Paladin calmly looked at Marcus and replied that he had only the truth from the very beginning, and he himself clarified whether they were ready or not. Marcus, opening his mouth, looked at the guys. Turning to Gongja, the hero replied that it could not be that he did not kill a single person. With a smile, the hero replied that he had killed only one. Looking forward confidently, Gongja explained that the man deserved it. Showing his fist, the parquet explained that he was the first to try to kill him and that he was the most cruel killer. Marcus looked at everyone with surprise and fright. Heretic Question replied with a smile that they had met a hunter for the first time only yesterday. Slapping himself in the face, Sword Emperor replied with displeasure that they couldn't rely on skills forever. With a smile, Gongja replied to Marcus that they just had a mutual misunderstanding. Approaching the man slowly, the hero calmly replied that it was the most common misunderstanding. Marcus looked at the hero in fright, who replied that if the guild leaders hadn't protected him, he would have been dead by now. Looking attentively at the man, the guy asked him if all these apologies were due to him. Marcus looked at the hero with incomprehension, not answering anything. Paladin, looking at the guy, calmly replied that this apology was fair and Marcus really should apologize. The hero opened his mouth. Gongja calmly looked at the man. Pointing his finger at the guys with displeasure, the man replied that they had all conspired against him. Looking at Gongja's contribution, I understood that in this scenario he would lose ground a little, but he would definitely pay off. Lowering his head, Marcus asked the hero what his name was. Looking at the reflection of the sword, the man replied that Gongja really could not have committed brutal murders of innocent people. Understanding the guy's situation, Gongja decided that often when people are wrong about something, they try to justify themselves or begin to suspect others, so for this case, it is only necessary to demonstrate a few times how bad his nature is, and through his choice, the holy sword will determine what kind of person he is. Lowering his head, Marcus calmly explained that he wanted to do everything again. While worshipping the hero, he apologized to Gongja. Closing his eyes, Marcus calmly explained that he was wrong and he was too careless. Thinking about himself, the man realized that he had hitherto held personal judgment, and that he had to get rid of people who deserved to die. Looking at the hero's sword, Gongjia was surprised that he didn't make excuses or talk about his skills. Watching the hero, the guy realized that he had killed him and admitted that he was wrong. Worshipping Marcus, he replied that now he could only put his life on the line and forgive the pathetic old man so that he could live and get to the top of the tower. Gongjia looked away in surprise, thinking about the man's words that in the future, he wouldn't kill people by relying on skill. Paladin looked at the guy calmly. Closing his eyes, the hero immediately explained to the guy that this was true. Opening his mouth, the hero began to talk to a man. Marcus opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that the guy asked him to teach him the art of the sword. Touching the back of Gongjia's head, he explained that in the future he wanted him to agree to spar, because the hero had recently had a teacher, but there was no opponent to spar. Smiling, the hero understood that it was better for him to keep his promise to the spirit of the rear and appoint the holy sword to his partners. Opening his mouth, the hero asked him to start all over again. Marcus, continuing to look at the guy in surprise, did not know what to say in response. Scratching his head, the hero said that he was glad that the holy sword would stop seeing him as an enemy. Black Witch, along with Heretic Question, looked at the guy in surprise. Embarrassed, the young man asked to be taught the art of the sword. Paladin, opening his eyes, could not believe it all. Viper looked at the hero with incomprehension, thinking about why he just wouldn't ask for anything. The heroine, waving her hands, calmly replied that she had not seen such people for a long time. Heretic Question replied with a smile that it was a beautiful sight for him. Rubbing his eyes, the hero rejoiced that he had received a sincere apology and sincere forgiveness. Countess looked at the guys in disbelief, saying that they had just wasted her coins. Suddenly, Marcus grabbed the shoulders of the hero, saying that he was mistaken about a kind and correct person. Shaking hands, the man calmly replied that he agreed to be a sparring partner at any time of the day or night. With a smile on his face, the hero asked Gongjia to call him grandfather. Marcus looked at the hero with admiration, telling him that he had a kind granddaughter in the outside world. A frightened Gongjia calmly explained that he was not interested in a relationship. Sword Emperor, looking at the guy, began to tell him that youth is the best time for the spring wind of love. Looking at the man, the hero understood that he was very much carried away by something, which then completely abstracted from simple earthly existence. Touching the clothes, Marcus explained to Gongjia that he would take good care of him. Looking around, the main character thought to die in order to start life anew. The hero, meanwhile, looked away with interest. The system window gave the guy a choice of two forces. The first tab said that she was the goddess of protection. Imagining the floors, it was clear that the theme from the 11th to the 20th floor is a role-playing game, as hunters take roles in the Empire and take on the corresponding skills and reputation. Looking at the object in surprise, the hero realized that now he had special roles that could be taken on the 12th floor. Turning his head, the hero looked at the Demon King's reward. The Demon King had his own belongings that offered a secret alliance. The young man's gaze looked at the terms of the alliance with surprise, where it was written to kill the other 10 warriors. The guild leaders didn't understand why Gongjia was staring into some kind of void. Looking away, the hero realized that he could clear everything up to the 99th floor at a time. Looking around, the hero decided what he could choose. Sword Emperor, looking at the system window, replied to the hero that it was a trap. Looking to the side, the hero said that he knew about it. Studying everything carefully, the hero replied that the summer hero could not help but choose the reward of the Demon King. The guild leaders looked at the guy who said that the Tuncho King had chosen the Demon King's bounty and was messing around on the 40th floor instead of the 99th, so the Demon King's bounty was a trap. Thinking about it, the hero realized that perhaps he had chosen the side of the Demon King, but as soon as he realized that this was a trap, he was immediately reborn. Looking to the side, the guy realized that it looked very tempting. Opening his mouth, Sword Emperor began to call for the guy. Gongjia turned and looked at his friend. Looking attentively at the hero, the man replied not to do this. Looking at the hero, the man replied that he was the master of the sword and he single-handedly reached the 99th floor and then fell through, so he knows what is a trap in this case and what is not. Looking at Sword Emperor with displeasure, the hero heard him say that with his skills, he would not be able to kill even the top 10 fighters and now it is unlikely that he will be able to conquer the 99th floor. Covering his face with the hands of the hero, he explained that there was no monster on the 99th floor, and there was something more inhuman. Sitting down on the floor with displeasure, the hero said that he had warned the guy about this. Despite Gongjia, Sword Emperor calmly replied that he was doing very well and he needed to just continue in the same direction so that he could clear 99 floors on his own without any problems. The hero looked away. Opening his mouth, Gongjia replied that he would not try anything. Looking to the side, the hero replied that he would take a safer path and he would also ignore the rewards and leave everything as it was, he would only watch. Looking at the characters, Gongjia told them that he had an award for the scene of the 11th floor. Black Witch, looking at the hero, replied that she was already tired of waiting for these quests, so as soon as he chose a reward, everything would go further in the order of the top. Opening their eyes in surprise, the guild leaders didn't understand why Gongjia wouldn't choose a reward. The main character, breaking everything, calmly looked at the guys. The system window from the goddess and the demon were puzzled by the choice. Paladin opened his mouth and asked the guy why he did this. Marcus looked away thoughtfully, saying that he had chosen all this too, and in this case it was the safest option. With a smile, the hero replied that he did not regret anything. Closing his eyes, the man replied that he would take the goddess's reward to become the commander of the knights. The warriors stood near the boy, talking about their loyalty. Marcus looked at his assigned role in surprise. Heretic Question said with a smile that it was like a mafia game. The hero began to clap his hands. From one finger of Heretic Question came magic. Suddenly, unexpectedly, 2 systems began to appear on the floor. Viper was surprised not to realize that it was the 99th floor. Black Witch, opening her eyes, thought that it was all analogous to a game of mafia. With a smile, Heretic Question offered to call the person who chose the goddess as a warrior, and the person who chose the king of demons as traitors. Paladin, listening to the rules, agreed, saying that he had to be trusted to figure out the traitor. Looking at the guy, Heretic Question replied that for a hunter he went too far with awards. Waving his arms to the side, the hero said that he was expressing his respect and electing the marshal of the empire. Viper, looking at everyone, understood that it was more profitable to choose an award, so he would be the commander of the guard. Lowering his head, Paladin chose the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Turning to everyone, Black Witch replied that she would take the Chancellor, but no one needed to take the Demon King. With a smile on her face, Countess replied that she was the Minister of Finance. The guys looked at each other, and the system window showed that the careful calculation of the award was completed. Sword Emperor asked the hero if he would definitely not choose anything. After a few seconds, the system window replied that the selection of the top was complete. Looking to the side, the heroes saw that he was the only one who refused the award. Opening their eyes, the heroes heard that only 8 people accepted the goddess's award. Looking around, the heroes looked at the system window, which said that the demon's reward was chosen by 1 person. Black Witch asked with incomprehension who did it. Laughing, Heretic Question replied that it was a very unprofitable game for a traitor. With a smile, Viper looked at the atmosphere, saying that many people would die. Hiding behind a fan, Countess said that many people had been killed at that time. The system window wished everyone good luck. Witch puts out her hand and declares that here and now, as the mistress of the Black Dragon, she says that she does not know who dared to betray them, but she will give this person the most painful death. Paladin in white armor hears that he needs to interrogate everyone immediately with a lie detector, and if at least one person evades the answer, then he must be killed on the spot. She replies that first she needs to start by revealing that she is not a traitor. The protagonist stands in front of her and hears that he has refused the bounty, so he is beyond suspicion, but she still asks if he chose the Demon King's bounty. The main character, frowning, denies it. The warrior, closing her eyes, claims that this is true. Marcus, crossing his arms, hears the question if he knocked out the Demon King's bounty. He replies that he swears with all his glory and honor that he doesn't. She goes forward. The blonde, smiling, assures that it is not him. He does not want to die at the hands of the head of the Black Dragon yet. The guy with the eye patch clenches his teeth and declares that it's not him. Paladin goes further. The girl with the fan says it's not her. The warrior stands in front of the head of the Black Dragon and says that all this is true, clarifying that she may have knocked out the bounty. She, gritting her teeth, replies that this is not so. They tell her that it is true. The fighter with the armband remarks that this is not one of the 10 who is then a traitor. The system windows say that the patron goddess complains about the stupidity of the warriors. The king of the demons of the autumn rain burst into merry laughter. Paladin looks ahead and asks not to be so surprised. Marcus, frowning, says that the traitor probably has the skill of hiding the truth, or he may have a split personality, no matter how ridiculous it sounds, because everything happens in life, or even she can be a traitor. The head of the Black Dragon asks if the old man really dares to doubt them. He calmly replies that yes, because even if the Lady Holy Knight is not a traitor, there is a possibility that she lied for the sake of the guilds. Paladin, standing opposite, declares that purely logically such a possibility exists. The armored warrior exclaims that the most important thing for everyone is not to lose their calm and composure. They have already overcome so many obstacles, and if this time they do not trust each other, suddenly laughter is heard. The little blonde happily tells the deputy head about her innocence and trust, which is a beautiful word, but it must be earned. He stands on the red carpet and claims that it took them 10 years to start being called the 5 guilds and start cooperating. The astonished members of the meeting hear that he is having a hard time trusting someone outside of the top 5 guilds. Paladin, frowning, shouts that spending another 10 years on building trust in other hunters is too ineffective. He replies that now we are not talking about efficiency. The little sorcerer, with his palms folded, uses the sacred art of the bodily spirit. He, together with a fighter in a bandage, begins to conjure and tells the poisonous serpent to deal with the 10th place. He pierces the enemy's body using the sacred art of the spirit of movement. The poisonous serpent brutally hits the enemy with a katana. The system window says that one warrior died and he did not serve the Demon King. Marcus, holding a sword, shouts that they are vile children, so they showed their true nature. The magician jumps and hears that nothing has changed even after so many years, because if they don't stop now, it will be bad. He will use the sacred art again. The main character closes his mouth in shock. The system says that another warrior has died. The boy is standing in front of the corpse. The report says that he did not serve the Demon King. She, smiling, claims that it was not them. He throws away the bloody handkerchief and exclaims that the state of affairs is becoming difficult, because he was firmly convinced that this is one of them. The criminal comes out, stands in the room, and the trust that has been built for 10 years comes to an end. Paladin shouts in a rage that she clearly asked to calm down, and he takes up the old again. The blonde replies that he says very strange things and it bothers him. Spreading his arms, he happily says that he calmly thought everything over, decided that the highest probability is that the criminal is among those three. Marcus fights Viper. He says he was wrong, but thankfully the scene won't be revealed to the press. The fighter blocks the attacks of the old man, who considers him a fanatic, saying that if he is going to kill someone, then let him give the signal first. The little blonde man sits on the floor and declares that the situation is heating up and becoming more complicated. He will not be able to use the sacred art techniques without both hands, so he will not be able to fight himself. The guy in the bandage can hardly hold back the onslaught, asking if this is really the problem now, while asking for help. Paladin stands in front of the protagonist and claims to entrust him with full powers. A fierce battle ensues. She declares that he alone has not accepted any of the awards and therefore cannot be a traitor. The warrior asks him to stop the holy sword. The little blonde pours out a green potion and says that in such circumstances, the rule of the majority is ineffective. It would be better to entrust everything to a person who cannot be a traitor in any way. The protagonist calmly hears that he also gives the hunter Gongja powers, because he cannot even trust himself until the traitor is caught. Seeing a Viper in front of him, who is fighting desperately and thinking that he has some talent for winning the hearts of psychopaths, he suddenly received full powers from the deputy head of the squad of vigilantes in the Pantheon. Sword Emperor congratulates him on his promotion, clarifying that he did not refuse the award because he foresaw all this. MC looks forward, realizing that the relationship between the rankers is never stable, so if a traitor appears, then something will definitely happen, so refusing was the best option, while asking that it is a pity for those who died unjustly, and what is the best thing to do, because in any case you will need to be reborn later. The system says that the reward for the scene is not chosen. Paladin covers his face when he hears the question. The little blonde smiles when he hears that he has always been like this. He runs forward, leaving bloody footprints. It is said that when they first entered the tower, the problem of religion was extremely acute. Everyone was constantly arguing on the basis of different religions, and then heretic questioner appeared and simply killed everyone. The disgruntled protagonist thinks about the newspaper and hears that he basically does not know how to solve problems in any other way, while the protagonist thought that the religious groups just peacefully came to an agreement, and this is just a cover from the media. The little boy, smiling, states that he himself realizes that he exaggerated due to a misjudgment. He is so ashamed in front of Gongja. MC frowns and touches his face and is asked that since he now has full power, could he stop the holy sword? He replies that he will talk to him later. Marcus attacks Countess. He is called, saying that since he bowed today, he must listen. The old man with the sword strikes again. He is told to stop fighting and just talk at first. He calmly looks ahead and hears that he is asked to introduce him to his granddaughter later. Marcus holds a fighting stance in front of them, hearing that if she comes to the tower, he can go on a date with her once, so let him listen to a request from a person who may later become a member of his family. The old man declares with a serious look that he will never forgive them. Turning around in a rage, he shouts that the boy's words will not change anything. It is enough for him to take a sword in his hand to make them die soon, so it's okay, because he can kill them after they figure out the traitor. He replies that everything is correct. Viper is surprised to see him stuttering his blade. The main character stands in front of them and asks them to calm down, because it is not clear who the traitor is here and perhaps they will not be able to figure him out, but this is not the main thing now. Paladin hears with a serious look that they can overcome this trouble without catching him. She asks how, as the fact that the traitor chose the Demon King's bounty means that their lives are in danger. Gongja points to the writing on the floor and encourages him to take a look, pointing his finger at the inscription that you can become Chancellor, Marshal, and Commanders of the Knights of the Empire. He states that the core of the Demon King is located on the 20th floor. MC looks at them and argues that they need to forget about catching and executing the traitor, because this is a trap. Perhaps he is now shaking with horror in the depths of his soul. Maybe it is that the system forcibly imposed the role of a traitor on someone. So first we need to deal with the king. The protagonist goes forward, saying that if he disappears, then the reward will also be lost. The system says that the eyes of the goddess sparkle. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain Spirit clicked his tongue. The main character believes that no matter what test the tower comes up with, his solution is always simple. Gongja turns around, suggesting that he go up and smash the Demon King's core. The alert says that the 12th floor quest is being issued. Together with the holy sword, they look around. The soldiers see that it is raining outside. The catch is that it is bloody. The fighters' eyes are discouraged. Knights in armor hold their heads, saying that this is a nightmare, and the same reign of nightmares. Now it's over. Viper turns around, asking what has come over them. They don't understand where their commander is. The main character stands opposite, thinking about what kind of production it is and why the NPCs behave this way, while realizing that the quest has begun. The protagonist walks forward with a blade, abruptly smashes the window to smithereens. A huge monster appears in front of him. The king of the demons of the autumn rain appears. He has a terrifying face, calls them pathetic nonentities. Marcus takes up the hilt of his sword, hearing the question if they sincerely believe that people summoned from another world will become their shields. The protagonist holds a magic beam in his hand, while the king says that they can call as many as they want, thousands of warriors and millions of knights, because they are only the same pathetic people as they are. How insignificant they are if they are not able to see the limits of their stupidity. Gongja reveals the diagram while the demon calls them creatures that do not consider humans to be humans. Symbols are shown inside the diagram. Goblins in armor see dragons. It is said that they will be consumed by their malice. In the system window it is written about the offensive and defense of the capital of the empire with difficulty A. Viper shockingly asks that it is weakened. An army of undead appears in front of the demon king. The question is whether this is really the case. The soldier in the armband stands with the guys and hears that now is not the time to quarrel with each other. He retorts that it is pointless, because this quest is intended to fail from the very beginning. Gongja pulls the blade forward while his partner shouts that even if there was training before the 10th floor, the difference in level is too much. He offers to calm down, because you need to cope. The tower does not give impossible quests. He points to Viper and states that they are not mere hunters. He is the head of the guard, so he must lead the guard. Countess looks at the frightened fighters, hearing that they can't make it through this scene just as hunters. You need to convince the NPCs, encourage them, command them, and lead them to the battlefield as if they were real people. Marcus turns to the knights while Gongja claims that they are not allowed to quarrel with each other, and Mr. Holy Sword is the commander. He is asked if the country in which he and the head of the guard cross swords will be able to defend themselves against the enemy from the outside. So everyone has been given leadership roles and it is time to do their duty. Paladin is surprised to hear that there is an audience hall here. But the Emperor is not in sight, so he needs to find him along with NPC officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It will be difficult to command NPCs who do not have a leader. Great General waves happily at his name. Gongja says with a serious face that he dislikes hunters like him, and that they will face each other someday. However, he cannot lose him now. The little boy, smiling, declares that he likes him more and more. He objects, saying that he gave the authority, so let him listen carefully. The frightened knights stand in the bloody rain. It is said that they are terrified of the army right in front of them, and the great general will personally climb the fortress wall and calm them down. The main character, frowning, declares that it is necessary to protect the fortress wall at all costs. If they break through it, then the scene will end. The little warrior bows, declaring that so far he has never broken his promises since his birth, to defend the capital even at the cost of his life. The main character watches with an important look and says that he will go first. Shouts are heard that this is the order of the commander. People look at the rain without understanding whether it is acidic, and this is much cooler than a miserable port. The girl stands in front of MC and calls out to him, which replies with a serious look that it is better to call her the head of the Black Dragon, because she does not quite like the nickname. The spirit of the rear flies above them and points his finger. He asks how she ended up here. She replies that she has the skill of instant movement. If the place is in the field of view, it can move, while Sword Emperor advises him to die from her once, because this is a useful skill. The guys head forward. The protagonist asks what she is doing here and why she did not immediately go to the wall. She replies that she came to take him. The protagonist sits on horseback, raising his sword to the sky. She explains that she saw on the 11th floor that he has a sword that affects NPCs, because with it you can raise their morale. The person the knights need now is him, not her. He holds out his hand to the astonished Gongja and offers to agree with her. The shocked guy asks to hear that it is necessary to clearly say that he will move with her, otherwise she will not be able to move him, because this is a condition of the skill. The protagonist clarifies that she even told him all the conditions. Such information should be kept secret, which reaches out and says that he says she is the chancellor of this empire. The guys are running in the bloody rain. She asks how the chancellor can hide while defending his country. Because there is no time, and it does not matter that even if he does it superficially, you need to agree as soon as possible. Gongja puts his hand on her in surprise, and states that he agrees to use the Black Dragon leader's skill. She remarks that there is another condition. Vortexes of energy form around them. She talks about displacement, while MC fearfully thinks it's the end. Knights are standing in the rain. He realizes that they are no different from ordinary people, even if they look like an optical illusion, and fear was not. The guys are standing on the ground, which is next to a guy who thanks her for moving. Asking where to start, she asks him to wait. The girl stands at the edge of the wall, and cannot leave only after showing her obscene appearance to the younger ones. She looks ahead with purple eyes, declaring that she did not become the head of the guild for inaction. Discouraged, the warriors hear an appeal to them. The head of the guild resolutely raises his hand and demands to stand up, because they are deluded that a simple stone fortress wall will protect them on its own. What can actually protect the empire is them. The helmeted warrior looks at the chancellor in shock. Blood rain drips on their armor, which declares that the fortress wall can collapse at any time and their homeland will be destroyed. But as long as they stand, the empire will not fall, so let them rise, because this is the last fortress wall. the basis of the empire is its warriors. The protagonist is surprised to see that she is pulling his hand and shouting that he needs to stand as long as his hands can hold swords and spears, for the sake of the empire and themselves. She raises MC's hand along with the sword, stating that the god protects them. The blade radiates energy. The system says that the goddess of protection is grateful for the choice. A bright light illuminates the dark formation of the knights. The notification says that the goddess of protection issues the last authority. Opposite the main character stands a knight in dark armor, saying that he is a real warrior. The system states that the trauma of the killing enemy is reproduced. It is said that no one knew why, when and where it came from. The power of the penalty is approximately at a hellish level. The corpses of the warriors lie on the ground. When it appeared, it was raining scarlet. A map is shown. The monster calls them non-entities. Red drops of rain fall on the corpses of the knights, where he fell, and soon blood was spilled. Against the background of the map, the villain says that they are born people, and they destroy people. The brave knight shouts that it is necessary to retreat to where there is no rain. The system says that every time another country was destroyed, the territory subject to humanity gradually narrowed. A dark aura consumes the card. It is explained that every time another royal family died, the history of mankind was slightly shortened. The villain says that they convinced themselves what human fate is. He also calls it the karma of primitive animals. The knights stand in terror in the rain, realizing that humanity is finished. It is said that the rain continued to fall. An ominous voice asks why he should restrain himself today and not score another become of wild creatures. A giant king with a sword walks in a bloody rain. People beg for mercy. A man sits on the ground, and the rain did not stop. A man with a monocle writes with a pen in a book. It is explained that the chroniclers, taking care of the old pens, wrote continuously. They silently accepted the fate that would be written by their own hand in the proposal for the destruction of humanity. Darkness has swallowed up the map of the country. They are called non-entities. Written about the Lord of the Nightmare, the king of all demonic creatures, he declares that they will be consumed by their sins. In the last moments of his life, the chroniclers gave him a name. A man draws a man's eyes with a pen in a book. His name is Demon King. The guys are standing on a light tower. Joyful warriors exclaim that the rain has stopped. The main character looks down and hears that the empire is blessed. He mentally says that, alas, this is not such a great authority. A bright light appears over the castle. The rain has stopped only in the area where the light of the sacred sword reaches. Joyful knights shout that they were able to survive. Gongja thinks that sometimes you need to be content with little, especially people who have nothing left but a little. The protagonist stands in the throne room, realizing that at the very beginning there were no NPCs in the audience room, due to the fact that all the high-ranking officials abandoned the empire. The soldiers with tears in their eyes realize that the goddess did not abandon them. The main character reflects on the fact that this is why the tower was chosen as the stage of the empire, as the estate was chosen as the scene of the 10th floor, which became the grave for children, which looks furious and orders them to stand up. The warrior puts on his helmet when he hears that he needs to stand up, and what an unseemly look in front of the chancellor. MC looks at her in surprise. The order to raise his spears sounds. The main character observes, hearing the question what kind of look she has. A girl with purple hair wonders if he is really so impressed with her speech. The head of the guild leaves, declares that there are many beauties in their country. She can't stand communists, but they are excellent speakers. Sword Emperor says with a displeased look that apparently she was trying to joke like that, but it was a failure. The girl turns around and asks what Gongja plans to do, because first he needs to hold the fortress wall. He agrees. With a serious look, the protagonist thinks that the S-class skill of the head of the Black Dragon is movement. The Demon King sends the goblins to attack. It is said that even if you move there, the monsters will immediately surround you. Gongja stands next to her and explains that she needs to balance the forces with the king first. While the NPCs are holding on, you need to lead the hunters so that they can't be pushed back, and if the Demon King introduces more monsters to forcibly break through the wall, she asks what will happen then. Which with a serious face hears that she needs to move him directly to the villain. She remarks that this sounds like a suicide mission, clarifying if he is really going to die. The main character, smiling, denies it, saying that he wants to win, while realizing that doubt is natural, but for him, death does not mean defeat, so let him just trust him. The guild master looks ahead and says that all hunters have a secret, so let his blade be raw enough to pierce the boss. The dark silhouette of the monster lord declares that the goddess has created a funny game. The knights look ahead in fright, hearing that this is so ridiculous that it cannot be called dying folly. For what good is the light to those who do not even taste the fruits of tomorrow's harvest? The shocked guys hear the question that the nurse of non-entities, she herself has become like them. In a whirlwind of red energy, the soldiers fly away. They are furrowing the sky in shock. They are beating against the towers, which in Gongja close off from the heavy impact. Their castle is attacked again. The wall is badly destroyed. The system says that one warrior died. He did not serve the Demon King, which looks ahead in shock and says that there was an audience room, a holy sword, heretic questioner, Viper taking the troops with them. The discouraged protagonist hears that by order of the Holy Knight, only Countess could remain there, and apparently she was not a traitor. The guild leader stands in the rain of blood, saying that she was the first to die. The frightened protagonist says that if the Countess is dead, then the connection of the tower with the outside world. Witch sees the monsters flying with a frown and argues that now he needs to focus on what is in front of his eyes. He swipes around the map, hearing that even if they are the Demon King, they can't attack indefinitely. They need to go to defend the fallen castle gates. The guy realizes that the Demon King's army has changed its formation. The protagonist holds out his hand, stating that he also thought they wanted to break through. They hold hands and use movement. Gongjia and Witch begin to use magic. Suddenly, they appeared right on the front line. The main character with a confident look realizes that here he does not have an allied army that would protect him. The goblins rush to attack in a rage. Sword Emperor declares that it will be just fine if he holds out alone for a minute, or even 30 seconds. The protagonist holds the object in his hand, hearing from the spirit of the home front that in order to win this war, he must become the hope of the human race and don't care how many seconds, but he needs to demonstrate how he can hold off monsters alone. The main character drinks from there, while the assistant explains that a person who has lived 30 years will not be called a hero, and at a time when even 30 seconds are important to everyone, the one who gives them is the hero. The guy goes forward, everything around changes color. The spirit of the rear calls him to become a hero, while clarifying whether he remembers that he was promised to teach the art of the sword up to the 20th floor, a little early, but it's time for practice. The main character steps forward, hearing that he needs to step sloping with his hind foot, stepping on the whole foot with his front foot. Gongjia with red eyes looks forward, following his instructions. The goblins furiously charge into the attack with spears, while Sword Emperor states that he is facing rivals. They naturally have poor eyesight, but due to the clouds of dust, they have to squint, plus his sacred sword is so flashy that they are literally blinded. The protagonist swings the blade while the spirit of the rear explains that in the battle it is not the absolute second that matters, but the relative one. You can win this second by taking away the enemy's eyesight. Gongjia calmly holds on to the blade, realizing that this is why his second is much faster than the beating of his heart, and the sword will be a little faster than this second. Sword Emperor encourages his partner to go on the attack. He stands in front of an army of various monsters. The spirit of the rear says that it's time to become a hero. The protagonist chops up the bodies of enemies. The trainer advises him to kill another one, and the next one to remove the one on the left. He resolutely cuts with his blade, realizing that as one dies, the other follows, and so on. Blood flies from the sword. He calls it a dance that lasts seconds. Gongjia is a master of punching, while Sword Emperor says that you don't need to swing your sword, associate punch with punch, because like with music, if the notes go down, it's only to go up later. The main character strikes a strong blow. The spirit of the rear asks him to bind as soon as he directs the blow downwards, and then immediately direct it upwards, then his attack will be long and tied. The fighter cuts through the body of a goblin. The instructor explains that fencing is a fight against time. An inept fighter will not last in a dominant position for a second, one wrong step in the end, but a more experienced warrior will be able to suppress opponents for about 5 seconds. He delivers a series of strong blows to them. The coach says that even if he killed one, you don't need to stop. It's better to immediately look for another target. You need to squeeze the maximum out of every second. A sword master must live by fighting, and when you go with the flow, you don't live. And when you give your best, that's life, so the fight should be his life. A huge orc swings a club. Sword Emperor talks about 10 seconds, and the guy suddenly has a question. He bounces off this blow, wondering why the tower gave an EX level skill to such an idiot. The main character pierces his head with a sword, thinking that it doesn't have to be someone amazing, because if the skill got to someone more or less normal, it would already be much better. But why such a psychopath? The guy, gritting his teeth, seeing drops of blood, thinks if it is really impossible for someone other than Emperor to pass the tower. The main character dodges the orc's attack, thinking whether it is necessary to be the same if you want to break into the top. The orc looks at him in fury. The protagonist with a serious face asks him not to laugh. The monster swings his weapon. Gongjia is sure that he will conquer the 20th floor instead of the summer spirit. He jumps, preparing to attack, while thinking that he will conquer the 30th floor, and then he will reach the 100th floor. He slashes a monster with his blade. The system says that he has earned even more recognition. The protagonist kills a giant orc. The alert says that the hunter is leveling up. Now his rank is D. Sword Emperor congratulates him. The main character stands with a bloody face. The system wishes him good luck, while the spirit of the rear speaks of 30 seconds. Marcus runs beside him with a blade. He deftly cuts through several goblins at once. The protagonist sees him. The old man states with a smirk that he was incredible. Gongjia is extremely surprised by such words. The man, smiling, repeats, while telling the young man what his name is. Flashbacks arise where Emperor gave his name. The guy realizes that this is the second time that the hunter from the first place in the top tells him his name. The main character with a calm look understands that he is completely different, like names and people. The protagonist happily introduces himself by name, thinking that now he has changed. He understands that he can do something that he could not have done the first time. Marcus, with blue eyes, invites him to fight together. The guys strike deft blows. It is said that the number 1 holy sword in the top of hunters, the commander of the empire, the merger. An army of fighters marches forward, Heretic Questioner laughs and apologizes for being late. The blonde, smiling, declares that he could have come a little faster, but leading the army is not an easy task. Closing his eyes, he bows and thanks the hunter, because now they will take advantage of the time he has won. The little fighter raises his hand and shouts to the guys the order to kill all the monsters bearing their teeth at the Empire. It is said that he is the head of the Pantheon, takes 4th place in the top hunters, the marshal of the Empire. At this time, the protagonist cuts down the monsters, while the little warrior shouts that he cannot retreat, while the main character has one single thought beating wildly in his head. Viper runs beside him and, smiling, declares that he was delayed because he led not only the guard, but also the guild members. The protagonist swings his blade when he hears that now he will find out why they are called the Gates of 1,000 Faceless. Viper looks at him in surprise and thinks that he doesn't listen to him because he is immersed, and Gongja is skillful, and he likes it. The armband soldier introduces himself by name, smiling, saying that he can't hear anyway, but he recently saved his life in the audience room, clarifying if he really thinks he won't be rewarded for his mercy. The protagonist runs forward with his partner, who advises him to look only forward while he takes care of his left side, because those on the right hand have never died, so let the new star come, because he will protect him. Paladin instructs the sword and apologizes for being late, having found the Emperor, but he committed suicide through poisoning. Marcus fights and concentrates on declaring that everything is fine, and now it will be better for them to fight all together than waste time gathering an army. The surprised warrior agrees, clarifying where the hunter Gongja is. The main character tirelessly runs into the attack. Marcus advises not to interfere, because for this guy now time is like gold, and he literally revels in it. The Demon King with a frightening black face calls them nonentities, because they have gained only a grain of time and immediately became proud, believing that they have power over him. Even the conqueror has weakened and there is no longer a god in the empire. The villain holds a blade in his hand, asking what they dare to hope that they will have enough of their own strength, and what they will be able to prove. The huge monster lord raises his sword, calling to show what they are capable of. At this time screams are heard about raising the mirrors, and once she missed it, but the second time she will not get off so easily, which lifts mirrors around him. A powerful flow of red energy is reflected from everyone. The Viper and Marcus are adept at striking when they hear the call, which looks at the guys and states that she's going to move everyone to the Demon King, so let them hold on to her. She frowns and calls out to Gongja. The protagonist is surprised to see the hand and hears that he needs to grab it. The Demon King stands in front of him. A cry is heard that he needs to act quickly. She will show the power of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless. Marcus enthusiastically holds the guy by the shoulders and shouts that he was so mistaken about such a kind and correct young man. Heretic Questioner smiles. The protagonist looks at the paladin. He realizes that they will all forget what happened. Witch and Viper smirk. Sword Emperor turns to his partner. The trainer with a smile declares that it's time to go catch the boss of the mobs. The guy realizes that maybe it won't disappear, even if they don't remember anything. The main character, smiling, says that you can go, while thinking that as well as the fact that there was one person killed on the first floor and a soul who died on 99. They join hands. It is said that the problem has not been solved by going back alone, but it has already become much stronger. There is a flash. It screams for movement. The protagonist is sure that next time he will cope a little better. 6 fighters appear before the Demon King. He calls them warriors of the goddess. Gongja looks at him in displeasure when he hears that they have learned that there is a traitor among them, but they trust each other desperately, tying up rags that have been torn to shreds. Suddenly, the protagonist throws Witch's hand. The villain asks if they really sincerely believe that the shreds of armor will become them. She desperately calls out to the hunter. The protagonist apologizes, stating that they will see each other in the next life. The main character flies at a giant scoundrel with a sword, who calls him a fool. MC realizes that although they will not remember what happened today, the villain asks if he really came to kill him. The guy is holding a blade in his hands, stating that this is not the case. With a smirk, she gives him the middle finger, claiming that she came to die by his hand. The system states that he died. The conditions for using the skill were reached. A random skill is copied and the second round begins. Silver and gold cards are flying around. The system says that a skill is being copied. The protagonist wonders what is the same as why the tower gave such power to a person like Emperor, why it gave such a chance to a nonentity like himself. Sword Emperor has his back to him and states that he has looked at all the skills, asking if he should read them. Gongja turns around and agrees with him, and he says that he should listen carefully. In the yellow system window, it is written about the reign of resentment, with the effect that the hero is not seen anywhere. The silhouettes of the dolls crumble. It is said that the Emperor definitely smashed the 10th floor stage, but could the tower regret it? In the system window, it is written about the following skill of howling and echoing in the heart of rank A, with the effect of enhancing aura, using feelings as fuel. The protagonist pondered, realizing that there is a hidden quest on all floors. In his memories, he strokes a little girl's head, realizing that the 12th floor is no exception. The next skill is to summon SS rank evil spirits. When people killed by him return as monsters. The protagonist stands in front of the gold and silver cards, realizing that 3 skills attract him the most. Gongja reaches out and says that he chooses this one. The coach sees this and asks if he is sure. He replies that he should at least come up to clear the 20th floor. Crossing his arms, Sword Emperor says it's up to him. But he has no idea what he's thinking. The main character touches a golden card. He looks at his assistant and asks if he knows Marcus' daily routine. He replies that he is a real old man. The protagonist looks at him in surprise and hears that he has every day planned from morning to night. The guy asks to tell him about his evening schedule, because it will be needed. MC grabs a golden card. The system says that the choice is complete and the skill is copied. There's a return a day ago. Gongja thinks about even being able to see the Demon King's injury. The system says that his current rank is D. A penalty has been imposed for using the skill. The level is medium devil level. The protagonist wants to talk about this nightmare a little later. Witch, sitting at the table, asks if he is really leaving. The guy stands next to him and says that this is so, because the 11th floor is opening soon, and you need to prepare so as not to be left behind. The head of the guild looks at him and asks how he is going to prepare, if he does not even know what he is. MC understands that there is no problem with the 11th floor, but the Demon King will be waiting for him on the 12th. The girl looks at him intently and asks again. The main character, smiling, holds on to his face, hearing the question if everything is okay with him. He replies that everything is fine, they are just so amazing and he still can't believe that they are here, as if he is in another world. Gongja with an assistant behind states that he knows what will be there. Moreover, he even knows the content of the quest. The surprised guys hear that he was given information for clearing the 10th floor. She wonders that if he talks about it, then can they hope that the guy will want to share. Gongja happily says yes, but there is one condition, which listens carefully to the fact that they must promise to fulfill any of his requests one day. Heretic Questioner thinks when he hears that now the protagonist cannot say, but he will not ask for money or anyone's life. If the request seems impossible, then they can refuse. The blonde notes that this sounds like an extremely profitable condition. There will be no problems with the cleanup if they prepare in advance. Countess, closing her eyes, says that since they still have the right to refuse, she is also for it. The main character with a smirk hears that the others also agree. Because this is a deal unlikely to be to the detriment, he understands that the first stage has been passed. He declares that he will tell. From the 11th to the 20th floor there is an empire. The guys listen to him carefully about the fact that in fact there was a tutorial before the 10th floor, which means that from the 11th floor they will begin to participate in large-scale battles. You need to transfer some of the information to the guild members, so it will be easier to clear the 11th floor. The protagonist goes to the exit and addresses the paladin. The warrior is amazed to hear the question that she is the deputy head of the detachment of workers. Whether she will go for a walk with him for a while, she needs to consult on something. She replies that she was just about to leave. Gongja, smiling, asks her not to worry, because it will only take half an hour. The white helmet paladin doesn't mind and will consider it a date. They are walking in the middle of the street, people discussing that judging by the fact that there is still no announcement, a nameless newcomer has awakened, and it seems that they are just deciding something within the guild. Sword Emperor crosses his arms to the zombies, while one of the hunters wonders how it is that there is no information about the conqueror of the 10th floor. MC is frowning, walking down the street, hearing what is coming. The assistant looks contemptuously and asks not to turn around. The main character with a serious face hears that he still won't understand even if he looks. Because the old man has the skill of stealth, the guy asks to see how persistently he pursues, realizing that there is something that made him uncomfortable in the last round. In a flashback, Marcus is surrounded by fighters. The protagonist realizes that if he dispels the misunderstanding of the holy sword on the 12th floor, it will be too late and he needs to do it in advance. Before going up to the tower, he has extremely bad relations with the heads of the guilds. If he points the sword at him, he will automatically challenge them, and in addition to this, there will be a time bomb disguised as a traitor. Paladin walks next to the hero and asks where they are going. He realizes that all this will quickly lead to failure. The warrior sees his smirk, saying that there are only slums ahead. He replies that he wants to show him one shop, while realizing that he is now fishing for a holy sword. The old man watches intently as he passes by. Gongja realizes that he has deliberately caught his eye by checking the schedule from the home front spirit, and of course, Marcus immediately begins to chase him. Paladin asks in amazement about the store, until the protagonist realizes that the Holy Knight knows nothing about it. She stands by while the main character explains that it is run by an unknown pharmacist, but she has a real talent. Once she advertises herself, and she will be covered with a wave of success, so let her take a look once, and maybe he will be able to help her. Paladin smiles, asking if this is true. While activating the lie detector, he agrees. Gongja smiles broadly when he hears that she is worried that he does not plan anything suspicious. He replies that on the contrary, he is asking for a favor, so even if something happens, he will be the only one who will have problems. The warrior realizes with a smirk that all this is true, but apologizes and states that she is often told that she is too paranoid. A purple sunset can be seen over the city. A green-haired girl greets visitors with a smile. The protagonist comes in with Paladin. He asks that she is still working. She replies that working hours are over, but you need to be ready for visitors at any hour, and he is generally the most beloved and regular customer. The girl happily asks who is with him. The shocked pharmacist hears that she is the deputy head of the squad of vigilantes, a holy knight. The main character smiles, standing next to her. At this time the green-haired girl exclaims that this is true, she is such an important person who came to her. The guy understands that for ordinary hunters this is a normal reaction. The girl falls to her knees screaming, is this really an inspection? Although she works in such an area. But not only drugs, but not even a single gram of bad medicine, lives according to her conscience and will continue, so let her please believe. Gongja mentally takes back her words. The warrior, frowning, activates the lie detector, realizing that everything she said is true. But this only makes her more confused. The guy looks at her smiling and says that the boss should not worry, because he did not bring her for this. Because she is so talented and kind, she wonders why then. Paladin looks at her happily while the protagonist states that the pace of trading is completely out of step with her skill level, and she is very sorry that this is happening, so you can introduce them. The amazed pharmacist hears a request for a sample of the potion, because suddenly she will be able to conclude a contract. If she likes the effect of the medicine and if vigilantes are added to her clientele, she will definitely feel better. The enthusiastic boss calls him an angel through tears, shouting that he helped her when the store was almost sold and made a large order, and now he also helps with connections. A man with red sneakers comes inside. The girl asks how to repay her. Gongja frowns and looks around. Marcus stands with a sword and advises everyone to come out, except for this guy. An old man with a serious face claims that he needs to talk to him privately with him. Paladin sees a disgruntled old man and asks what he is doing in such a place. He replies that she is so young, but there are already problems with hearing. The protagonist looks around when he hears Marcus repeating that they should get out of the way, as he has something to do with this guy. The warrior says in displeasure that this is rude, while clarifying what kind of conversation he can have with the hunter Gongja. The holy sword looks at her and again warns her to move away. She replies that she can't, and apparently with age he has ceased to understand even such truisms. Gritting his teeth, the old man hears that the hunter has officially joined the 5 guilds and an attack on him is equivalent to declaring war on everyone, so it is not clear what he is up to. But the squad of guards will not turn a blind eye to this. The elderly fighter holds a blade in his hands, stating that the guilds are indeed involved in this, so he is a scout. As expected, she replies that she understands less and less what it is about. The warrior holds on to the hilt of her sword and claims that she knows from a number of reports that he hunts people from time to time. The squad of vigilantes did not react as they decided not to meddle in personal matters. But it is quite another thing when he boldly does such a thing right in front of her. Marcus, frowning, asks if she is really sure she can stop him, while the warrior declares that she will risk her life but stop him. Paladin calmly replies that he is not, but will fight him with all his might and die. The man with the sword hears that the moment she dies, he will stoop to an insignificant murderer who killed an innocent person. If he wants to spend the rest of his days with the stigma of a murderer, then let him not hold back. The guy understands that the weak point of the holy sword that he learned in the last round. In a flashback, Marcus tells the Lady Knight that she is the only one who has not harmed any people, so he trusts her too, and the protagonist remarks that the old man is weak to innocent people. The warrior holds her sword. MC thinks that this is why he took the only pure person from the guild leadership with him. According to the strict morals of Paladin with 0 kills, he is a holy man. A girl with green hair covers the protagonist and exclaims that this young man is her virtue. In Babylon there are no same laws as in the outside world, but although the old man is respected, she cannot allow him to touch the client. Marcus silently listens to the fact that she got into trouble a few days ago because of some bandits, so he should leave the store, as she demands it as the owner. A warrior and a pharmacist stand in front of him. Gongja realizes that such people cannot be compared to a holy sword in the field, but only such people can stop him. He asks what next, because if they want to go to the sewer pit, he will gladly contribute to this. Marcus removes his hand from the blade. Turning around, he leaves, saying that it is not today. The main character understands that the condition of the second point has been fulfilled. The guy understands that to create the opportunity to exchange with the holy sword at least a couple of words before he tries to kill it. The old man walks forward. Suddenly he is called and told that tomorrow at noon the protagonist will be waiting for him in the wasteland in the north of the city. The main character, frowning, shouts that he may or may not come. He will wait for him alone. But if he wants to find out what Gongja is, let him certainly come. The old man smiles. He goes further. The hero says that, thank God, the meeting with the murderer was not on a moonlit night. Paladin looks ahead and hears the question why he is so famous. She replies that he is not famous, but at least the 5 guilds know about it. Marcus stands under an umbrella at the grave. It is said that his daughter and son-in-law died at the hands of a killer. When he lived in the outside world, he basically does not talk about himself, so she herself does not know many details. Surprised, Gongja hears that maybe because of this, he has a short conversation with the killers, but there is no evidence, so these are just conclusions from observations from the outside, and of course, this whole conversation is a secret. The spirit of the rear with a serious look says that this is true, because the grandfather once told him that his grandson and granddaughter miraculously survived. The main character wonders why he did not say earlier. He states that he was not asked. Paladin looks at the sunset and says that to some extent she understands the feelings of the Holy Sword. What inveterate bastards you will not meet while working in a squad of vigilantes. Often talking to them, she seriously thinks about whether such people really deserve to live, to kill in advance the one who deserves death. Sometimes there is such a temptation. She turns around, claiming that the heads of the 5 guilds know each other's stories. The protagonist has become their companion, so he will gradually get acquainted with each other, because in these stories there are places that smell rotten, and it is not clear how he will react. The knight shakes his head and says that they are completely off topic. Paladin smiles, asking how much potions cost here, because the squads of vigilantes have an eternal shortage of funds, so they will not be able to afford too high a price. Events take place the next day. The countdown is visible. People look at it and discuss it. The main character walks in the middle of the forest and realizes that the atmosphere is very similar to the last round. He sees an article on his phone about how the conqueror of the 10th floor remains in the shadows. The protagonist stands in front of Marcus, realizing that this is related to him. The old man says that he really came alone. The Holy Sword with a displeased face asks if he really thinks that he will not harm him alone. But this would be strange, because it would be strange if the guy who slaughtered so many people would not be confident in himself. Gongja looks at him sadly. He clutches his clothes. The spirit of the rear asks if he is okay. He realizes that his heart is just slightly pricked, while declaring to the Lord Holy Sword that he wants to tell him something important. Marcus, standing in front of him, hears that MC knows why he wants to kill him. The old man replies that his conscience really keeps him awake and he knows his sin. An elderly soldier with a serious face hears that this is because of the detective's vigilance skill. He asks how he found out. The protagonist closes his eyes and asks to be believed. Marcus stands in with a sword. The question is how difficult it is to win the trust of a person. Everyone has their own truth, and in the case of the Holy Sword, this is the skill of the detective's vigilance. To convince him to renounce the life that he had so far is incredibly difficult. It is enough to put your life on the line in response. The old man is amazed to hear that there is a fortune teller in front of him. Gongja, putting his hand to his heart, declares that he has a skill like prediction, thanks to which he knows that the old man has the vigilance of a detective, because then he will try to kill him, and MC will ask why he has to die. Marcus hears with a serious look that he will then say that his skill shows the number 4093 above his head. The old man with a sinister look invites him to guess. Behind his back is a sword. In addition, he shows his fingers and offers to guess how many there are. The main character realizes that he knew what would lead to this. Gongja draws the blade while the opponent says that if he doesn't guess, it will be for daring to lie. The old man suddenly takes up his blade, thinking that this is what was intended. Discouraged, Marcus sees that the guy has killed himself. The system says that he went back 24 hours. The main character again stands in front of him, and he offers him to guess the number of fingers. The interlocutor is amazed to hear that now he is hiding his left hand behind his back and wants to order him to guess how many fingers he is showing. He believes that if he is really a fortune teller, then it will not be difficult for him to find out about it. The protagonist shrugs his shoulders and begs to believe him that he is not lying about his skills. Killing him here and now is easy, but without him it will be impossible to safely clear the scene of the 12th floor. Marcus points his finger at him and claims that this is not enough. He may not have the gift of foresight, but insight and mind reading, so where is the guarantee that he is actually a fortune teller? MC realizes that he assumed that once would not be enough. The system says that he died and returned 24 hours ago. Marcus points the blade again, urging him to prove that he has no other tricks. The protagonist realizes that it is difficult to convince even one person. The notice says that he died again and returned 24 hours ago. Gongja clenches his fist and declares that he cannot die here. There will be countless victims on the stage of the 12th floor. Understands that especially if this person is an old man who has reached the very top of a certain hierarchy. The protagonist died again and came back. He desperately asks to believe him, realizing that since he needs to check him so much, he will do it as many times as he wants. Even if it takes a week or half a month, he will definitely make you believe that the protagonist died again and got back. Marcus stands opposite. It is said that death is longer than his life. The main character looks at him and says that he does not mean his innocence, and does not ask not to touch him. He asks what is needed then. Gongja shows his palm and asks for 5 days. Let him not be touched during this time. He can chase him and watch him, and after this time he will decide for himself whether he deserves to die. The old man looks intently, and says that he still does not believe him. The main character understands that the time has come for the final blow. A blonde in a white dress looks ahead. The protagonist claims that the Holy Sword in the distant future will say a few words to him, and tell him that if the guy says them, he will believe that in fact a fortune teller. The old man is interested in what it is. A discouraged elderly man in the spirit of the home front hear about the Sword Lord. The guy stands in front of him and says that he does not know whose nickname it is, but the old man said that this is enough, while explaining that he will face a test of faith, find the truth and it will reveal the truth. An old soldier with a serious look asks that it is still 5 days. The main character is reflected in his eyes. He agrees that the next 5 days he will follow him on his heels, his movements, words, behavior and habits. He will peer into everything without exception. MC listens carefully to the fact that, based on his observations, Marcus will understand whether the guy approached him because he is really a fortune teller or because he really deserves to die. Clarifying whether he is satisfied, the protagonist agrees. He bows and sincerely thanks him, realizing what happened. Past horrific events are shown. MC thinks about making a deal with the guild masters, that the Holy Sword will try to kill him as soon as it sees him, and that he trusts him at least for a while. The happy protagonist realizes that all the conditions have been adjusted to prevent unnecessary victims of the 12th floor. He states that they will see each other on the next scene. The system wishes him good luck. He uses movement. The main character finds himself in the middle of an army on the battlefield. Frightened fighters run in different directions, shouting that they need to beware of arrows. The warrior holds a sword in front of him. The system says about the quest to secure the supply route. The protagonist thinks that so far everything is the same as in the last round. Witch is furious and screams about collecting the Black Dragon. She stands among her comrades and declares that from now on, the Black Dragon takes the lead in the war. Viper looks forward with a smile and listens to the Vigilantes' need to break through on the left side, the Pantheon and the Merchant Alliance on the right. The Black Dragon will break through in the center. Heretic Questioner smiles standing with Countess, while the girl shouts that if there are any complaints about the command, you can save them for the rest of the battle. The warriors run to attack. The head of the guild declares that if there is time to scratch their tongues, it is better to catch another orc. They fight bravely. One calls for him, the other asks what is happening, and it is necessary to repeat thousands of faceless people behind the gates, not to let wild boars isolate, while it is argued that arbitrariness is punishable by death, and it is necessary to act only in groups. The fighter in the helmet is amazed to see the battle. He points his sword and shouts that the warriors from another world are suppressing the monsters unhindered, so the knights of the Empire need to be helped. The protagonist stands together with the spirit of the rear. The warriors declare that the goddess has not abandoned them, while Sword Emperor asks if the zombies are okay. The main character, smiling, hears that at this rate he will remain in the shadows. The disgruntled spirit of the rear says that he loves other people's attention more than anyone else, clarifying whether this way he will not lose the same significance as he was in the previous round. The guy replies that it happens. Gongja happily assures that this does not upset him at all. The coach, grinning, is surprised that he has apparently grown up. The protagonist is smiling while Marcus is behind his back. MC declares that he just has to be responsible. Suddenly he turns around. The old man looks at him and hears a question about what he is doing. He replies that he is watching him. The disgruntled protagonist watches, while he is told that he was warned that Marcus will be watching him for 5 days, and then decides to kill him or not. The fighter wonders if he plans to follow him around the clock. The old man swipes his blade through the monsters, while MC wonders if he should catch mutants as well, as the reward will be given for contributing to this battle. The old man with a serious look assures that he will sometimes use a sword, so he should not worry. He considers him a terrible grandfather. The main character sighs with nerves. He sees people in front of him who disgruntledly ask what he needs from the head, which looks away at the hunter Gongja and the holy sword. She points her finger and claims that she is now busy with the command, clarifying what they need and let them do it in 30 seconds. Suddenly shouts to the 4th team that there is no need to rush and it is better to defend their positions. The main character says that he has a reward for clearing the 10th floor. He is holding a map in his hand, which is interested in what it is. The guy says that this is a mini-map. He sees the entire battlefield, as well as the location of enemy and allied armies. The head of the guild asks in discouragement if this is true. He asks the point of lying to him. She takes his hand and asks why he has just come up, loudly clarifying where the monster boss is now. MC looks at her and says that the mutant is surrounded by monsters and is difficult to see, but on the map he was somewhere there. She shouts that he should repeat after him, namely agree to use the skill. The protagonist holds onto her hand and says that he agrees to use the skill of the head of the Black Dragon, realizing that the girl shows her true self when she loses her temper. Suddenly, they appear in the air among the goblins. They fall down. The heroine in shock asks where to go. Abruptly appear near the Monster King. She used movement. They fall down, which asks if he knows how to wield a sword. He replies that he will definitely have enough strength for the monster. He rushes down in a rage. With one blow, he cuts the villain in half. The goblins turn around in amazement. The protagonist asks with a smirk if they should be killed as well. The monsters run away in terror. The main character notices this. The fighters happily chase them, shouting that no one should be missed, which begins to rejoice. She looks enthusiastically at the protagonist and praises him, because not even an hour has passed, and the stage has already been cleared. It seems that even 50 hunters have not died, not even 30. The main character is amazed to hear the question of what could be better. The protagonist thinks about the fact that in the last round she was constantly stone-faced. Flashbacks from which are shown. Gongja wonders that many hunters died in the beginning, and now she is so happy about the minimal losses. The main character embarrassedly says that she is too excited and needs to calm down, realizing that the girl is unexpectedly simple. So direct is the connection between her mood and the number of victims. She states that when a person is excited, you need to excite him even more, which says with a cute smile that there wasn't a single conquest when clearing the tower that had so few casualties. so he can be proud of himself. The amazed protagonist hears that even though he wanted to use the reward for the cleanup alone, in general, it is such happiness that the new hero is a person like him. She rejoices and claims that from today all the towers will flock to him, so let him be ready. Gongja shakes her hand and realizes that attracting the attention of many ordinary people, being accepted as a hero and becoming an object of envy and hatred, from such an outcome it is quite possible to explode with joy. However, Viper and others are discussing something. The guy realizes that all this is not enough for people to recognize him, always give their best, and even if not all their efforts pay off, Paladin is happy. MC thinks it's no exaggeration to say that they're trying their best. Marcus stands by while everyone is celebrating, the Holy Sword and the head of the Black Dragon, a huge number of others, in fact, no less zealous people. He wants to live being recognized by such people. The main character shakes her hand. He realizes that he wants to protect people. The fighters happily look ahead. The system says that the contribution to the cleansing is being calculated. The protagonist understands that he does not want to be deceived by some demon king, does not want to ridicule and insult truly diligent people like the Emperor, constantly wear a smile and entertain them with vile deeds. Sword Emperor smirks as the protagonist realizes that he wants to win their respect. Even if it's an unattainable dream, he still wants to live like this. Gongja smiles. The system window says that he is in the first place in the top of the cleanup contribution. The home front spirit says that he turned out to be a boy worth looking after. While MC realizes that in an ever-changing world, he has also decided to change a little. He looks to the side, realizing that the order is not the same as in the last round. The alert says that the conquerors in the top are the first to enter the 12th floor, which, smiling, declares that with such a spirit, everything up to the 20th floor can be cleared in an instant. The system writes that until the conquerors in the top receive a reward, the remaining conquerors cannot get to the 12th floor. The main character with a serious face hears that she assumed that they would lose at least 5,000 people, and the start turned out to be damn successful. He, in turn, understands that if nothing is changed, then on the 12th floor they will suffer huge losses. Countess shines. It is said that the loss of the only specialist capable of conducting trade relations with the outside world will be especially painful. At this rate they will lose not 5,000, or even 500. The protagonist feels the flow of energy. He opens his eyes and thinks. The guys refuse in the hall. He understands that he will take on the main role, which claims that she did not expect that they would be in such a place. Heretic Questioner, rejoicing, declares that Gongja was incredible. The boy stops him while he says that he didn't think they would work so well with the head of the Black Dragon, while clarifying if he really knew the location of the boss from the reward for clearing the previous scene. The main character with a serious face claims that he must first say something. Marcus stands nearby and watches. MC smiles and asks if he remembers their conversation the day before, knowing that the Holy Sword is not attacking him. Heretic Questioner happily replies that he remembers the request. Viper and Witch look at him and hear him asking to complete it. The protagonist shows their palm and asks them to do nothing for the next 5 days and stay here. The main character, grinning, claims that during this time he will clear everything up to the 20th floor. The blonde closes her eyes and puts her hands together, telling the tower-conquering warriors that they will collide from the 11th to the 20th floor. There are memories of a fight in the hall. They talk about a test of faith. Paladin stands with the others and is asked if they remember yesterday's conversation. A girl with an angelic appearance asks them to find the answer, and it will reveal the truth about themselves to them. The protagonist says with a smile that they promise to fulfill the request. Light pours through the windows of the hall. He asks them to do nothing for 5 days and stay there, and he will clean everything up. Witch asks in amazement if it is true that many days. The main character calmly replies that this is not a joke, and they heard everything correctly. The guys are silent in shock. The girl with purple hair claims that this is simply impossible. Gongja is standing in front of her and hears that clearing up to the 10th floor alone has taken them years. And of course they just conquered the 11th floor in less than an hour. But he is still overconfident, most likely just agitated. Gongja bows to her and begs. He lowers his head and says that he cleared the 10th floor and first of all did it for himself. But he shared the reward and achievements received for conquering the 10th floor with them. Countess, thinking about it, hears that the information about the scene is not on the 11th floor and the location of the boss. Everyone benefited from them, and not only him. With a serious face, Viper hears that he is fully entitled to the request. Gongja lowers his head and asks for only 5 days, regardless of whether he manages to clear all 20 floors or not. They just need to wait for this period. The system says that she took first place in conquering the 11th floor. The protagonist smiles genuinely and declares that this is all he asks for, while a reward is given for conquering the 11th floor. The light flashes behind him. The window says that the goddess of protection is offering him a reward. The Autumn Rain Demon King is also offering. The guy turns around smiling. He looks away, wondering that they don't fight anymore, so the Demon King acts more quickly. Opposite is Viper. The system says that the Demon King strongly recommends choosing a different reward. Paladin nervously stares away along with the others, the alert saying that the Demon King is hinting that he may refuse the reward. A black system window states that the Demon King finds him suspicious and repeatedly encourages him to make a choice. Heretic Questioner watches with interest, stating that he does not see a problem, while the Demon King does not understand what he is thinking. The blonde goes forward, stating that the hunter shared information about the 11th floor with them and asked for one request as payment for this, and they agreed, but on the condition that it would not be something impossible. The little boy happily tells them to do nothing for 5 days and just wait here, which will not be easy considering the commotion of the press in the meantime. However, Heretic Questioner happily turns around and says that the request is not impossible, therefore he is for it. Which looks at him and says that the request is indeed quite feasible, but at the same time, the interlocutor replies that an agreement is an agreement. The head of the black dragon touches his hair in displeasure and agrees with it. Viper looks away and states that although he has no idea what he is up to, he agrees. Countess, with a serious face, claims that he is asking for it because there is probably some plan. Then I agree. Paladin looks at him and says that he understands, so he promises 5 days of silence. Marcus is standing nearby while they are discussing all this. He begins to speak. The old man calmly claims that he did not make any such promises. Opposite him is the protagonist. The man explains that they have agreed with the young man on only one thing, that he will follow him for 5 days, so there is no point in fulfilling any more requests. The main character with a serious look hears that if he goes to clear the 20th floor, he will follow him according to the agreement. He replies that everything is fine, realizing that he planned to defeat the Demon King alone. But with the holy sword on his back, he will definitely be calmer, so he will not refuse. Witch and Viper look at him. The protagonist smirks. Paladin and others hear words of gratitude for fulfilling his request. Gongja confidently heads for the exit and tells them that they will see each other in 5 days. He opens the gates. A bright light shines. He and Sword Emperor look ahead in dismay. NPCs are frozen around them. The main character suggests that this is because the quest has not begun. Marcus walks behind. The spirit of the rear asks about the quest. The protagonist looks around and says that no one has chosen a role yet. Now there is neither a chancellor nor an admiral in the Empire, and replacing them with hunters launches a quest from the 12th to the 20th floor. A joyful warrior with a sword, MC, says that it is related to the quest that was given when entering the stage of the 11th floor. Perhaps this is the correct order. The guy standing next to Marcus turns around. The system says that the quest of the 12th floor is issued. He asks if the last time on that floor of the quest was not very late, and what issue takes forever. They are standing in front of the castle gates. MC understands that the quest opened only after analyzing the roles, which means that if they do not choose a role, then the quest will not start either. They enter the castle grounds. He says that the invasion of the Demon King's army will not begin, and the Empire's army will not resist the invasion. The system states that the king strongly recommends choosing a reward and hurries him up. Gongja, smiling, begins to use magic and states that purely theoretically, it would be interesting if the Demon King died in such a state. He opens the map and asks what will happen if the boss stretches his legs before the quest even begins. Sword Emperor stands next to him and hears that no one will even be able to choose the reward of the Demon King. Of course, the traitor will not appear either. He will just go out before he does anything. The system says that the Demon King is angry with him. A strong flow of black energy appears in front of the guys. The boss begins to appear. The Demon King asks how dare he with an intimidating look. Gongja stands opposite and with a smirk hears that he needs to adhere to the agreed order of the goddess. While he came here without making a choice, a fool, he replies that he chose it properly. Suddenly, a bright sword appears in front of the villain. The main character claims that this is the best choice. With a smirk, the guy declares that he will kill him before the start of the quest, then not a single hunter and not a single Imperial will die, of course, and some traitor will not appear. That is, there will be a happy ending without a single victim. The protagonist laughs, claiming that he has not digested bad endings for a long time. This is probably because of his character. Anyway, if there is a chance, he will prefer a happy ending. The villain with a black face hears that he is interfering with him. At this rate they will not see a happy ending, so it is better to do a favor and die. The monster asks how he dares. In a rage, he begins to attack, shouting that he wants to confront him alone, without even enlisting Imperial help. The protagonist raises a shining sword. A gold watch is visible. MC asks what other help. The protagonist jumps up, swinging his sword, and realizes that in a frozen world, having made his blade a single hour hand, warriors by nature fight alone. It is explained that an endless 5 days have begun. In the black, something opened a red eye. It opened its eyes on the day it rained. A frog was sitting on a stone nearby, croaking. A dark substance rose from above. The frog was inside as if in jelly. The substance spread over the ground. The frog raised its head. Green paws stood on the stone. Drops were falling from above. It was raining. The frog sat on a rock in the rain and croaked in a different voice, and he wanted to live longer. The Demon King attacked from top to bottom. A notification appeared that he had died. The guy drew a line on the palm of his hand. The Sword Emperor crossed his arms, said that there was nothing special about his sword art. He just mindlessly struck with all his might, although, of course, he was terrifying for that alone. Raising his hands, Gongja said that knowing the direction of the blow could be avoided, and he heard that it was so. The hero made another line on the palm of his hand when he saw that he had died, and because it was a prison of time. The guy took a sip. He was confidently clutching a sword in his hand. There was a black substance in front of him. The system reported that he had died. The guy drew another line and thought about how everything would have turned out if he had completed the quest in the usual way. The blast wave scattered the warriors. The hero thought how many people would actually die in the battle, akin to a powerful wave. When one knight dies, at least 20 years that he could have lived disappears. Gongja ran among the silhouettes and thought that the death of 10 people was equal to 200 years. The death of 100 people was 2,000 years. He didn't choose any role to win back the same amount of time. The system reported death and returned 24 hours ago. The hero thought that for this to happen, one body must be full of determination to be banished to eternity. Gongja squeezed his eyes shut when he heard the spirit's words that only he was sure he had the skill to avoid the blow, even knowing the direction. He was a weakling and a zombie. The system had reported that he had died. The guy held the sword with both hands and heard the ghost say that he was still incompetent in using the aura. That's the trouble. The aura should flow evenly throughout the body. He replied that it is easy to speak words, and saw a notification that he had died. The demon king towered over him, asking how dare he adhere to the established order of the warrior goddess. The hero swung his sword when he heard that the arrogance was so great only from imperial privileges, and said that he would also end up with one blow today. Gongja attacked, spreading waves of power around. Holding the sword, he said that the warrior was slashing the demon king. The system reported that he had died. The hooded black creature heard that the warrior was slashing the demon king. What other words were needed here? He died again. Gongja resolutely held the blade in front of him and called the demon king to him, saying that he was the sword of the empire. The monster swung his weapon and said that let it be so, let him prove it with his deeds. Resolutely approaching him, Gongja replied that he would prove that the system had reported that he had died. The hand moved along the gold watch. Red lightning was spreading around the guy. He thought that his sword was the only hour hand right now. The second hand on the clock moved. The guy thought that in order for 1 second to pass in this world, he had to overcome one barrier. Gongja held the red attack raised with his sword. The young man thought that he was only living for a second of his sword. The hands moved along the dial. The guy thought that with his second, this world took another breath. He remembered how he sat at the table with maps. It was like a stream that went beyond the banks, burying everything to the sky under the water. I remember talking to Marcus and thought it had to start with a single drop, which pointed with her hand. He thought that even if he had to live forever, he could only live for this second. The marks that the guy made had already passed on his wrist. He thought that he had lived in his own life. The girl spread her arms, happily saying that he was good. Not even an hour had passed, and he had cleared. Perhaps even 40 hunters did not die. The guy drew lines higher and higher, which clenched her fist, saying that he was great. Not even 50 minutes had passed. Moreover, his advice to team up with the senior guardian knight was excellent. Maybe even 30 hunters didn't die. The guy was making a new line on his arm. The girl touched her chest, saying that not even 40 minutes had passed. Perhaps even 20 hunters had not died. Gongja was making a new line, with a slight smile, which said that it was unimaginable. As he advised, they cured a knight named Jugeoya and went against the golem. Maybe not even 10 people died. It turns out that this is possible on the battlefield. Gongja smiled happily when he heard the demon ask why he was laughing, and replied that he was happy. The demon king was emitting black smoke and asked, "Is the creature that will soon die happy?" Looking at him with red eyes, Gongja replied that he didn't understand. No one understood. The demon swung his sword and said that it was very presumptuous. But the hero objected that it was just a statement of fact. He was called a non-entity, and he died. White clouds floated in the sky. The hero thought that he hadn't given up. He had no reason to give up. His sword was faster today than yesterday. Witch bowed her head. The guy thought that tomorrow he would be even faster, because he was alive, and heard what she had just checked. Gongja looked at the girl who said that no one had died. She touched his scribbled hand and said that she had checked everyone, including the Pantheon, saying that there were no fatalities. There were fools who had been wounded through stupidity. With tears in her eyes, the girl hugged him and said that no one died, and thanked him. The guy thought that he wanted to live more. The hooded black demon asked how he dared to stand in his own way. His great shadow fell on the hero, who said that because by nature warriors fight alone. The guy jumped, avoiding the blow. Red lightning flew in front of him. The demon king swung his sword and said that his shadow was the ultimate evil. Gongja resolutely clutched his sword in front of him, thinking that he was coming. The mirror with black horns broke. A red flash flashed in front of the surprised hero. The figure of a girl appeared beside him, bowing to Gongja, which smiled and said that she was going to sit quietly in the audience room, as he asked. But curiosity won out. She wondered what he was doing here alone, so she went after him, and he was playing a fun game here. Raising his sword, Gongja replied that the warrior's game is called fun. It's just off the charts, and he heard that hunting is useful, just seeing the beast. Round mirrors hovered around the girl. She said that she would not let him have fun alone and would also join in. Gongja replied that he almost won, and she was going to take everything, to which he heard that the loot taken from others tasted better in the world. The black creature spoke to them. Gongja closed one eye and apologized, saying that he had originally intended to fight him alone, but then thought that attacking in a crowd was also quite in the spirit of warriors. He would understand and forgive. The black demon's body was surrounded by bubbles. He said that they cherished the hope that pathetic tricks would help by chance. Drops fell to the ground. He said that leniency with one sword was enough. The demon stretched out his hand and summoned the evil spirits. Green monsters rose from the ground as he asked to answer his call. The girl's eyes widened. Marcus held the hilt of the sword. Hearing that this was not the level that only their strength would be enough for, he was constantly standing there, not going to help. The old man replied that he planned to watch a little more, and 30 seconds had not passed. He was already grappling with the dark slime. Turning to him, Gongja said that I myself wanted to be patient for a minute and then asked for help. Witch held out her hand and said enough was enough. Let them take her hands, they would leave here. The hero smirked and said that everything was fine. Raising his finger up, he spoke of summoning evil spirits. The black monster's face looked surprised. Black smoke spread around the guy as he activated the skill. The animals went forward, it gradually increased. The black slime moved. A beast head appeared from it, and every time it received a new body, it received a new joy. The predator ate its prey. The beast ate the caught prey, including the joy of bloodshed. A girl was sitting behind the grass. She ran in fright, screaming for help. The predator rushed after her. He opened his blood-stained mouth. There was a red haze in the space. A scream was heard. The demon thought that it was delicious. What kind of smell was it? The beast's body transformed, devouring its prey as if enchanted. And when there was nothing left of it, memories of the prey slowly flowed to it. The girl stood bent over. Someone called her by the name of Esther. Her father peeked out from behind the bushes, saying that he had told her not to go outside once. Hadn't she heard what the doctor with such a weak body had said? Looking at her in surprise, her father asked what was wrong with her clothes. The girl's clothes were dirty. She turned to her father. Stained with blood, Esther turned around and said that she seemed to have recovered. That was the first name the Demon King had received. Gongja raised his hand, activating the skill. A skeleton appeared in the black haze. There were several more of the same kind standing nearby. The words "that sword emperor" were heard. After all, he wondered why he chose to summon evil spirits. The man squinted at him and said that there was such a thing, to which he heard that initially the hero was also inclined to a different skill. He imagined the demon who had raised the sword and explained that if it was the same aura-enhancing technique, it would probably be great if he could use the creepy beam like the Demon King. A glow appeared in the scribbled palm. He said that he was of a completely different opinion now, and opened the skill card. In front of him was a description of skills: summoning SS rank evil spirits. Its effect was that the killed people return as monsters. The deceased does not adopt the skills of the past life, does not retain memory, is simply summoned as a goblin, orc, zombie or skeleton. The guy clarified that it says killed people. Gongja turned to the spirit and asked how many people he had personally killed, to which he heard that 0. The ghost folded his fingers, believing it to be the emperor, and he, only 2 people, heard that it was supposed to be so. The guy stood among the skeletons with a smile and said that, for some reason, the vigilance of the detective Marcus shows the number of his kills over 4,000, which means that the method of counting deaths in the tower is different. Then he will ask again. There were a huge number of skeletons in the desert, he repeated. How many deaths do he think on his hands? Sword Emperor opened his mouth in surprise. The skeleton was holding a knife in his hand. The other opened his mouth and roared. Gongja said with a smile that, indeed, he had died many times. Witch opened her mouth in surprise and said that it was incredible. Was it really his skill? The guy scratched his cheek awkwardly and heard that it was a skill that summoned thousands of monsters, so that's why he single-handedly cleared the 10th floor as well. The Demon King opened his black mouth and asked, where did he get a technique like his? Gongja threw his sword over his shoulder and said that he had no desire to tell. Surrounded by a haze, the demon said that it was unforgivable, intolerable. How much longer he would laugh at him? Gongja turned to Marcus when he heard his madness and hatred, for there was an agreement between them that he would accept all his resentment. The old man squinted at the skeleton and heard the request to fight with him. With his support they would be invincible. The man replied that it was reluctant to fight in alliance with monsters. They were better than him. When he heard the request for help, and not the 2 of them would defeat the Demon King, he replied that he knew. Gongja raised his sword, summoning evil spirits. The skeletons heard his cry to show what they did best. They moved forward, obeying the orders to kill and die. A crowd of skeletons pounced on the green monster. They shattered, attacking his body. The skeleton fell to the ground. He got up without a skull. Then they attacked again, and the ghost made an admiring sound. The green monster fell next to the skeleton. Sword Emperor told to see how the nature of these skeletons manifests itself, and who they look like. With a satisfied expression on his face, he said that this is an army of monsters who are not afraid of death. This is scary. The demon in the form of a black substance asked, how dare he? If his fist fell in round drops, he called him an outsider from another world. The monster waved his hand and said that this is a man who has not taken upon himself a word, nor a grudge, nor the life of this world. How dare he hinder him? Pointing his sword at him, Gongja asked where it made no difference where he came from. He stood surrounded and in a golden haze, and said that right now he was here, even if he felt that he did not have enough rights. let him not interfere. A system window appeared above the guy that the tower gave him a nickname. The system window said that his nickname was the King of Death. Rushing to attack the demon, Gongja said that the tower confirms his rights. In the yellow window there was a message of respect to the king who had subdued death. A frog sat on the girl's palms. It did not age, rather it only became more beautiful day by day. The aroma of its body made people dizzy and captivated people. The girl stood with her palms together when she was addressed, calling her the holy maiden of the outskirts. Esther turned around that she could imprison any disease. A crying woman held a baby in her arms and said that this child was terminally ill. Let him bless this unfortunate creature. The blonde woman stretched out her hands and asked if she knew the order. Let her leave the child here and return for him at dawn. The woman bowed down and asked the saint to take care of him. The demon in the girl's body was looking at the baby. The blonde took him in her arms. Hugging her, she said that it smells delicious. People are very desperate for love. Touching the child's cheek with her finger, Esther said that his mother wrapped him in the best rags she could find. The girl's shadow betrayed a monster in her. She said that it would no longer hurt, even wrapped in such rags. He was overwhelmed with life. On the shadow I could see how the monster opened its mouth. The miracle that enveloped this man became a real happiness for the whole world. The words were heard that this is nothing. Imagining a woman clutching a child to her chest, the hero thought that consuming the child's flesh and bone filled Esther with his memories. The baby was crying. Remembering how he took him, the demon said that he imagined how much he had suffered. He understood everything. Now everything was fine. Stretching out her palm, the girl said to live a little longer. The baby was hidden on the floor by black slime. The hand of a crying child appeared from there. Looking down, the green-eyed girl called him a non-entity. His mother heard with a happy look that now he was healthier, and he would not even have a slight ailment. Let her continue to take care of him and love him as she had loved him until now. Bowing, the woman thanked her. A group of people bowed, thanking the saint. Mountains and rivers were marked on the map. Words were heard that this man works miracles, saves the sick. People wept and praised her for letting them go, so they could look forward again. A dark stain spread across the map, and words were heard that this was their true savior. The man looked at the scroll and spoke about another mass escape of the peasants. They united under the banner of holy salvation. The spot on the map was getting bigger. It saved all the suffering. The knight waved his hand to the others, saying that the earth was subject to the goddess. They were going to continue to indifferently watch the spread of heresy. No pity for the followers of the witch. The knights raised their torches when they heard the order to burn the witch's nest. Under the full moon, a large fire was breaking out. The girl stood by the flames, hearing screams. The warrior swung his sword at the man, shouting orders not to let anyone go. A woman screamed next to the knight, and the words were heard that they were all monsters. Esther looked on in shock. Then she opened her mouth, shouting that these are creatures that do not consider humans to be humans. The black monster opened its mouth, and words were heard that they would be consumed by their malice. In the present, the demon swung his sword, leaving a black trail. Gongja jumped back and said that everything was fine. The monster swung his sword, and the hero thought to the left or right. The attack left red marks. The system reported that he had died, and the hero realized that he was on the left. The hand moved on the golden clock. He went back 24 hours. There were 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds left before the reuse of the summoning of spirits. In the Ascension clock, it is stated that the user retains memories and abilities during the rebirth. The Demon King put the sword behind his back. The hero died and returned 24 hours ago. A ghost stood behind the fighting guy, and the skills that persisted included skills, both the fact that the spirit of the rear shared the memories of rebirth with him, and the features of the skills remained the same as they were in death. There are 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, 42 seconds left to reuse the summoning of spirits, including cooldowns. Stones scattered next to the witch who called the hero. He died, leaving 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, 33 seconds before the reuse of the summoning spirits. The guy held the girl's hand. Days pass. Here were the clashes of swords. A red spark was scattered. The heroes resolutely looked ahead. The Demon King was picking up monsters. Gongda stood in front of them with a sword. He died again. There were 3 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, 15 seconds left before the skill was used again. A red ball of power was flying towards him. There were 2 days left. There is 1 day left. The green goblins were approaching the hero, with 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds left before the spirit summoning was reused. The movement of the demon's sword, there were red traces. Now the hero has returned from the attack and said that everything is fine. The monster in a black hood said that he could not stay alive, but he had the gift of foresight. A yellow system window appeared next to the guy with information that he could use the summoning of spirits again. He replied that something like that. Skeletons appeared behind the guy's back after activating the skill. They rushed to fight the goblins. The hero jumped next to the huge skeleton. Attacking the demon, he heard the ghost say how evil he was. Sword Emperor was standing next to him and said that he was very profitable. Later let him test once to see if he could make a second call. Let him try in about a week, as soon as he rested, and the guy replied that they would discuss it later. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword and heard what he was thinking. The first summoning could be cancelled and the next could be counted, Suddenly the second summoning would really count, and he would be promoted from a zombie to a zombie king. The guy replied that he should stop talking, he couldn't concentrate. The system reported that he had died. A scream was heard. Gongja clutched his head, shouting in displeasure that he had to repeat for a week because of him. The home front spirit replied that it was because he was a weakling, and not his fault. The system window has reappeared stating that there are 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes left before the spirit summon is reused. The ghost smiled very broadly when he heard that he would kill him someday, and replied that he was already dead. The demon king swung his sword again. Gongja shouted to the witch that the next one was on the right, and heard the spirit saying that since he was so furious, let him defeat the demon king faster. He had walked the 20th floor alone even without cheating skill. The girl held out her palm. Next to her, intersecting red rays appeared. The witch channeled the energy forward. She left a huge hole in the demon's body. The words were heard that the ant was great. The demon was recovering by holding the sword, and the girl was indignant at who he called ant. She was still very young. The man objected that he knew it was the work of a potion. The witch said that first they would defeat the demon king, and then he would look at her again. A demon's body formed from the smoke. Looking at him with red eyes, Gongja shouted that he was on the left. The monster attacked Marcus, and the hero warned him. The girl put her hands in front of her face. The guy shouted for her to dodge the attack from the left. If there was no one there, then a general attack would begin. Mirrors rose into the air above the witch. They surrounded the huge demon king. Black drops flew in all directions from the attack. A face appeared in a black hood under the goo, and he said that they dared to offend him, and hatred. Gongja was shocked to see this, thought it was leather. There were round drops in place of the demon's head. A notification appeared that the demon king had decided to retreat. The next notice announced that he had retreated to the 13th floor. The black goo spiraled. Gongja indignantly shouted that they had won. Where had it been seen for the boss to escape? The demon replied, let them not be deceived, he would soon return. The heroes looked at the black drop in bewilderment. Gongja's hand was scrawled. He wondered why he was doing this. The guy covered his eye with his hand in frustration. The system reported that the tower recognized his choice. A notification about the issuance of a hidden quest appeared. The next notification said that the 12th floor quest was unlocked. The next ones reported the opening of the quest up to the 19th floor. The hero thought the quests were able to open. In front of him was a system window with a description of the quest warrior of a frozen world, of unknown complexity. He decided that he would not allow any victims. Justice is called when a person does not ask for payment from those he saved. Self-sacrifice is when a person does not even ask for their recognition. And a warrior is called someone who sacrifices himself in the name of justice. The people of the continent, they learn about his justice. They are not aware of his self-sacrifice, but justice will remain justice. And self-sacrifice is self-sacrifice. Is he ready to continue to be a warrior further? In the frozen world, the demon king was wounded and fled, but he could not go far. If he wished, he could pursue him as much as he wanted. The choice was his. With a resolute smile, the guy saw the question if he accepted the quest and replied that he did. The system announced the activation of a hidden quest. The image of the guy turned into an outline when the system reported that the name of the quest was Warrior of the Frozen World, and wished him good luck. A system window appeared about the search for the Demon King on the 12th floor. Detection was impossible. The following reported on the tracking of the Demon King. The heroes stood under a clear sky. The words about the change of history appeared, which looked at her palms in surprise. Gongja turned to her when he heard what it was, and replied that it was also his first time doing so. Sword Emperor squinted at the floating petals. He also had what it was. The heroes looked away in surprise. There was a bright castle in front of them. He asked the girl to take a look. Red flags hung on the wall. He said that this was a fortress wall. With us it became much smaller. There was nothing on the light walls, and she confirmed that it was. The girl took the hero by the hand, saying that she needed to check. The heroes found themselves on the fortress wall, the use of movement. The guy remembered the gloomy city. Now it was clean and bright. Looking down, he spoke about changing history. The knight yawned. The guy said that it was rewritten, which looked down in surprise when she heard that the empire was originally supposed to be occupied by the Demon King, whether they defeated him or were destroyed if they lost. But the invasion was a constant point. Blue petals were flying around the hero. He said that now since the invasion there had been no one in this world. The system reported that the stage of the 11th floor was open and the stage of the 12th floor was open. The hero thinks that so far no one knows anything and will not be able to find out because of him. He remembered the man waving his hand, asking what kind of rain it was, and thought it was because of him. The man picked up an apple, saying that even elves would give their lives for these apples. People discussed that there was no water in the baths at all lately. They called themselves officials, but they couldn't even keep track of the water. Looking down, the heroes heard a request for a kopeck. One of the knights looked up and asked who they were. The knight with the mustache said what audacity it was. How dare they set foot on the fortress tower of the empire? Let them descend at once. Gongja remembered how the man held the sword, asked for help for them and their country. Looking down, he recognized Ejim. The man waved his hand, asking how the dastardly robber knew his name. The hero lowered his head when he heard the order to go down, and thought that the friendly knight of the empire, who was originally on the 11th floor, now addressed him as a complete stranger, understood. He remembered holding the hand of a knight who asked for the protection of his empire. The brunette grinned. Ijim was surprised to hear his loud laughter, which looked at the laughing guy in surprise. Sword Emperor also watched him. The hero bent down on the wall and continued to laugh. Then, with a resolute look, he shouted that he had protected. Leaning his hands on the wall, he shouted that he had defended their empire. The knights looked at him. With a happy smile, the guy shouted that he had kept his promise. The villagers looked at this in surprise. I heard that he did not have a drop of shame. The hero thought that hundreds of days. The man looked out the window, heard him shouting that without a drop of regret. The hero thought that just because he didn't want to allow even one victim, after hundreds of days, he had finally defeated the Demon King. The guy was written on his hands. He said that he was proud of it, he coped. Gongja remembered his comment that he wanted to be like Emperor too, and thought that he was a dry scum, jealous of others, mocking them, wasting days drinking alcohol. Remembering how he sat on the kitchen floor, he thought that he justified his frozen heart with equanimity, and simply gave up on his life. The guy looked ahead with a happy smile and thought that he could be proud of himself today. The system reported that the stage was cleared. The girl touched him, and looking at him, there was information about the re-announcement for everyone. The hero thought even if the whole world only noticed Emperor and Witch. Marcus looked up. The hero thought that the most important thing was that he was a decent person today. The system reported that the 12th floor stage had been cleared today. The notification reported the count of participants in the cleanup operation. The count is complete. The number of conquerors is 3 people. A yellow system window appeared above the city with the top of the Gongja, which Marcus clear. Ijim asked with a displeased look what he was talking about. His eyes widened as the guy called his name. Waving his scribbled hand, the hero asked to take care of the empire. The knights looked at each other when they heard that this warrior had to leave them. It was enough to catch the Demon King, although of course, their empire could still rot here and there. Gongja happily clenched his fists, saying that they would somehow manage it on their own, and the ghost laughed. He whirled in the air and laughed loudly, saying that he thought like a decent adult would be sad quietly, and he boasted loudly. Picturesquely throwing away his hair, the guy said what to do. He was too good today. Sword Emperor rolled with laughter, saying that he loves it when he doesn't whine. Gongja called Witch to the 13th floor. The girl held out her hand to him, saying that top hunters are never normal, she understands. The 3 heroes were standing in the desert after moving. Gongja looked at the girl, heard that the rule for entry, the beginning is always given to the first place, he is their representative, so let the King of Death say the move. Smiling, the guy agreed. A blue spark flashed. The system announced the movement of the 13th floor to the stage. The heroes found themselves on a tiled platform. Sparks flew from the Demon King everywhere. He shouted that he would not forgive. They dared his children, whom he saved and hid, took them at will and laugh at him. The creatures that steal his flesh, blood and soul, let them be damned. The heroes looked at it gloomily. Marcus said that it was a terrifying scream. It was the first time he had heard such a voice, which confirmed and asked why he was screaming so much. Gongja frowned ahead. Crossing his arms, Sword Emperor asked what was wrong with him. The guy turned around when he heard that he was weaker than before and asked again. The ghost touched his chin and said that the girl who was a witch had hit him hard with her aura. Probably because of the damage he had taken, he wasn't acting like that because he was just injured. Introducing the monster among the goblins, he said that the form of Opal, figuratively speaking, on the 12th floor, he was the SSS rank Great Monster King. The black monster sat on the roof of the building, the ghost continued, and now he doesn't have the feeling that he is facing such a powerful boss. He is more like something like the Great Goblin King of the 5th floor, whom he barely defeated. Gongja looked ahead in surprise, heard that it was strange, generally ordinary. The higher up the tower, the stronger the monsters. Did the aura used by the witch have an additional relaxing effect? The hero thought that there was some unforeseen change in the scene. The system reported that the reward for clearing the 12th floor was calculated and that the calculation was impossible. All rewards would be calculated when clearing the 19th floor. Currently, only a simplified reward is issued. A purple glow appeared above the guy's palm. The system reported that the blessing and protection of the god of war had been strengthened. The entire map is open from the 11th to the 20th floor. A large pink map appeared in front of the guy. The comrades turned when they heard what he understood. With a confident smile, the guy said that he understood why the Demon King was behaving like this. Let him remember the previous scene. Remembering how the heroes stood on the wall, he continued that the story of the Demon King invading the capital had disappeared, and the refugee settlement was also completely gone. Looking at the world map, Gongja asked to think about where the refugees came from in the first place. It was logical that they had evacuated from the entire empire or from the entire continent. Which looked forward when she heard that the refugee settlement in which they had gathered had completely disappeared, not only in the empire, but throughout the continent. The history of the invasion had changed. Red rays flew from the demon, saying that they had returned to the period before the Demon King had almost completely taken over the continent, and now they were at the moment when this temple was attacked by him. Sword Emperor looked away as he heard a whisper that his level had dropped. The guy's eyes were glowing red. He said that every time hunters like them level up, they hear that existence becomes even more remarkable. He immediately understood about raising the level of hunters. But what was the point of this rant about some kind of existence? It initially seemed to him that it was just a pretentious phrase. The Demon King was leaning on his sword. The guy was continuing. Maybe the monsters were also climbing, killing a bunch of Imperials and refugees. And now all this carnage and hunting had become nothing. The notification said that the Demon King was angry. The existence of the Demon King fades. The monster held his head and howled. The guy whispered that the progress stuffed with this farm had also been erased. Existence was fading. The demon's face contorted as he screamed. Mirrors were flying around the witch. She said that they would burn the fire of the counterattack. Green monsters in knightly costumes, which the demon called evil spirits. People lying on the ground, thousands of demons. People who rose like zombies, his children. With a wave of his hand, the demon directed them to attack, shouting for them to kill the heroes. The girl held the barrier in front of her, saying that she had always hated zombie movies. Gonja attacked one of them and asked Sword Emperor to make a bet. The ghost hovered in the air, pondering the answer to the question of how many times he would die before he broke through to the 19th floor. There was a sly smile on the guy's lips when he heard that he bet on something less than 100 and bet on something less than 99. The zombies were approaching the smiling hero. The ghost said that he would watch the zombie crush his kind. Since it was an argument, he would not help him. Continuing to smile insidiously, the hero agreed. The system reported that he died and returned 24 hours ago. Which put her palm forward. Gonja shouted how could they cope with such a number? It wouldn't work again. She replied that she was already giving her best. Couldn't he counter them with his skill? Without turning to her, the guy replied that he was in a rollback now. He would only be able to use it in 3 days. This is a special thing. Marcus was holding the sword. After hearing him asked him to make a hole in that huge roof that resembles a sarcophagus. He wants to check something. Folding his fingers into a gesture okay. The guy promised to explain later, and first let him do it. He is a fortune teller. The man turned gloomily to him. He touched the metal fence with his hand. The system reported that the hero had died. Marcus turned around when he heard that the sarcophagus was actually a secret passage. There was a hammer down there with a special effect on the dead. Let him go there with the witch. Take it and use it. He replied that his only way to go through life was with one sword. Attacking the zombies, Gonja explained that he had the right effect. Let him cast an aura, hit the ground, and this effect would spread over it. All the zombies would disappear. He heard the question of how he knew this. Resolutely turning, the guy shouted that he was a fortune teller. The system reported that he had died. The man held a hammer in his hand and said that these zombies were mostly finished. Suddenly, a huge cyclops appeared from behind the building. Just as the guy was saying that only the Demon King was left. The monster's eye glowed yellow. The guy said that he couldn't tell if it was a giant or a zombie. A zombie giant. Maybe it was the body of the sacred cyclops that protected the temple. Apparently he had fallen under the influence of the Demon King and became his servant. And if there was an inquisitor and a heretic, they would know even more. The monster swung his club when he heard a request to leave this giant on him. The system reported that he had died. Gonja waved his hand, telling the man to continue holding off the remaining zombies with AoE attacks. Marcus turned around in displeasure, and said that this giant was made to test his sword. But the hero again said that he was a fortune teller. The girl excitedly clenched her fist when the hero asked her to hit this zombie cyclops with a ray of eyes, and replied that she just wanted to shoot at him. A fiery beam flew from the monster's eye. The system reported that he had died. Surrounded by black smoke, Gonja held out his hand to summon spirits, and which asked him if there was a cooldown on this skill. She turned in surprise when she heard them attack the Cyclops, but he has a request. The heroine looked amazed when she heard a request not to hit him in the eye, and asked why. She pointed her hand at the monster when she heard that trouble would happen then, and told him to just look at him. A light shone from the yellow eye of the Cyclops. The hero said that he saw and understood perfectly well how desirable a target it was, that if he could shoot rays and saw such an eye, he would also like to, but he can't. Now there is no time to explain. The disgruntled girl clenched her fists. The old man told her to listen to her friend. He claims that he is a fortune teller. The heroine pursed her lips. Turning resolutely, she promised to try not to hit her in the eye. The monster was surrounded by black and red rays along with the barrier. The Demon King howled about his general. A black notification appeared that he was retreating to the 14th floor. A black haze remained on the roof of the building, and then everything brightened and shone. The priest told the joyful children that he had already warned them not to run in the temple. In the name of the patron goddess, he blesses the sisters. Gonja looked at the sleeping Cyclops with a smile. The heroes joined hands to use movement. Marcus resolutely held his sword in his hands. The system reported that the Demon King had decided to retreat. He retreats to the 15th floor. The movement of the sword left red lightning bolts under the water. The Demon King decides to retreat again. He retreats to the 16th floor. A fiery dragon was waiting for the heroes there. The Demon King decides to retreat and retreats to the 17th floor. The hero thinking that the story is rewinding. The Autumn Rain Demon King retreats to the 18th floor. He retreats to the 19th floor. The existence of the Demon King fades. A red eye could be seen in the black goo. A small monster sat on the ground and said what if it weren't for him. Together with his comrades, he stood next to him, having heard that all order, like his, would not have happened if not for him, this impudent, pathetic man with a dagger, also from another world. The guy held the hilt of a shining sword, said that now you can see at least a little bit of his eyes. The monster raised a red eye. Gongja looked down and explained that until now, he had never been able to look him in the eye normally. It was an absurd omission if the Demon King and the warrior couldn't even meet their eyes. Pointing his sword forward, he ordered to gather all his forces and attack. He will run again. He wants to see how much weaker he will become by escaping this time. The black creature heard that he would have no chance of winning unless he attacked with all his might right now, and replied that his words, how dare he? Some hyena had gnawed off pieces of his flesh. What did he know? Holding his sword, the young man called out to him by the name of Esther. The red eye opened in surprise, and the monster heard that he was repeating one last time, let him attack with all his strength. Swinging his sword, Gongja said that otherwise his time would become longer, all his stories. The hero raised his sword. The system reported that he was dead. The notice said that a fine had been imposed for using the skill. Reproduction of the injury of the enemy who killed him. The strength of the penalty is medium, devil level. The hero thought that it was time to tell about a nightmare. The system reported the reproduction of the monster injury of the Demon King. Flames were blazing around the heroes. Gongja stared ahead in surprise when he heard the order to hand over the witch's nest to the fire. The silhouette of a girl could be seen in the flames. A cry was heard that there was no pity. All these were monsters who succumbed to filth. They should not let a single person leave. Esther looked ahead in surprise. She opened her mouth, asking why. I remembered the smiling residents, and thought why people burn people. The bodies lay on the ground. The knights' faces were crossed out. A cry was heard to carry out the will of the Lord, to carry out the order of His Majesty. His Highness the High Priest ordered to burn the heretic who dared to assume the title of saint. The knight ran after the hooded man on the orders of the king of the forest, with this arrow. The faces of the various creatures were also sketched, with the jewel given by the underwater ruler. They were with the magic of their staff for the sake of protecting the great agreement, and so were the right-wing warriors. The man stretched out his hand to the knights. Their eyes were crossed out. The girl thought who they were inflaming people. Engulfed in flames, the inhabitants screamed. The woman pressed the baby to her breast, saying that it was difficult for him. She understood, but they had to endure a little longer. The man hugged his grandfather, saying that everything would be fine. As a result, the girl stood by the ashes. She took a step among the burnt wreckage. I remembered how the guy handed me an apple, saying that this was the first apple in their house. Let him try it. The burnt hand lay on the ground. The woman held on to her knee, said that she did not believe that she would be able to run again one day, all thanks to her. His feet were lying on the ground in one sock. Esther fell to her knees. Kneeling down, she repeated the names of the inhabitants. The girl clutched the ashes with her hands. Then she pulled it to her mouth. There were dark clouds in the sky. Staring ahead, the blonde thought that they were nothing. Black tears flowed from her eyes. A black liquid enveloped the body of the girl who stood up, who said that they were also people. A black haze spread in the air. The Demon King said that they were also born humans. The beauty of life was known to them too. They were human, and therefore they were also capable of crying. So why? Residents looked at the black vortexes surrounding the houses. Esther asked why other people were stubbornly called monsters. From the black substance I could see the red eye of a girl who said that they were people, but her children were destined only to be considered monsters. This was their world. Round drops appeared from the raised hand. She continued that in this world only they have the right to call people, which means that it is still necessary to prove that a person is a person, and the offense reigned. A black monster sat in the middle of the red fire, saying that in this case, let them prove it now, the hard howls echoing. Her entire face was covered in black, and she cursed them, saying that her was created by their evil. Since the beginning of the reign, no more villages burned. The guards lay on the ground under red drops. She said they would be consumed by their malice. Sword Emperor crossed his arms and urged the guy to wake up. He stared blindly ahead, hearing that this was not his hell. The system reported that the reproduction of the injury was completed. The check of the safety of his own self, the penalty was completed. Surrounded by red lightning, the young man heard a scream. He swung his sword as he sliced through the demon. With his mouth wide open, the spirit screamed now. The guy attacked the black liquid when he heard the cry to empty his mind. The demon flew back. His black substance was getting smaller. A system notification appeared in front of the monster that the existence of the Demon King was fading. The hero thought that the body had clearly shrunk. All the dirt had almost disappeared. The eye looked frightened. The demon said that there would be no offense, and her children. The red-eyed monster heard the request to retreat. There was a map of the world above the guy. He said that the demon should retreat to the 20th floor. He would not be able to defeat him anyway. He could safely return. A red and blue dot was marked on the map, he said, to his base, to the last fort. Surrounded by a black haze, the monster heard that he had to return to the starting point, which was where his final destination was. Marcus looked at the guy. He sheathed his sword, crossing her arms, which said that she was losing one last attack to Gongja. A mouth appeared from the black liquid, and the monster cursed. In its place, a black haze remained. The system reported that the Demon King was retreating to the 20th floor. Gonja looked away. There was a notification in front of him about checking the Demon King's retreat and changing the story. The system reported that the scene of the 19th floor was being edited. The guy told his comrades that he wanted to go to the 20th floor alone. He bowed to them and thanked them for helping him so far. However, he wanted to come to the finish line with the Demon King. Let him go alone. Waving her hand, which said that they objected. Thanks to his huge contribution they came here. In any case, she broke her promise not to move for 5 days. This time she would really wait. Looking ahead seriously, Marcus said that today was the end of the 5th day. How would he deal with the 20th floor? Let him meet with him. They had a lot to discuss in private. Looking at them, the guy agreed. A glow appeared in a circle, and he thanked him. A bright spark of displacement appeared. The system greeted the hero. The notification said that he had entered the boss scene. The guy was standing among the trees. The body of a monster could be seen in the clearing. The system reported that Gongja's opponent was one person. Gongja closed his eyes when he saw the notification that good luck accompany him. He took a step forward. The system reported that there was a total count of rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor. The count was underway, and the count was completed. There was a golden glow next to the hero. The system reported that the tower recognized his great contribution. Multicolored maps appeared around. The system reported that his powers had been established. The hero's gaze became surprised when he saw that he had been granted limited apostle rights. He was given the right to upgrade any of his skills except for the X-level skill. Raising his weapon up, Gongja thought that he was now beginning to guess what the tower was all about. He pointed his sword at the black monster and thought that it was a creature that was watching their choices. A golden haze shone around the guy. He thought that this was a creature that his choice would remember, and told the Demon King that it was time to create his end. The monster's face showed horror. The Demon King spread his arms, shouted about his village, let him not dare to destroy his paradise. The system reported that the boss scene was starting. A clear cloudless sky. It would not rain today. Gongja raised his hand, spreading golden vortexes. The system announced that the boss scene was being triggered. The monster spread his arms, shouting that he could not forgive. Imagining the girl among the burned houses, he continued that the trace of ashes had not disappeared, not from his eyes, not from his head. This flame, like these events, they're evil to him. A black sword appeared in the demon's hand. He continued that he would turn back time. He would burn his paradise again. Dots were marked on the map. The hero thought that this was the tightest stage in the world, and the weakest boss in the world. The demon ran towards the hero. With both hands he clutched the hilt of his sword. Gongja blocked his shot. Holding the sword attack, the hero calmly said that they had completely switched places. The opponent jumped back, and the guy continued, remember, on the 12th floor, he had the role of the Demon King, and he had the role of a warrior. His role was to attack, and his role was to prevent it. Standing in front of the monster, the guy continued that the world is very unpredictable. Now he is fighting back. The demon shouted that he just die. Swinging his sword, the hero said that these were the most meaningless words for him. A red beam sliced through the demon's body. A notification appeared among the foliage that the existence of the Demon King was fading. Red drops fell to the floor. Leaving a red mark of impact, Gongja said that he would have to become even weaker than he was now. He slashed his sword from side to side again. The system reported that the existence of the Demon King was fading. A new red strike sliced through the demon's body, and the notification repeated. A black creature stood near the village. The substance dripped from the white robes. Esther looked at her palm in shock. The system reported rank adjustment, confiscation of the Demon King nickname. She waved her hand, shouting in denial. Her red eyes turned green again, and she begged the tower to stop. The blonde stood with her back to the hero. Turning around, she heard that she was weak enough now, and asked him not to come closer. Making a move, Gongja told her to stop him. The authority, with a sword, anything. The girl turned around, heard that otherwise he would continue to stand right in front of her. Esther said that this was despite what he had done to her children. With an angry look, she continued that she had no right to talk to her like that, but she heard that it was wrong. The hero put his sword back, saying that as she had said a few days ago, he was a foreigner who came from another world. Yes, the Alliance, the Church, the kings, even the Emperor, this whole world had come together to burn her village to the ground. There was no one on this continent who was free from responsibility for it. The blonde froze when she heard that apart from him, he was an absolute stranger, and all the other hunters had nothing to do with what had happened. The girl's eyebrows arched when she heard that she had no right to call him to account, and of course she didn't even have the strength to stop him. And she exclaimed that she had done nothing but heal the sick. The guy opened his mouth, saying that she wanted to say that she had done nothing wrong. The green eye opened. The girl heard that Esther must have been scared too, just like she was now. She was screaming, begging not to kill her, calling for her father, and what had she done to this child? There was a shadow of a monster over the holy heroine. The guy continued that not only that, the mother brought her precious child to her, trusted, and she swallowed him too, pretended to be an angel who saved the suffering, and at the same time betrayed everyone who believed her. The girl arched her eyebrows and shouted that she didn't want anything like that. The hero looked at her confidently. continuing that she was hiding the truth that she had stolen Esther's identity, that she had absorbed a seriously ill child. She was afraid, decided that people would misunderstand her and take her for a monster, so she kept silent. Closing her eyes, the heroine exclaimed that she did not know. Hiding her face with her hands, she said that those memories, she did not know about human life. She remembered the child running away, but the words were erased, and she continued that she did not know what these words meant. The question was not known, and therefore she made a mistake. Touching her breasts, the demon exclaimed that peacefully, if she knew, she would never have Esther. Her eyes widened when she heard that this was exactly what people were doing. He believed the rulers who burned them were also making excuses. He introduced the knights who said that they thought it was just an evil witch and her monsters. They didn't know. There was a shout that it was an obvious lie, and the hero's objection that of course, there could be some of them who lied for selfish purposes. However, could she be firmly convinced that every single one of them was like that? Imagining a man who was carrying a child on his back, the hero asked what happened to the warriors who were only carrying out orders, and what happened to the people who had to look for a new shelter almost every day, and there was no one among them. All their lips could fly off like their own, which he did not know. Gongja stood in front of the girl and said that he had not studied anything, and therefore was not educated, but there was one truth of the world that he knew for sure: you collect what you plant. Next to the blonde, he said that since she believed in plunging into darkness and then spitting it out, it was still human. Well, let her go through the same thing. The dawn would not be fair. The question of what he was talking about was heard. A yellow glow appeared in Gongja's palm as he shouted to the tower that he wanted to use the clearing bounty. There was a system window in front of him, the skills of summoning evil spirits. The hero continued that the system clearly said that he could improve almost any of his skills. The system reported that the tower recognized the authenticity of his words. The guy confidently looked ahead. Read the notifications that too much improvement is impossible. It will lead to an example to help him understand. It is possible to develop the skill from no more than SS level to SSS level. The hero said that he needs to improve the skill of summoning evil spirits. Let the main one remain the same. The girl's eyes widened when she heard that he wanted to change the part in him with the fact that memory is not preserved. He wants the memories of the life of the summoned person to be preserved if he so wishes. Surrounded by a golden glow, the guy asked, after all, this is a feasible condition for improvement. He is not asking to save the skills of the killed person and is not asking to reduce the cooldown time, but only memories. The system reported that it measures the feasibility of his demand. A loading sign appeared. The next notice announced that the tower recognized that its demand was feasible. A bright glow spread from the golden card in the guy's hand. The system reported that his demand was satisfied. A yellow system window of the skill of reviving evil spirits appeared. The effect is that the people killed by him return as monsters. The deceased do not adopt the skills of the past life. However, if he wishes, he can save his appearance and memory from life. If he does not want this, the deceased will be summoned in the form of a monster. The hero thought that this was his first SSS level skill. With a wave of his hand, Gongja said, that's it, now he will kill her. The girl grimaced when she heard that if she didn't like the way it sounded, she would think that he would devour her. Raising his sword, the guy continued as she absorbed Esther and the sick. The blonde fell to her knees when she heard that she would spit it out in the same way. The heroine held the black blade when she heard that he was really glad that she had become a human. Before that his form was that of a monster. He would have killed her with such difficulty, but he would not have been able to make her an object for skill. The heroine swung her sword, leaving a black trail. The spirit said that everything was wrong. He grimaced, saying that she didn't even know how to posture. Her feet didn't enter the ground properly. And despite the fact that she was swinging her sword, she didn't really look forward. There was no confidence in her own weapon. The girl bowed her head and breathed heavily. Sword Emperor said that this is the type of swordsman who relies only on skills and aura. She cannot even be called a swordsman. With a furious look, she ran forward, and the ghost said to look, so he repeats over and over again that she needs to hone the basics. At the last moment all hope will be only on his arms and legs. Frowning, the spirit ordered an end to it. A red blow shattered the black sword. The girl turned, looking at the wreckage. Then she fell to her knees. Gongja returned above her, thinking that this was the end of the Demon King. He held the silver blade, thinking that a man reaping death was a fitting description. He raised his sword above his head when he heard being asked to wait. Gongja turned. A ghost hovered nearby and apologized for getting into his fuse, although he didn't care, but it was better not to rush to kill her. The guy exclaimed angrily when he heard that everything was very smooth. The man touched his chin, musing aloud that she was definitely not a monster anymore, but she was now exactly, as he said, a human like him. Gongja waved his hand when he heard that perhaps she had just become an ordinary NPC. He was sure that he too would be the object of evil spirit rebirth upon his return. Opening his mouth, he heard the ghost shout that the tower was extremely cold-blooded in such details. They would be carried away by the atmosphere, and then it turned out that NPC was not an object. The whole moment would immediately be ruined. Would he be satisfied with such a situation? The girl sat on the ground while the ghost shouted for him to look at the skill card. It was written again. Personally killed people, NPCs enter there. The guy expressed that NPCs are also people, and heard that he thinks so. The brunette turned around in displeasure. A system window appeared in front of him, telling him that the tower was listening to what he was saying when he spoke to her, saying that he wanted to clarify something. The system window spoke of requesting clarification from the tower, having heard that the skill of returning evil spirits when killing NPC also recognizes them as deceased, or only hunters like him are counted. The system was loading. The answer was received that clarification was not possible. The brunette saw that this request exceeded the authority of the tower. Golden butterflies were flying around the guy. He saw a notice of verification of the authority of the questioner. It was approved. He currently owns the temporary rights of an apostle. The tower recognizes the issue put forward by him as an agenda. Among the butterflies, there was information that the tower was asking for a meeting of the 6 pillars of 10,000 lives to make a decision by voting. The hero asked what it was. The golden window is gone. That was the end of the first season. The hero stood with his hands folded in front of him. The light from the shining butterflies fell on his face. He remembered being asked to choose a skill card. The guy in the red jacket asked why he was there. The system said that it was checking the participants. Next to the surprised guy, gray information windows appeared that the 6th pillar was an ancient staff, the 5th pillar was a princess wandering through a mirage, the 4th pillar was the moon contemplating blindness, the 3rd pillar was creating origins, and the 2nd pillar was a spirit dancing in the void were joining. The hero thought that he could not see anything, but he felt an overwhelming sense of presence. In the system windows, it was written about checking the presence of 6 pillars of 10,000 lives. The tower will voice the question of the temporary apostle of the King of Death. Silhouettes appeared in front of the guy. The system repeated the question of whether NPCs are included in the objects of the evil spirit respawn skill. If they agree with the inclusion of NPC, let them vote in favor, if not, against. A voice in an unfamiliar language was heard from the black hooded creature. Gongja raised his hands to his ears. His gaze was surprised. Eyes widened. Then the guy removed his hands, continuing to hear unknown words. Touching his neck, the hero reflected that usually in the tower any language used is immediately heard translated. But with them everything is different. Looking ahead, he thought that these beings were not from the tower, probably not even comparable to some kind of demon king. Imagining the huge structure, he thought that perhaps it was the creators who designed the tower. The system reported that a vote was taking place on the topic of discussion. The space is divided into 2 unequal halves. The 6th pillar votes against, the 5th votes yes, the 4th votes yes. Gongja looked away excitedly as he saw the 3rd one voting against. There were silhouettes on the color fragments. A notification appeared that the 2nd refuses to vote. There were colored stripes around the guy. 2 against, 2 for, and 1 refusal. Incredible creatures with the right to decide the fate of his skill of reviving evil spirits led the vote to a dead end. Why? The guy opened his eyes, realizing that another participant had not voted. There was a bright white glow ahead. He thought that he had been here from the very beginning, so he did not need to join. The owner of the tower was always here and knew about everything. With a wave of his hand, Gongja said that he thought it would be fairer to vote in favor. He represented the monsters, saying that if NPCs were not included in the skill, then as the Demon King summoned countless monsters, all the people brutally killed by the Empire, the kingdom were NPCs. Standing in the spotlights, the hero said that he can guess what they are worried about. They must be worried that he may arrange a summoning after the thoughtless murder of NPCs. But he is sure that he has already clearly demonstrated what kind of person he is. Waving his hand, he said that he was not one of them. At the bright glow, words were heard that he was not going to do this again. A pink system window appeared with the answer that this is not bad. The long-haired man was smiling. The notice said it was confusing. Next to the guy was a huge shadow of a long-haired creature. The owner of the tower asked to speak not with his head, but with his heart. Gongja smiled slightly. With a confident smile, he said that the Demon King was his prey, so let them not touch him. The silhouette in front of the hero flickers, and the 1st pillar, the owner of 10,000 lives, votes in favor. The floor under the guy cracked like glass. The system reported that the voting was coming to an end. 3 for, 2 against, 1 abstained. The Death King's skill rebirth of evil spirits includes NPC. The temporary powers of the apostle are removed from him. Gongja covered his head with his hands. The system reported that the meeting was over. Shrapnel scattered around the guy. He saw a wish for good luck. The hero opened his eyes a little when he heard the ghost calling him. Looking at him, Sword Emperor asked why he suddenly decided to lose all knowledge. He only wanted to ask the tower a question. Preta was kneeling with her head bowed. Gongja looked at his palm, ignoring the ghost's questions about whether he could hear him, and thought that as much time had passed as if he had blinked once, and yet he felt like an eternity had passed. The ghost opened his mouth when the hero turned to him, and said that now he was reacting. Before he was only joking when the zombie called him, but his brain seems to have really died. Without turning, the brunette asked. He did not see or hear anything. Sword Emperor crossed his arms when he heard him say that the tower had summoned him to another world, something about 10,000 lives and about pillars. A creature that looked like the owner of the tower appeared and laughed. He didn't know anything about it. Gongja turned around when he heard that he probably went too far with name-calling. Now he would joke in moderation, so let him come to his senses. The hero realized that he did not know even the legend who cleared the tower of another world to the 99th floor did not know. Gripping the hilt of his sword, the hero thought about who he had just met. Looking intensely ahead, the guy thought that he should calm down. He still didn't know much, but he still knew something for sure. Predator reached out and begged for mercy, and Gongja thought that he would now deal the last blow to his prey. The rest would be dealt with some time later, when he got to the 100th floor of the tower. Gongja raised his hand with his sword when he heard the ghost say that he was just going to kill and would not ask the tower, to which he replied that everything was fine. Rapid movement appeared among the trees. He said that he had already received an answer. Stretching out his hand, the hero summoned the spirit and ordered him to come to life. There was a black substance on the ground. The silhouette of a girl appeared in it again. Standing in front of her, the guy ordered him to stand up and thought that his appearance was the same as in life. But now he had only a newly born life in front of him. Looking down, the guy thought that the person who gives life in this world always has responsibility, and said out loud that she would not pass the stolen name of Esther. She could not wear it. The blonde looked at the hero, who thought the first task was to give a name, and heard that she was Preta. Now her name was Preta, and from now on she served him. The girl bowed and agreed, and the hero thought, Esther, the saint of the outskirts, the demon, the one who had no right to be called by any of these names, received a new name. The last day of the promised 5, one of the two kings withered. Crossing his arms, Sword Emperor said he didn't understand. The girl who bowed cried, and Sword Emperor continued that given his attitude towards her, it would be better for her to be angry and despise him. But why did she bow her head unquestioningly? Without turning, the guy asked why she had decided to obey him without hesitation. Light petals fell to the ground. The hero answered, because he knows. Ho stepped on the ground. The guy promised that they would also find out soon. A system window appeared about looking for the presence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. Detection is impossible. Checking for the absence of the Demon King. The girl was standing near the destroyed village. And then the village turned into a bright one. With satisfied residents, the system reported a change in history. People were walking down the street. Preta covered her face with her hands and asked her not to do this. The horses moved forward. A knight on horseback ordered the army to stand. The girl fell to her knees and called for her master. The child smiled at the man with the basket, said that she would not hold a grudge, would not take revenge, and would carry out any of his orders. Closing her eyes, she cried and said that she didn't care what happened to her. Gongja stared at Preta, who was begging him for her paradise. The man crossed his arms and said that he understood. Looking to the side, the guy confirmed and heard that he really had the duty to protect the vassals. Walking past the girl, Gongja heard words of apology for not knowing and replied that he lost the bet. Let him think about paying. Waving his hand, the hero heard the army shout to stop. The armored man shouted, Commander of Ejim, how dare he block his way? The guy smiled and asked what brought them to such a wilderness. The resolute knight replied that it was the will of his imperial majesty. Birds flew from the trees. Ejim said that information had come in that a witch lived here, clouding the minds of honest people. There were even monsters who felt a temptation and voluntarily rushed to her, as could be ignored. A pink glow appeared in the palm of the guy's hand. He asked what was next, and heard that they would purify everything with sacred fire. A map opened in the palm of the hero's hand. He thought that he knew them all. Introducing the heroes with different colored banners, he said that His Holiness the High Priest had ordered to punish the heretics who dared to assume the title of saint. The hero thought that the holy knights of the temple were saved on the 13th floor, the wood elves were saved on the 14th floor, the waterfall mages were saved on the 15th floor. On the other side, there were various warriors, saying that the merchants of the Free Cities Alliance, the banner bearers of the fields, the knights of all the colonies had decided to unite, and with them the whole world was their responsibility. The hero thought that these were the warriors who had been rescued on the 16th floor, the armed trading group of the 17th floor, the nomadic clan of the 18th floor, the knights of the small lands and small countries of the 19th floor. These were the people he had saved. Ejim opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would ask once again who he was if he dared to interfere with their mission. It seemed to the system window that this is a warrior of a frozen world, and the complexity is unknown. He remembered the words that the people of the continent they will learn about his justice. They do not know his dedication, but justice will still remain justice, and selflessness will be dedication. Gongja closed his eyes, remembering the question. He prefers to remain a warrior even in a frozen world. The knight opened his mouth when he heard how he was asked. He just said that he had come on the imperial order, and was indignant that he was called informally. The man was surprised to hear that he was ridiculous. He knew better than anyone what the emperor's situation was, and said something else about his order. Gongja put his hand in his pocket with a smile, hearing that he did not understand what he was talking about. Why suddenly such presumptuous speeches? He was sent by a witch living here. The hero asked if it was presumptuous, whether to say this to a person who was going to overthrow the already chosen heir and put a third prince on the throne. The hero thought that he learned this information by looking at his injury, although he did not know. Approaching the Ejim sitting on the horse, Gongja said that he could not live like this, and how much mercy his majesty showed him. He was destined to spend his whole life in the mud. Well, in adulthood he had already become a commander, and all thanks to his majesty. Ijim gritted his teeth as he said that he understood. He was from that palace, and now the whole world was here. With him, he was going to change public opinion. The guy opened his mouth, answering that he was a fool, took him for a simple henchman of the deposed queen, maybe because in his life, except for the net, he has seen almost nothing, and does not understand what he sees in front of him. The frightened knight asked who had sent him. Gongja looked at him confidently, asking sternly. He wondered who he was. The raised sword shone brightly as the young man ordered to see for himself and check. The people opened their mouths in surprise when they heard that they had a predecessor sent by the great emperor. Raising his hand, Gongja shouted to Ijim that he was well aware of the turmoil in the imperial court, and knew about the heir's atrocities, and that he had sided with the third prince out of pure loyalty to the empire. Now he was checking whether the slander that he had gone mad with power was true, and also studied his nature, whether it offended him. The man's eyes widened. He said in surprise that no, he recognized his loyalty, but his temper was not inferior to his stupidity. How could he ask for such a sin? The man from the horse bowed, hearing that since there was no resentment, why was he still on the horse? Let him go down. The knight closed his eyes when he heard the order to protect the rising sun, to protect all living things from the sea to the land, and let the empire shine forever. The knights heard the words that a pathetic nonentity greets the predecessor of the great emperor. The hero stood with his shining sword raised as the knights greeted him. Sword Emperor, who was standing next to him, said that he always knew that he was a master at talking all kinds of nonsense, but he was also a specialist in lying. The hero thought that it dawned on him only now. Closing his eyes, the man said that he would teach another lesson when he was swinging his sword. In fact, it wasn't just skill, faith, confidence, especially self-belief. Confidently looking ahead, the ghost continued that this also applies to lies. Gongja was just as confident when he heard that in order to deceive his opponent, he first had to deceive himself. In front of the hero stood the knights bowing, and the hero heard the advice to remember that lying is faith in yourself. The elves and priests looked at each other and discussed that this was the predecessor of the great emperor. But this sword, exactly where did it come from? The hero thought that as it turned out, lies are effective only on the army of the empire. Looking up, Ijim asked if he could ask a question. The guy closed his eyes and heard that today they came to overthrow the witch. Well, what is he doing here? Opening his red eyes, the hero remembered the advice that lying is self-belief, and replied to the Imperials that he had already defeated the witch. He pointed his finger and told me to look. A girl was sitting on the ground. The words were heard that it was Esther, the witch of the west. He had already seen her. It was definitely her. Gongja waved his hand to the girl, beckoning, and asked her to kneel before them. The heroine took a step, and then she fell to the ground next to the knight. Looking at her, Gongja asked her to tilt her head and bury herself in the ground. The girl trembled when she heard the order to bow. The shocked knight saw her bend over the ground. Closing his eyes, the guy asked to rest on the ground with both feet and do a somersault forward. The heroine froze tensely, and the guy asked if he should repeat it. The girl rolled over. She looked at the hero in bewilderment, heard the order to stand on her hands. Preta performed various movements and postures, having heard the order to run 20 times to the side, 10 squats, and when she finished 10 push-ups, let her hold the plank for 20 seconds. Then she just fell face down, saying she couldn't take it anymore. Her body wasn't moving. The guy asked, "Do you understand now?" Pointing his finger decisively, Gongja shouted that as he saw, the witch had already been defeated by him. Ijim opened his mouth in shock when he heard that there was no way she could disobey his orders. She would no longer be able to harm the continent. They could sleep peacefully. The knight standing behind was indignant at what the captain was doing. They had come to deal with the witch. Turning to him, Ijim said that everything was fine. The predecessor claimed that she had already been defeated. The young man clutched a silver sword in his hand, and the knight shouted that this young man had nothing other than a sword to prove his identity. The hero stood not far from the building, hearing their argument about how he was now questioning the authority of the empire, doubting the sword proving the patronage of the goddess, and also leaving the order of the high priest, the supreme word of the great emperor. The hero introduced Viper and Marcus. Gongja shouted that he was the first to question the authority of the sacred sword, and shouted that it seemed that his third prince would not need his holiness's support. The girl lay face down, and the hero listened to the shouts and arguments, and thought with a smile that he now understood why Preta sowed enmity among the hunters. The beast opened its mouth, and a cry was heard to disperse. The creature held a staff, saying that for him personally, the problematic issues were quite simple: whether this young man was the predecessor of the great emperor, whether this woman was true that she was a witch, whether the predecessor had really defeated the witch. It was enough to check only that. Looking at him, Gongja asked how this would be checked. There was a blue ball in the palm of his hand. The words were heard that this was the gem of the soul given by the wise underwater ruler. By dropping blood into it, you could find out whether the soul of the owner was light or dark. The young man stared at the outstretched orb after hearing that if this woman was indeed a witch of the outskirts, and if he was actually the predecessor of the great emperor, let him take the test of this gem. The red artifact shines brightly. At this time it is said that this is a gem of the soul, given by a wise underwater ruler. When touched by the blood of a person with a good soul, it will shine with a white light, but the blood of a person with an evil soul will color the gem black. The protagonist and Sword Emperor look at her carefully, explaining to them that if this woman is really a witch of the outskirts, and if they are really the predecessors of the great emperor, then let them accept the test of this gem. While the atrocities committed or the accumulated good deeds, the gem will show them all. The lizard holds the artifact with a grin. The main character wonders that this is just a combination of the vigilance of the detective of the Holy Sword and the lie detector of the vice captain of the vigilantes. The home front spirit stands behind the student and says that such types of demi-creatures are good at creating such a fish hodgepodge. The guy encourages him to check as much as he wants. The lizard comes closer, advises not to regret it later, because it is useless to bluff in front of the gem. He grabs the blonde and declares that he will first test the woman's soul. He cuts her palm with his claw, drops of blood splash to the sides. It directs blood to a blue gem. Suddenly, the artifact turns black. The lizard speaks of a black soul. He stands with a grin while everyone else watches, asking how many atrocities and murders she has committed since she turned out to be such a cursed creature that she is definitely a witch. The lizard snatches the gem and declares that it is their turn. The protagonist holds out his hand while being asked if the self-named predecessor of the great emperor is ready, replies that he is always ready. The lizard runs its claw over his palm, declaring that bluffing will be of no use. Drops of blood fall on the gem again. Suddenly, black begins to transform into white. The lizard sees this in absolute shock. Behind the trees, you can see a bright sky. A warrior in armor shields himself from the glow and asks what is going on there. The green-haired elf wonders in shock why the drop sent by the wise king is so shiny. The lizard asks in discouragement if this soul is really so beautiful and how many lives this man saved. The mutant looks in shock at the protagonist, who appears as a holy man, says the word torch. Everyone around asks again. The surprised soldier hears the question whether he really does not recognize this soul and why the captain does not see the holy knights. He clarifies what exactly the torch means. The lizard enthusiastically shouts that a person with such a soul cannot lie to them, and even if he lies, it is only for their own sake. The man is definitely the predecessor of the great emperor, and indeed the apostle of the goddess. The main character, crossing his arms, agrees with a serious look, saying that he is the apostle of the goddess. The astonished knights talk, not understanding what a torch is. The other replies that it shines like his sword. The creatures with gills discuss in surprise, stating that it is the sword of Emperor Agim or something like that. The other one asks if it really is some noble lineage. The captain of the knights with a serious face shouts that he is really not sure, this young man, or rather the predecessor of the great emperor, and the luminary. The green-eyed blonde sadly hears the question then why he is blocking their way, whether everyone has really forgotten it. The knight points his finger at the house and declares that they must burn down the place. The protagonist, crossing his arms, feels his clothes being touched. A cry is heard that His Holiness is worried not only about the witch, the heretics who follow the witch, they cannot escape heavenly punishment. The saint lowered her head as it was said that if he was indeed an apostle of the goddess, he should lead a mission of heavenly punishment. Sword Emperor calmly says that everything is fine. He whispers that the best lies consist of 90% truth and 10 lies. Gongja with a serious look advises the holy knight to watch his tongue, how the heavenly card will be performed. It is up to him to decide. He raises his finger up and claims that he has cleansed all evil. The heavenly punishment has already been carried out. He stands in front of the skeletons, declaring that he will show it. An army of skeletons has surrounded the knights, who are screaming in fear. The man in the helmet is horrified to realize that they really exist. The main character, frowning, stands with his partner, and declares that this is his mission. The army of the undead is ablaze with black energy. He says why they decided that in this world only a witch is the embodiment of evil. All these are the villains he defeated, the demons who followed the witch. They clarify if all these monsters are true. The protagonist turns around and claims that the goddess ordered him to destroy the evil that filled the earth instead of them. To defeat all the evil in the world, this is his destiny. To send all the demons to hell, this is a mission, and they are now looking at his personal hell. The lizard screams through tears that he did everything alone until they even suspected. The protagonist closes his eyes and agrees with him. With a serious face, he hears that no one recognizes Mr. Apostle. It is truly a living hell. They are not able to pass by a single person in trouble. The guy says yes. Gongja stands in front of the skeleton army with an important look and declares that it is his karma. Everyone around exclaims about the light. The lizard, holding back tears, hears that they do not need to separately punish the witch, because he has already defeated all the villains. They will moan in his shadow for eternity. Their hell is him. The protagonist calmly hears the question that he protected them all the time while they didn't know anything. Sword Emperor says with a serious look that he has nothing more to teach him, so he resigns. His teacher is as pure as a baby, and simply cannot stand such a scoundrel. Behind him are skeletons. He tells the trainer that there is no need to be modest. He still has a lot to learn to reach the level of his cunning. While he declares to everyone that now they probably understand that this is the will of the goddess and her heavenly punishment. The captain of the Holy Knights is shocked to hear the question if he is going to go against her will. He nervously replies that these cruel demons must be really safe. The protagonist snaps his fingers while he states that he only wants to clarify if he can stop all these demons if they once break out of captivity. The guy replies that in other words, he wants to check if he is not just hiding them. Suddenly, a skeleton appears between them. The knight asks about it in discouragement. The protagonist replies that this should completely dispel his doubts. The undead exude a black aura, and is ordered to regain his memory. Emperor is furious and asks what's going on. He takes the protagonist by the clothes and shouts that he made a mistake that turned him into this. Scum hates him, and it is not enough to bathe him even in a red-hot iron. He will finish him off and let him go through all the circles of hell at any cost. The protagonist looks at the captain of the knights while they shout at him, stating that this man is one of the villains who joined the witch. The astonished elves hear that he can be called the most ruthless and vile villain than the witch herself, because she was born a monster. But this man committed terrible atrocities as a human. While the emperor angrily asks what the hell and what they are all watching, the protagonist snaps his fingers and orders them to dance. Suddenly, the villain jumps away, not understanding what is happening. Suddenly he begins to dance rhythmically, claiming that he will kill the guy. At this time, the captain of the knights is simply shocked. He bows his knee to the protagonist, who says that there is no way demons can disobey his order, and that even this does not satisfy him. A knight in armor puts a sword in front of him and asks if he can find out the name of the apostle. The protagonist with an important look claims that his name is Gongja. All the soldiers kneel, declaring that they are listening and obeying their master. The system congratulates him and writes that the normal scene is cleared, the hidden quest and the boss scene are also cleared. A bright blue light is emitted from the guy. The system writes that the conqueror is the king of death. The reward is calculated. Sword Emperor slaps his forehead and shouts who goes through the boss scene like this, while saying that the reward will be issued in 24 hours with the entrance to the 21st floor. At this time, the main character smiles, declaring that he is or not, he does not care. In the flashback, there was a battle in the hall. He explains that he cleared everything to the 20th floor as he wanted. During the cleanup, not a single hunter died and not a single imperial and inhabitant of the continent died. Footage of fierce battles is shown. The protagonist strokes the blonde on the head and declares that he has defeated her too. The green-eyed girl sits silently as he says that perhaps even if he had only watched from the sidelines, the 20th floor would still have been passed. Joyful children sit on the street next to adults. It is explained that because he set fire to the village and wiped it off the face of the earth, this could also be the finale. If we talk about the final ending, then the tower does not distinguish between good and bad endings, otherwise Emperor would not be able to go to the 40th floor. Joyful people greet each other. The guy declares that the tower did not choose this world. A person looks at the field. It is said that the end cannot be only strictly defined. Gongja stands next to the guys and claims that it wasn't raining and the ground wasn't burning, and that this is just the end he chose. At this time, the Emperor dances in anger. The spirit of the rear wonders if this is also part of the end he has chosen, at which time the villain demands to stop it. The main character, smiling, gives a thumbs up and asks if this is wonderful. The system says to announce to everyone, today the 20th floor scene was cleared and re-reported. Sword Emperor looks displeased at the student, who says that he does not catch the internet here. He asks if the guy has already stopped being interested in people's reactions. The protagonist enthusiastically asks when he said this. The spirit of the rear declares that they want to achieve the recognition of people like a witch or an old man, and not ordinary people. The system writes that in 24 hours the stage of the 21st floor will be opened. Bright fireworks explode over the city. MC declares that the more, the better. You can achieve the recognition of both. The spirit of the home front wonders why he is so insatiable, because this is complete piggy. Which suddenly hugs the protagonist and screams about the king of death. The enthusiastic girl declares that he is really crazy, but he is very young, not even 30 years old. The protagonist displeases the head of the black dragon that he is hurting. Marcus stands nearby, which does not let him go and declares that he really cleared the 20th floor in 5 days. Really crazy. It's hard to even imagine what a mess the tower is now. In the phone, there are messages that there is a race to solve the riddle. The 14th floor is also cleared. The new star was given the nickname King of Death. It is said that she went to the first floor for a while and took a screenshot. There were too many articles, so she could not record everything. But he needs to realize that the turmoil has risen not only in the tower, but also in the world. The main character with a serious face hears that although the headlines look like this, everyone talks only about him. She clarifies what his origins are, how he lived, how he climbed to the top so quickly. The joyful girl says, of course, to the question whether it is true that she personally recorded everything. A portal appears around her, while MC says that in order to show him the articles that have been published, she went down to the first floor on purpose, with the system saying that the transfer to the city is on the first floor, which pokes at the phone while Gongja asks that she has carefully reviewed each article and recorded them. She hugs him and says that if you go into details then it is. Sword Emperor looks displeased at the embarrassed protagonist, who hears that it is better not to read the comments because envious people smash him out of nowhere. How surprising it is that no one died in battle and it is better not to pay attention to any rabble. The spirit of the rear declares that if you communicate with him at least a little well, then anyone will be taken for an angel. The protagonist with loving eyes thinks that if she is not an angel, then she is a goddess. The coach considers him sick. which holds the newspaper and invites him to take a look at it. He shows the update of the top hunters and claims that this is the headline of yesterday's newspaper. Surprised, Gongja reads about her third place in the top, while she explains that this is the first time this has happened since the opening of the tower, to get into the top right to the first place. He smiles as the girl congratulates him and states that he now represents all the hunters as well, which folds the newspaper and claims that he needs to think a little about what to do next. The amazed guy listens to the fact that now he is a member of the 5 major guilds, but in fact he is independent. A hunter who occupies the third place should be called the head of the guild, even if he is also a member of the 5 influential, but being an ordinary member does not suit him, the main character thinks. Marcus stands in the shade of a tree while the girl declares that if he too wants to smash everything around him alone, ignoring everything around him, he will not insist, while the old man wonders if they are talking about him. There are tents and fighters walking around. The protagonist asks who they are. She replies that the knights who came from all over the continent. Gongja with a serious face says that it takes a long time to explain, which is standing with Marcus. The guy says that as soon as he defeated the Demon King, the event of the invasion of the 20th floor scene with these NPCs began. So with the help of skills and items, he deceived them, saying that someone is there for their great emperor. They are just retreating now. The protagonist scratches his head awkwardly and hears that he has a talent for lying. He replies that he cleaned up the scene without bloodshed, which, smiling, declares that he is not going to reproach him. On the contrary, everything turned out well and thanks to him, they will now be able to trade with this continent. Around the tent with soldiers, it is said that the hope of further groveling before the old people of the outside world has disappeared. They hit food prices every day, so they will see if they can do so in the future. Marcus looks at her and states that basically the trade of the tower and the outside world is unfair. Capital, resources, technology, everything outside is in abundance, which cannot be said about the tower. She exclaims that this is an eternal food problem. The guy realizes that for the first time it seemed to him like ice, which turns around to hear the question that she really wants to trade with this continent. She agrees, while the main character realizes that during this time they have become very close. Gongja says with a smile that he will put in a word, because in this world he is the predecessor of the great emperor and the apostle of the goddess. A girl with a serious face hears that if they are also introduced as an apostle, she will definitely help to establish contact. She replies that this is a lucrative offer, but the guy is not one of those who will say a word for free, so what does he want? A blonde with green eyes is surprised to hear about the 20th floor. A map is shown. He is asked if he really wants to occupy the entire floor. He agrees, saying that he would like all the land of the 20th floor to become his property, which thinks while the protagonist explains that in return he will not take any fee for clearing from the 11th to the 19th floor. The profit from the turnover will also be shared with other hunters. She replies that this is surprising, but she cannot make such decisions on her own. She needs to discuss with the guild masters. Behind the protagonist is a blonde. He is asked if he really wants this place, because there is no value there. There is not much space and the soil is not particularly suitable, and judging by his experience, you can get more from sharing the reward for clearing 9 floors. The guy replies that he likes real estate more money. They hug. The girl declares that she will gather the guild leaders on the first floor. He will show himself to them, and at the same time they will discuss everything. The main character stands opposite and hears that a question has recently appeared. Emperor dances through tears. Gongja is asked what it is. He advises you to pretend that you haven't seen anything. The guys are standing in the portal. The system says about moving to the city on the first floor, which is interested in whether the meeting place can make that coffee shop. The protagonist says that it doesn't matter. MC walks beside her, thinking that for others it was 5 days, but for him it's hundreds of days. The main character sighs. He is asked what is wrong with him. He replies that the realization of the cleanup of the scene is coming, which opens the gate and states that he will have to realize faster. A discouraged MC hears that people in the tower are only talking about him, so let him prepare mentally. A joyful audience has gathered downstairs. Reporters are taking pictures. Everyone is shouting that the King of Death has finally come out. People around are filming them on their phones and shouting about the witch and the holy sword. The surprised protagonist looks at this and hears that the King of Death is with them. Journalists are discouraged to ask if the rumor that he single-handedly cleared the 20th floor is true, clarifying what kind of relationship they have with the madam head of the guild. The protagonist turns around in shock. The girl advises him not to say anything, as they hold up their microphones, which wonders if he really has had no experience with the press. The head of the Black Dragon Guild sees flashes and asks if he will choose a mystic or a popular star. Once he chooses a concept, it is quite difficult to change, so you need to decide now. Marcus stands behind. It is said that the popular star is like a movie star. You need to create an account on social networks and have special secretaries. The Black Dragon will deal with labor or expenses. The old man states that therefore he prefers not to go crazy and walk alone. Gongja goes forward, asks what is necessary for a mystical image. They say that there is nothing special, which calmly declares that you need to keep a good poker face. He follows the girl and hears that social networks are an absolute taboo. Live broadcasts and filming for magazines are prohibited. The same with personal broadcasts, interviews about twice a year. You need to give them only to reporters who will be approved. He clarifies whether this is all this. Which, smiling, remarks that he doesn't know how difficult it is yet. A person is holding a smartphone with news. She explains that attention is a drug that causes addiction. A person becomes happier when at least 10 people show interest in him, but hundreds of people will react to a couple of words thrown here. People who can resist this drug can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Marcus with a serious face claims that this is all empty. The girl notices that it is pleasant, empty, clarifying what the king of death will do. Gongja deadpans that he wants recognition and doesn't really understand, but thinks it's a little different from attention. Emperor smiles when he is photographed. It is said that others are enough to quench his thirst for attention, but he does not want attention, but recognition. The guild master happily states that it's unlikely that much of a difference, but she respects his answer, and it's good that he's the kind of person. The protagonist asks how to make a poker face under flashes, while she wants to reveal a secret to him. A memory arises with the ruins of houses. She advises to remember something really unpleasant. She personally recalls the death of her father in the Civil War. They ran away with him, but the military caught up with him, and my father was left behind, shouting not to turn back, which runs away, remembering that she ran and didn't even turn around at the sound of gunshots and didn't see anything wrong with running away, because she was just a child, while wondering why she didn't turn around, because it was so easy. The main character walks under the flashes of the cameras. She explains that she remembers this when it is necessary to make a stony expression on her face, constantly scrolls the memory until the moment she stopped due to a heartbeat in her ears. Emperor with a sinister face holds the guy by the throat, which wonders if he probably has a couple of similar memories too. She turns around, stating that he is a quick learner. The protagonist calmly walks forward while she says that he instantly adapted. 3 children stand in front of a man who happily greets them. Heretic questioner states with a smile that he did not think that it would be possible to clear the 20th floor in 5 days. This is the best achievement. He sincerely respects the hunter. Paladin notes that he thought that the 3 of them would fail during the clearing and die, wondering what the secret is when you can clear alone. MC sits down in a chair and says that just living according to your conscience is enough. She notes that this is incredibly practical advice. The guy, smiling, declares that in any case they have not seen each other for a long time and he sees her, clarifying whether everything was fine. Countess, sitting opposite, says that in fact, 5 days have passed. They stayed in the audience hall as promised, but after a while, the NPCs of the Empire suddenly began to move. The guy realizes that it was when they pushed the Demon King back on the 12th floor. The blonde, sitting on a chair, says that the NPCs considered them traitors who invaded the Imperial Palace. The Knightly Order and the guard came to arrest them. Viper happily hugs him and states that this kid has various tricks, and after they were arrested, they escaped from the dungeon. He remarks that he did not expect that there would be such a secret path in the dungeon, as if he had returned to childhood. Which smiles as he is asked if he was really caught by the Bulgarian mafia as a child. He replies that the best moments of his youth are dungeon and escape. She says that she knows well that they all lived a cool life in the outside world. 6 characters are sitting at a table. It is said that Countess was born in an Indian garbage village. Viper's parents were the heads of gangsters. Paladin suffered in another country. The warrior drinks the drink. The question is raised that in the outside world they were all garbage. She declares that it is not worth raising such topics in such places. The main character, turning around, looks when asked if this really means that the King of Death is also now considered their man, which turns a blind eye and agrees they didn't see much, but the King of Death made a decisive contribution to the cleanup. In the flashback, they move to the monsters. She explains that there were no casualties and moreover, with the participation of many participants on the 11th floor, it was the same. The girl with a serious look claims that she wants to make this guy a hero representative of their tower. Countess looks away guiltily when she hears that the Countess is too fond of money. She does not deny it. Heretic questioner smiles when he is told that he killed too many people. He replies that these were the necessary victims. Paladin agrees with the drink when he hears that he hates attention. Viper with a serious face is silent. He is surprised to hear that he is too awkward. Marcus stands by the wall when he is told that he is a swordsman-crazed old man, and she often has to conduct secret operations backstage, and is therefore no good. The main character with a serious face hears that in the meantime, the King of Death does not yet have any external reputation. Heretic questioner gets up from his chair saying that in fact they are already outdated characters and therefore the effectiveness has dropped. Hunter's news is constantly published in magazines, but the circulation is significantly reduced. The blonde hugs his partner, saying that he is certainly too short, but by his example you can understand that photogenicity will cover everything. Clarifying whether he is dating anyone, the protagonist says that no. The boy declares that then there is no need to worry about rumors about relationships. Gongja hears with a serious look that his smile personally seems a little slippery, so he needs to turn to mysticism, and the fact that he is not in a relationship can bring problems. A rumor will definitely appear on this score. He replies that he will take care of it. The protagonist with a frightening look hears about the scenario of how love is born over the course of 5 days through the separation of sadness and joy. The girl notices that in preparation for this moment, she donated something to an orphanage, and it can be furnished so that in fact they were donations from the King of Death. MC reaches out and asks for attention while they discuss that first they need to hire a photographer and a stylist. They need to leak at least one photo to the press. Gongja asks with a serious look if it is possible to do without any stylists. Which, smiling, asks that at least today it is necessary to do this, because people from all over the world want to know about it. It is necessary to take one picture and show it. The main character is dressed up and powdered, declaring that it is very good and this time it is necessary with a weapon in his hands. He stands in front of the photographer while which says that he looks unexpected in this suit, clarifying to heretic questioner how he likes the concept of a young man burning with adventurism. Sword Emperor clenches his teeth when he hears that this is very good. Flying near the ceiling, he laughs loudly while the protagonist gets angry. The guys turn around when they hear that he won't do it. The main character in a black shirt claims that it is enough for a hunter to climb the tower diligently. Why some kind of photo shoot and the press? The astonished comrades hear that they are worried about such useless things, so they could not pass the 10th floor, stuck there for a bunch of years. Heretic questioner takes a look at which and states that the slogan for this issue will be Hunter Must Rise. Viper notes that they too had a similar fervor in their 20s. The protagonist shouts in a rage that he came here to talk about the 20th floor. The management from 11 to 19 is completely on them, and let them give the 20th to him. While they discuss that the concept of no greed is also good, and you can make it a newspaper headline, the King of Death hands over control to society, reveals that he is satisfied with the clearing of the tower. Marcus stands next to the angry protagonist, while which offers a different headline on the second page and writes that as a thank you and respect, they give him the 20th floor. The old man offers him to surrender, because it was the same with him when he rose to the first place. Viper, smiling, stands in front of the guys and offers to say that he wanted to show these children to the outside world. They also live with dignity and well, a kind of inferiority complex. They came here, leaving everything behind, and it's so annoying. The main character in shock turns to Marcus, who says that he will go, otherwise he can lose a whole day. They abruptly run away together. The King of Death is called, which shouts that tomorrow there will be a conference, and therefore you need to come back in the morning, and not be seen by anyone. Wear something on top. They climb down to the roof of the building. Surprised, the guard sees the holy sword, who wonders if he can leave for 5 minutes. A soldier with a phone asks if this is the King of Death. The main character looks at him, and agrees. The enthusiastic soldier shouts that this is the first time he has seen him live. He hands the old man a pen and paper and says that he has nothing else with him, asking if he can ask for an autograph. Marcus asks what his name is. The joyful guy asks if he can ask for the King of Death. The embarrassed protagonist replies that he has never given autographs. He begs because this is his lifelong wish. MC signs in a notebook, displays hieroglyphs. The joyful guard leaves, shouting that he will cover them. A beautiful sunset is over the church. MC looks at the old man and asks him to listen. He raises his finger and states that to him he looks like a killer of a bunch of people. Marcus, with a serious face, hears that in the mirror he can find a brutal killer who has killed even more people. Against the background of the city, the guy declares that he does not punish himself for this. He has a certain attitude to punish those who have harmed a lot. He replies that he really lived like this once. Gongja stands in front of him and states that he and he are actually on the same path. The old man claims that there is no need to try to convince him, as he is different from the other hunters. A city with high-rises is shown. It is explained that all in the top are children exhausted by the outside world, while he was born and lived in prosperity. But he was curious if his success really came entirely from skill. Marcus takes out his sword and asks if it wasn't just that he, like a bird from a golden cage, was raised on better food. This could not be the case. His blade sparkles, says that even when he was born in a favorable environment, he was sure that he achieved the heights himself. He wanted to prove that his self-confidence is justified. The protagonist states that this is why he came to the tower. The old man activates the skill card, stating that he didn't expect how careless he was. The system says that a B-rank detective's vigilance skill has the effect of finding out the number of kills of an opponent. Marcus says that it was stupid. Once he decided to trust only his eyes and hands, but at some point he began to rely on the skill. The old man calmly asks for the last time if the guy has cut short innocent lives. MC, with a serious face, realizes that this is why he said that there is no need to try to convince him, because persuasion comes from the head. The pink system window calls on him to speak not with his head, but with his heart. He denies. Gongja states with a serious face that this has never happened. The elderly soldier closes his eyes, hearing that he will never be. Suddenly it breaks the system window. The surprised protagonist hears that he will believe his eyes. Putting away the sword, the old man claims that he has worked hard during this time and thanks him for giving in to his stubbornness. Marcus leaves, saying that breaking through from the 12th to the 19th floor with him was more than a pleasant experience. Turning around, the holy sword claims that the guy needs a good rest today, and as soon as the press conference ends tomorrow, the 21st floor will open and he expects activity on it. The trainer stands next to the main character and hears a question that the holy sword has just recognized him. He agrees. The main character falls to his knees, saying that it is really over. Sword Emperor stands nearby and hears that the 20th floor is also his now, and the guild leaders will deal with the press themselves. The spirit of the rear says that he behaves as if he cleared 50 floors. The astonished guy sees a system window that the goddess of protection admires his achievements and acknowledges him. They turn around in shock, not understanding why suddenly. The system window says that the goddess believes that he has enough rights to actually become her apostle. Discouraged, Gongja sees a window that the goddess admits that he can use her from now on. The guy does not understand. The main character looks down after her advice. On the floor there is a system window about what to look to the left. MC sees a glow. Near the bright tower, it is said that the goddess of protection issues the last authority. The guy is shocked to think about it. The hilt of the blade sparkles. The main character assumes that it has been a sword all this time. The system says that the goddess of protection agrees with him. Reporters on TV say that viewers are now watching an amazing video just received from the BBS. One of them points at the protagonist in which, stating that she is holding hands with one hunter, it is assumed that this hunter is the King of Death. He slashes the monster with his blade, saying that if the footage wasn't faked, the Death King killed the scene boss with a single punch. The main character is sitting on the couch and hears on TV that there have been no such cases until now. Gongja turns off the TV. A disgruntled Sword Emperor asks why he turned it off. Because it was interesting. He shouts that it is embarrassing. There are newspapers on the table. The spirit of the rear says that in any case he will not die completely. He shouts that he still does not want to, and on all channels they talk only about him. The guy sees a glowing blade. The system says that the goddess notes that the achievement is truly exceptional, advises to get used to the fact that the payment for fame is something like a tax paid by heroes. The protagonist, with a twisted face, declares that yesterday he was too tired, so he could not talk properly, but is the goddess overestimating him? The weapon begins to vibrate. The message says that it is a torch. MC covers his ears and screams upon seeing the message that the goddess still remembers his impassioned speech. As he climbs up in the tower, he asks him to stop or else he will finally burn out. Several alerts state that his overconfidence is extremely appropriate, and the goddess is glad that her second master turned out to be such a person, especially that he made the Demon King his servant. MC thinks she is a fan of him. Gongja takes up his sword in displeasure. She takes a rag and says that she was the first to start. He brings her to the blade and the system windows say that she feels a threat to her body and asks her to stop. The protagonist smiles and exhales. He rejoices when he looks at the blade and declares that it has become a little quieter now. She examines the blade and asks that she is a constellation and why, being a constellation, she is a sword, if she reincarnated into it. The Demon King raises his weapon. It is said that a constellation is something like a master of ceremonies in every tower scene. He has seen instances of becoming constellations that started from monsters as an evil spirit. The sword flashes. The goddess of protection shakes her head, and the guy can understand the constellation as something representing this world. The main character is surprised to imagine the goddess. The system says that she was originally a holy spirit. Once the founder of the empire divided her into 5 swords and sealed her. Among them she is an idol. Gongja clarifies that the sword is called that. She agrees. Several swords are shown: idol, compassion, salvation, sacrifice, supplication. In the yellow window it is said that the goddess boasts that by collecting all 5 blades, you can restore the strength corresponding to the period of its heyday. The main character looks at the blade and says that now it is a shard of a real sacred sword, and in order to get true power, you need to find the remaining 4, specifying where the remaining sisters are. The protagonist with a serious face asks again. She is silent. Gongja sees her blade and wonders if she doesn't know too. The window says that the goddess has the right to remain silent. MC with a disgruntled face decides that she doesn't know. The window says that being up close she can sense their presence. The guy holds a sword and declares that right now it is not urgent. He has a fifth of the power in any case. Specifying that the sword is an idol, the system says that it is able to receive the absolute support of the inhabitants of the empire. He clarifies what else. Suddenly, the blade begins to glow brightly. The protagonist shouts through tears that he knows that she knows how to release light, clarifying what she can do besides supporting the Imperials and sparkle. The yellow windows say that she is confident in chopping monsters, adding that she can cut people. A noise is heard outside the door. The protagonist notices it, which is standing in the hallway and hears that everything is fine. MC, holding on to his blade, hears that the press conference will begin in 5 minutes, around the time of which the 21st floor will open. After he answers enough, you can go there immediately, he says yes, which smirks that this is an excellent answer, so don't let him linger and get out. The main character looks around dissatisfied. He looks at the blade and says that apart from the sparkle it is absolutely useless. The system says that the goddess of protection protests, because this is a wrong opinion. The bright blade glows. The guy declares that from now on she is just shiny. It's a pity to waste time on the sacred sword or the goddess of protection. She was never able to protect the country. Gongja exclaims in rage that she makes too much noise. He already has one sword lord in his head. He is furious, so from now on let him not talk to him except when it is really necessary. The blade with the monster's head is silent. The protagonist declares that he will immediately return the empire. The main character hears with a smirk that she agrees. Hunters sit at a press conference and thank people for attending them. which closes her eyes. The people call her and ask her to see. The guy realizes that it turns out that the saint of the previous generation, the head of the black dragon, is incomparable. A girl with purple hair says into the microphone that as everyone knows, they cleared floors 11 to 20, which is a brilliant achievement. Joyful journalists listen to what they thought about how they can tell them about the joyful event. But everyone is also informed, so she sincerely thanks for the reduction and spends it on publicity. The guild master points to the protagonist and states that this time, the other fact they are most proud of is not the 10th floor clearing that everyone has been desirously coveting for the past decades, not the quick 20th floor clearing that no one could have foreseen, which with a smile declares that there are no casualties, not a single person died, and they are most happy about it. He points his hand forward and says that they need to look down for a while. Names are marked on the floor. It is said that you need to look at the square of Babylon on which they stand. Each is carved with the names of the dead who sacrificed themselves, the names of predecessors who sacrificed their lives to clear the tower. Drooping journalists hear that during the cleansing of the second and third floors, the names here all continued to appear. She is sincerely glad that she can announce this in front of them, which claims in front of the public that today they will not carve a single name in the square. Everyone is chanting about the head of the black dragon. Gonja looks ahead as the head wants to make time for the reporters, so let them raise their hands one at a time. He wonders if there is any need at all. You can see the time in the sky. The guy realizes that there will really be a queue here, which with a microphone answers their question, thinking that he wants to end the press conference as soon as possible and go to the 21st floor. With a serious look, he hears a question from a journalist from the Daily News of Babylon. The bespectacled guy states that he has a question for the King of Death, who for the first time got into the top in third place. The protagonist hears with a serious look that there is a lot of talk about his rise to the top, especially the assumption of an influential newcomer who was secretly trained by large guilds. A journalist with a microphone says that if this is true, it turns out that the King of Death was created by large guilds. In particular, there are rumors that he has exercised the right to monopolize the 20th floor. There are fears that the large guilds have merged and are going to monopolize floors 11 to 20, which sits next to him and advises him not to answer, because everything will settle down by itself. He denies it. He points his hand at the head of the black dragon and claims that such people will continue to appear anyway. At least once he must clearly state his position. Gonja calmly claims that everything is fine and he is ready. The girl displeased says that you don't need to perform hard, they themselves can cover up all the tolerable mistakes. The journalist listens to him attentively. Gonja looks away as the head of the black dragon explains that if he actually makes a fuss, then even she won't be able to control the press. The guy replies that there is no person in the world more calm than him, clarifying if she knows that he is a fortune teller. The protagonist takes the microphone and greets everyone, stating that he is a hunter nicknamed the King of Death. The journalist responds with the word yes to the question that his name is John. The astonished worker notices his heavy gaze. The protagonist closes his eyes and says that this voice of alarm arose because it was not good enough. The guy with a serious face reiterates that this alarm voice was because it wasn't good enough, while thinking that it was enough to react in the exact opposite way of how Emperor would have reacted. The guy understands that he has neither experience nor eloquence as the head of the black dragon, but he has knowledge that others do not have. Emperor calmly holds the microphone and claims that they cleared the 20th floor thanks to how cool it is. He pointed to the journalist and said that he tried and cleaned them up and, of course, all his there, specifying, if not to me, then to whom Mr. Reporter would give it. With a snide grin, he asks what is possible for his father, which was shocked to hear this. It is said that the head of the black dragon urgently ended the press conference, and he poured oil on the reporter's fire, and the scenes with swearing at parents, and in general obscene swearing, came out into the world because of personal live streams. The long-haired fighter arrogantly said that he cleared the floor thanks to himself. The protagonist realizes that he needs to say the opposite. Gonja closes his eyes and states that he knows how warmly he is spoken of, but also overrated. Without the help of those here, he would never have been able to climb to the 20th floor alone. Emperor says that he tried very hard and so what? In contrast to him, the main character declares that he really tried his best to achieve the goal of 0 casualties, but does not consider it his feat. He clenches his fist and claims that he was doing his duty as a hunter. A journalist with a serious face listens to the fact that he is not going to defend his privileges, so he transferred to all of the heads of guilds the rights to floors from 11 to 19, since 20 is a kind of green belt zone, local citizens live there, and he will be quite satisfied with the role of an ordinary floor manager. While the words of Emperor come to mind, MC tells the reporter with a smile that he is done. The disgruntled journalist sits down and says that there are no questions. Gonja thinks of the opponent who insulted him and thanks everyone instead, and if anyone has questions, he has a little time to answer them. People raise their hands, exclaiming that they are still left, while he understands that the strategy of the opposite has gone crazy. Emperor angrily declares that he will never answer 100 questions to the newspaper. It is enough just to unfold their newspaper to stink of mothballs. The protagonist holds out his hand and says that they will start with this newspaper, thinking that it has always been a compass for him. It is clear that there are 5 minutes left. It is said that this is the end of the conference. They shout at him, asking if he can ask one more question. which, raising his hand, declares that they understand the interest in the new hero, but alas, there is very little time left. Joyful people take it off. It is said that their day off has come to an end and therefore they return to clearing the tower, and they need to keep an eye on them. They need warm interest and support, which with the microphone claims that this time they will also try their best to avoid casualties. A hand went up. The head of the black dragon was questioned again. The amazed guy hears a question about what kind of relationship they have, which smirks. The surprised audience hears that they are more than friends, they are comrades in arms. The guys get up from the table. She replies that she would like to do without misunderstandings and misconceptions. The girl looks at people and says that the press conference is over, and thanks everyone for their attention and support, while she is again asked to explain the last statement. The amazed protagonist hears the question what he thinks about what was said. He is told to go, which winks when she is told that she has heated a frying pan and immediately leaves, replies that she loves dramas. They go to the exit. The girl declares that the hot passions at the end are best remembered. The guy realizes that this is the head of the guild that dominates the tower. Standing next to the guy, she sighs. She takes him by the hands and exclaims that it was just perfect. The joyful witch declares that sincere behavior is the best course. People like heroes, but most of all they love heroes who bow their heads to them. The protagonist smirks, thinking about Emperor, while the head of the guild claims that he did not look servile. This balance was excellent, and she did not expect that he had a talent for controlling public opinion, clarifying what he had been doing so far, since he appeared only now. She, smiling, holds his hands and declares that if he likes something, let him say it. If it is in the tower, she will give it to him. The protagonist assures that everything is fine, asking what the last expression from her was, which looks away and says that it's nothing special, she just deliberately threw a smokescreen. The protagonist nervously hears that the press will still throw him into a romantic relationship, even if it did not exist, so it will be safer to focus on it. The partner stands opposite and asks not to worry, because for a bunch of years he has been fighting his opinion alone, and in this area he can trust her. The joyful audience counts down from 10. They turn around in amazement, and see the numbers in the sky. A blonde woman in a white robe appears, stating that she is congratulating her on overcoming the shadow filled with resentment of the Demon King. Sword Emperor frowns and asks the zombies to be more vigilant. The main character looks carefully and understands that this is not the time to be inspired by the holiday. A completely different stage will open on the 21st floor. A giant tower towers over the city. It explains that they could stay forever on the first floor of the tower in a refuge for fugitives. They could refuse the challenge and choose a peaceful life. He raises his hand to the sky and declares that they decided to walk from the 10th to the 20th floors in order to see with their own eyes where the end of the tower is. Bright light penetrates the characters. It is said that in this case it will be fair to respond to their aspiration. The man begins to glow, objecting that he did not say the word displacement. The amazed hunter drinks the drink, realizing that now there will be a forced transfer. The blonde closes her eyes and talks about the people who decided to rise up and the people who gladly accepted the new name and became the fighters of the tower. From now on only the chosen warriors will take on a noble duty. The protagonist appears near other fighters. The white-robed man is glad to see the warriors, stating that the anxiety of their obedient steward was so great that one day seemed to take 3 years. A short guy is in the air and scattering books, tells them welcome to the great library of omniscience. He exclaims, smiling, that the anxiety of their obedient manager was so great that one day seemed to take 3 years. But everything is all right. Life is a process that begins with a meeting and ends with it. The astonished protagonist listens to the fact that isn't the meaning of life in the sequence. I met one or the other. Waiting is only something akin to a seasoning that gives life a taste. The guy is in the air and says that etiquette should be observed again. So welcome to the library. The system says that he is greeted by the constellation manager of the library room. Hunters in different clothes or without it at all wonder where they are. The librarian happily declares that their obedient steward was not attentive enough. Everyone looks in shock at the hunter, who, apparently, was washing at this time. The main character exhales, thinking about relief, which looks at the guy and asks who he is. The interlocutor, smiling, claims that he is a nameless, inconspicuous person, just the manager of a barely large library. A girl with a serious face hears that in comparison with her, he is a creature more like an absolutely unimportant tertiary character. If he had his way, he would prefer them to treat him as something that does not exist at all. A space with books is shown around. She asks again. Surprised, Gongja declares that this is almost a whole world from the library. A guy with bangs is smiling. The manager flies up to him and says that he is the king of death. The librarian says with a smile that he only wants to greet him. Viper and his associates ask about the heroes of the epic, hearing that they are all like that for him. The manager shows the Chronicle of the Empire and says that his hobby is reading books. Holding one of them while the others are hovering around, declares that the books collected in his library are not ordinary at all. They are connected to the worlds in which the tower is built, with their history. The silhouettes of people are shown. It is said that they wonder why out of a huge number of warriors only they are summoned. The reason is simple, because there are names of characters in their worlds. Surprised, which asks if it is true that only hunters with names are summoned, clarifying if they should clear the tower with this number alone. The manager holds the red book and says that there is no need to worry. the three of them saved the Empire. The surprised protagonist looks up and hears that 300 people are more than 100 times this number, so it will not be difficult for them to go through the scenes prepared by their humble servant. The protagonist offers to start. Gongja looks at him and states that he understands that he is excited about his first encounter with people in a long time, but they want to get up quickly. The manager forms a string of books around himself and says that he forgot to give out the quest out of joy, but he does not like to explain everything meticulously in words. Colorful books fly near him, asks which work will touch them the most. This apocalypse is too boring and there is also too calm destruction. He opens a sparkling book and warns. It glows brightly, declares that this is for clarity, so there is no need to be too scared. A flash illuminates the city. Suddenly, the hunters found themselves in space. The librarian declares that the collected records are not some ordinary books, they are a little much higher level. A huge library is shown. It is said that the title says that there is a repository of records from many worlds. The guy picks up the book and says that this is the world they have conquered, and this is their own. He flies among them and explains that books can be called in a variety of ways. For some it is an epic, for others a chronicle. There are those who call it a chronicle or a saga, but the obedient servant manager prefers another name. His eyes are visible over the city, calling it the apocalypse. The main character sees explosions far from the metropolis. It is said that their end of the world is in progress. The long prologue is over and they begin to gradually rise. Now they are in the part of reading when the story begins to get a taste. But not all apocalypses are safely in this stage. Suddenly, there is a powerful explosion. The guys look at this. The librarian says that there are apocalypses that have been discontinued, and this world is not the only one. The manager, smiling, claims that this is the case for many people. Water appears around the manager, saying that if the reason for the cessation of release was fire, then this end of the world is water. The wave demolishes the high-rise. He calls it tragic. The volcano erupts. It is explained that the characters of this apocalypse are the same as them, but before reaching the correct conclusion, and before creating a grand ending, he closes the book, claiming that it ended for an infinitely unfair reason, though he calls it the discontinuation. Everyone is holding their mouths in shock when they hear people call it just destruction. Sword Emperor says with a serious look that there is nothing surprising in this nausea. They are constantly shown things that are usually difficult for a person to endure. The librarian is in the air and says that the quest is simple. He, smiling, declares that it is necessary to choose 8 apocalypses with a discontinued release. The manager, rejoicing, declares that he only wants to read them to the end. The protagonist looks at him and hears that it is necessary to personally enter the 8 corners of the world and save them from the threat of discontinuation. Behind the librarian, a window appears with a quest to remake the world of the book one. He exclaims that this is the quest of their obedient manager. People continue to be sick of what they see. The manager claps his hands and asks if they will clean up after themselves. Didn't they teach the basics of decency? Only the efforts of all users can keep the library clean. Nearby there are bookmarks with mops. The manager looks at them and says that they will serve them until the 30th floor is cleared, which asks with a smile if they are monsters. The librarian says with a cunning look that they can count like that. He flies near the books and explains that while they are here, they are obliged to follow several rules. Firstly, in no case to touch the books without permission. He collected this collection with blood and sweat. Each end of the world exists only in one copy in the entire universe. The fighter with the sword declares that in this case he is the boss of monsters, and this is ridiculous. The librarian smiles when he hears an offer from him to take out a weapon and kill it, in which case the 30th floor will be cleared. The warrior points his finger at Gongja and declares that the King of Death cleared the 20th floor alone. They will definitely be able to defeat some boy. The main character sees their scary faces. They ask if there is something they can't. The fighter shouts in anger that all 5 big guilds need to take a step back, which hears with displeasure that he wildly disliked the fact that for the entire cleanup from the 11th floor they divided among themselves, dragged a newcomer and made a new hero out of him. Gongja suddenly takes her hand and asks her to be patient. She turns around in a rage and shouts that letting such people do whatever they want is wrong. He notices that they are now on the air. The audience points their fingers at the screen while the head of the Black Dragon Guild is shocked. In the flashback, the guy also watched the cleansing of the 30th floor from the square. There is a broadcast in the form of a hologram. MC advises her to remember what this constellation said. They are acting characters here. The main character, frowning, claims that there will be readers watching the characters, so if she shows herself from the unfavorable side, it will be remembered for a lifetime. The head of the Black Dragon Guild thinks for a moment, and remarks that what really matters is how he clears it. The protagonist with a serious face claims that they are already in the work of the Great Library. The system window greets him. With a smile, he turns around, sees a window in front of him that a reward is given for clearing the 20th floor. A joyful Gongja watches the bounty for a normal scene. While the blessing of the God of Beauty is given, he can observe the level of interest of the acting characters from the 20th to the 30th floor. The main character looks up with a smile. The system says that a reward has come for a hidden scene. The blessing of the Snake God is issued. He can observe the thoughts of the acting characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. Which thinks, the guy notices this and thinks that he will test it once. Summons a character window next to it with preferred, unloved genres, as well as characters and plots. The head of the Black Dragon Guild turns around in surprise and remains silent. The discouraged guy hears the question of what is wrong with him, and what is the matter. He replies that there is nothing special. Sword Emperor laughs loudly with tears in his eyes, shouting about the prince on a white horse, while advising him to find a horse and ride it. Once you add a crown to the warrior, and he becomes a prince. The girl at this time asks him to share if something is wrong. The spirit of the rear turns around in displeasure. The main character this time scans his stats. The main character reads discontentedly about his mother, who is indignant at the same time. Angrily looks at the protagonist, asking if he needs to be killed. Let him immediately turn him off and get out of his brain, clarifying if he wants to die. Gongja replies that it is better for him not to talk idly with him until the 30th floor and bow his head to him, otherwise he will open the window of thoughts every time he sees fit. A rebellious fighter holds a blade in a rage, while the librarian asks if they thought well, because with such a staff he is something like a mob boss. Marcus stands nearby and asks if they have really forgotten the destroyed worlds that this constellation showed, if he only wishes and throws them into such a world, and they still start a fight, and he will not interfere with the suicide. The enraged rebel begins to calm down. Suddenly, in a rage, he shouts again that the King of Death also passed the 10th and 20th floors alone. All the big guilds are scammers, and if they are going to continue to run around, then let them get away. The disgruntled fighter turns around to hear the question if they have finished communicating. The librarian holds a sparkling book in his hand. While the rebel claims that 50 people are enough for such a baby, he declares that he does not like clichés, he will just finish quickly. Suddenly, the library manager forms giant tentacles in front of him, which attack enemies. With a smile, he closes the book and says that at this end of the world, all mankind was destroyed, only one mage survived. He slams the manuscript shut and claims that as a result of all sorts of adversity, the magician has become closer to a monster with tentacles than to a human. He is quite attached to this main character, because he occupies about 9th place in the top of his favorite characters. A purple book emitting black energy in the air. It is said that the special technique of this magician is the magic of seals, and he has a guest-host relationship with him. As a payment for sometimes giving him ingredients, the magician gladly fulfills requests. The maid's bookmarks come down from the ceiling. They land various bows on their paper heads. The creatures look at what is happening. The manager explains that the magician's hobby is to put on a maid costume in his work. The servants are cleaning the shelves with books. The librarian explains that all mankind except him has been destroyed. It would be strange if he kept his sanity. An amazed witch is surprised that it has become cleaner. Useless secondary characters have been dealt with. The manager of the library with a snide smile asks that now there is a desire to become the main characters. Hunters are sitting in front of a cart with books. Some of them are lying on the floor. Heretic questioner looks ahead in amazement and says that we have barely started, and 50 people have already dropped out, which is very painful for him. The dumbfounded guys read. At this time he says that advancement always requires sacrifices and they put them on their shoulders. Move even further in the cleanup. You need to take courage, because 100 people almost flew away, but everything ended up at 50, so this is incredible luck. The blonde man drinks tea next to the maid, asking if the guys will drink with him, because it is very tasty. The main character sits opposite. Heretic questioner is told that you need to sit with your mouth closed, because the more he talks, the more morale drops. The guy exclaims that this is a problem, so he will gladly close. The protagonist got up and says that he understands everything. You can't imprudently pounce on this constellation. Right now you can just calmly follow the quest that the library manager gave out, while the guy understands that he is in 3rd place in the top. Gongja stands in front of the hunters, realizing that he has the right to an opinion and needs to get used to sidelong glances, while he declares that following the quest will not be costly for them. The guys look around, because the main character advised them to take a closer look at the quest window once. The system window states that if they successfully save the world, it will be counted as the 22nd floor. The protagonist clarifies if they know what this means. MC, with a serious expression on his face, says that the reward can vary as much as he wants depending on what kind of world they save. For example, if they save a world full of diamonds, they will also become their 22nd floor. Which listens in amazement to the speech that diamonds are just an example. But what about a world rich in various resources, water or food? The guy takes one of the books with a smile and declares that they can solve the food problem, even without the help of the outside world. Gongja opens the book, while being shouted at him to be careful. Viper stands in shock across from him, and sees that nothing is happening. The librarian hovers in space and claims that until he activates the ability, apocalypses are just ordinary books. He has carefully hidden forbidden ones that can be dangerous even when touched. The main character calmly looks around, asking if everyone understands him, while urging them to come here and read books. You need to choose those that they can pass and that will be beneficial. The protagonist is holding a story about the academy in his hands. In the system window it is written that this world of the apocalypse opens the scenes of the 20th floors. The genre is romance and fantasy. The difficulty of level D, the limit for 4 or 5 people, and currently the release has been interrupted. The open pages emit a bright light. An example is given that its content was as follows. A romantic guy is on his knee in front of his beloved, declaring that his soul mate has always been here, Lady Sylvia. He holds her by thin fingers, assuring her that she was his soulmate. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind the large palace. On the pages of the books it is shown that this is how the world was destroyed. The main character thinks that the novel, which was read with great interest, suddenly ended like this, so that anyone would explode with anger. The protagonist holds a book in his hand and shouts that each has its own complexity and content. They should choose among them those that they can pass and at the same time get a reward. MC realizes that the fact that the world was real is only more upsetting. The hunters, as if not understanding him, look away. The imaginary trainer puts his hand on the student's shoulder and says that they behave this way because he persists in using respectful speech, asking if he really hasn't learned how stupid the fighters are. The guys sit near the books and yawn. Sword Emperor explains that now he is responsible for 250 hunters and they can at least listen to him if you switch to informal speech. He notices that existence has become clearer every time he raises the level, which means that the pride has become even stronger. The main character holds onto his throat while the spirit of the rear explains to him that the higher the level of the hunter, the higher their pride, they do not listen to others. The protagonist angrily shouts at the guys, asking how he alone should read hundreds of apocalypses, so let them get together and get to work. He waves his hands and declares that they need to divide into groups. Those who read to the left, and those who have no idea what a novel or story is, should go to the right. Bookmarks made stand with signs with genres of literature. The main character declares that reading people need to divide into groups according to their favorite genres. A librarian in bizarre white clothes flies in the air as MC crucifies about how apparently there are no more people going to the historical ones, then asks why there are so many people there. He slams his book on the table with all his strength and exclaims that everyone should start reading immediately. Heretic Questioner, covering his mouth, raises his hand, while at this time the main character shouts that the apocalypses are further divided into genres. You need to divide the books in a group and read, and then decide whether they have read a bad or good work. Then the blonde is asked what he wants. The boy tells the King of Death with interest that he does not know what a bad work is. A man hugs his girlfriend near destroyed buildings. The system explains that this is survival in a volcano of difficulty D. At this time the boy wonders if the new Adam and Eve are not romantic. A strong explosion occurs. The system window says that the reason for stopping the release is the place where the couple of the main characters spent the night on the last day. As luck would have it, they ended up in an active volcano. The protagonist explains that there is no point in saving this world, because there was already a nuclear war there. The joyful boy sighs enthusiastically when he hears the question of what they are going to do with a world full of radiation. As the 22nd floor, with a dissatisfied face, the main character introduces his rival emperor, thinks about the fact that he only cleared areas with magma or volcanoes until the 29th floor, because he was immune to fire, and it was only necessary to try hard and as many as 8 treasuries would appear in the tower. It seems that the villain does not even think about other people. The evil protagonist takes a book from another, asking if everything is clear, while noting that the depth of the story and the character of the main character are unimportant. Gongja opens his mouth in surprise, not having time to say that he just needs to read and if saving the world is profitable enough. But the monologue ends abruptly. Which glances at him with one eye and replies that he knows that there is a group of mystics here. MC, not understanding anything, raises a finger and asks if she really likes mysticism, thinking at this time that in the character window she was not a fan of romantic novels, but despite this, the girl replies that she loves mysticism. The head of the Black Dragon Guild drinks from a cup, claiming that he is actually an intellectual girl. The main character sees a fragment in front of him where the bookmark shows a sign with romance. The guy thinks that she does not want to let others know that she loves this genre. Then he notices that there are unusually few people in that group, while the Murima group is overcrowded. Sword Emperor, standing behind the student, says that he warned that high-level hunters feed and live on pride, while he asks if MC has seen a suicidal urge in those 50 people, while the protagonist realizes that hunters even now pretend to be who knows what. Nervously, Gongja tries to say something in front of her. She asks him what is wrong. With a stern face, the main character declares that she just seemed to be a very romantic person. He always thought so, and now a little unexpectedly that she is not in the romantic group. Which, without changing his poker face, looks at him and clarifies whether he really looks like a person for whom romance is suitable. The protagonist is reflected in the red eye. He claims that it is so much that it seems unnatural that now the partner is in a completely different group. A disgruntled girl sits opposite him, sighing. She suddenly turns around from him and leaves, stating that since the King of Death says so, then there is nothing to be done. She has never read romance, but perhaps she will take the chance and challenge herself again. Heretic Questioner holds the book with a big smile and tells the King of Death that it has never happened before for the head of the Black Dragon to stand up if it had already sat down somewhere. The protagonist asks with a straight face that the head of the Pantheon also reads mystical novels. The blonde exclaims that he actually knows Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. A joyful boy stands in front of the main character, who at this moment uses the skill and sees that he has no unfavorite genres, characters. He loves only fairy tales and legends. The stunned protagonist is silent, thinking what this person has inside, What outside? It is not clear what. The heretic questioner at this time is trying to understand what is wrong with the main character. A disgruntled Gongja pulls out a pen. He begins to write on his comrade's hand and says that he is now in the group of fairy tales. He accompanies him to the appropriate bookmark with a sign, saying that he is the only one in this group. He needs to study all the books related to this genre alone. He exclaims that this is just a huge responsibility. The cunning MC smiles when he hears from the boy that he will definitely study everything in detail, while the protagonist reflects on the fact that among the hundreds of apocalypses there is not a single book of fairy tales. The main character sighs from fatigue. He sees busy hunters in front of him, while wondering how 111 people out of 150 can lie about their preferences, comes to the conclusion that they are really all psychotics. Gongja forms a character window with a tired look, realizing that there is only one left to check. Sees a pink system window with a lot of information, such as your preferred genre of isekai, imba, obstacles, harem, older sister characters, innocence, and so on. The main character carefully reads all this. He notices Viper sitting in front of him with a book. He realizes that this is the sixth in the top of the tower currently, the guild leader of the Thousand Faceless Gate. The protagonist silently watches the guy read. The fighter with an eye patch turns around, noticing that he is actually reading now. The main character realizes that such a person turned out to be the emperor of novels, while he asks to read more. There are thousands of compartments with books around them. The man assures that now his eyes will explode from reading, which holds her head while Gongja eats a sandwich. She assures that she can understand the constellation's feelings. The tired head of the guild explains what she is talking about these apocalypses, because the release of everyone was interrupted on the climactic stage. The enraged protagonist holds a sandwich and hears that at the moment of the confession of the main character, a meteorite falls, or when they are going to kiss, aliens fly to the planet. The girl makes an analogy with the fact that when the perfect dish is served, but you cut it, and suddenly something falls out. Gongja is dissatisfied with this. The girl smiles and apologizes to the King of Death, because she cannot be delicate at all. Besides, she must say what exactly fell out. The main character angrily shouts that they are actually on the air. She sighs with displeasure from what she hears. Suddenly, he whispers in the discouraged protagonist's ear. A half-eaten sandwich falls to the floor. The librarian smiles, noticing that they have finally understood his pain. Books of different genres are flying in the air. He explains that the 683 apocalypses he has provided, the best in his entire great library with particularly destructive power. They are wildly interesting and therefore cannot help but make the reader love them. Which, looking up, sees him and hears that as much as the books are interesting, the hunters become miserable because all these recommended books met with a bad end. The girl then asks if he intentionally gave such works to cause the same pain. The librarian's cloak is in the air. He claims that they can think so. Zombified people read books. He exclaims that they can flounder like him. In endless pain, they, in turn, say that he deliberately forced them to read top interrupted stories. Suddenly, the man raises his hand and addresses Mr. Hunter. A green-haired pharmacist girl looks at him. He asks that she also received a nickname. The interlocutor replies that it happened, although the master of alchemy is not cool. The enthusiastic protagonist stands in front of her and happily declares that she is incredible. He clarifies how she got her nickname in such a short time. The girl replies that there is nothing wrong with it. The master of alchemy suddenly thinks, claiming that a few days ago she heard that her creation helps in saving humanity, and immediately got a nickname. So she does not understand the reason at all, while the main character realizes that this is thanks to the miraculous medicine he made. Gongja scratches his head awkwardly while his girlfriend assures him that he is actually incredible. In just a few days he rose to third place at lightning speed. For her it is an incredible part to have acquaintance with him. He replies that he is also just lucky. The master of alchemy sincerely smiles and claims that if he needs something, then let him boldly turn to her, help with anything, if he can. Giant stacks of books lie on the floor. You can hear talk that the Murima group has read everything, as well as the romantics and mystics, but the science fiction group is finishing. Gongja looks ahead with a serious face and states that then let each group talk about the recommended works. Heretic questioner, smiling, holds a blue book and claims that he chose this from his group, even though there was nothing else but it. The main character, thinking about it, sees a window with information about the fairy tale. The reason for stopping the release is that after the creation of the utopia, all the innocent children were used up and the utopia lost its energy. MC thinks that it is necessary to jump into this apocalypse once, regardless of the degree and reward. Marcus, holding the manuscript, states that they strongly recommend this book from the Murima group. The system window says about a work called the B-Rank Celestial Demon Chronicle, where the reason for the halt in the release is a disease of unknown origin. An elderly fighter with a serious face imagines a warrior in the snowy mountains. He explains that the reason for the recommendation is that there is a heavenly demon in this world who has collected all the existing books about strong martial arts techniques, thus collecting a library. Besides, it is a specific skill. The book keeps his secret. The enthusiastic hunters look at each other when they hear that if they can save this world, they will get a library that stores the strongest skills. This is a chance for the hunters to rise significantly. Next to the thoughtful protagonist is Sword Emperor. He is asked if he dies at the hands of each master. he will get at least one A-class skill. He replies that he is already scared, that he is not a zombie, but his insatiability is still the same. Heretic Questioner looks at the book with interest, while Gongjia says that there is one world that he wants to grind to powder, but with his current powers, this is quite difficult. Suddenly, a yellow system window appears with information that the glitter notifies of the sensation of footprints. The astonished protagonist holds on to the glittering sword and thinks about these footprints. He opens his mouth in shock, reading that the sword says that her sister is very close. Marcus is standing in front of him with a book. In his hands are the very chronicles of the heavenly demon. In the system window it is written that the goddess feels her sister in the book. The light interior of the room is shown, while the protagonist agrees with someone. He sits on the toilet lid, declaring that he will die once before going to the murim, and then it will be possible to start. The home front spirit with a disgruntled face asks where it is okay, while the system says that the sword does not understand their intentions. Gongjia calmly introduces the character, explaining about the founding emperor, the one who made the goddess of protection with the sword. Even without knowing who he is, it can be understood that he has definitely traveled to different worlds, while the blade does not like the new name. Human footprints lead through different structures. The protagonist wonders that his blade was originally in the Ajam Empire, but another one is now in the world of Mirim, which means that he has the ability to move through the worlds. The protagonist, with the same serious expression on his face, says that someone is skilled enough to found an empire and strong enough to split a constellation, so he is definitely not just a master, while Gongjia realizes that he has been a little nervous lately, but as soon as he calms down, confidence turns into arrogance. The home front spirit with a stern face stands next to him and listens to the fact that the guy became the top 3 almost single-handedly by defeating the king of demons. Now he also gives orders to the hunters who received nicknames, so at least once he will stumble and become careless. The murdered emperor lies in a bloody puddle in front of the killer. The main character draws an analogy with him, because he was in the top 1 and lost his life as a result of carelessness. Putting his hand to his chin, the spirit of the rear seriously thinks, hearing the words that it is necessary to know what this Ajam is, whom they may encounter in that book, but now he really has no information. Then the coach asks what exactly the guy is going to do. Gongjia raises the sword. While he is told that he will not be able to find out anything about the sword at all, he retorts that this is not true, because this blade is still the goddess of protection, was divided into 5 parts, but in general, a constellation. The noble steel reflects the protagonist's face, who wonders that if he cuts himself with this sword, it is suicide or murder. With a stern look, he points it around his neck, claiming that the probability is about 50-50. There is a good reason to check it. The monster mark on the blade begins to glow, with the system window saying that the sword is begging the warrior to think it over. The main character, frowning, looks at her and asks why. In the window they answer that the shiny stubbornly insists on the inviolability of her privacy. With a grin, the guy still points the edge on his neck, wondering at the same time what kind of privacy in a relationship. He is also broadcast live for days. Blood floods the space as the sword begged one last time not to do so. Several system messages state that due to death, the skill conditions have been reached. The skills of the goddess of protection are currently sealed. His current rank is D. A medium-level penalty has been assigned. An unknown voice says that a long journey has ended. A girl with wings stands in front of a man on a throne. She believed that a respected warrior would cope. The white-haired man agrees with her. The protagonist stands next to the spirit of the rear, wondering that this is Leophanta. At the same moment, the person replies that only yesterday he was confused by the fact that he was suddenly summoned and at some point became the emperor of an entire continent. A white-haired guy sits on a throne. He has a blue cape and armor. The spirit of the rear says that this is the constellation killer, while MC asks if they know each other. A warrior with a sword hovers in a dark space. The trainer explains that he got the nickname for hunting only constellations. The warriors are standing in front of the high towers. The spirit explains that the tower connects different worlds. From the 50th floor there will be a rivalry with hunters from other worlds. But he did not rise higher, only tortured the constellations. He is literally obsessed with this floor. The main character turns to his imaginary assistant, specifying that Leophanta is also a hunter. He replies that some kind of psychopath was supposed to be born in some world. He did not expect to see an old acquaintance in such a place. Then the protagonist asks what kind of relationship they had. The lady with wings, putting her hand on her chest, declares that she again feels as if she was in a new era. At the very beginning of the path he was also a completely ordinary person. Sword Emperor simultaneously says that there was a good fight. He was strong, but not so much as to be equal. The constellation killer got up from the throne, hearing that he was now stronger than her. So what did he plan to do next? Because there were no more divine or evil spirits to block his path. His long journey finally interrupted by him talking about the constellation. He has red sinister eyes, declares that she is not a divine, not an evil spirit, but a constellation, and the world belongs to people, not to them. The scoundrel attracts her with the help of magic and with a stern look declares that he will not kill her, yet she has helped him so far. The constellation killer is keeping a close eye on what is happening, claiming to separate and seal it away. There is a bright flash coming from her body. He claims that then she will not be able to regain her strength. While he apologizes, explaining that this is the right way. It is written that the reproduction of the injury has been completed, the safety of one's own self is being checked, and the penalty is being completed. The main character is sitting on the toilet lid, next to his coach. He says that nothing is really clear even after watching. His sword flashes when the protagonist asks why her longtime master sealed it. The system window says that the goddess herself does not know anything. Sword Emperor brushes it off, while the message writes that the Leofanta she remembers. Although he was an introverted but fair warrior, she does not understand at all why she was betrayed by being sealed and abandoned by her own empire. The spirit of the home front retorts that the higher the level of hunters, the greater the madness. The main character gets up from the lid, hearing that you don't need to try to understand psychopaths, you just need to get stronger. Everything will end as soon as the guy defeats everyone, whether it's the deadly constellation killer or someone else. He agrees, saying that the achievement is already to find out what he looks like. A disgruntled MC stands in front of the mirror, thinking that the enemy will definitely treat him badly if they meet him, because he is carrying a shard of the constellation. Marcus stands next to the guys. It is explained that after reading all the apocalypses, the hunters decided on the choice of the 22nd floor. The librarian happily asks that they chose Murim as their first genre, and the protagonist realizes that since the book was recommended by the Holy Sword itself, everyone easily settled on them. Snow falls on the buildings. The manager declares that it is a good choice, completely different from the Murim they know, but at least they are connected to him by martial arts and strength. The main character, without changing his facial expression from serious, hears that an ironic fate can await them. Depending on which way they lead the story, they can learn skills. A boy in white robes hangs in space, claiming that the law of the world is such that a serious reward is due for a serious risk. In this case, strong characters can oppose them. Besides, if they die in the apocalypse, they will die in reality. Of course, it is also impossible to escape from there until the ending is reached. The hunters quietly look back at Gongjia while the librarian explains that the entry limit is 2 to 4 people. Then they are asked who will go as the acting character to the apocalypse. Gongjia with an indifferent face claims that he will go. Marcus stands in a stylish jacket, declares that he will also take part, because the person who gave the recommendation has no right to sit out. The protagonist assumes that the soul of the fan is eager to fight. The head of the library looks at them with a smile and exclaims that the minimum number has been reached and 2 more people can participate. The Holy Sword stands leaning on his sword, says that there is still another reason why he recommended this book, asks everyone to take a look at the reason for the discontinuation. In the system window, it is written that the disease has passed through the world and the celestial demon has died. The faction has been destroyed. Like all other authorities, the old man claims that based on this, it can be understood that the disease has spread, the heavenly demon has died, and then the rest. He waves his hand, explaining that this world has been destroyed by an infection. Therefore, a hunter who is well acquainted with diseases is also needed, and most likely the strongest in this field is that person. The king of medicine is standing nearby, and they ask him if he will go. Sword Emperor starts shouting in delight that this is the one. In a flashback, the Starks are standing in the room. The spirit of the rear says that he is the owner of a pharmaceutical clinic where Marcus always buys, while the fighter says that he will mainly fight. If he does not have enough strength, then the king of death will help, and if the king of drugs deals with the disease, they will go through the apocalypse. Gongjia smiles when asked if he wants to say something by saying that he would like to take someone with him. He points to a shocked alchemist. The protagonist agrees with her with a smirk. The girl exclaims that less than a week has passed since she received the nickname. So now she is incredibly weak. There is no point in taking her with you. The embarrassed lady hears that among Gongjia's acquaintances, she is the most capable alchemist and doctor. The main character, smiling, claims that she recently said it herself. A memory arises in which the girl assured that if he needed something, she would help with everything in her power. The main character smiles broadly and wonders if these were not empty words, whether she will help him. The bespectacled friend smiles back, while the protagonist realizes that she needs to be paid. They walk along with the alchemist, while the hunters look back at them and notice that all 4 places are probably already taken. And who is this girl anyway? Marcus, with a cold-blooded look, claims to have met her before. A frightened green-haired lady hides behind her friend. He says that there is no need to be so afraid, because he and the King of Death have dispelled all misunderstandings. An elderly warrior with a stern face declares that they will go to an incredibly dangerous place, and the constellation said that if they die in the apocalypse, then in reality too. The main character replies with a smirk that she is the best pharmacist he knows. Sword Emperor looks back at the old man, and says that he makes a couple of good potions, but not the best one, so since this lady is there. Marcus, placing his hand on his chin, thinks, then says that she is the best alchemist he knows. A holy sword can be seen in the stats window, while he thinks that he needs to take the opportunity and give 2 young men a chance to get connections with the king of medicines. Stunned, Gongjia stands next to the girl and the imaginary trainer, realizing that he does not insist on his accumulated connections, but the conceited old man's temperament remains in place. The king of medicines grumbles discontentedly, while the main character thinks that his home front spirit also judges a pharmacist only by appearance. The disgruntled alchemist declares that he is the best of those he knows, and young people are young people. MC looks at him with an indifferent look, hearing that he is just laughing, because after passing one hill, he brags as if he crossed an entire mountain. The angry old man touches his beard and declares that it is as if he is looking at himself in his youth, and he no longer likes it. The green-haired lady watches him back. Marcus knocks on the back of an old acquaintance who grumbles about it. He claims that you need to understand that the King of Death is an outstanding person, he just has a little life experience. The enraged old man turns around and shouts that experience is the most important thing, and the guy pretends to know everything, just like he did when he made about $1 billion in Silicon Valley in his 20s. The protagonist freezes in shock while the Holy Sword asks him to calm down. The old hunter straightens his tie, hearing from him that he did his best to endure both the chatter and the actions of this idiot, constantly glancing at Marcus, and in the end, Gongja drags a pushy girl who came out of nowhere. Alchemist nervously holds his hand, thinking about the old man being devoured by another. Such is the ecosystem of their world. The lady begins to say that they can call her that. But, furious, she declares that the King of Death is not like that, he has no rotten plans, while the opponent shouts that she behaves as if she is covering for her husband. The dumbfounded green-haired girl asks again. Paladin stands nearby and calmly claims that she is a good pharmacist. She met her through the King of Death. Countless excellent medicines are supplied to the squad of guards. The opponent scratches his face in displeasure and says that for the level of a squad of vigilantes, this may well be the case. The warrior, frowning, hears that she does not know the sky, so she considers the ceiling to be the highest point, because her guild should not be equal to his pharmaceutical guild. Sword Emperor sits behind the protagonist and asks why he just listens to these insults. If he enjoys it, he denies. The audience looks displeased at the screen with the King of Medicines. Gongja states that it's all live now, so this is the best timing. The stunned lady hears an offer to fight. The main character at this moment thinks about debut and resignation. The main character takes out bottles with a smile. At the same time they shout that the dialogue does not work. The King of Death immediately offers to wave his fists. Gongja replies that he is not with him. The guy hands out several multicolored potions, claiming that he will provide the ingredient, and they will try to brew a potion from them, and then everything will be easily found out by comparing the effectiveness of the drugs. The protagonist puts his hands on the shoulders of his girlfriend, who nervously says that he is called the King of Medicine anyway, while suddenly, the guy interrupts her. The frightened lady tries to say something. He claims that he believes in her. She is sincerely happy about this, declaring that she will try, but then changes her mind to the fact that she will definitely win. The old man is standing in front of his small laboratory, and the alchemist is in front of his. She is cooking concentratingly. It is said that the King of Death still went too far. The old man's pharmaceutical store is so elite, there is an appointment for a month in advance, but the age difference affects. Countess happily wonders who will win, while urging everyone to bet on the winner, which with a serious face stands next to his colleague and asks if he is sure, because the ratio of bets is now 1-47. He replies that he can earn extra money by betting on the alchemist so that the ratio does not fall too much. The head of the Black Dragon Guild says with a stern look that he was the one who said that they were on the air. The protagonist, smiling, holds his chin and listens to the fact that if the recommended pharmacist is broken, the reputation will suffer. The guy declares that the broadcast goes all over the world, so it's a little sorry for the old man called the king. The old man shouts in anger that everything is ready, and she can bow her head. He holds a mixture above him, which is especially restorative. In the system windows, it is written that it is a little bitter, but with its help you can heal a mortal wound. Enthusiastic hunters shout that this is from the old man and expected someone to clarify whether he wants to sell it. The arrogant King of Medicine smirks when he hears that he is in the order of armor earlier, and why jump the line. Alchemist holds a bright mixture with a smile, says that she is also finished. Astonished people see this angelic light. Some put on glasses, and some completely cover themselves with their hands. A bright glow spreads throughout the library. A green-haired lady holding her creation, its rarity of almost divine level. The dumbfounded public sees this. In the system window the question arises that the taste of strawberries is felt, and it is not even in the recipe, so where does it come from? They are closed from light, the notification says about the effect. The old man stands with his modest mixture in front of a bright girl. The window says that if properly stored, it will even help to grow a severed part of the body without complications. Alchemist watches silently. With an important look, he adjusts his glasses. With the same expression on her face, she touches his potion, asking if it was really created by him. He carefully turns the bottle and is surprised. He returns it. The discouraged old man takes it away. The haughty girl asks if this is all true. The old pharmacist is shocked as she begins to speak. The protagonist wonders that she is the kind of person who is filled with great power when she thinks she is useful. He asks in shock that she is lucky. At this moment, she notices that he has bad skills. The grumpy old man turns around, declaring that this happens to young people. When he earned 1.7 billion in 10 minutes, he also thought that it was all thanks to skills. The imperturbable lady offers to arrange another round. The opponent asks if she is sure, because the goddess of luck does not smile twice. The enraged old man sees another beautiful potion and yells at her that she is lucky, but the goddess of luck does not smile 3 times. Alchemist holds the radiant potion again, The rival declares that she is just unusually lucky, because the goddess does not smile 4 times. Marcus holds his face in shame and asks him to stop. The old man cries through tears that this time he will defeat her, because experience will prevail over luck. The holy sword at this time believes that he behaves unworthily. Adjusting his tie, Marcus apologizes to her, because she really is the best pharmacist, and it is his fault that he did not immediately believe the guarantee of the King of Death. The disgruntled lady, crossing her arms, replies that it is probably not easy with such a friend. The King of Medicine is crying at this time. The warrior explains that he still has no good traits, and he is not so good at potions, but he brews them at least, so it is better than nothing. He knows the basics, he can be useful as an assistant. Countess holds out his hand and shouts about her in fury. She nervously holds Alchemist's hands and claims that she needs to make an instant contract with her. She doesn't understand. A crazy woman thinks about money and shouts about the most favorable terms of partnership. She will even let the cat be stroked, or rather, make the cat lie at her feet. The enthusiastic girl sees that everyone is reaching out to her and declaring that she was blessed by the King of Death and they need potions. The green-haired lady starts screaming nervously. Countess silently listens to the fact that people who want to make a deal must first go to the King of Death. But Paladin is an exception, and will only sell potions to whomever Gongja allows. The protagonist smiles and states that it can be solved after completing the Celestial Demon Chronicles. A librarian in white robes is in the air, saying that the choice seems to be complete. The protagonist looks up, hearing that if they die there, they will die, and in reality, there is only one way to get out. You need to avoid the risk of stopping the release at all costs and bring everything to the finale. The guy clarifies what he means. The library manager happily explains that it depends on their decision. The possibilities are almost unlimited. They can eliminate the disease and save Mirim, or they can capture it using the disease. The moody protagonist declares that he can send them, but he suddenly interrupts. Viper stands next to his comrades in arms, and the question is raised that the head of the gate is not coming. The discouraged protagonist thinks about him. It is said that the world was created for him. If we talk about becoming a strong fighter, he is suitable. A fighter with an eye patch bows his head. The joyful warrior exclaims that he was just about to volunteer, asking if they really haven't forgotten him, while thinking that he doesn't want to go into this hole. Viper jubilantly says that the world of people who revere martial arts and unity is Mirim. Although the homeland is different, he has long made her soul the homeland. In parallel, the characteristic window says that he is shocked that there is no toilet with a flush. Smirking, Viper asks what they should know why the guild he created is called the Gate of 1,000 Faceless, while a pink window shows his thoughts that it's just problematic. An enthusiastic fighter, standing among his comrades in arms, shouts that he must go, although in his heart he declares that he does not want to at all. The goddess at this time is speechless. Marcus looks at him and says that it feels like he's the only one who wants to go there. They stand opposite each other. A blue-violet mixture of energies appears. The opponent claims that he has no reason to yield to him. The hunters see the fighters, exclaiming that there is a clash between the holy sword and the head of the gate, a battle of honor. Paladin holds a bag of gold and shouts that they need to stop, because they are not going to have a sword fight here. Viper with a purple eye exclaims that they can decide with a battle who goes, while his thoughts are that they need to lose in the open on purpose. The warrior with the bag stands in the middle of purple lightning, saying that the head of the gate is still human. Viper mentally asks the holy sword to do something. He turns to Paladin, who wonders if the holy sword can give way this time. The stat window states that the fighter is not at all happy about this offer. Marcus looks carefully ahead. The warrior reports that she knows that he is always drawn to the front line, but after all, he has already participated in the clearing of the floors with the King of Death and the head of the Black Dragon. If he enters the cleansing of 22 floors, it will not be entirely fair. The enthusiastic members of the Gate Guild watch. Paladin asks if the old man can show respect. He is a loner. He does not need to worry about his reputation in front of the students. The holy sword adjusts his tie and ponders the proposal. Crossing his arms, the old man wonders if he ever cared about the reputation of the 5 guilds. The joyful warrior looks at the young King of Death, stating that lately he has also been thinking about the fact that it is worth taking care of his conscience. He thinks what this touching decision is right now. Viper smirks when he hears that Marcus is inferior to him. He assures that he should have done it right away. After all, he bet his life on it, although in his heart the fighter just screams that he doesn't want it. Heretic Questioner hugs the warrior, exclaiming that she persuaded the holy sword himself. Paladin replies that he simply accepted her point of view, which watches with a smirk. While the blonde says that in this case you need to hug the old man, he refuses. The head of the Black Dragons notices that everyone is slowly growing. The disgruntled pharmacist looks at them and says that since they have decided they need to go faster, the day has passed, and everything is so reminiscent of him in his youth. Nothing can be done. Recently he lost several times in a row to the girl's luck, but he still remains the best. The green-haired girl looks at him in amazement and declares that she is scared and of course will be better than the old man, and this is just an unshakable fact. Viper confidently points his finger at himself, stating that civilians have nothing to fear, because in battles he will deal with everything. To decapitate a person, this is one instant, the characteristics window says that he does not want to at all and begs Marcus to replace him. The librarian holds a bright book, calling out the names of the characters. The librarian begins to radiate a light energy that bursts out of the pages, saying that as soon as they open their eyes, are in the world 10 days before he faces the ill-fated discontinuation, he expects them to have a superb ending. There is a laptop on the table. It is said that in his time, the martial arts genre was already losing its popularity. Computer graphics had aged, but at that time it looked very cool. There are different flashes on the screen. It is told that when all seriousness was ridiculed, there was no place for martial arts at all. Sounds about breathing and cultivation techniques can be heard from there. Snow is raging all around. There is talk of a lost genre and a world in which it snowed. 4 heroes find themselves in the middle of snowdrifts. The protagonist shields himself from the blizzard and encourages him to release an aura to protect himself. The girl warms herself with her hands and says that she has never learned this. The old man screams that he is going to die of cold. Gongja turns around and resolutely shouts that Viper needs to keep an eye on the king of medicine. The disgruntled fighter takes the old man in his arms. He remarks that this is better. The protagonist stretches out his hand to his girlfriend and offers to follow him. She asks again. He holds her hand. Bright red energy flies out of her. The girl sincerely smiles and thanks him for this, noting the incident as awkward. The protagonist, frowning, replies that he also thinks so, but now is not the time to dwell on it. The librarian is in the air. There are a bunch of books around him. It is said that the constellation used the words of the work and the release stops. The two of them stand in the middle of a snowstorm. He says that they are not just in a book, but in their own world, which they came to save, while clarifying whether they understand. Red energy flies around their clasped palms. She declares that she didn't take everything too seriously, so she promises to do everything in her power. The protagonist walks under the snow, stating that everyone should focus on their role, and he will now clear them with an aura. But during the fight against the disease, she and the king of medicine will have to perform. A book of the Celestial Demon Chronicle is shown. There are black smears around it. It talks about a strange disease that spread around the world, killing the celestial demon, after which all the others died. Gongja steps onto the snowdrifts, realizing that this description doesn't even mention the deadly cold. The guys make their way forward with difficulty. He understands that he has to find out how and why the heavenly demon died. Astonished, Alchemist points her finger to say that there are people there, and the protagonist wonders what kind of unknown disease has destroyed this world. Snow is raging everywhere. The main character says that you need to move in that direction. Sword Emperor frowns and says that something is wrong. Gongja shields himself from the blizzard. Hearing that there is complete silence in that direction, he assumes that it is because of the blizzard. Light pours on the snow-covered treetops. The spirit of the rear says that it is not only about the sound, because there is not even movement. An astonished old man sits on Viper's back and asks what it is. Frozen people appear in front of them. They do not understand what is happening. They have disfigured blue bodies. A green-haired girl pulls on her gloves. He takes a sample from the body of one of the corpses, scans it with the skill and declares that it is indeed human. The old pharmacist, thinking about it, hears that the poor guy died 2 years ago, and 3 months ago. According to the skill of diagnosing a living being, the cause of death is an infection that has not yet been registered. The corpses were found in the same poses. It is said that no one froze to death. Everyone has the same reason. If it were death due to illness, they would be lying on the ground, but they are all standing. Alchemist claims with a serious look that there is a good chance that someone intentionally brought it, while the old man tries to say something. The protagonist looks at his girlfriend and hears that the cause of death is the same, but the time is different. Someone died 2 years ago, and someone 3. We can only assume that they were deliberately dragged. The guy asks about the cemetery. Viper examines the corpses with a stern look and says that they look like terracotta soldiers. The main character calmly uses the character window, scans the deceased with a blue face. Gongja, without changing his facial expression, realizes that this is what the window of a dead person looks like. The guys look at them, discussing that if this is a cemetery, then why it is like this, and whether there is a place to stay. The main character thinks that light is the last thought of a person. The protagonist turns around in amazement. The bearded man furiously shouts that it is necessary to stop the heavenly rule of the demonic path. Another warrior replies that even a dog passing by would fall down laughing. The lady in black robes confidently claims that the demonic path will continue to rule over the entire celestial world as long as she is fine, and it is better for him to say goodbye to his faction. Wulcian with an angry face claims that this is nonsense. The bloody ghosts of the demonic cult, which she is so proud of, have long been beheaded with the help of her axe. With his own hands he even sent the elders to the next world. A man in a white robe stands in front of her, and says that he has 500 masters with him. And how is she going to stop him at all? She asks him to stop lying. He replies that there are no blood ghosts because he sent them on a secret mission. The protagonist shows a sign of silence and offers to get close to them, while the heroine advises him to keep an eye on his comrades in arms, not her subordinates. With a stern look, the rival asks where the pillars of the great clans of which he was so proud have gone. The once proud head of Nurim has turned into such a disgrace. A bearded man with a serious look exclaims that this is none of her business. He ordered them to send on a secret case to all over the world. She replies with a smirk that he has a lot of secret missions. Wolcian remarks that it's all because she managed to do it. The shocked heroes quietly listen to their scolding that if it were not for the disgusting rule of the celestial demonic cult, then such a mess would not have existed. She replies that he gave her such a crazy Murim even worse times. A warrior in a black cloak attacks in a rage, stating that if he doesn't like it, then let him fight. She will finally cut off the blood of the last faction and show the vitality of the demonic cult over the entire celestial world. The old man strikes in anger, exclaiming that he hates when such devils try to assert themselves. He will cut her head in half, give one half as a gift to the supreme ruler, and the other to the ruler of the other world. They took out wooden sticks. Wolcian is very angry when he hears the question of what kind of stick he has in his hands and where the jade axe is. Because he is a nonentity and only knew how to swing it, the man demands to shut up, clarifying where she herself lost her thin, bloody demonic sword. Her rival closes her eyes and declares that these are harsh words. This wooden sword was created by her personally. Her wand sparkles. She claims that the essence of the 1,000-year-old demonic cult is within her. She called it the demonic heavenly blade. He clarifies if she really gave such a name to the wand. The rivals stand silently opposite each other. Wolcian puts his fist to his lips, claiming it's too pretentious, then asks why not just call it a wooden whip. A dark-haired girl looks at the wand, saying that it just means a rod. He grumpily shouts that it is so, and in general she is a fool. She looks at the angry old man with a serious face and claims that in this case, she will simply call her the demonic wooden whip. A bright light can be seen in the overcast sky. Wolcian loudly asks why the clowns from the clan call everything demonic. There is a blood demon, a sword demon, a ghost demon, a moon shadow demon under her command, and if everything is combined, there will be a demon 4. She wonders if it sounds exquisite. Suddenly, they turn around, noticing something. They stand back to back. The old man asks if she promised that the weather would be clear. She replies that the predictions are not always true and how can you be sure of the future. The sorceress nervously hears that the fortune teller from the market will be much better. She demands to shut up and prepare for a fight. Alchemist stands next to his friend and asks why they are acting this way. He replies that he has no idea. 4 guys sit in the snow and watch. The green-haired girl opens her eyes in shock, clearly feeling someone behind. They turn around quietly. They abruptly break off and start running. A black-robed sorceress looks away. It is said that Murim is a world of people who live only by martial arts. A celestial demon appeared in this place to unite. Wolcian resolutely holds his wand. The demon faction and the forces that oppose it, they had to clash. An army of zombies rushes at the acting heroes, who run away in shock. It is told that a super epidemic has suddenly spread. The king of medicine runs beside the girl in terror. He is shocked, points his finger back, shouting that he must run. He has not seen anything like this even in his youth. The protagonist confidently cuts off the zombie's head while it screams about the end of the world. The headless zombie continues to roar. The main character understands that they move only if you crush the brain. The girl in the black robe and Wolcian stand with their backs to each other, told to leave. She is furious and asks who they are. The warlocks stand next to each other. She claims to see 4 living people. Perhaps the lord of the underworld is calling out to her. The protagonist runs frightened, holding his girlfriend on him, while the old man replies that he also sees and feels mentally retarded from her constant ridicule. Gonja desperately exclaims that they should run, and at the same time tell them where to run. Wolcian turns around in amazement, and says that they are really alive. Have they died and gone to hell? The protagonist and his associates approach them. The girl assumes that they have fallen to the land of peach blossoms, or to hell. The old man declares that he is unlikely to be in hell, because he contributed to the righteous cause as the head of a military alliance. But then why instead of peaches there are only gongsi trees around? Viper carries Wolcian while the protagonist grabs the second lady. They even now continue to discuss that this is not a dream, but reality, and they will not be able to be zombies due to their body heat. The black-robed mage wonders where they came from, and they also use an unusual technique, probably not from these places. Gongja and the 2 girls run forward, realizing that she is asking if they are from reality. Suddenly, the frightened guys see zombies jumping from above. Viper is horrified and wonders since when the dead learned to fly. The magician replies with a smirk that this is her personal movement technique, borrowed it and honed it. The dead rush after them through the snow. The guy says that they not only do not leave traces, they fly. Personal elite warriors of the demon sect, forgetting martial arts even after death. The main character carries her, asking if they really did not forget them even after their death. She replies that they do not know because they are not locals. A dead man with a purple face growls in rage. It is said that masters do not lose skills even when they become zombies, and this is the basis of the basics. Gongja retorts that he has never heard of such a thing. The stranger turns around with a smile and explains that they are the best warriors of the sect. They have been trained to smell blood even in their sleep. She is overwhelmed with pride that their movements are so precise, even though they are corpses. Monsters run after the guys in the snow. The protagonist shouts in horror that they are being caught up and at this rate they will die. The old man hugs Viper tightly, begging him to run faster, otherwise he will be the first to bite if he becomes a zombie. He asks who was the idea to take him with him and why he got stuck with him while the protagonist is with the girls. Gongja angrily states that they may die because of the mutant martial artists, and he doesn't care at all. He needs to look back, it might be more important. Sword Emperor runs in fright from the zombies. The nervous protagonist looks at the girl and asks if they have any weaknesses. She replies that they stop moving if their heads are crushed. She thinks puzzled, hearing the question if there is anything simpler. He points his finger at the sky and claims that they freeze when the sun comes out. A green-haired girl responds in shock when she is called together with an unknown lady. The dark-haired woman is imperturbably silent. Suddenly, the protagonist begins to accelerate, releasing energy. He apologizes to them, because he will have to leave them, so let them try to land themselves. The guy directs them forward with a powerful throw. They fall into a huge snowdrift, having previously shouted. The protagonist apologizes to them embarrassedly. He turns around, noticing a horde of zombies in front of him. Sword Emperor with a smirk suggests preparing to die. It will be interesting to see how his stupid zombie will be killed by his relatives. -1 item from the wish list. MC pulls out his sword with a determined look, wondering where the ghost got his wish list from. He directs it to the sky, shouting that he is not going to die. The protagonist calls out his blade with a stern look. It begins to glow. The system window says that the glitter has responded to the call of the warrior. Bright light fills the space. Monsters begin to fall. The main character accompanies the children without putting away the glowing sword. The old man closes his eyes and asks if he is really alive, because he would never have poked his nose into the tower if it were not for Marcus' request. The protagonist with red eyes asks if everyone is alive. Alchemist, with glasses on his lips, thanks the King of Death. Viper puts the old man on the ground and declares that he does not want to get involved with pensioners anymore. The main character, holding a bright sword, asks him to look after everyone. While he deals with the zombies, he wonders what he is going to do. Gongja points his mighty sword and says that he wants to get rid of them while they are immobile. A witch in a black cloak stands nearby. While the guy explains that it will take a long time to crush everyone's heads, she asks to calm down. With an indifferent look, she states that she first thanks him for saving him, but she will have to stop him if she intends to harm the zombies. The protagonist is stunned by this answer. He asks why, while thinking that the zombie has a special curse and it will be passed on to the killer. The interlocutor calmly stands under the snow and claims that they are all members of a demonic sect. The amazed guy asks again. He is told that these are her students and subordinates. The monsters are buried in the snow. She explains that the great war to eradicate the Mirima faction is almost over. She needs every martial artist. With such losses, she cannot lose even more warriors. The main character thinks about the fact that the world of the Celestial Demon Chronicles was already on the verge of extinction. Where do they have the strength to wage war? In his memoirs, the librarian stated that when they woke up, they would be in the world 10 days before its fall. The library manager wished them good luck with a smirk. The protagonist realizes that there are only 10 days left. Wolcian in white clothes introduces himself by name. He is the head of a military alliance, and they have sworn their honor. A black-robed sorceress stands silently in the snow. She says that today is the 989th day since the war began. The old man and she have sworn on honor. None of them will leave this place until someone admits defeat. With a serious look, the girl claims that the warriors have become zombies, but they can use the martial arts of the demon sect. They are subordinates that she is obliged to look after, so there is no need to kill them on a whim. Wolcian angrily shouts that it was difficult to gather the chosen warriors of famous clans, while the girl explains that if they are going to kill someone, then let them choose those in a monk's cassock. Discouraged, MC listens to the scolding that she made him a promise that the two of them should decide the outcome of the war without resorting to the help of Gongsi, who replies that promises are made to be broken. The embittered old man stands in front of her and claims that he will crush their heads himself. The girl in a rage replies that the head of the faction is going to violate the agreement, so he showed his true face. Gongja asks in shock that they continued to fight despite the end of the world. The head of the sect looks around, stating that he is mistaken. After all, it was the world that decided to come to an end while they were fighting. She points to the old man in the white cassock and exclaims that the end of the world is not an excuse to interrupt the fight that has begun. She will not stop until he is defeated. Blue zombies lie in the snow. The warrior says that she has 500 zombie warriors left. She will lead them and raze their house to the ground. The rival is indignant that she steals his words, because the brave warriors of the military alliance will be with him to the death. The protagonist stands discouraged in front of a ferocious confrontation between two people who shout that it's time to end the war that lasted 989 days. Putting her stick forward, the girl said that a scholar was not picky about choosing a brush, a warrior was not picky about choosing a blade, and that she could easily send the old man to the grave with only a demonic heavenly blade because she had forgotten her bloody demonic blade that brought death. With his mouth wide open, he agreed with her, offering to fight and find out who would succeed in the path of martial arts. The man rushed forward. The girl rushed at him. Both crossed their sticks. They continued to fight, using the rain of heaven and the shattering heavenly golden axe. Their sticks cracked. Then they grabbed each other by the hair. Gongja stared confused, not understanding what was happening. Defending herself, the girl covered her face with her hands. Sword Emperor brought his hand to his face, saying that it was strange. The hero, shocked, looked at him when he talked about their perfect breathing technique and that even in his world they would be considered masters, and was also surprised that the guy did not see their skill, explaining that the blow to the eyes originated from the divine dragon catching the dragon sphere, which is why the name Double Dragon Battle for the sphere appeared. Seeing the girl stretching the man's mouth, he did not understand why they were fighting so stupidly, to which the interlocutor said that judging by their level of skill, they were full of will and chi. The girl struck with her hand. Sword Emperor said that the reason why their movement was careless was because they were devoid of chi and aura, although this was impossible even if their dantian was hit, to which the hero asked if he was joking. Viper folded his hands, said that the old man and the girl weren't so bad. He saw her push her opponent, saying that the way he bit was the principle of the Lord opening the earth, and the way she pulled out her hand was the principle of a quietly swimming dragon. Sword Emperor added that he might be pretending, but a martial artist was a master, and that this was a fight between a lord of the earth and a quietly swimming dragon. Gongja swiped his hand, summoning the hero's window as his comrade pointed out that the zombie was more perspicacious than him. The guy saw a window next to Viper, which said that after analyzing the battles with his skill as an unsurpassed warrior, everything was exactly like that. He imagined the child among the dogs, thinking that it was nice to transform into a jade dog and protect the gates of the Demon King's palace. But the humming of the head on either side did not allow him to find peace if it was not so easy to be between them. Behind the young man stood a girl, thinking about the fact that together with her childhood friend and her wonderful manga artist, Anna, as a character from the game, decided to become a real dragon warrior without a doubt. Viper looked at Alchemist, who asked if it really happened because it looked like a game of war, and told her that if they could all tell the difference, then beginners would be no different from masters, and thought about how those two were much better than the old man of the Holy Sword. Sword Emperor opened his mouth in surprise, seeing his comrades' thoughts that he was gaining skills just by watching them, and would have something to teach his students when he returned. Gongja noted that this is how he sees martial arts. Drool flew out of Sean's mouth, saying that he was freezing to death. The fighters took notice of him when he asked how long they would fight and that they did not notice other people, calling it a narrow view of the world, just like he had in his youth. Awkwardly putting his hand behind his head, he replied that it was disrespectful to guests who had come from afar, suggesting that they first take them to his cave. The rays of the sun broke through the clouds. Viper was in front. Gongja drew attention to the tired two. Folding his hands behind his back, he offered the girl to carry her, to which she replied that it would be very useful, because today it was difficult to use breathing techniques. Viper glanced at him, saying that it wouldn't do. Now he was carrying the girl on his back, saying that it was better. Gongja walked with the man behind him. He touched his shoulder. Leaning closer, he said that the warmth of a person warms him on a cold day. Looking at him, Sword Emperor called him an eccentric. They found themselves at the entrance to a cave, which he called his refuge. The sun shone brightly on her. Alchemist looked around in surprise. Steam rose from the hot spring. Turning around, the girl told her that she had recently found this place, and did not expect visitors from other lands to come here. Offering to wash first, he and the old man will look for some food. He looked at her, asking if there was anything other than fruits and roots, to which she replied that that was why she said that she needed to search, clarifying whether everything was fine with his hearing. Gongja and Alchemist exchanged glances as they listened to his indignation that she was constantly calling him an old man, even though she wasn't much younger, to which she replied that if he had a complex, he could metamorphose like her. Sean was sitting by the water when the girl noted that the two had recently tried to kill each other. I replied that they had been fighting for 3 years, and so it was not surprising that they had grown close in that time. Closing his eyes, he added that it was warm and cozy here, and that it had been disgusting to hold the boy's hand all this time, and that now the head of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless could leave. Looking in his direction, Viper did not understand why the Holy Sword was friends with him, but the man demanded to watch his words, since it was he who allowed him to become a friend. There were several balls lying on the stone. The man said that although they were a little ashamed, they had nothing else, and they found only them. Gongja put the dish in his hand when he heard that they usually hunted, but that there were no beasts to be found in the area right now, and he replied that it was not a big deal, thanking them for sheltering them. The companions were surprised to feel the taste of food. Alchemist looked at the marble, asking if they lived on nothing but them. The girl sitting opposite replied that it was, and then she wondered how long. There were many serifs on the wall, and she replied that for about 2 years they had been eating only grain balls. Looking up in amazement, Alchemist said it couldn't be, and doubted they had enough nutrients. Sean jumped to his feet when he heard the answer that although the girl did not know what he was talking about, he called it tolerable, said that he did not like extremes. A lot of food appeared in front of him, saying that if they ate only them, it was not surprising that they did not even have the strength to walk, and that forgetting about their own health was very much like him in his youth. The water filled the pan. Later, food was mixed in it. A lot of ready-made food appeared in front of the man, and he said that although it wasn't much, they should eat well while they were young. Sean filled his plate after hearing from a new acquaintance that he and the girl were actually quite old, and asked if they were taking any elixir, but decided that it didn't matter, because in old age, you also need to eat well, otherwise their bodies will not survive. Gongja took a sip. He opened his eyes in surprise. Imagining himself surrounded by various things, he thought about how it was better than all the luxuries he had indulged in after winning the lottery, and it was worth living for. Alchemist looked at the food in surprise, saying that it was delicious. The girl in dark looked at her spoon, saying that it was a divine taste, asking the man if he was the chef of the emperor himself. The man was eating noodles, saying that he had tasted many things when he was the head of a military alliance, but had never tasted like this before. Sean pulled his hand aside, tasting that it was not for nothing that he received 3 Michelin stars as a chef when he was over 50, and that the stomachs of others would explode if there was a real oven here instead of this burner. He looked at Viper, who asked why such an amazing man had come to Babylon, and replied that he didn't see a contradiction, because even Marcus had come here. The man averted his eyes when asked that they knew each other from the outside world, and replied that, as far as he knew, he was just a young master of a dirty conglomerate, and he believed that the one who got to Silicon Valley on his own was just very lucky. Lowering his eyes, he still noted that he had come here himself, facing failure in the following years. There were leftovers on the plates. A girl sitting in front of them in dark noted the unusual dish and exuded exuberance, wondering where they came from and why they were here. Looking at them intently, she wondered if the foreigners had figured out how to cure the Gongshi disease. Gongja and Alchemist looked at each other silently. Their interlocutor turned away when she heard that they were still looking for a cure. Several bodies were closed, and she said that the healers and monks had spent a lot of energy looking for a cure, but all in vain, and even the followers of Mao Shan who had knowledge of Gongshi gave up. She closed her eyes when she heard the question that there was no cure. The hero pointed to his comrades, saying that she had seen cooking with her own eyes, and they had different knowledge, and in particular, Alchemist was the best at curing diseases and making medicines, to which the man next to her said that she was just lucky. He silently looked ahead, hearing that he could become her assistant. She and the old man exchanged glances when they heard from the guests that they could develop medicines with them. Alchemist smiled amiably when they replied that it was hardly a cure, but it was more than nothing, and asked what they were talking about. Both of them retired to the depths of the cave, saying that they would return in a moment. They were gone for a while. Later, they returned to the others. Alchemist was surprised. The man applied a crop on his shoulder. They put him on the ground. Gongja and Sean looked inside. The zombie was chained. Gongja looked down tensely. Several needles were stuck in the zombies. Looking at him, the girl said that he was the head of the Wudang movement. Together with the girl, he bent over the corpse, hearing that the man believed his body after the bite so that they could study it. But the only thing they came up with was to clamp down on the acupuncture points of the chi energy. The girl touched the needle. In its place there was a deep trace. The dead man immediately screamed. In fright, Alchemist fell to the ground. The girl put the needle back in its place. Sitting over the dead man, she said that compressing the chi point between the brain and spinal cord helps to put him to sleep. But this is not a cure, but only a temporary solution. Imagining several points on the body, she said that the bitten person is infected with spoiled energy through the vessels and these points. After closing the coffin, she added that no matter how much a person meditates, he will not be able to cope with it. Whether it is a sectarian with demonic chi or a monk with a righteous one, nothing will help from the bite of the gongsi. The man next to her silently looked away as she said that the body was engulfed in heat, as if in captivity of flames, and soon the man was turning. She introduced the monk, saying that he had lasted the longest, remaining sane for a year after being bitten on his arm, but such a case was 1 in a million, and even selected martial artists were not able to last more than 2 weeks. Looking up, the girl asked the children from foreign lands if they were sure they could find a cure. Alchemist stared down silently. Sean also didn't respond. Standing up, the girl added that meeting strangers when you think you are the last survivor is a blessing in itself. The old man, looking at them, added that he had prepared a place to go to bed, so they could rest, and the rest they would discuss tomorrow. A full moon was visible in the sky. The 3 lay down side by side. Sean complained about Marcus in his sleep, as if he considered him second in life. Alchemist said she couldn't eat anymore. Gongja lay with his eyes open. Sword Emperor was sitting nearby, asking why he wasn't sleeping, and the guy replied that he needed to check something. The hero covered himself with a blanket. 2 shadows loomed over him. The shadows approached his face, asked if everyone was asleep, and the second replied that this was their chance. Gongja opened his eyes. The man was frightened when he saw the hero get up. He frowned, saying that they thought the guy was asleep. The girl looked at him silently. Getting to his feet, the guy heard a question about how long ago he understood everything, and saw that everything seemed strange from the moment they first met. Remembering the sticks in their hands, Gongja said that they were lightly dressed and stood in the cold, and it was so cold that they couldn't get out without enveloping themselves in an aura, that is, chi energy, which meant they used their inner strength to protect themselves from the cold. But all of a sudden, those who have perfect energy control get tired after childish fights. Looking up at the face, he concluded that they were concentrating all their energy on something else, asking if they had been bitten. Sword Emperor folded his hands as he heard the suggestion that, like the leaders of the other factions, they were able to suppress tainted energy with the power of their chi. The girl raised her head. The man was frightened when he saw that she had come out of the water. Stretching the robe, she told him to calm down, because they had been discovered, and that the hero was right. Scars were visible on her back. She said that they were bitten 3 years ago. The man also showed his wound, adding that he still made a mistake with one. Turning to the young man, the old man said that they don't suppress corrupted energy, but it is suppressed by clamping the cervical vertebrae through the use of chi. The spirit gritted his teeth, saying that they were using psi telekinesis. Imagining the blade beside this girl, he asked if Gongja had heard of the flying sword technique, and the guy replied that it had. Then the spirit imagined how the girl stretched out her hand to her silhouette, saying that their body was paralyzed due to the fact that they clamped their cervical vertebrae. The hero was visibly surprised to hear that, as in the case of a flying sword, they move their bodies with chi. Imagining the heart in his hand, he said that this is how they make it beat. Seeing the old man's sigh, he said that he also made his lungs breathe. Blood flowed through his veins, causing his muscles and joints to move. The girl tied her dressing gown. Both got up from the hot spring. Sword Emperor noted that they control everything necessary to live with the help of chi and studied the technique of the flying sword day and night. Turning around, the girl said that this was how they could continue their war. Looking down, the man added that it had been going on for 3 years. The man pulled his hand behind his back, saying that it couldn't go on like this, because half of the crab demons had been destroyed, and the elders had fled, saying that they would enter the Murim world, but they had already lost them, so it was not the time to fight by factions, and perhaps the whole world was facing a tipping point. Folding his hands and greeting Jesse, he added that the Puck was ordered to open a sect-independent pharmacy, and the heads of the prophets, as well as the masters, and they would try to catch the infected for research and prepare the results as soon as possible. Later, as he sat on his knees, he said that the demon lord, their blood demon, had been attacked, and tomorrow there would be a new 1,000 infected, even if they slew 100 today, and they couldn't cope. After a while, he bowed his head, asking the heavenly demon to flee by hiding on the island, and then it wouldn't matter how many Gangsi there were, because they wouldn't be able to cross the sea without understanding what was left of their world. So if the banner of their school stands here, then there will be at least some memory of the world. Raising his head, he asked him to forget his oath to the Lord of the Murim and retreat to return, and that the law of heaven had changed, as well as human obligations, not understanding why the celestial demon would keep a meaningless promise, since it was made before the world was shaken. The guy grabbed his shoulder, turning to the demon again. A moment later he fell to the ground. Gongja stood in front of the two, asking how they managed to endure. The two looked at each other and told him to follow them. They headed for the exit. The 3 of them went out into the street, and the hero heard that sooner or later all people die. The girl's hair was blowing in the wind, saying that there was an interesting story. Looking at the tall statue, she told her that there was a high-class master who had become immune to 1,000 poisons and had stone durability, and because of this, no poison could kill him or wound him with a sword. They could say that he was almost invincible both inside and out, because there was nowhere to come from a person who could kill him without wounding and slaying him with a sword. There were cracks on the statue's face, and she added that there was something that the old stories couldn't tolerate, and that was invincibility. Looking out at the guy, she asked him if he could guess how that master died, and the hero asked how it happened. Smiling, she replied that he had been killed by a succubus. Imagining the man in her arms, the woman said that the pleasure of the union of yin and yang is not poison or a sword, but excessive pleasure is poisonous, and therefore the succubus did not propose an assault on pleasure from the very beginning. That master, of course, fell. She said that the succubus was smart, and slowly waited for the right moment, starting with gentle pleasures, but in the end, the master indulged in mortal pleasure. They walked on, and the girl said that during intercourse with the succubus, he did not even notice how her palms hurt him, because the whip of the succubus was a pleasure for the master, and gestures, steps, and even the look brought him happiness. She raised her hand. Then, putting her palm on her neck, she said that at the last moment the succubus strangled the master. Imagining the face of this man, the interlocutor said that at that moment there was no sense in either martial arts or in action, and his face shone with happiness and pleasure when he was suffocating from suffocation. Looking behind him, the girl said that he was smiling even after death, and the invulnerability was both outside and inside, but the vulnerability remained with happiness, and the moral of the story was simple. Frowning, the old man added that it was impossible to play with the succubus, and that this was not just an old story, but something that really happened. A lot of frozen gangsters could be seen below, and the man said that the master had been raised among jade and gold, but a succubus had been sent to kill him. Going downstairs, the girl said that beginners who study martial arts will not understand, and it seems to them that the goal of martial artists is to gain invulnerability in order to gain immortality and eternal life. Taking one of the frozen ones, she added that they were mistaken. Holding it in her hands, she noted that someone who had developed immunity to 1,000 poisons would die from something else, and someone who had gained the durability of a stone would die from something other than a sword. After putting the gangsi, the girl said that a martial artist doesn't just choose which martial arts to learn. Without raising her head, she added that the master chooses what kind of warrior he wants to become, and which death he chooses. 2 of them were gangsi, saying that one day all people will die, wondering why one should be upset about death. Looking at them, she added that she did not want such a fate. Seeing the old man about one of them, The girl would say that killing was good, as was poisoning, and it was also good to be attacked by the army or killed by a Shaolin monk. Putting another zombie, she said that it is not bad to accept death from a comrade who betrayed, and it is wonderful to die for the sake of the future generation. The gangsies were reflected in Gongja's eyes when he heard that dying from them was unacceptable. The two stood opposite each other, saying that they were able to endure simply because they wanted to die the death of their own choosing. The hero remembered Alchemist and her words that the cause of death is the same, but the date is different, and it feels like someone deliberately moved the bodies. The bright sun was shining all around, and they said that not many had made it to this day, and last night, the moonlight was bright but not like the sun, but it stopped the gongsi. The guy remembered the girl's face and her words that this was how they were waging a great war. Frowning, the man said that the right-wing faith faction would never fall from the gongsi. Looking at him, the girl replied that the people of her sect could not be destroyed by corpses. Opening his mouth wide, the old man added that if the faction was to come to an end, it would be at the hands of the demon sect. His partner also opened her mouth wide, saying that the demon sect would only disappear by marking the right-wing faith faction. They bowed to each other, and it was pointed out that even if the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans disappeared, and even if the martial arts manuscripts were so dusty that they could not be read, this world still had not gone into oblivion. Holding his hands in a gesture of greeting, the man revealed his titles and said that he was a Wulsian and a former saint. Also holding her hands, the girl replied that she was Beikyang, and they were fighting to decide what the end of the world would be. Standing in front of her opponent, she heard that the man was taking 990 battle, and clarified whether they would fight until the opponent surrendered or to the death. Beikyang rushed at him after hearing the answer to death. The opponents grabbed each other. The girl bit his finger. Gongja noted that their movements were slow, just like those of children. The guy watched what was happening, thinking about how they were slowly dying for 990 days. The hero looked surprised, saying that it couldn't go on like this. Seeing both of them fall to the ground, he said that this was absurd and should not be. The two grabbed each other again. He said that in the eyes of Sword Emperor, the fight could seem great. Beikyang fell to the ground again, and he added that whatever the intentions or ulterior motives, it was humiliating for both of them. The spirit looked at this sadly, asking about what the hero could do and if he was going to kill any of them, adding that it would be true and a good gift, since he would do it himself. Looking ahead, Gongja listened to the reminder that they were only foreigners and replied that he knew about it, but they didn't want such a thing themselves. Seeing how his opponents were visibly tired, he said that he would end this world in his own way. The sunset rays were visible through the trees. Beikyang noted that it was already dark and that the days had become shorter due to winter. The three were returning to the cave. The girl added that she would definitely defeat him tomorrow. Viper held the sword in his hands, asking about where they were. Seeing the hero and the old man, Alchemist said that they were dealing with the infected, and he asked if there was any progress. Sean glanced at the girl, replying that he was not there yet. Closing her eyes, Beikyang said that she thought so, and so they would go to rest. Gongja glanced at Alchemist, begging to be honest. The girl took off her glasses when she heard the question, "How long will it take to find a cure?" Seeing the marks on the wall, she replied that it was at least 120 days. Frowning, Sean added that it could be twice as much, or maybe 3 times as much, because it takes a lot of time in such situations. But even if they have a lot of time, it's not enough. The girl threw up her hands when she heard the question that at best it was 100 days, and at worst 300, and replied that they might not succeed, because the conditions and equipment left much to be desired, and therefore she could not guarantee anything. Imagining the guy in white, he remembered his words that when they woke up, they would be in the world 10 days before the story of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles broke through, and heard the words that cures could not be developed in the allotted time. Gongja put his hand on his belt and said that was enough. He smiled amiably, saying not to worry and that he would try to resolve the time issue, and they should continue to investigate. He remembered standing next to this girl, asking if she remembered the words when they first came to this world, that this was an unusual book, a whole world, and they had come here to save him, saying that his words were the same as yesterday and that there were time limits. But if they didn't make it, then they will remain here forever, and asked them to discard all unnecessary thoughts. Alchemist looked at him, hearing that he had done everything in his power, so they should not fail, and replied that she would repay her debt. The hero held out his hand to her. The girl took it, hearing promises that the problems would be solved, and a request to trust him, continuing to work. The girl closed her eyes. Reopening them, she noted that if it weren't for the hero, she would still be living in the back alleys of the slums, and her equipment had been taken away, and she had no idea how her life could have turned out, and so she would repay him by doing her best to invent medicines. Gongja pulled his hand to the side, hearing that she was losing touch with the world around her when she was focused on her work, and might forget about the rules of decency. To which he replied that it didn't matter, asking her to do her best. Putting on her glasses, she replied that she understood him. Sean looked up in annoyance when he heard that she would need all his support. He slammed his hand on the ground, saying that there should be a hierarchy in everything, and some inexperienced girl was asking for such a thing from the king of medicines. The girl opened the skill card. The man pointed at himself, outraged that she was showing off her skills to him and saying that it was problematic that the most important thing for young people now was skills, about to say what they assumed. Her skills appeared around Alchemist, and she offered to take a look at them. He opened his mouth in surprise, seeing that she was about to reveal them to his rival. She took one of the skills in her hands, offering to show them herself. Imagining the silhouette of a person, she said that one of them was a mobile hospital skill that could do everything from blood tests to real-time sound tests, and she could get pre-stocked medicines, use them, and there was only a 2% chance of misdiagnosis. Thanks to the skill of life certificate, the patient's condition can be known at the genetic level, and it minimizes the likelihood of misdiagnosis by combining the two skills. Sean discarded the skill cards, not understanding why she was showing them, suggesting that he could reveal them to the alchemists in his industry. Tired, she looked at him, replied that he could do as he wished, but still asked for support in creating a cure to do it as soon as possible. Leaning over to him, she clarified that he despised her. Her eyes were wide as he talked about how he was angry because an inexperienced child didn't know his place. He was annoyed by things like her, and there was talent. Sean pursed his lips when he heard that he was furious that she was younger, which meant that she would be praised much longer than him. The infected man was chained, and she said that she would provide all the recipes she came up with if he helped, because she hadn't told anyone that they were hers, and he could use them for his own purposes. Sean punches Alchemist in the face. The glasses fell to the ground. He blushed with anger. Bending over, the girl said that she was following the disease from zombies. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that one day she would face the fact that she would find herself at the bottom of the well. After wiping them, she again asked to fulfill her request. Sean opened his mouth wide, saying that the day would come when her pride would be crushed and she would rot completely. Putting on her glasses, the girl again asked him to do as she said, and that he find what she needed. The latter, angry, replied that in the end she would meet the one who would surpass her. Animal Hunger looked at each other. Putting on gloves, Alchemist told the hero that he would have to get out. She stared at the zombie, adding that its breathing distracted her very much. Seeing the recording, Sean added that he should pick up 6 more zombies when he came out, as they needed more samples in the form of a child, a young man, an old man, and different genders. Gongja stared at the wall, also hearing that he should get the right ingredients if he saw them. Putting a notch, he replied that they should leave it to him. Wulcian and Baikyang headed towards the exit. A new line appeared on the serif. They placed the zombies, saying that it was hard for them and in recent days the bodies did not obey at all, and the gangsies ran away. Another feature was added to the mark. The girl and the old man were fighting each other. Later, a new label appeared. They carried the bodies into the cave. A new mark remained on the wall. Alchemist studied the recordings. The number of tags has increased. Sean and the girl continued to work at night. The notch increased, and it was noted that a week had passed since getting into the apocalypse. Dark clouds hung in the sky. Looking up, Baikyang said that they would not be able to go outside today. Putting her hands to the candle, she talked about how such days are not uncommon, and it is even surprising that it has been sunny lately. But the worst thing is when the snowfall lasts 30 days, and they could not go outside because there was no sun. Gongja averted his eyes to the side, saying that then the gangsies would continue to move, asking if it was normal as it would be hard to catch if they went too far. Lowering her head, the interlocutor replied that there was nothing to be done about it, and they would lose them. After imagining a lot of all of this, he talked about how there were almost 1,000 people in her sect just 3 years ago, as well as those from the Righteous Faith faction, but as time went on, the zombies left, and they couldn't find them. Lowering his eyes, the hero said that this was probably the most terrible thing. Looking at the flames, Baikyang talked about how when the zombie who was here only yesterday goes out after waking up, disappearing after asking the guy if he thinks she doesn't know the feeling of fear? Looking at her, he replied that he thought so. Getting to her feet, she replied that the world had completely changed, and if a person dared to say such a thing to her, he would be left without a head, so he can rejoice that the world has come to an end. Gongja looked away, saying that he and the head of the military alliance, martial artists, had excellent knowledge and he couldn't compare them. Looking at the flame of the candle, he added that no matter how beautiful warriors they were, their energy was not infinite. Baikyang stood with her back to him after hearing the question about when she would run out of it. Imagining the dying inner flame, the hero said that it clamps down on chi points with its energy, and besides, everything from breathing to the movement of arms and legs is controlled by energy, regardless of its strength, and this cannot last forever. Sitting by the candle, the guy again asked the question of when it would end. The girl stared at the fire in silence, and smiling, she called him very smart. Gongja did not look up, clarifying the question of how many days were left, and heard in response empathy that he was quick-witted. It was snowing heavily outside. The hero thought that the reason why the Heavenly Lemon Chronicles had run out was much simpler, and heard the answer that none of them would be able to move if the chi ran out. Baikyang pointed to a part of the body, saying that everything would rot except for the heart, lungs, and upper dantian. Looking up, he realized what she already knew. Looking at the flame of the candle, the interlocutor replied that the Shaolin monk had lasted a year next to them. She remembered the monk, saying that, as expected, he had entered nirvana while sitting in the lotus position, and everything except his face had become like other gangsi, and his body had rotted. A smile froze on his face, and Amitabha was his last word. The candle was almost burned out. Baekhyang remembered what she had said about the feeling of fear, saying that it was scary to go to such a place, and she was afraid of the moment when the chi would run out, and she was afraid that she would run out of vitality. Imagining zombies in the snowfall, she talked about how even a blizzard and sunlight are frightening, and she is afraid that her subordinates will disappear in the daylight. Later, she was lying in bed, and she was afraid that she would never be able to kill the old man, and the old man would not be able to kill her, and she was afraid that the day would come when they would no longer be able to move. Baekhyang glanced in his direction, fearing that they would have to lie down and wait for the moment when the chi was depleted. Wolseon, who was lying with his back to her, said he was sorry. Tears flowed down his face. He said that he could no longer move. She looked at him with frightened eyes, very much afraid of this, and heard that he was sorry. Baekhyang stared at the falling snow, saying she was scared. The sky was covered with gray clouds. The hero thought that there was no point even in the fact that they fought to the last, and in a world where these two quietly disappeared, snow was falling from the sky. Alchemist listened to Wolseon's breathing. The guy reflected on the fact that all that was left after them was a colorless landscape painting. Taking off the stethoscope, the girl said that she was sorry, and in his current state he could not be cured. Baekhyang stood up, demanding to stand up. Closing his eyes, he only apologized to her. Looking at him, she said that she was not there to listen to his apologies, and again demanded that he rise. Remembering how they had crossed weapons, she reminded them that they had made a deal and that he would challenge the celestial demon world, and at the top he would plant the banner of the Right Faith faction. Standing in front of the lying man, she reminded him that the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans had come together to stage a large-scale battle, so he couldn't just die in a hospital bed. Gritting her teeth, she demanded to stand up and take up her weapon. Alchemist and Gongja were shocked to hear that he might not be able to grasp his dreaded axe, because she would be satisfied with both the rod and the whip, but he needed to take something and fight. Sighing heavily, Wolseon apologized again, but the girl opened her mouth wide, demanding him to stand up, and heard an apology for being weaker. As he lay on the bed, he talked about how he had tried to maintain himself for at least a day, but everyone had twice as much torment, and she felt it too, and his last life energy flows out of the body. Because the chi energy is completely used up, there is no physical strength left at all. A dark aura emanated from the girl as he said that she could hold out for another year, but he had reached his limit. Opening his eyes, Wolseon added that he was weaker than her and asked her to kill her. Feeling in the dark, she heard that he didn't want to be like the Shaolin head, and the request to destroy his body before it rotted, because when you become a zombie, you can look in front of you, but you won't see anything, and this is not life, but existence. And she clarified that this is why he wants her to kill him, better than. Clenching her fist, she was indignant at how he dared to say that. A dark aura surrounded him. Baekhyang wondered if this was the end of the duel he had promised, saying that it would be better if he had attacked with death and taken her to the underworld with him, not realizing what glory he was holding on for. Gritting his teeth, Wolseon replied that he was trying to gather all the members of the Righteous Faith faction and order them to self-destruct, trying to say what he had so stubbornly hoped for. The girl sat down next to him, saying that many influential people praised and envied him because he was born with the perfect body to master martial arts and reached his climax at the age of 20, becoming the head of the family before he turned 30, and he was elected ruler when the demon sect gained immense influence. The man silently closed his eyes as he heard that the goal of the Righteous Faith faction still lived within him, and the memory of the fallen rested in his heart. But even so, he wished to die by its cursed hand. Getting to her feet, she agreed to kill him, noting that his death could not be called beautiful. Sean cleared his throat into his fist. The axe touched the ground. Picking it up, Baekhyang said that it was his axe, which he loved very much, but he should have forgotten about it by now. Looking at her, the man turned to her, and after hearing the demands that he say that the warrior had forgotten the skill and the skill was forever lost to the warrior, he noted that this phrase meant the end of the Righteous Faith faction. Wolseon was lying with his mouth open. The hero thought about the fact that the head of the demon sect had demanded that the enemy personally admit the destruction of the faction, and only after receiving his confession, she would be ready to take his life. The girl was visibly angry that he was not able to tell her this. His hand lay motionless, and he replied that he could not. Tears ran down his face. The man said that he could not say this phrase, asking for forgiveness. Baekhyang unleashes a shot. A few shards flew past her, saying that he himself had said that becoming a zombie was not life, but existence, and therefore it didn't matter. The axe plunged into the ground nearby, and she added that even if he died now, it would not be death. As she left, she said that life that is not life and death that is not death are the same, and she herself does not know what the difference is. When she went outside, she said that everything was meaningless. The others bent over his body as she spoke of the fact that heaven and earth had turned into emptiness, and the 9th dawn of the entrance to the apocalypse, and the ruler of the Murim had died of illness. A couple of seraphs were visible on the wall. Alchemist said it had received a valuable sample. Wolseon's body was chained. The girl said that there was a limit, and she immediately remembered the viruses carried out on infected people, which have been turning into zombies for many years. With this sample, they are able to monitor the development of the infection in real time. Gongja took a look at the tests, hearing that he didn't become a zombie immediately after death, but woke up with a slight time delay, and it might take some time for the infectious agent to spread throughout his brain. The man said that he summarized the results of the study. The hero looked at these results, hearing that the girl could make medicines, but was completely unable to explain it properly, and that was why they said that pride was not enough. Alchemists looked up, saying that they had done everything to investigate the virus, but it was impossible to develop a cure. Looking away, the guy clarified that they didn't have enough time, and heard that they needed at least 90, and ideally about 120 days. The girl was frightened when she heard a rustle. The zombie darted from side to side. Baekhyang appeared behind him, calling it wretchedness. Taking the sword in her hands, she said that this is how a person appears to them when he removes one layer, not seeing the difference from an animal, because he eats until his body stops moving, and then simply disappears, and the warrior forgets the skill, and the skill is forever lost to the warrior. Baekhyang put her hand in his mouth. Gongja stopped Viper, who was shocked by what she was doing, as she could become a zombie too, and told him not to get closer. A bright light spread everywhere, with the words that the end had come. Blood remained on her arm. Baekhyang smiled ominously. Red threads spread around. Sword Emperor appeared behind the hero, telling him to be careful. Seeing how a dark aura spread around her, the spirit said that she was possessed by the devil. Turning to the others, the girl asked if these were the warriors who had come to kill her. She raised her sword above her head, telling them to attack, and they would cross their swords. The blade struck his head to the side. The spirit looked behind her, saying that she had gone mad. Viper held back her onslaught. Sword Emperor had said that the demonic power had crossed all boundaries. Perhaps it was due to the fully released G energy, and it was now on the verge of life and death, and even if he had returned alive in his prime, he would definitely have lost 4 times out of 10. A dark aura emanated from Baekhyang. He said that the heavens had been filled with sorrow, and the earth had fallen asleep. The universe was howling with anger, and only ashes would remain of the mountain. Viper opened his mouth wide when he heard that the demon sect is now the Mirima sky, and it is the heaven of the demon sect, so they have no right to condemn the heavens. He told the hero to grab the alchemist and run. Gongja carried the girl in his arms, hearing that they would not succeed. She looked behind him in fear as she heard the words that no matter how vile and vast the forest and the sky were, there was only one person who could take her sword under this firmament, demanding that Wulcian be brought to her immediately. Baekhyang raised her sword behind her back again. The glasses fell to the ground. The hero reflected on the fact that this is silent and traceless, odorless destruction. Baekhyang was standing in the middle of a snowfall. The guy thought about how the world that made people smoke in the sun, and the people whose skin was burned by the sun, was buried under the snow, leaving behind only a white snow field. But that man did not consider destruction to be the end. The snowfall had become heavier, and he decided that now he would save her world. The man was walking among the snow. The girl's eyes were closed. She followed the tall figure. Catching up, the girl called her mother. But the woman went further and further. The girl was left alone in the snowstorm. Her eyes were cloudy. In her youth, the heavenly demon Baekhyang didn't know if her mother had abandoned her and said goodbye with the help of a snowstorm, or if she had really lost her. Baekhyang didn't know that. Gongja stood up when he saw that he had been fined. Standing up, he asked Sword Emperor if he remembered that it was a pharmaceutical study. Rubbing his neck, the guy heard that if you combine what he learned and what he remembered, then the pieces of the puzzle completely match. You need to quickly go back before you forget anything. The man held a map with his finger and offered to choose a skill for him. He looked at the yellow information window, asking what they had. In the system window, it was written that the Devil Divine Energy has an A+ rank. The demon sect hates the laws of heaven. Curses. They didn't limit themselves to hatred and curses. They created a faction and finally formed the doctrine. The Devil Divine Energy is a martial art that contains the essence of the teachings. Those who have awakened the Devil Divine Energy can tear the sky apart and turn entire mountain ranges into a plain. However, he must deeply understand the hatred and curse contained in the divine energy techniques. The more he hates and curses the world, the more colorless the sky becomes. Whoever has internalized the supreme meaning of the Devil Divine Energy will soon bring down the sky, and it is a heavenly demon. However, it will be difficult for him to maintain his own self if he expands his new skills. The guy was surprised to hear this. Imagining the dark demon, he asked if it was the same martial art they had just seen, and heard that it was more of a typical demonic art. Sword Emperor stood with his arms crossed and said that whether it was a martial art, an illusory trap, in the end, any way depended on how he chose to overcome difficulties in this world. Imagining the characters standing with their backs to each other, the ghost explained that if he generously tries to accept the world, then he tends to get used to the righteous faith faction. If he descends on this world like a typhoon, it will most likely become part of the demonic sect, as the warriors of the righteous faith faction make their bodies vessels that will accept the world, while those who belong to the demonic sect grow claws that will destroy the world. The man's shadow seemed to hold a sword. Raising his hands, Sword Emperor offered a simpler example. He made a downward strike, spreading the energy with an invisible sword, and said that it was a downward strike. In some sects, it is called the tiger attack pose or the absolute sword strike. Scratching his ear, the man said that it didn't matter if it was a tiger or a bull, because the skills were very different depending on what kind of enlightenment the martial arts creator had achieved. It was important to imitate a tiger or a bull a little anyway. Surprised, Gongja touched his head, repeating, making something of the world his own. That's what the phrase of accepting the world means. Raising his hands, the ghost said that demonic art is different. That's what the climate sect says when they teach techniques. The space seemed to shatter into pieces, and he quoted that he should remember his anger when the thief stabbed him in the stomach. Slamming his fist, he continued to remember the moment when the ruler had dragged his younger sister away from the city, to remember his weakness when he could do nothing but present the corpse of his sister, whom he had dragged in front of the doors of the administration all night. As if holding a shovel, the man offered to remember how he buried his sister's body alone. Because it was winter, the ground was frozen, it was difficult to dig, and he continued to dig the frozen ground with his bare hands. Moving upstairs, he continued that his nails were broken, blood was flowing from the abrasions. As a result, he put his sister's body in a pit where she could not even rest in peace, and covered it with earth. The man made a blow down. Putting his hand with the invisible sword forward, he continued to remember every bit of that soil, to take the sword with the hand that was digging the ground. All this was at his helplessness. All held a grudge against the cruelty of this world. Standing in front of him, Gongja asked again that these were the claws that would destroy the world. Lowering his hand to his hip, the spirit said that this method of using the internal energy of chi, it is literally a way to awaken and direct the mind. Whether it is a martial artist or a hunter, in the end, victory will depend on how well it uses its internal chi and aura. Gongja stood thoughtfully in front of the system window after hearing that. Simply put, it is a struggle of spirit power. In the demonic art, spirit power is always in a suppressed state. In any case, he doesn't need to learn it. The man was surprised to hear that he would start. Raising his hand, the hero explained that he would study it. The ghost's eyes became even more surprised. He asked why, and heard that because he wanted to. Pointing his finger, Sword Emperor shouted that he was really attracted by the sword game that the Sky Demon had arranged. He went crazy, it spilled all its strength and was on the verge of life and death. Gongja closed his eyes with a smile, heard the cry that he would be squeezed out, all his strength would be sucked out. A warrior should not be intoxicated by such an illusion. Compared to his martial arts, such demonic art is pathetic trash. Opening his mouth in displeasure, Gongja heard that he was offended that he wanted to learn something that no one else has. He crossed his arms, heard him not to worry, nothing stronger than him in the universe. He thought that he was going to study the devil divine energy because he didn't know it, and the man replied that he was the strongest. Then why was he trying to learn the demon sect's divine technique? Looking at him confidently, the hero replied that for the flawless conquest of this scene. Introducing the heroes in the midst of the blizzard, he said that even if a cure was found, it would end up saving 2 people. The others had been dead for more than 2 years. Even after receiving treatment, they were unlikely to survive. Waving his hand, the guy continued, so what will be the ending? The Lord of the Murim and the heavenly demon will become Adam and Eve, as he thinks, this is a good ending. Touching his chin thoughtfully, the ghost replied that no, he was disgusted by the mere presentation of this scene. Clutching a silver card with his fingers, Gongja said that the creation of a cure, the first condition in a good ending, a flawless ending depends on whether the characters of the work can be satisfied. The edge of the map glowed brightly. The hero continued that he wanted to give the Lord of the Murim and the Celestial Demon an ending that they would be happy with. The system reported that the choice was made. The skill is copied. His current hunter rank is D. Founder of Fear, using the skill. Raising his hand with the card, Gongja thought that this was the end of the heavenly demon's nightmare. He had to go through the same hell. The system reported the reproduction of the injury of the enemy who killed him. The penalty level is medium. The hero wondered if there would be an opportunity to talk about it calmly. I saw a notification called the Hungry Ghost Road. Viper stood with her arms crossed and shouted that it was cold. Alchemist turned around in surprise when she heard someone sneeze. She looked at Gongja and thanked him. There were glasses on the ground, and the hero said that it was natural. The head of the Brotherhood of Facelings should take care of the King of Medicines. The man replied that he believed them. Looking at the icy man, Viper asked what was wrong with them, why all the people were frozen. Looking ahead, the hero said that they looked like zombies and suggested that they look in that direction. Pointing to his open mouth, he explained that he had pieces of stuck meat in his teeth, as if they were biting like wild animals. There was a magic seal next to the alchemist. She said that indeed the DNA of the corpse and the pieces of flesh in his mouth did not match. They were completely different. The victim died about 3 years ago. The pieces of flesh belonged to someone who died 2 years ago, although it is difficult to imagine, but this corpse has been living and moving for about a year. The frozen man trembled and said that he couldn't stand creatures that looked like monsters from horror movies, as she touched them so calmly. The hero came back for her, thought that it was good. Progress was much faster than in the last episode, and turning to his comrades, said that he had one amazing skill. Gongja sat touching his head, asked what was on the second page of the pharmaceutical studies. The spirit replied not to fuss, the results of experiments with cellular reactions. The guy said that according to the result of the analysis of his skill, The girl thoughtfully touched her chin. Gongja smiled. Heard that this is amazing. This is the perfect way to explore. There are no flaws, similar to how she does, but the vocabulary is completely different from his. It is great. The hero thought that this person told himself that he was great. Sean touched his head, said he was glad they managed to shorten the exploration time. Anyway, he wanted to stay away from the zombies and stop somewhere warm. He saw the man who was pointing at the girl, and there was a shout that they would stop the demonic path under heaven. The heroine sneered. There was a candle next to her. She heard the words that even a dog passing by would laugh, and replied that it was scary. With a satisfied smile, Baikyang shouted that the demon path would be alive as long as she was fine. Let Wulcian say goodbye to her Murim faction. She was the best in the world. The words were heard that even the heavens were shaking with fear. Gongja looked forward, thinking that she was the strongest woman in the world, so she lived to see the end. Standing in front of him, he thought that he was a warrior who had realized what it was like to be the center of the earth. The heroine's eyes opened. The hero sat down on his knees and said that he had come here after learning about the majesty of the heavenly demon. He felt deep admiration after hearing about her reputation as the best among humans since ancient times. The hero thought that he didn't know how long it would last. Kneeling in front of the girl, he asked to take him as his student. The girl was lying in the snow. Closing her eyes, she thought she was cold. The sky was covered with snow. She thought that there was complete silence here. Nothing could be seen and there was not a single smell. Lying on the ground, she thought that it seemed as if all the insides were frozen. It was very cold here. Suddenly a light appeared among the clouds. The man with the staff bent over her. A shadow fell on the face of the frozen girl. Words were heard, which is surprising. A blizzard has been raging in this area for 9 days. The depth of snow is almost 1.5 meters, as this child is still breathing. The woman pulled the girl by the clothes. Looking at her, she said that this is a special baby. Holding a small hand, she said that she was born with an icy body. Very soon all the cold of the world would become the internal energy of chi for her. It could not be more amazing. The child lay in the snow for 10 days, even with his eyes open. This is the same body of the Arctic Circle from books. Looking down, the girl heard a question about her name, and replied that she did not know. She walked after the woman, and when asked how old she was and how she ended up here, she also replied that she did not know. Shifting her gaze to her, the woman said that she did not remember anything, at such a young age, to experience the power of the cruel laws of earth and heaven. There were traces left on the ground. The heroine reflected that she was nevertheless the perfect vessel for the study of martial arts. The Lord of the North Sea himself would give millions of gold coins to have a talent like her brought to him. What an irony of fate. Placing her hand on the girl's head, the old woman said that it was difficult to say whether her sect would be her fate, or whether she would be the fate of her sect, whether she would follow her. Bending over to the child, the woman promised to feed and give a roof over her head. The little girl nodded. A pink butterfly hovered above the heroine. The woman said that she did not feel anything. Without a name and unknown origin, she was most likely a child born from the snow. She would give her surname. Because of the snow smell, she would call her Baikyang. The girl held the woman's finger after hearing that she was now a Baikyang, a member of the demon sect. Looking at the long-haired woman, she asked where they were going, and heard that in the place where children like her had gathered. In the present, Baikyang frowned that no way. Gongja sat on his knees in front of her, hearing that she had never had disciples. No matter what this world was, her laws would not change. The man glanced at her and asked why she was so petty. It was surprising that the children from the border strip had survived. In her opinion, this could be the end of it. He had gone through such a difficult world in order to become her student. The woman sat on the ground when she was asked if such a thing was not worthy of praise, and replied that perhaps he was worthy of praise. Wulcian sat with his hands clenched into a fist, and heard that nevertheless, the law of discipleship was indeed harsh. They did not allow anyone to recklessly enter their sect, and only abandoned children could enter the demon sect. He said that he had heard that they were affable and meticulous towards people. Rubbing his beard, the man advised the hero to leave it and become his apprentice. He was the ruler of the Murim, the head of the family, if he joined him as an apprentice. But the boy asked the girl why she could not take him as a student. The man opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that he had ignored him, and the brunette asked, "He is deaf. Everyone who can enter is only children rejected by this world." Holding out his palm, Gongja said that the world had changed. People had turned into Gangsi from a mysterious disease, and the school of righteous faith and the Murima sect had also perished. Looking down, he continued that since the world had left humans, they were all rejected by the world, whether she liked it or not, and thought to himself that more importantly, he was an orphan hunter who had devoted himself entirely to the tower. Baikyang stared at him silently, heard the question, didn't the current situation satisfy the conditions of admission? The hero thought that it was a shame to say that he was rejected by the world. After all, it could be said that he himself rejected the world. Coming closer, the heroine agreed and said that if he was so confident in himself, let him try the technique of the 3 basics. A shadow fell on the face of the girl, who said that she would make sure that he was worthy to inherit the teachings of their sect. Most likely, he was such a master only in words. Holding the hilt of his sword, the hero thanked her for giving him a chance. Bright rays appeared around the blade. The red-eyed guy remembered the pictures of the past after seeing that the Devil Divine Energy skill had been activated. With his eyes closed, he raised his sword and thought that he saw the path of the sword. Countless movements were drawn in his mind. These movements were only visible to him. He still hadn't been able to grasp the Devil Divine Energy technique. His swordsmanship would be like a sparrow chasing storks if he imitated in such a state. He remembered the image of Sword Emperor, who told him to lament his helplessness and resent the cruelty of this world. The guy's eyes burned red. He thought that he would try to tear him to shreds with dignity. Screams for help could be heard in the flames. The guy remembered the words that most likely he would become part of the demon sect if he sought to fall on this world like a typhoon, because those who belonged to it grew claws that destroyed the world. The hero stood with his sword out, imagining the flames. He thought that the more he immersed himself in this technique, the more his thoughts changed. He remembered the warriors who demanded that everything be burned, and thought that the essence of the demon sect was screams, not claws. The girl cried black tears. He remembered the girl who had said that the warrior had forgotten the skill. It was forever lost to the warrior, and he thought that the world generated by the yin and yang principle would always be full of sorrow. Remembering the man, he thought that like the unwise lines of the 3 sutras, they could not overcome the cries of outcasts. The hero looked ahead with red eyes and thought that the sword of sorrow was sharper than the sword of yin and yang, and the screaming sword was stronger than the moving sword. The woman in front of him told him to stop, while the young man thought that the deeper the grief and the louder the scream, the stronger the sword, which meant that it was not the strong who survived, only the strongest. Such was the doctrine of the demon sect. Imagining the peaks of the mountains, the hero reflected that, therefore, the shape of the sword must be a cry towards the world. Baekhyang's movement repeated that she had said, enough. There were red stripes next to the guy. Imagining a blizzard, he thought that even the sky had screamed at the last moment. The woman screamed that she demanded to stop. A black haze stopped the hero's blade. Looking at him tensely, the brunette asked where he had learned their sex technique. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that he wouldn't be able to deceive her eyes. His movements were sloppy and inexperienced. But still, it was a Devil Divine Energy technique. Only the members of the demon sect possessed divine energy. He couldn't know this technique. Next to the hero, she demanded to say where he stole it. The guy opened his mouth. The girl's eyes widened. With glowing eyes, Gongjia confidently asked if he was worthy of her. Baekhyang was standing in a cave. Gongjia then fell face down. The heroes approached him, saying that he used too much aura. First he needed to do a lavage of the vessels. The heroine walked away. Sword Emperor crossed his arms and said that he almost died using martial arts above his level, which is why he endlessly tells him to build everything from scratch. Gongjia was lying face down. A ghost hovering nearby said that he was nevertheless a good sparrow. In the darkness I heard him saying that he was amazing. People were standing on the street of a multi-story building. The woman held the child's hand and said that now this place would become their home. The man waved his hand in greeting. The words were heard that she could eat and sleep at any time and let her frolic as much as she wanted. Baekhyang remained silent when she heard the words that she should live the life she wanted. The children were sitting at the dinner table. The girl said that there were kind adults here. They did not force them to do anything. The child turned to her and asked if they were going to make slaves out of them. But she said that he was stupid. They had been here for a year. There was not the slightest hint of anything like this. Baekhyang silently held her spoon when she heard the question. He hadn't greeted the newcomers yet. There was only one yet. A lot of people were supposed to come today. There was rice in the bowl. It was said that there were too many new children in the last few days. And the answer was that they had a harvest year. It was only natural that there were such a large number of orphans. Anyway, everyone who came here was very lucky. She would starve to death if she stayed in her hometown. The children turned when the girl addressed them. The heroine sitting at the table asked how they got here. The children looked at her suspiciously. And then, presenting a gloomy picture, they began to say that agriculture was too poorly developed, and the mother of the second worked in a brothel. The third said that she did not want to tell, and the fourth said that a man with knives stirred up their entire village. The girl was amazed to hear a gloomy story that the villagers suddenly started to get sick and the other was beaten by her father, so she ran away. Baekhyang suddenly remembered the vessel of roaring poison. Imagining a black snake, she thought that all kinds of poisonous animals and insects were placed in a jar and closed with a lid. The animals caught inside devoured and gnawed each other. The red snake has gathered into a ball. The last surviving creature becomes the most poisonous creature in the world. The heroine sat at the table, imagining a snake, and thought that every time the children opened their mouths, poison poured out of them. It turned out that this was a collection of the most diverse poison, and she asked if they were happy now. These children smiled, because the answer was yes. This place is not the promised land, but a vessel for growing one single most poisonous creature. Touching her breasts, she heard that now she would not have to earn money instead of her mother. Even if she got sick, the healer would cure her, and no one would beat the third one, which was very cool. Remembering the woman hidden by the snowstorm, she thought she didn't even know. The morning sun appeared behind the mountains. The man opened the door and called everyone to breakfast. One of the beds was empty, and he called out to Baekhyang. The girl remembered that she could sleep at any moment. The child was sitting at the table, asking that he was also absent today, and she remembered that she could eat whenever she wanted. The children were sitting among the beds. The girl in the hat worked the bed, remembering the words that she could play and frolic as much as she wanted. Looking at the girl sitting among the beds, the comrades discussed that she was strange. She constantly played with adults engaged in agriculture, and also did not eat rice on purpose. Behind her, her mentor came up to her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The staff rested on the ground. The woman said that she needed to ask her something. A woman standing behind said that she heard that she herself wanted to help farmers with the harvest. From the movement of the palm of her hand, circles began to appear on the water. The woman continued that the clothes she wears and the blanket she uses are sewn by her own hands. Autumn leaves were scattering around. The mentor asked why she was. Because she could live without needing anything. Holding a leaf in her hand, Baekyang heard that this place is called a utopia. Adults are engaged in agricultural work and collect fruits for them. She is just a small child. Why should she work? She replied that a farmer at the foot of the mountain lost 2 daughters because of the governor of the county. The woman was holding a staff when she heard that the gentleman working in the garden had lost his second son, who had been called upon to build a fortress wall. He considered it unfair, so he appealed to government officials, and eventually lost his first son, who died due to abuse. She remembered the man waving and said that he and his wife had joined their sect after the bodies of their 2 sons were buried in their hometown. The leaf hovered over her palm. She continued that the adults who provide food and clothing to the orphans have also suffered in this world, as they are all victims. None of them are exceptions. This place is not a paradise. Standing up, the girls said that they were fools who did not understand that they were not fed and clothed for free. The woman asked why she thought they were doing this. Looking down, the heroine replied that they hoped that they would avenge them. She imagined a man bending over a tree, and said that hearts that devour resentment and anger could not forgive the county governor and their homeland for ruining their lives. They wanted revenge, but they did not have the strength to do so. Turning around, the girl continued that she had heard, martial arts can be learned if mastered from a very young age, but adults are already old and cannot deepen their martial arts skills, but they can do agricultural work for children who can learn martial arts. Imagining the sect's multi-story main building, she thought that this was the true essence of the so-called utopia. They lived and ate here for free in this place in order to avenge the world for those people. The old woman stood silently opposite. Holding the staff with both hands, she turned to the girl. Her eyes were dull. A question was heard. She had something to say to the heavens. Remembering the woman in the snow, and also the children who told their stories, she replied that, of course, she had a lot to say. Closing her eyes, the mentor said that this would happen. The wind tousled the hair of the woman, who said that then the world would be forced to listen to them. Holding the staff, the woman claimed to be a demonic Buddha, one of the elder families of their sect. Looking at her, the girl asked if there was a Buddha in hell too. With a smile, the woman asked what was the use of a Buddha if he was not in hell. She imagined the heroine standing at the top and said that she had passed the test to join their sect. Her mind was not clouded by the abundance of food and a cozy bed, so her poison was purified. Let her honor her as his master and call her a master. In the future, instead of countless shouts, her sword would ring. Touching the girl's head with her staff, she asked to be allowed to perform the initiation ceremony. Baekyang leaned down. Baekyang told her head to get up quickly. Gongja was lying on the ground and told her that he wouldn't be able to get up at all if she continued to stand over him like that. He thought they would bump heads. The girl said that it seemed like he was okay since he was talking like that. Walking towards the exit, she told him to go to the bathroom and wash well. He needed to cleanse his bodies and mind. She would be waiting at the entrance of the cave. Gongja crossed his arms and looked at his sleeping comrades. He ran his fingers to the side and asked what kind of dreams they were having. Sean slept with his hands behind his head and told Marcus that this was his 100th victory. He had also won his 999,999 victory over that girl. He didn't remember if she was a pharmacist or something like that. The green-haired girl slept and heard that she was right. Why would she explain such simple things at all? They still wouldn't understand anything. Even if she did, they were fools like amoebas. She meant that if they could think for a while. With a satisfied smile, Viper slept and laughed in his sleep. The hero thought that he should not wake them up. Baekyang looked at the hero and asked. He definitely cleansed every corner of his body. He replied that yes, right down to the heart. I feel absolutely clean. Turning in his direction, the brunette said that she did not like people who talked a lot. Gongja moved his fingers when he heard that he was too talkative. He was more of a deceiver than a real man. She felt that she was in for a lot of trouble. A pink system window appeared in the background of the girl, which reflected her thoughts that he seemed to be smart, but his face was very clumsy. It felt like it was drawn by Munju, if you were looking for an equally stupid and weak child. The girl turned around and called him to follow her, and Gongja wondered who Munju was. There were traces of footsteps in the snow. Baekyang said that he would have to go through many tests in order to put on the real clothes of the demon sect. He confirmed his qualifications, but did not pass the exam to join the sect. The first test of the demon sect, Gongja clarified, this is a test of comfort. When they are fed, dressed and put to bed for free, children who are comfortable living like this, they are called strangers. They are brought up as farmers, artisans and cooks. Taking a step in the snow, she continued that the children who passed the exam were recognized by the family. They became disciples of the sect. The child began to officially study the demonic martial art, and at the same time finally joined the sect. The guy smiled when asked how he knew about it, mentally replied that he saw her injury, and said aloud that he knew a lot of things. Baekhyun closed her eyes, saying that even heaven is insensitive. How can she send such a cunning person? Should she accept an idle disciple like Munju into their sect? Sword Emperor crossed his arms and said that she did recognize such things. Even though he was a slacker, he attracted attention, did not give up, even if he did some nonsense. The girl stopped. The guy asked the ghost if it was a compliment or an insult. In this case, whoever interprets it as a compliment will make the world more beautiful. The ghost replied that this is another proof that he is a loafer and a fool. The girl said that this place is quite suitable. Raising her hand to the side, she told him to rejoice. She was going to accept him as her disciple. The demonic way of the celestial world. Heaven would not reject sect members only if they had the right qualities. The young man put his fist to his palm when he heard that she couldn't officially accept him as a disciple yet. The wind ruffled the hair of the girl, who heard the hero's indignation that it was too much. He came from distant lands to learn from her, showed his suitability. But why he could not officially become a student, she replied that first of all, his words were too suspicious. He squeezed his eyes shut when he heard that he doubted that he was a child of no place who had admired her since ancient times. If you trusted her instincts, everything seemed to be a lie. He seemed like some kind of carrion, so okay. Gongja wondered where such a good intuition came from. Standing in front, the girl in black said that it was strange because he seemed to be kind by nature. It was difficult to say whether the sect would be his fate, or whether he would be the fate of her sect. She pointed her hand forward, hearing the question of what test awaited him. There was a frozen man downstairs. She said that she had thrown down one gongsi. There were high hopes for him. He was a famous Murim master. She would accept him as an apprentice if he defeated the master. However, Gongja looked at her in surprise when he heard the order that he should fight while feeling hungry. The girl looked at him and ordered to do as she said. His heart should be filled with hunger and pain during the struggle. He was forbidden to delve into other emotions or images. The guy thought that the fact that he was still not her disciple officially was just empty words. In the heart of the heavenly demon, he was already a sect disciple who would become the successor of the devil divine energy technique. The heavenly demon already considers him to be his disciple. Looking at the frozen monster, the young man heard that he had to remember that he and the screams of the starving people, the gestures and their every move, let it be one wick, leaning on it. Let him swing his sword as if he was starving. Only then would the devil divine energy technique be fully revealed. Touching the hilt of the sword, the young man asked what happened if hunger took possession of the sword. The girl imagined the building and the red suffering figures, and said that a person who has never starved can be cut down with one blow. 50% of the members of the Mirima Righteous Faith faction turn into nothing. First let him master the image of hunger, then the image of death wish. You need to be able to wield the sword, while thirsty, so that he can cut through those who have never experienced this. He will learn all 9 swords. These swords are enough to turn the world upside down. Holding the blade, the guy said that it was interesting. The girl smiled and asked why he hesitated. Let him go down to hell. Gongja jumped off the ledge. Energy emanated from the zombie's hand. The hero reflected on what was most incompatible with zombies was the wind wave created by the palms. Clenching his fist, Gongja shouted. Waves of energy spread everywhere. The hero jumped, somersaulting in the air, and asked what kind of madness was this. Baekhyun, who was watching this, shouted for him to show his thirst instead of just brandishing his sword. Swinging his blade, the hero heard that she was saying to remember the suffering of those who died of hunger. If he brandished his sword so randomly, he would remain a meaningless shell for the devil's divine energy technique. Gongja gritted his teeth, saying that he wasn't hungry right now, but heard that he was a fool. The hero jumped away, touching the ground with his hands. Reaching out to him, the girl asked if he could think about red when there was nothing red in front of his eyes. He couldn't revive the memories of hunger. Blocking the opponent's blows, the hero heard that he can't. Because he is not used to the feeling of hunger, he must be torn by this feeling. Those who study the divine energy of the devil must freely imagine their feelings. Crossing her arms, the girl said to remember when he was starving, to let this feeling pass through her, where he was, what he wanted to eat most of all, how long he had been starving. Opening his eyes, Gongja replied that he had been fasting for 3 to 4 days the longest. The brunette frowned, clarified. He wants to say that in his entire life he has been starving for some paltry 4 days. This is nonsense. In the Celestial Empire for a long time one bad harvest year has been replaced by another. The guy dodged the zombie attack and heard the question of how he could have starved for only 4 days without being the child of a noble family. To which he replied that the place where they came from was slightly richer than the central regions. Clenching her fingers into a fist, Baekhyun exclaimed that this is not allowed. Hunger is the most acute feeling, is pain that will not let go for a single day. People are originally created to live satisfying hunger. There is no difference between the hunger of a rich man and a poor man. The guy blocked the flash with his sword and heard the question of how he would be able to awaken the devil's divine energy. If he didn't even know that, he thought that he had often starved for 10 years when he was an F-rank hunter. Then he would buy dyakbaki and spend money in places that only gave an extra portion of 4 rice dumplings. The mentor walked away, saying that she had made a mistake, had some hopes at first, but as she thought, he had no inner core. The ice floe on which she stood was empty. Zombie ran towards the guy who stopped her, saying that he meant that being hungry was something special. The zombie opened its mouth as the guy asked if it was just because of this that he couldn't master the martial art, what the curse was. Gongja fell to the floor in front of the system window, finishing a sentence there. Clutching his head, he exclaimed that he had gone through so many hardships in his entire life. Sword Emperor replied that she had a completely traditional training, teaching the one and only feast for 12 months. So everything said was true. A golden flash appeared above the palm of the furious hero. He said that so be it. There were tall ice floes in front of him. Holding the cloth, Gongja wondered if she really thought that he would be frightened by her behavior and give up. He should be grateful. It's hard to believe. But he immediately died in the fire. Viper stood behind him and asked why he got up and where he was going. The hero replied that he needed to find one thing to clear this scene, and thought to himself, she thinks he will die of hunger. The ghost grimaced, saying that they had problems. The guy had completely gone mad, behaved like a blind fool when he was angry. The guy was walking in the snow, and the spirit said that they would spend 10 days again. It was snowing near the cave. Gongja sat with his eyes closed, and Sword Emperor said that he was crazy. Knocking on the head, the ghost asked if he was going to sit there until he starved to death. Gongja heard that yes, and what was wrong with it? Folding his hands in prayer, the ghost asked for an answer. He doesn't care at all that he is angry because of training. Why should he suffer watching such antics? The brunette replied that he is too noisy. Without turning around, he heard the question of how many days he planned to hold out, and replied that he had seen a heavenly demon injury. There was a time when this person had lived without food for 111 days, so he was going to endure 112. Sword Emperor pointed his finger at the snow, shouting that he couldn't stand it for more than 100 days. Let him look at the weather. It was terribly cold now. How was he going to use the aura for 100 days? Looking at the brunette, he continued that besides surviving more than 100 days is no longer the realm of hunger. He has starved so much at least once. If not, let him not talk about it so easily. The guy clarified, and he was starving. Throwing one leg over the other, the ghost replied that in his youth he also practiced fasting after other monks. There was hunger for several days, but after about 2 weeks he simply stopped feeling it. This is not fasting, but just mental training. Looking at his palm, the guy said that this is the answer. It turns out that he needs to fast for 15 days, and then just repeat every 15 days. The ghost was surprised to hear this, and clarified what he had said. A red haze surrounded the hero. He explained that he would not eat anything for 15 days and would try to hold out until the hunger reached its peak. Then he would die and continue to stay within the 15th day. Thus the hunger would not change either. He would repeat it until he was 112 days and his level would weaken, and he will continue to feel hungry. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was a psycho. Let him just learn from him and not make the head of the sect his strange. He would repeat, if a teacher was so necessary, let him learn from him, which pushed him to such madness. Gongja closed his eyes and replied that he wanted to master the Devil Divine Energy technique perfectly. The space was hidden by a thick blizzard. The hero said if he knew why the heavenly demon despaired of the world, why the world of the heavenly demon chronicles had come to an end. The heavenly demon had made this world empty. He felt that there was no point in living on. The girl was standing in the snow. The guy continued that he did not want this world to die like this. Beiqiang looked down as the guy continued that he didn't want the heavenly demon to have such an ending. Looking at the snow-covered spruces, he continued that it was easy to live like emperor. He introduced the spear hunter and said that he was the best with cheating skills. Because he won thanks to them, the others are not capable of this. He doesn't care about everyone, so he goes for this, only at those stages where he is comfortable laughing at other places cynically. Holding the glowing orb in his palm, Gongja said that he admits it looks great. He introduced a guy with a microphone and said that cynicism is not funny. Only those who cynically mock others are funny. He introduced the heroes bowing to each other, and continued that the sect's theory is not funny. Only those who live only by the theory of their sect and cannot judge for themselves are funny. Closing his eyes, Gongja said that he was also a human being. He had to live, and how to live was an obvious answer. Sword Emperor sat next to him in the same position. Stone growths hung from the ceiling of the cave. It's been a week since the hero has been on hunger strike. He folded his hands in front of him, thinking that the first days were the most excruciating, but on the third day, the pain was gone, his stomach stopped rumbling, and his train of thoughts slowed down. His life began to fade. The guy's lips and face were dried. He thought that like a river overflowing with hunger. Was it thirst? Standing up, the guy said no. As he drew his sword, he said that all his efforts would be in vain if he sat idle. The ghost looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing, to which the guy replied that he was training. Gongja ran forward, saying that he was wrong and very stupid. The hunger that Beiqiang was talking about is not just debilitating starvation while sitting on the ground. Sweat was dripping down the guy's face. He said that the one who refuses a crumb of bread when he is very hungry is ridiculous. Holding the sword in both hands, he said that he had been thinking about the starving farmer this week. He imagined the man in the field and thought, is there such a farmer who won't go to work just because he is hungry? No matter what condition he is in, somehow he has to work. But even with his hard work, he still has nothing to eat. The man was cultivating the dried land. Gongja said that he continues to wield a hoe and dig up the earth. However, it was a lean year, and no matter how hard he tried, the seeds did not germinate on this land. Closing his eyes, Gongja said that there was nothing he could do about the situation, so he continued to feel hungry. The man was digging the ground. The man waved his hand. The guy said that it had been 6 months since the rain had irrigated the land. There was an empty bucket in the well, the reservoir was empty, and the well in the village was dry. There was not a drop of water in the rice field. Some residents had already abandoned their fields and houses and left towards the sea coast. A man was walking through the forest. The hero said that this farmer did not cut ties with his native land. It seemed to him that next to the sea everything is exactly the same. A person lives only with the help of theft, while the farmer learned to steal only food obtained from the land. The man removed the bark from the tree. The guy said that the farmer goes to the rice field. Although he knows that it is useless, as the sun sets, he climbs the mountain and strips the bark from the trees, which can be eaten. The trees were white. The guy said that now there was no bark left. Imagining a snow-covered forest, he went on to say that hunger had made the world white. The man was removing strips of wood. Gongja continued that he couldn't even eat the bark and thought that he had a family and a child. Striking with his sword, the hero heard the question of what was next, and said that he poured the remaining water to boil the pieces of bark well. The brew was boiling in the pot. The man pursed his lips, thinking that he was very hungry. He carried a steaming plate, thinking that he had to feed the children at least with this. The child knocked the bowl out of his hands, shouted that he did not want to eat this filth. The container fell to the floor. The man swung at the child. His eyes widened. He thought it couldn't be. Looking at his palms, he thought that he wasn't the one who hit her. As he walked away, the farmer thought that he would never raise a hand against his child. He hadn't eaten normal food for a long time due to a poor harvest year, so he had become so nervous. His life couldn't be like this. Striking with his sword, Gongja thought that countless years of poor harvests had passed since the birth of the world. During these periods there were a huge number of farmers, and the world was plunging into famine. The blade reflected the face of a girl who had told him to fight while feeling hungry. Every swing of the dagger should be a gesture of hunger. The guy swung his sword around, thinking that even hunger has its gestures. He struck the wall of the cave. A crack appeared on it, and the guy thought that it was true. Hunger had its own gesticulation. The man cut the bark from the tree. The guy held his sword, thinking that he had to remember that he was starving. Already with this hand, the movement of his legs, this gesture was similar to how a farmer hit his child. As he pointed his sword downwards, he thought that he must fix it in his head, make this memory his only aspiration, and he thought that with this gesture the farmer had handed the stained bark to the children when he returned home. He imagined a variety of complex movements, and he thought that some peasants beat their children, others stroked their cheeks and whispered apologies, some lived to see the next year, and others died with their children. Closing his eyes, Gongja thought that all the gestures were influenced by hunger. A red aura of the Devil Divine Energy technique, the first form, the Hungry Sword, was spreading around. Gongja stood surrounded by red flashes. Raising his head, he opened his mouth and thought that this is hunger, this is thirst. Sword Emperor crossed his arms and heard that his movements were still clumsy. The guy wiped his face with his clothes when he heard that he was crazy, and asked why he was called that. He was clearly training according to the instructions given to him. The ghost shook his head and said that people are even scarier when they don't know anything. The exhausted guy turned around, heard that there was no one to find a man like him. His spirit belonged to the righteous faith, and his mind was driven by a demonic sect. He clarified how it was, and heard that he was a fool who didn't even understand what he was talking about. With a wave of his palm, Sword Emperor shouted that he was a Murim master who used demonic art. To be more precise, a righteous faith master knew nothing but used demonic art. The space around the guy was distorted. He heard that he was just so nervous about him, and how he could teach him his martial art. The ghost said that he thought he would die if he shared the system that he taught Grandpa Marcus, and the guy thought he was hungry and wanted a chocolate brownie. There were dark bruises under his eyes. He thought that it turns out that hunger is a chocolate brownie. The ghost was surprised to hear this, and asked why he was going to show the celestial demon what he was capable of. Walking towards the exit of the cave, Gongja said that he had barely come close to mastering the Devil Divine Energy technique. Should he lay hands on himself and return to the heavenly demon to find out which direction to go next? Closing one eye, he quoted that he was still showing promise, and said that he had received such a reaction from her. Gongja clenched his fist indignantly when he heard that it wasn't enough. He had won a confession, and replied that he had achieved nothing. Walking away, he said that he had no idea how desperate and angry he was when the girl ignored him, saying that he had never starved. He was, by the way, very vindictive. Just a confession would never heal wounds. The ghost said that he only knew how to spoil the mood. He imagined the girl with her eyes wide in shock and said that he wanted to hear a reaction of surprise, that he was so talented that he was about to explode. She could not even imagine that he was her fate. Apparently, her eyes were blurred and she felt sorry. The guy's thin cheeks turned red. He said that the mere thought of it was sweet, just like a chocolate cake. There were footprints left in the snow. Gongja said that he felt something while revealing the Devil Divine Energy technique. If you compare him to the people of that generation, it can be said that he was not starving. Although he represents a farmer who collects bark, he still has no idea what kind of bark it is and how it can be boiled. Standing under the full moon, the hero said that he was going to fill in the missing fragments of his fantasy. The guy waved his hand, calling for the revival of evil spirits. A blonde girl appeared. Standing in front of a crowd of skeletons, she asked if he had called. Looking at Preta, the hero said that he had a task. The blonde lowered her gaze when she heard that this world was dying. All people had become ghosts, corpses wandering between life and death. It was somewhat similar to the empire she had once destroyed. Introducing the nondescript houses, Gongja said that his order is very simple. Let the ghosts spread throughout the area and collect the corpses of everyone who died of starvation. There is a village and farm somewhere nearby. Let them find all the corpses and bring them here. They are moving, so there may be small problems, but they will crush them with their numbers. Looking at him, the blonde asked how many corpses to get. The emaciated guy looked at her and said 112, let him bring 112 corpses. He thought that he wanted to study their hunger. Only then would he get closer to the heavenly demon. Preta looks carefully ahead, while hearing about 112 pieces. The emaciated protagonist smirks, while the girl says that 112 dead is too much, because in these few days he has already lost weight, which is almost unrecognizable. The protagonist sees a girl on her knee, asks when she managed to become so loyal. Preta, closing her eyes, claims that if the overlord disappears, then she will not be there. Gongja is happy as she says that she can no longer live in her little paradise. Her life, memories and the very meaning of existence. Everything will evaporate without a trace. She is completely dependent on him and cares not only about him, but also about her well-being. He replies that he likes her honesty. Astonished, Preta looks up when she is asked how she is doing. In the flashbacks, they are in the village. The main character thinks that having received exclusive rights to the 20th floor, he let her go there. MC is interested in how she lives in the village. The people whom she appreciated very much return back. The blonde, kneeling, lowers her head, replies that she is fine, while the main character reflects that his plan was to leave her in the village. Except for such moments when he needs her for work, the guy wonders if nothing happened. The surprised girl says that if they ask about the incidents, which, surrounded by mirrors, stands in front of the warriors, Preta reveals that once the village was invaded by hunters, they said that the king of death had become strong, and the hidden treasures of the 5 guilds were there, but which blocked their way, so nothing worked. The thinner protagonist barely smiles, realizing that things are going smoothly, while hearing that the feudal lords of the kingdoms whose domains border them keep their distance. They survived a measles epidemic due to the nomads who were going to attack, not to mention the fact that the empire and the temple declared her village a sacred place, sometimes presenting gifts. Putting her hand to her chin, Gongja listens to the fact that she has lost her powers. The sick who have heard the rumors, as well as the pilgrims who want to witness the miracle, continue to arrive, as she is better off doing. In a flashback, Alchemist shouts loudly that he will only sell potions to those who are allowed by the King of Death, while the protagonist asks Preta not to worry, because there is an idea. Frowning, he crossed his arms, thinking that after this expedition he wanted to build a new pharmacy for his girlfriend. She said that she would only accept new customers through him, so he needed to make sure that the flow of customers would be organized, but he would not be able to cope with such a load alone. Workers were needed, so putting Preta as an assistant was the best option. The protagonist with a slight smile asks if there is really nothing new anymore. He realizes that the new pharmacy will be transformed into a branch of the alchemy castle. Later the branch will become the headquarters of the castle. Preta's blonde hair blows in the wind. She talks about Dejena, a girl from her village. She likes the food called diakbaki that the hunters brought with them, and Garchev, an old gardener, distributes fruit to the black dragon hunters who stand guard over the village. The protagonist closes her eyes, stating that everything is fine with them. She agrees. Gongja with a joyful look offers to help people in this world live well, so let him quickly collect the corpses and bring them here. She replies that it will be fulfilled. Preta in a white and blue robe looks away. It is said that she is a fallen constellation, the demon king who once destroyed this world. She knows perfectly well how to collect deaths. The girl says that first you need to find a city or village with a government, the workplace of officials, so there must be a map. The skeletons are working attentively. It is said that a simple map will be enough to use it to verify locations. By connecting all the found maps together, they will be able to find even the most remote farms and fishing villages. The skeletons carry vicious zombies. Preta states that it will also bring awake, sobbing children lying like a withering wild plant next to the corpses of their mothers. The blue dead roars in rage, talking about the bodies of people who cursed their deceased mothers for not fulfilling their parental duties, people who could not get out of the well when they escaped from the plague. A raging monster tries to escape from the skeletons. She talks about criminals imprisoned in cells who didn't even have a chance to escape. Preta leads them all, claiming to the Lord that she has led them. The protagonist begins to take off his sweater, ordering her to let them go. The main character with a bare torso stands in front of a horde of deadly dead. One of them bites him in the shoulder. The fighter, clenching his teeth, endures the pain. Zombies eat bones. The system window says that he is dead, and the injury is reproduced. The old man lies in the boat, realizing that if he dies there, he will not harm this world. His hand lies on a wooden boat. He declares that he does not mind dying in the expanses of the river, because he was born in a fishing village and worked there all his life. A lonely boat stands in the water under the night sky. It speaks of dead silence. The dead man bites the soldier's hand furiously. The trauma of the killing enemy is reproduced. Someone talks about the mayor. The warrior bows to his master, claiming that the granary is empty. In 2 weeks there will not be a handful of millet. There are not enough fish either, and what to do? An annoyed man hears that it is necessary to reduce the rations for the elderly and children by 1/3, by half for the young. He is indignant, declaring that the people will be angry. The mayor holds his blade and declares that he will be the first to die of hunger. Ferocious zombies eat the legs of the main character. The mayor claims that if he is the leader, he does not eat a crumb, then the discontent will subside. In any case, this place will not last long. Starvation will not change anything. There is a reproduction of the trauma of the enemy who killed the protagonist. The words are heard that at this rate they will all die. The children are sitting on the ground. One of them claims that the mayor said that the children should not eat. He signed them starvation. The other is interested in what they should do now. The resolute boy straightens his clothes and says that if they are destined to die, they must eat before they die. At least they will not die like sick men. The astonished friend sits next to the indifferent one. They hear that he learned one recipe in the sect of vagabonds. The dish is called soil biscuits. The boy with a grin claims that children who can swim should continue to fish, not share the catch with adults, keep everything for themselves to eat later. A frightened child sits on the ground, hearing that the others need to dig the soil by the river. He asks what he is going to do. Blood is spilled on the white snow. The guy asks permission to show him. There is a reproduction of the enemy's trauma. A boy with long hair exclaims with a grin that everything worked out. One of the comrades asks what it is all about. There are cakes on the ground. They declare in shock that the friend just dried the dirt in the sun. And where are the cookies? The boy pours salt on them, shouting for them to shut up, as it is a secret recipe passed down by the tramp sect. He holds out pieces of dirt and invites a disgruntled friend to try it. They open their mouths, about to bite. The guy asks them to be careful. 3 zombies eat the protagonist. It is said that eating in one fell swoop is not tasty. You need to save and slowly gnaw. Smeared children eat mud cakes, saying that it is quite edible and the salty taste is good. Another suggests not licking harder, because all the taste will disappear. It is necessary to bite off a little. The guys point to the corpse in the boat. They are surprised by this. They come closer. The blue old man is lying in the boat. They assume that he died during the voyage and feel sorry for him, wondering if he was a fisherman. Suddenly, the dead man's eyes open. They are in shock. The children run away from the risen dead in terror. The protagonist realizes that they were trying to survive. Small children are lying on the ground, with a broken cookie lying next to the boy's hand. Gongja thinks that they endured hunger to survive. Dirty hands are preparing cookies from the soil. The guy thinks that the fingers that dug the dirt out of the river. The boy tries to eat these cookies. It is said about the tips of his fingers that greedily clung to the mud cookies. A hand is lying on the snow. MC realizes that these are all gestures of hunger. The system says that the reproduction of the trauma is over. The protagonist lies on the snow. The identity is checked. The fine is completed. Gongja silently looks ahead. He stands up and holds his head, stating that he thought he would learn how to boil tree bark or something. He begins to dig in the snow, saying that reality has gone beyond imagination. In a rage, he digs up the snow, realizing that the bark of the tree is too good to be an injury, and he finds himself in a hopeless situation. People can even eat dirt. The protagonist sees frozen ground beneath him. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. Mud cookies lie on the snow. The main character puts it on his tongue and wishes himself a bon appetit. Bites him slightly. He looks at his creation and declares that it is tasteless. He lowers his head, realizing that there is absolutely no taste. Desperately holding on to his head, thinking that people's lives originate from the bowels of the earth, so why can't they eat it? The protagonist squeezes the snow with his fingers, wondering why the smell and taste of the earth are so terrible. The main character looks into the void with a mad look. He shifts his gaze to the hand that is scraping the snow, understands that emotions that are difficult to convey in words can be expressed with the help of hands. He reflects on how the martial art was simply to possess what was left in one's hand. The main character takes the hilt of the sword, offering to return back. Baikyang, with his arms crossed, stands near the giant clock. The guy realizes that he needs to go back and show the sword to the heavenly demon. Let him be allowed to show the swords of those who have died namelessly. The girl claims that she threw down one gungsi. A zombie attacks a man. It is said that if she defeats one, she will accept him as a student. But she needs to fight feeling hungry. Gongja realizes that she does not understand martial arts, so she does not know anything about the mysterious yin-yang and the 5 elements. The children dig in the ground. She explains that during the struggle, the heart should be controlled only by hunger and pain. It is forbidden to delve into other emotions and images. The guy understands that if there is a principle in his martial arts, it is in those screams of people. The main character skillfully cuts through the enemy. A thin hand is shown. He realizes that if the blade of his blade is filled with the will of heaven, then it is only the hand gestures of people rejected by heaven. The protagonist clutches his sword, imagining those children. His eyes are full of anger. He understands that anger and resentment are what make everything demonic. the smell and taste of earth in his mouth, the feeling of dirt on his fingertips. MC deftly slices with his blade, realizing that it is a mixture of the demonic and the heavenly, because he looks at the heavens with anger and resentment. Baiqiang stands in front of a bright flash. The protagonist uses the divine energy of the devil of the first form, the hungry sword. The black-robed girl opened her mouth in surprise. The protagonist returns from the killed enemy with a smirk, asking who else needs to be dealt with. The sorceress sits across from her apprentice, stating that in the devil's divine energy technique, there is a division into 9 swords. The protagonist listens carefully to the fact that the hungry sword he has just shown is the first expression, followed by the sword of thirst. MC thinks that this is death from dehydration. The guy shows his palm in front of him, while the lady explains that he showed his hungry sword quite well. If he focuses on practice, he will become an excellent member of the demon sect. Suddenly Gongjia asks to wait. The main character tilts his head and clarifies whether she really said it well. Baiqiang, gritting his teeth, calls him A, while he exclaims that he thought he did very well, but it was not bad for her. His self-esteem had dropped, and his confidence would soon disappear. The girl in the black cloak sits opposite the indignant guy, stating that she admits that he has shown skill quite skillfully, but there is no need to be arrogant, claiming that he has deftly mastered the devil divine energy technique. The main character again clarifies that she said quite skillfully. The enraged lady bangs her fist on the knee and shouts that he is going to harass her with puns. He will be satisfied only if she bows her head and bows. The protagonist silently listens to the fact that he is her student. The lady, frowning, hears the question that she recognizes that he is her student, not a child from a distant land whom she took to teach, but a real student of hers. She lowers her head, declaring that she will refrain from idle talk. From now on she will teach him. He must concentrate. The protagonist understands that everything is as he thought. Gongjia smiles slyly, realizing that in her heart, the celestial demon has already recognized him as her student, but still, she won't say it out loud even on pain of death. The teacher with a serious face asks him to listen carefully as he reflects that for the representatives of Nirim, the relationship between the trainer and the student can be heavier and sometimes frightening, which is why the celestial demon is hesitant to say that the relationship between them has changed. The protagonist begins to radiate bright energy with his fingers, hearing that he has the right to listen to the teachings of their sect, since he was able to open the hungry sword at a decent level. However, the guy simultaneously wonders if a child like him will be able to take a place in her heart. Baiqiang sits on the snow with her eyes closed, the system stats window showing her preferences and thoughts. The protagonist smiles, reading that she understands that life has come to an end and the student is too much. A girl in a black robe sits opposite, while the main character mentally invites her to think about it and get nervous. He recalls his fight with Wulcian, wondering if the hopeless war between the Lord of Nirim and the celestial demon will continue, or if she will take a disciple who will pass on the teachings of the demonic sect to the next generation, which path to choose to escape from a senseless death. The main character clenches his fist, mentally begging not to give up his life. Smiling, he looks ahead and encourages her to live, because he wants them to live, even if the world dies and she is left alone in Nirim. The guy hopes that his actions will give him a reason to live a little longer. MC sits opposite the teacher, realizing that the words are insignificant and in vain. He is sure that the heavenly demon for the same reason did not declare their connection as a teacher and student. The lightness of words can be crushed by the weight of actions, in which case it is impossible to soar. The system window says that it is not yet time to make a decision. She looks around at her student. The main character reflects that they did not try hard enough to get what they want to say. Gongjia watches with a slight smile, realizing that he still couldn't get her to make a decision. The main character is happy to hear that there is no concentration in his gaze. She clarifies whether he listens to her. He assures that he is most attentive. The sect leader looks at him indifferently. The protagonist looks back at her with concentration. The girl in the black robe stands up, stating that he is full of confidence, so why not move on to the next test? She walks away, claiming that he shouldn't follow her. The surprised protagonist looks after her. White snow lies on the ground. Gongjia realizes that there are no footprints on it. Sword Emperor suddenly appears next to her and declares that he would like to clash with her in a duel. The guy asks again. The home front spirit holds on to its face in displeasure, saying that it wants to fight it one-on-one. In anger, he waves his mighty hand and exclaims that in the world of Nirim, where he was born, the demon sect was incredibly weak. Nevertheless, he would gladly smash these frail members of the demon sect. The amazed guy listens attentively to the spirit that the celestial demon changed the tablet to the earthly demon. It was only necessary to put it in the earthen hole. About 100 Nirim masters roaming the world changed their names because of the Sword Emperor. The spirit of the home front angrily declares that it is terribly jealous of the Lord who was born into this world, because if it were him, there would be a life and death fight. After him they will climb to the top of the mountain and drink a cup of rice wine, an ideal that every warrior waits for all his life. Gongjia looks away and thinks as he hears the trainer's desire to no longer be a spirit. A dumbfounded Sword Emperor hears from the guy that this is it. The main character points on his fingers, saying that alchemist is making a cure for an infectious disease. The celestial demon recognized him. Everything seems to be fine, but something is missing. The joyful guy points to an imaginary coach, stating that his last words were the icing on the cake. Excellent game, he is great. With a twisted face, the spirit of the rear tries to understand what is happening, because the expression on the protagonist's face is like a bad omen. The fighter sees the main character below, and hears that there is an unpaid debt between them. He asks again. In a flashback, Sword Emperor watched MC as he wondered how long he would have to die to make his way to the 19th floor. An embittered spirit listens to a disciple who states that their respected sword lord has bet that he will die at least 100 times. He has bet that he will die 99, and if he understands correctly, 97 have died so far, which is less than 99. Gongja turns to his comrade with a sinister grin, asking him to listen to one of his requests. Beiqiang holds a ferocious zombie. It is said that their sect has elite members called Blood Wraiths. They are the best fighting unit in which assassins have gathered. These people exist only to carry out her orders. The main character with a sword stands in front of her, asking that last time there was a promising master, and this time the killer. The difficulty level jumps up a lot. She asks not to worry, because she brought a child who corresponds to his level. He smiles contentedly, thinking about how maybe she was really looking for the perfect opponent for him. Must have searched the snowfield, passing through hundreds of zombies. The girl claims that he should demonstrate the same thing he showed this morning. Beiqiang smiles as he holds the gangzi, stating that only the pain of unbearable thirst should fill his soul. The protagonist realizes that it was a heartfelt concern, a sincere gesture. Suddenly, the purple zombie rushes to attack. She exclaims that he is doing the right thing, no emotions or thoughts. There should be nothing in his head except thirst. Gongja holds his sword, flashing his teeth, stating that he understands everything, but a window appears with information that the guy has died. The protagonist holds his head, standing next to the spirit of the rear, exclaims that he was terribly strong. Discouraged, Alchemist and Sean see the books in front of them. They are told that the zombie virus research should proceed like this. She exclaims that she has the feeling that this is her own research, as if it is organized and arranged like a bouquet ordered by an aristocrat, while the old man asks what it is. Inside the rock you can see a cave. The protagonist stands inside it, announcing a Preda challenge. The blonde radiates a dark aura. She is told that she needs to collect the corpses of everyone who died of hunger. She replies to the Lord that everything will be done. MC, putting his hands in his pockets, declares that there will also be another mission today. There are frozen dead in the snow. The guy explains that there will be gangsters using martial arts nearby. You need to find them, members of the demonic cult in black, and the masters of the Union of Righteous Forces in white. Whether it is 100 or 100, you need to find each of them. Preda wonders why he is trying to save lives. Wulcian and his rival are standing in the snow. It is said that in a world that is on the verge of death, two people are still fighting and they want the right outcome of the war. Unfortunately, there is only a sad game and pretense in what is happening. They are eager to see the final battle, which means it is necessary to prepare a real war for them. The protagonist smiles, saying that he will arrange a true battle between good and evil. The head of the sect stands on a snowy peak, asking about the fact that in his entire life he starved for some paltry 4 days. The main character realizes that she was disappointed when he first tried to master the Sword of Hunger. His efforts were not recognized. She turns around and walks away, claiming that she was wrong about him. MC muses that she tested him for him to be disappointed and give up, because in this world she has nothing more to hope for. This was the day he finally learned to starve. The protagonist dodges the fatal blow of the gongsi. He swings his blade with concentration, aware that he has known thirst that day. Gongja approaches the ferocious monster. He cuts it into pieces, the blood scatters to the sides. He confidently flies past the killed monster. Beiqiang watches in amazement. Her attitude towards it has changed dramatically. The protagonist sits in front of his teacher, hearing that his sword is too simple. She can't find a reasonable use for the blade. There's no point in using it. It's as weak as it is open and honest. The black-robed sect leader smiles, claiming that his sword seems to be aimed against the world rather than humans. Such wielding of a sword is closer to a faction of righteous faith than to a demonic one. Preda leads the dead with a calm look. While Beiqiang claims that the screams engraved on his sword become more visible, he has superior skills, while the blonde states that she brought those who were dehydrated. The lady in the black cloak raises her finger and claims to teach him the basics of soul development. The concentrated protagonist sits on her knees and hears that this is a secret method, the key to their teaching. He needs to remember the moment when he comprehended the Sword of Hunger. She clarifies what exactly the guy was thinking when he brandished the sword. He replies that it was about hunger. The lady sits down in the snow, stating that it is already understandable, but without realizing it, he has penetrated into the essence of demonic martial arts. Gongja follows her instructions and closes his eyes. He needs to imagine an apple. He asks if it can be eaten. He opens his eyes in surprise, hearing the question of what it feels. The teacher says with a slight grin that everything is fine. If he does not know, then let him say so. Images of a man digging the ground arise in his head, as the protagonist was given the task to remember about hunger. A caricature person eats earth. The question is what hunger feels. Gongja is sitting in the snow, talking about how he is dry. She asks what smell he has. The guy says he is on the ground. Beiqiang puts his hand on his shoulder and asks what kind of earth. Because it can be different. What kind of earth? He replies that it is river mud. Next to them, the same child is digging. He claims that you can't just dig up dirt. It's dirt without gravel and grains of sand. The teacher clarifies what hunger tastes like. The protagonist with his eyes closed feels the sunlight and the hand of his teacher. She addresses him. The lady looks at him attentively and asks what hunger tastes like. Why he did not answer immediately. The protagonist bows his head to her, revealing that children dry mud cookies in the sun, gather around it, and wait for the sun to dry the dirt. She notices that hunger is children waiting for the sun. She squeezes his shoulder with her hand, saying that when she asked about the texture of a simple apple, he replied that he did not know. The lady clarifies what happened on this question. Because the protagonist touched the dirt, smelled it, chewed it, and ate it. If he saw a flowing river, then he must have heard the murmur. Children sit near the mud cookies. It is said that the apple has a shape, but is not a personification. It has a taste. While hunger is tasteless, it turns out that for him hunger is dirt, sunlight, river water, and children. The main character with his eyes closed hears from her that this is his talent. Baekyang forms a bundle of energy in his hands, claiming that the reason why he doesn't know what the texture of the apple is simple, all because it does not stimulate his memory. If he ate it, he would immediately answer the question. She cuts the magic apple, informing her that the apples have a soft, shiny, but slightly bumpy skin. She likes to eat them unpeeled. But with a child who caught a cold, things will be different. She will need to cut it in half. The guy is sitting next to the sick boy. The head of the sect explains that you need to scrape and knead the pulp with a spoon, and then feed the sick child in small portions. The boy, lying on the bed, begins to eat it with a spoon. The question is whether he was fed like this in childhood. He agrees. The child chews it. The teacher asks what the mashed apple feels like. He replies that it is slightly crunchy and the yellow juice fills his mouth. The spoon pierces the loose apple. The girl clarifies whether this is all. Because if you scrape off all the pulp, then the remaining peel will wrinkle. Juice also flows down the hands of the parents who scrape it. The protagonist looks ahead. Next to him are apples. The question is what among all this is the sensation of an apple, whole or in half, or juice dripping from a spoon, or from the hands of parents. Baekyang happily closes her eyes, claiming to have seen a mother who ate the peel after giving all the flesh to the child. For her the apple is the remaining peel that the mother ate. The child who caught a cold. The mother's heart who scrapes the pulp spoon by spoon. The serious lady looks ahead, saying that she also thinks about the children whose mothers have never scraped the flesh for them. Ants eating the fruit. She states that she thinks about those who can't buy apples and those who can afford it but don't. She thinks about the child who is lying with a cold and there is no one to look after him. It reminds her of a child who died due to lack of care. The eyes of the main character reflect the teacher, who claims that there is nothing in this world that would not be touched by human memory, so there is no place without resentment. Waving his hand, the head of the sect exclaims that hunger has no form, taste and smell. This is not true, because hunger is dirt, a river and children. The same applies to thirst. The main character listens attentively to the fact that it is necessary to feel thirst. Fill yourself with its taste and smell. The demonic martial art is memories, and they, in turn, are sensations. He has just seen the development of the soul of the demonic sect, his technique of the divine energy of the devil. The enraged sorceress exclaims that people who have been subjected to injustice, but have not said anything about it, the discontent that could not be vented, eventually turns into resentment. But the warriors of the demonic cult are different. Gongja clenches his fist as he hears that they are swinging swords. If he just exists with what is given, then how can he call it life? It is nothing but death. Can a blade that swings as he pleases be called a sword? It is a wild beast. He is asked if he wants to die or become a wild beast. The determined protagonist shouts that he is a living person. The main character is on his knee in front of her. Baekyang exclaims that in this case he needs to feel thirsty, to feel the need for water, as for food. The protagonist raises his sword, realizing that he has gathered 112 people who were tormented by hunger. Among them was a child who was nibbling on a cookie. He bit off a piece. Gongja radiates strong energy, using the divine devil power of the first form of the hungry sword. He mentally sits in a boat with a man. He is told that he has found the dirt of hunger. For him these are children waiting for the rays of the sun. What is thirst then? The main character understands that among them was an old woman drinking sea water non-stop. His insides are soaked in it. The fighter skillfully wields the blade, generating the divine energy of the second form of the devil, the sword of thirst. He holds hands with Preta while underwater. Baekyang wonders if this thirst is the only pain that the sea brings, what water is for him. The protagonist realizes that he has gathered 37 people who have been drowned. Among them was a father who gave his child his last breath by immersing himself in the water. Gongja shared his breath with a blonde. He directs a beam of energy forward, using the third form of the drowned man's sword. The protagonist lies on the ground with the teacher. He is told that hunger is dirt, thirst is a wave, drowning is the last breath of his father. The earth, the sea and the air are already his. What is winter for him? MC replies that he gathered 96 people who died of frost. Among them was a baby who huddled near the body of his deceased mother. He lies silently on the snow, saying that he hugged this body until he himself was stiff. The warrior deftly wields the blade using the divine energy of the fourth form of the devil, the frozen sword. The black-cloaked sorceress waves her hand and tells him about his weapon. She has a beautiful snowflake on her palm. Baekhyang claims that it is diverse. With a slight smile, the sect leader says that his life is drowning in martial arts. This is an irreversible habit. Mastering the Devil Divine Energy technique at this level gives him the right to call himself the richest owner of various techniques. Gongja, holding his sword, stands in front of him. It is explained to him that it is difficult for a person to know all the suffering. It is very difficult to go through all the pain. But when she watched him reveal the Devil Energy technique, the lady turns, saying that someone is coming. The Viper carries the Wulsian. A disgruntled girl, crossing her arms, asks what the old man is doing here, and even in such a pathetic form, he declares that she needs to shut up. He came because he was worried. Baekhyang with an indifferent face hears the question that she has not even prepared for the ceremony of 9 bows yet. An enraged old man, sitting on Viper's back, shouts that he knew it. The main character wonders what it is all about. Sword Emperor explains with a smirk that this is a ceremony that was held to formalize the relationship between the mentor and the disciple. It is different in each sect. In some regions it is practiced 9 times worship, and in others 3 times. For example, for them it was to withstand 9 blows from the mentor, and he was able to do 63 in general. A lady in a black robe sees an approaching old man and demands to close his mouth. Because she will decide for herself how and when to accept him as a student, he should not interfere in his own business. He shouts that he is obliged to interfere. Wulsian with a stern look wonders that he does not take him as an apprentice, because he feels guilty before the old man. The wary girl hears that there are only 2 of them left in Mirim. She represents the dark side, and he represents the righteous side. If the lady takes a disciple, then a young man will appear in the demonic sect, and in the end she will win the war between good and evil even without a fight. The protagonist listens attentively to the fact that he and she swore that they would finish it themselves, since he does not want to break the oath, so he refuses to accept the young man as an apprentice. Wulsian puts his hand on Viper's shoulder and claims that he assumed that she would do so he took the initiative into his own hands. A fighter with an eye patch scratches his face and thinks how he came to this. Outraged, Baekhyang claims that Wulsian could not have taken it. She snaps at him, because he shouts that the fighter has become his student. The girl asks if he is ashamed to do so. The black-haired girl takes him by the head and asks what he can imagine, what she felt, not going to hold the ceremony. The old man shouts that if fate overtakes her, then let her thank her ancestors and accept her. She cannot give up her fate for the sake of others. They are furiously jostling each other, shouting what will happen to the great battle then. Whether they should fight just the 2 of them. He retorts that he won't accept it if he doesn't fight her, and the head of the demonic sect thinks ridiculously. Gongja stands silently with Viper as they swear about how the world won't shatter if they move. Then they argue why no one can melt the ice, and that there is a fire demonic path that can melt it, and then the cult members will turn into coals. The fighter with an eye patch turns around, hearing that in the protagonist's opinion this is surprising, while the girl yells that the saint is talking to her in her own words. Gongja seriously inquires that he is the head of the 1,000 Faceless Guild and has become an apprentice. Viper smiles slyly, stating that if you are given the opportunity to enter the Dance of Swords, then you need to act. If you find a mentor from whom you can learn something, then you ask him to teach him. He cannot stand aside and he has the right to freedom. The disgruntled protagonist declares that he agreed under duress or out of pity. With such determination he will regret that he became a disciple of the head of Mirim. Baekhyang fights Wulsian, while MC realizes that a reckless decision is similar to how he jumped into the Chronicles just because of his pride. Such an act is offensive to 2 worlds that have fought hard so far. The fighter replies that he does not even understand what it is about. The warrior with one eye, his face twisted, asks why the guy nicknamed the King of Death cares so much. Because if he wants to say something, then let him say it with a sword. Viper instructs his katana, stating that it won't be easy, while the protagonist wonders if his opponent was hungry. The main character delivers a powerful blow, using the divine energy of the devil, the primary form, a hungry sword. The protagonist resolutely runs forward. There is a loud question about what it is. Viper backs away from the mana vortexes while calling for help. The stunned soldier deflects the blow. Viper stands with the sword in front of him, stating that the main character is a jerk. After all, he could have killed him, and he thought that he was only verbally good with a sword, clarifying where such blows came from, since they belonged to the eternal demonic sword technique. The beaten Wulsian shouts to the apprentice in a rage that this is the same sword that reeks of cold and destruction, an eternal demonic sword. The lady glances at them and declares that Viper is not bad for a one-eyed man, saying that unfortunately he is a little old, but he has a true eye that sees the essence of things. The old man angrily looks at her opponent and says that her disciple has also exceeded all expectations, using a terrifying demonic sword, enough to surpass the 4 demon heads. She replies that she did not actually accept him. The protagonist wipes his face with a fierce look, thinking that this fight is in order to defeat Viper. His goal is only to declare himself to the celestial demon. Wulsian, with disheveled hair, calls out to the apprentice. The fighter, turning, responds. The protagonist at this time realizes that it is necessary for her to recognize him. The dumbfounded old man stretches out his hand and shouts that he will give him advice. He needs to listen carefully. The girl is interested in what he is doing. Wulcian says with a serious look that she didn't say that she would teach that devil. She is indignant that he gives advice during the battle. While the two fighters are competing, the old man claims that he only sees the successor of the righteous faction and the newcomer of the demonic sect. If he is only a beginner, then no matter what methods they use to defeat him, there should be no problem. The ferocious head of the faction shouts to the apprentice that the newcomer has struck hard blows, but will not last long, so he must dodge until he runs out of strength. Viper, smiling, rushes forward and declares that he understood a long time ago, clarifying if there are any more tips. The fighter with the headband smirks as he is told that he needs to use the butterfly sword and the commandment of life and death, will defeat them in one blow, as well as add some of his own techniques. The fierce Viper replies with an arrogant look that he can do anything, because damn it, the head of the guild. Gongja holds the sword while he is told about hunger, clarifying if this is his martial art. Lightning flashes in the opponent's legs. The fighter declares that he will ask otherwise, as he thinks that there are martial arts. Suddenly, the opponent appears behind MC, claiming to answer for him. The protagonist deftly bounces off a powerful blow. Viper attacks with a mad look, shouting that they are about knocking the shit out of the opponent. Powerful energy limbs fly towards Gongja, who is preparing to block. MC, his face twisting, feels blood gushing out of his mouth. Viper shouts with a confident look that he won't lose to him. Baekyang stands nearby and watches this fight. She clenches her fist. The girl in anger shouts that he is a bastard, asking what he is doing. The opponent, holding his blade, rushes towards Gongja, while the teacher declares that it is rain, water. Does this form of sword not remind him of water? The discouraged guy hears the question of what he is so afraid of, because he can take and absorb her. The lady in black is standing below. The protagonist realizes that she has admitted the duel. Stunned, Viper sees the formation of a blue stream of energy. MC uses the divine power of the second form of the devil, the Sword of Thirst. The eye-patched fighter asks in shock that he spilled his sword on the ground. Wulcian shouts with a battered look that the student needs to use the technique of rotting leaves from the ground. The soil has become wet. The enthusiastic girl suggests in this case to turn the Viper into a poodle. The opponent feels pain, as the protagonist uses the divine energy of the third form of the devil, the Sword of the Drowned Man. The protagonist strikes with his sword, having heard the advice to abruptly throw back. Viper screams furiously, feeling serious magical damage. The protagonist uses a sword that brings death from the cold. Drops of blood are visible in the snow. Baekyang at this time shouts that it cannot be blocked. They need to dodge. Scars remained on their skin. Viper smiles broadly. He has a beaten face. The protagonist thinks that the open wounds froze from the cold wind, and then tightened into scars. At the same time, the old man is indignant that the head of the demonic sect interferes in the duel. The girl enthusiastically cheers for her student, while the old man concentrates on prompting his own. They see a fierce battle. It is said that instead of her, whose body was infected and could only fight thanks to energy, he became the sword of the celestial demon, the Viper sword of the head of Murim. It was a lost moment, a dream they could not pursue. The girl watches and smiles. The words are heard that the flowers are fading. Baekyang lowers his gaze with a sincere smile. The dream loses its colors. Even if it was brilliant, people are mortal. She stands under the snow, saying that they are weak idiots. The lady's hair blows in the wind. She declares that she threw it all away. But everything began again. The warrior asks what they want from her. The main character is concentrating on holding the sword, realizing that only people can lead people. The girl stands with her hand over her mouth, talking about the heavenly demon, at the same time explaining that only people can stay with people. The protagonist kneels, claiming that he wants to become her apprentice. The guy with a sincere smile says that he wants to serve her as a mentor. He realizes that he wants to become part of her memories, an undying dream. The protagonist is kneeling in front of Baekyang, says that he is called the King of Death. Her dream coincides with his. He asks to be recognized as his student. The guy hopes that they can follow the same path, but his real name Gongja and their lives will become one. The girl looks at him with a slight smile, telling him her name. MC bows his head to her, hearing that she needs to bow during the ceremony, and then he will be her last student. It is said that since ancient times in the demonic sect there have been prayers passed down from generation to generation. Candles burn in the dark. A mysterious spell sounds. The old lady sits near the candles. It is explained that no one knew what these words meant, even the elder who led Baekyang to the demon sect. Everyone remembered these words, not understanding the meaning. She in turn thinks about the heart, which is the candle, and this place should be burning. The little warrior sits next to his comrades in arms. For her it was the song of the people. Their shouting. Shouting is not given any significance. The question arises whether it is not natural that their pleas of the commoners have no meaning at all. It is said that people need knowledge to let out a cry, so they who do not know anything can only scream. A girl in a black robe sits in the lotus position, hearing that she has nothing more to teach Baekyang, while it is said that the cry is the same for all peoples. The old woman stands in front of her, and says that her time has come to prove herself. The magician, with a serious face, hears the question of where she wants to go. Snowy mountains are shown. She replies that she wants to go to a place where people are forced to starve and thirst, a suffocating place that intoxicates the soul, where there are sick people, the state punishes its citizens, and where people are burned. The old witch sits in front of the candles and begins to whisper a spell. The candle burns with a bright fire. A strong fire rages in the city. The old lady declares that she can go anywhere in the world. It is explained that Baekyang at the age of 21 found herself in the world of Mirim. That winter 31 martial artists, 47 officials and 55 members of influential families from the provinces were killed. Gongja goes along with her, hearing that they have special traditions in the sect. When a disciple greets a tutor, he needs to bow 9 times. The fire from the candles suddenly flickered. She stands in front of a giant library, claiming that nothing ends with bows. The mentor decides whether to recognize the ceremony or not. He can make the student perform it as many times as he wants. A stunned protagonist stands next to Sword Emperor, told that it is the sect's secret martial arts vault. There are various books on the shelves. She says that the martial arts of the 5 noble clans and 9 great schools are also stored there. The girl calls this place the repository of heavenly martial arts. Sword Emperor jumps on the rack and shouts that this is truly amazing. He wants to look at some books, so let the guy not pay attention. Baekyang looks around and talks about her first time in this world when she was only 21 years old, clarifying how the guy thinks what her first thought was. Smiling, the warrior closes her eyes, hearing the suggestion that she is going to destroy all the bastards from the righteous faction. She replies that this was the third thought. There is an assumption about the proof that the demon sect is better. The mage replies that this is already the second. Bright leaves of trees are visible, which are illuminated by the sun. She states that she meant that from a young age she hated the very word Mirim, a world that honors power. However, can there be only craftsmen in such a world? There are also boatmen and peasants. Merchants live on a par with courtesans. The forest consists of trees that cannot be counted. However, 9 great schools and 5 noble clans called the forest, putting it above all, in honor of power. The astonished protagonist hears that she has decided to take her away from them. He asks again. Baekyang slaps the books with a mad look and screams that she stole all the texts containing the knowledge of martial arts that they cherish like the apple of their eye. Their facial expressions are still etched in her memory. They beg to leave the book containing the wisdom of the heavenly dragon, and she buried those Taoists underground. He taps his fingers on books, claiming that they have been kept for decades. The sorcerer sits in front of the library, around a candle, claims that there are various families there. This is the place that deserves to be called Mirim. Because all the knowledge of martial arts has formed a forest here, she wants him to bow here. The girl with a smirk asks if he is ready. He agrees. The main character takes off his shoes, hearing that it does not matter what his appearance is. Let him just bow as his body tells him. Baekyang, sitting by candlelight, calls to bow 9 times, but to put different feelings into each bow, the first should personify the feeling of hunger. The protagonist stands opposite and hears the question if he understands. The protagonist remembers the image of a child and realizes that in the demonic sect, the ceremony of 9 bows is no different from the devil's divine energy technique. He begins to talk about hunger and children waiting for the sun. He bows to the girl, making the first bow. Baekyang watches silently. The protagonist, being in front of bright candles, thinks about the bow of thirst. It is explained to him that the stages of the demonic sect are divided into 4. The first stage is the Itma or the ascending demon. These are those who know how to express their own pain. The warrior who has just joined the sect on the Itma stage speaks about his pain with the help of a sword. Gongja worships her. As long as it is explained that the second stage is Gunma or extreme demon, he knows how to express the pain of others. The stage refers to a person who is able to cope with the suffering of others with a sword. Baekyang sits silently in the lotus position. The protagonist folds his hands, making the third bow of the drowned man, the third step of the Dauma or the elusive demon. The girl sits in the same pose, saying that the elusive demon who can tell about everyone's pain, walking down the street, can easily feel what made a person go through suffering. She stretches out her hand to him, stating that few people reach this stage. Even in the history of the sect, the number of elusive demons could be counted on the fingers of one hand, but the girl is one of them. Gongja worships his teacher again, making a 4th bow that brings death from the cold. The protagonist realizes that like a mother who shelters her child from death during the cold, she calls the Sinma step, the demon god. Butterflies fly over the lady, explains that the demonic god knows not only the suffering of all people, but also of all things. It is said that he can recognize the pain of every creature, but this level exists only in words. It will lower this level, because no one has reached it. The main character bows his head to the ground, realizing that the 5th sword of art was the poisonous path. The movements of those who died of poison and addictions, it has not yet mastered. The teacher suddenly asks to stop. The protagonist is amazed to hear that they need to start again. He keeps his hands on the ground. They tell him to stop. Gongja keeps his head to the ground. You need to start over. MC is sweating from her face and is ordered to start over. He worships among the candles, realizing that the number of worships with the feeling of death from poison on the heart is 336. Candles are burning all around. The number of worships with the feeling of death from illness is 189. They tell him again. Baekyang sits opposite him and demands to start over. The number of worships with the feeling of death from a stupid blow is 510. The protagonist hears with a tired look that he is straightforward. The girl with a slight smile declares that there are children who are honest from birth. There are also children who are born with a bad omen, but gain honesty to their own will. The main character definitely belongs to the latter. Wax flows from burning candles. She wonders what kind of life he lived to come this far. The dark-haired sorceress wonders what kind of lifestyle he led to become like this. Its shadow is reflected on the wall near which the main character worships. It is said that if the sun personifies life, then the shadow speaks of pain. The sketch of the life of each person is separate, but the pain contained in the shadow merges with the person again and again into a single whole. The main character is on his knees. He is told that people are united not because they live lives, but because everyone goes through suffering. A broken stick is visible. The girl declares that when a person says that he is ready to share the suffering with another, it means that he will remain with this person for life. Offended by all people just want to be with someone. Bright rays of light from candles fall on the hands of the girl, who says that people decide not only who to inflict scars on, but also whose scars to wear. Images of people he knows are visible. The teacher claims that the commoners he is trying to save will never become good, the crowd he saved will never become honest, the one he loves will never be perfect. Baikyang looks at him and says that even if so, if he wishes to suffer, let him think about how much they hurt him by scratching him with their nails when they hug him tightly. The candle illuminates the image of the head of the sect. It states that life is suffering, but only for people. Then the girl reads a prayer and says that he needs to burn it and see what the shadows of others are. Wax flows down. It is said that the 8th eternal heaven is death by flame. Emperor holds out her burning hand with a smirk. She calls for a bow to Gongjao with a flaming heart. The main character bows his head to the ground. She closes her eyes, stands up and goes forward, claiming that the last form of the sword is not established. From generation to generation, the sect leader imprints his own death on the last sword, so that the 9th sword varies from one person to another. Gongjao folds his hand and is told to bow down with his own death. His hands are holding each other. He realizes that he has committed suicide 4,090 times. In his hands, he remembers the blade, realizes that he felt pain in his neck. The girl is kneeling in front of the student, who thinks that his hands were shaking, afraid that he will miss because of the tremors. As the determination blurred, the day of death became longer. The slower the death, the less the determination became, and the more the need to sacrifice his life arose. He realizes that he could not forgive that person. He was not sure that he would be able to let go of the resentment and live on. He desperately wanted to live, so he desperately threw himself into the abyss of death. Baikyang hugs him. After making a suicide bow, the girl declares that he is her student. Hugging the guy tightly, the sorceress says that she doesn't care where he came from, no matter where he came from. Now she is a student of a heavenly demon. Their teachings have found a place in his heart. Even if the world comes to an end, as long as his heart beats, eternal heaven will live. The main character agrees with her with a serious look, realizing that his neck hurts. They are on their knees in an embrace. The protagonist finally understands everything. Gongjao follows his mentor. The girl walks forward, noticing that it is dark here and she needs to look under her feet. The protagonist follows and says that he understands her. He silently looks ahead. He directs the magic hand in her direction, realizing that he is interested in what the teacher is thinking about now. The system window says that she has little energy left. If she takes care of it, she can live at least a year and a half. The main character silently goes on, reading that she got a difficult task. She must pass on to her student everything she knows during this time. Gongjao scratches his head, noticing that as if in a fog, Sword Emperor is suddenly calling him. The spirit of the rear stands behind and shouts loudly that martial artists everywhere think the same. He did not find any differences with his world, but it was interesting to read all the books. The trainer clarifies whether the guy made 9 bows. The system window says that the sword can barely hold back tears. Viper sees the guys and says that they are finally back. A fighter with an eye patch asks if he has bowed. He replies that he has officially become a disciple of the demon sect. He congratulates him. Gongjao watches him stand up, asking how he became a disciple of the head of Murim, and his companion replies that it just happened. Viper claims with a smirk that he just asked to train him, while the system window writes that he could not refuse a decrepit old man who begged him to agree so that the celestial demon would have a reason to continue living. Flashbacks are shown with characters drawn. Viper thinks in his heart that he thought it was the perfect chance to discuss martial arts. Everyone made a fuss about him, and it's embarrassing. Viper smiles, remembering how he begged him. He realizes that he wanted to live peacefully so much, but for some reason, he always gets entangled in something. The protagonist looks at him unfazed when he hears that they have good news and bad news. Viper stands next to Alchemist. He says they succeeded. They were able to develop a treatment. An enthusiastic Baikyang asks if they have really found a way to heal. The pharmacist adjusts his glasses and confidently declares that they actually finished yesterday. Then they watched the tests all day. Sean and the masked girl worked with zombies. She says that the experiments were carried out on a sample, that is, on the body of the head of the clan. The corpse is half blue. They made sure that the disease had been cured and the body had returned to normal. The happy head of the sect shouts that it's just amazing, because they were able to find a cure for the disease, which no healer or monk from their world could do. She replies that it is thanks to the King of Death who provided the materials. The lady asks not to be modest and heal the damn old man. The protagonist with a straight face hears that he is pretending to be full of energy. Although in fact there is not much left. Lucky that the medicine was created before he dies. Gongjia realizes that the pharmacist is just a genius. The head of the sect holds her hands and clarifies that there are some difficulties. Alchemist looks down and says that there is nothing wrong with the drug, she created it, simply. The stunned girl hears that it turned out that Dantian must be destroyed. Wulcian, with a serious expression on his face, declares to the demon that he saw with his own eyes that the monk's body was returned to him. This lady's medicine is undoubtedly working. Beiqiang holds her hand, hearing that she knows for sure that they are already half dead, having forced their bodies to hold on to life. Otherwise they would have turned into corpses. An old man in a white robe is surprised that they are still alive after breaking the laws of the universe. But it's time to pay the price. Alchemist forms a green circle in his hand, says that it has been a long time since he was infected with the Gongxi disease. In the middle of her skill, a crystal can be seen. She states that the essence they called Qi is no longer separable from the corrupted energy caused by the disease. The worst state is lower Dantian. Beiqiang clenches her fist as she is told that they need to reach into her insides to heal her. Viper crosses his arms and asks that they will cut out the tumors on their energy centers. Although they will lose Qi, being high-level masters, they will easily restore it. He is told that the areas need to be completely removed. Sean looks down with a sad face, hearing that there is no need to worry. After all, they have already conducted similar tests. She is not a surgeon, but the old man is experienced in this matter. Wulcian turns to her opponent and says that they have incredible skills and it's a pity that they didn't initially look for healers from the Outlands. It's encouraging. You can watch them when you get the chance. Adjusting his collar, the old man says that the operation must begin. The girl in the black robe claims that she has very little Qi left. She has nothing to lose. She is glad that there is a follower and will be able to teach the guy. Even if her Dantian is destroyed, he is a real genius. Wulcian looks at his rival and says that they are martial artists. They have an ideology in their hearts, and as long as their hearts beat, they will remain who they are, clarifying if he is wrong. He puts his hand on Beiqiang's shoulder. Shining Moon is located in the dark sky. It is said that at night the masters of Murim operated. The operation was successful. A lady in a black raincoat is standing in the snow. Not far from her is the main character. A guy with a serious face hears her wondering if the operation really ended, and how it went. Beiqiang listens without turning around, which is successful. Dawn appears over the mountains. The girl tells the student that she wanted to get rid of all the coldness of this world. A little girl stands in the middle of a snowstorm. She talks about how she dreamed of it from early childhood, hated winter and was indignant because of the falling snow at this time of year. Because why did the seasons exist? If there was always winter, she was interested in why human lives flowed like the seasons. In her hand is a weapon, she says. She was sure that if she could not get rid of all the cold, she would be able to protect everyone who was freezing with her sword. Gongjia speaks in amazement about the demon's flaming sword. She agrees. Her blade emits dark smoke, and tells her that she tried something while wandering among the Murim, trying to get rid of the snow-capped mountain that seemed to her to be nothing more than a pile of snow. The girl wipes her dark blade, declaring that she left no trace even at the foot of the mountain. Beiqiang masterfully wields a sword, forming dark smoke, and casts a spell. He releases a powerful stream of energy, shouting that then let the mountain burn to the ground. Suddenly, the giant slope staggered. The lady with the sword stands with her back to the protagonist, explaining that she managed to demolish only the top, but they could not destroy the mountain as she imagined in her dreams. But the inevitable death is not soon. That's how far she can go. The lady turns around and turns to her dear student, claiming that she will do the operation. Sean lies in the hot water while the alchemist sits with his head bowed. They ask if it is possible to postpone the operation of the celestial demon because he needs to rest. Wulcian is lying under the covers and hears that he has been left without an energy center, so she has come to see him. Beiqiang leans over to him. The old man says that this is an unexpected first visitor after the operation. She wonders how he feels. The faction leader smiles and replies that he feels light, as if he has achieved immortal ascension. The dark-haired lady smirks, stating that he is talking nonsense. After all, how could his body achieve immortal ascension if it has not even been rebuilt? Beiqiang looks at him happily. She is asked that she probably agreed to the operation. Because she looks happier, she replies that yes. An enthusiastic old man smiles as he lies on the pillow. He is told that following the dictates of her heart, she swung her sword and used up a year's worth of energy. This is the last time she uses it, with Wulcian claiming that it was an amazing sight. Sorry he couldn't watch it due to recovery. Then he clarifies how it felt and that she struck with her sword. From the cave you can see the slopes of the snowy mountains. She explains that she wanted to do it in winter, but she didn't even succeed. The head of the faction encourages her that she has reached an uncontrollable level. Many times she could plunge the country into chaos. The girl turns to him with a serious look. The old man, lying on the pillow, replies that he has no regrets. Above them are cave inscriptions. He claims that the world ceased to exist. 3 years of survival was a miracle. It is also unbelievable that he was cured by doctors from the outside world. The opportunity to apprentice the heir of the faction is also a miracle. So he is grateful for everything that happened to him. Wulcian looks at her and says that he only regrets not being able to end their battle by ending the Great War. The protagonist stands behind them while the man declares that nothing is perfect and their students complete it for them. Baekyang looks around and says with a smile that she has no doubt, because if this is the end of her life, she will accept her fate. The main character is silent in amazement. He leaves them, stating that there are some things to do, so he will be back soon, while the mentor asks what things can be in a world that has survived the apocalypse. Gongja mysteriously turns around and states that she just wants to get some fresh air, so she doesn't have to worry. The teacher notices that these words have made her even more nervous. With a serious face, she asks if he is going to do something dangerous. The protagonist happily bids farewell, stating that he will return when their operation comes to an end and will wait for him to wake up. The main character walks among the snow-covered trees, wondering what the world looked like before its fall. He looks up at the bright sun, realizing that forests could grow here again, the waters would begin to move again. He approaches Preta. She looks down sadly and turns to her master. Behind her, there is an army of Gangsi. Kneeling, the girl states that they collected 439 zombies who were followers of the sect, as well as 478 who followed the righteous faction, a total of 917 missing people. The number of survivors and gathered was 560 from the demon sect and 521 from the faction, so the total is 1998. Gongja pulls out his sword and praises her, ordering her to place them in front of him, one after the other. The skeletons restrain one of the zombies. The protagonist swings his sword. Blood pours on the white snow. He says a spell. Gongja is furious and demands that he continue the task. Slices one of the zombies in half, while a prayer is said. Preta points her finger worriedly. Hearing that they need to get rid of them before the sun goes down, she understands him. Drops of blood fly on the enraged face of the main character. He thinks about how to create a perfect ending, which should be a human life in order to be considered ideal. He wipes his face, wondering if the mentor would be pleased just by taking him as a student. With a tired look, the guy thinks that everything is wrong. Preta enthusiastically stands in front of him, announcing that he needs to try. Because there is half left, Gongja understands that taking an apprentice would be a normal ending. They would be able to clear the 22nd floor with such a completion. However, the system window at this time says that the blade supports him. An orange sunset can be seen in the sky. The girl shouts that the last 10 are left. MC understands that he is not satisfied with such an ending. Preta stands in front of the protagonist lying on the ground, with dead zombies around him. The blonde happily says that he was just brilliant and did a great job. The indifferent protagonist lies on the snow and wonders why she is so happy. The servant looks away and says that the spectacle that the master has made fills her soul with joy. The protagonist, lying in the snow, hears that his mentor will probably be happy, rather beside herself with joy. The guy replies that he also hopes so. Alchemist stands in front of the sect and faction leaders, stating that they had undergone the operation perfectly, and would make a full recovery in a week. The surprised girl sees Baekyang's hand approaching, saying that even if the Gangsi bites them, they are unlikely to get infected again. She feels embarrassed how she is patted on the head and thanked. The lady in black clothes smiles slightly and declares that they owe their lives to her. Because it is difficult to save people's lives, she is told that everyone would do this in a similar situation. Gongja sees what is happening. The head of the sect is surprised that she considers it her duty. She wants to respect even more for thinking, because the girl is a wonderful person at such a young age. The protagonist asks if they can really move anymore. Alchemist turns and smiles, exclaiming that they can not only move around but also exercise. Baekyang and Wulsian look at her in amazement when they hear the suggestion to take a walk. The enthusiastic protagonist claims that he needs them both to go with him. At this time she is indignant, because why does he need an old man? He replies that he himself is not eager to walk with them. The views of the heads of the sect and faction meet. They are silent. They begin to feign pain in the body, asking what he is up to, because it will be a stupid idea. They are walking in the snow. The main character addresses them. There are footprints left from their feet. The guy says that they mentioned that they could not end the Great War, and its end will be entrusted to the disciples. The bright sun peeks out from behind the mountaintops. MC claims that he has a different opinion. Baekyang turns around in amazement when he hears about how the war can only be between them. Even if their successors clashed in a fight, then it will be an ordinary battle, and the Great War is that the two of them are defending a demonic sect and a righteous faction. The main character led them by the hands to the slope, while thanking them for not giving up for the last 3 years. For looking for the missing gangsters every morning, he would not have been able to get them back if they had given up. The protagonist, smiling, uses the reincarnation of 100 souls. Dark energy rises from below. She envelopes the warriors. Gongja states that they may perceive it as a dream, as a side effect of the removal of the energy center. Discouraged fighters look at their bodies. The protagonist says that they may also think that he is learning some outlandish magic. In front of them, the armies of the sect and factions are lined up. Gongja claims that the demon world has not disappeared without a trace. Nobility will not allow martial arts to evaporate. The sect will disappear from the face of the earth only from the swords of the righteous faction, and it, in turn, will be destroyed only at the hands of demons. The stunned girl silently listens to the fact that the guy would like to say words to each of them, both the head of the sect and the master of Mirim. Wulsian looks around the army in discouragement. Gongjia enthusiastically invites them to fight and decide who will be the winner in this war. Stunned warriors look at their bodies, not understanding what is happening. The frightened sect fighters look around, assuming that they are in the afterlife. The wary guy touches his neck, remembering that he was bitten by a gongsi. Beiqiang looks at them in amazement and calls them disciples. All the fighters walk in shock in different directions. Someone hugs. The head of the sect asks that the protagonist is not from the outer lands, but from another world, because an ordinary person cannot embody this. Miracles happen only in legends. The main character looks away and claims that this is not true. He takes her hand and tells her that they are just like them. They have lost the ability to martial arts. These people have become weaker than they were in life. MC holds her fingers, inviting her to take a look with her own eyes. They are standing on the top of the mountain. The girl goes down. A lady in a black raincoat walks through the snow. The sect warrior stands in front of the others and declares that first they will find out what is happening and send people to investigate. Suddenly, the long-haired fighter turns around as he hears being addressed. The guys look at the heavenly demon in shock. Discouraged, the girl asks if this is really a bloody ghost. The sect's warriors kneel down, claiming to be listening to her orders. She takes one of the warriors by the face and says that she thought she had lost them. The head smiles, continuing to explain that she believed she would never see them again. The guys bow their heads in surprise to her. A bald man in an orange robe says he thought he had prepared to be buried in a cave to go to the afterlife, but when he opened his eyes, instead of nirvana, he found himself in the middle of snow-capped peaks. Wulcian runs in shock to the monk, who assumes that the demon's successors have been reborn with him. He can't believe that they haunt him even after death, wondering what the Buddha expects from him. The old man hugs him, shouting that he is the only one who has such useless speeches. Discouraged, the head of the faction touches his face and declares that he managed to come back to life. He replies that they are not friends. The main character smiles, thinking about the monk. At this time he asks not to fill his head with bad thoughts, and it would be better to go to the other world staying in the temple, and not in the war. Wulcian claims that only he could spoil the reunion so much. The guy realizes that this monk has been alive the longest. The old man looks forward, hearing the girl's voice. Beiqiang stands in front of her army and states that she is the head of the demon sect. With a smile, he puts his palm to his fist, calling himself a heavenly demon. The old man turns around, standing in front of his faction. She says that it doesn't matter if it's an illusion or not, it's okay if it's the fruit of a sick person's dreams. The sect's warriors are on their knees. She claims that it doesn't matter if the sect's revival is a dream, which will end soon. Gongjia smiles genuinely when he hears that the whole point of life is to fight disease and death, which is why people indulge in the same dreams. The warrior's hair flutters in the wind. She says that she has not forgotten the bodily pain that she has endured all this time, but she will not forget the dreams that accompany her all her life, so she is not going to give up anything. He stomps his foot in the snow and says a spell. The head of the demons, with a cunning smile, claims that since she is no longer able to fight, then let all the pain prove who she is, and the power will confirm her existence, instead of the lost inner energy of her dreams. Because she is a mage, so she asks for a 990 battle. Wulcian stands under a blue sky, calling himself the head of the Murim Alliance. With a determined look, he puts his palm to his fist, announcing that he is the great head of the clan, the Immortal Axe. He points his finger at the sect's warriors, urging them to remember the people's screams that led to their teachings, the screams they sought for revenge, painting their swords red when the whole world was stained. Wulcian passionately shouts about the world being plunged into crimson colors, but they never found solace after revenge. The dark-haired girl smirks as he claims that they are constantly crying, grabbing the hems of the sky demon's robes, urging her to take care of them. They are weak and ordinary as long as they hold on to her skirt. The old man angrily declares that everyone has arms and legs, so how much longer are they going to remain in selfishness? The sect warriors look at him in fury when they hear that even the trees are shedding their flowers to produce fruit. The fighters of the faction draw their swords. The head claims that they doom themselves to suffering. Beiqiang agrees to the challenge with a smirk. The two armies confront each other, some asking if they really want to fight to the death, others answering that this is a life-and-death battle. Beiqiang smiles broadly next to his associates, claims that he accepts the challenge. He turns to his successors and calls them. He raises his hand to the sky, shouting that it does not matter whether it is a dream or reality. This day will be inscribed in history. All the fighters shout a spell in one voice. The head of the sect happily claims that they can say that their dreams are meaningless. The fighters raise their swords. She calls on them to make their dreams come true. Wulcian stands at the head of his soldiers, telling them that their souls are like flames, so they need to burn this place to the ground. The astonished demons hear that it is necessary to turn this world into a haven for ordinary people. The dark army rushes into battle, approaching the warriors in light clothes. Beiqiang waves his hand and orders them all to be killed. The warriors of the sect pounce on enemies in white clothes. They insult each other. A soldier of the faction bites the enemy's arm. At the same time, the other pierces him with a sword. The leader of the Woliang Shadow Squad angrily declares that he is one of the 4 great demons, so let everyone see the mastery of his blade. His opponent, the High Elder of the Great Clan, Gongjin, claims that he has enough strength to fight him. They rush at each other in a rage. A fighter of the Murim faction receives a blow to the head. He manages to poke his fingers in Woliang's eyes. The girl stands in front of them and laughs loudly. The leader of the demon squad of Consolation, Flame Ghost, states that she is the first of the 4 great demons, and he needs to prepare for death. A bald warrior in orange clothes, Jomyang, is a Shaolin monk. The girl from the demon sect claims that as respect for them, she will give up the first 3 blows. The monk swings in anger, shouting that the Buddha will not forget her generosity. Suddenly, he receives a powerful blow to the chest from the girl. Blood flows out of his mouth, and he begins to cough. Jomyang, holding his chest, notices that she promised to give in to the blows. The girl asks if he really believed it. He denies. Flame Ghost smirks, she is bleeding too, declares that this is what it looked like. The bald monk rejoices, claiming that his acting skills have not deteriorated over the years. He puts his hands on her head and shouts loudly that there are 2 more blows left. The warrior delivers a powerful knee blow to her face. Suddenly, the bald monk begins to scream loudly in pain. A powerful fighter, the leader of the squad of demonic killers, Sword Demon, calls them just brainless mutts who can only bark. In front of him stands a gray-haired man with a blade. He is the elder of a great school. The opponent shouts that they have shown their true faces, non-entities from the righteous path. They clash swords, watching each other with hatred. They try to push the blades. Sword Demon asks why he doesn't just stop and give up. The old man, gritting his teeth from the tension, declares that he can tell him the same thing. They fight each other fiercely. The joyful fighter shouts that he is fighting for a great demonic sect. The beaten warriors in black robes respond to his call and also exclaim. The protagonist calmly looks at their battle. Blood scatters to the sides. They wish each other death. Baiqiang deftly hits his opponents. She literally soars with happiness, exclaiming that there are so many of them. The monk and Gongjin fly to attack. The head of the sect blocks their blow with one movement. With a smirk, he turns around and calls it funny. She holds a fighting stance, claiming that the heavens are filled with sorrow, and the world has plunged into darkness. Anger soars into the sky, scorching the top of the shamanic mountain. Gongjia sees with her own eyes a joyful lady who shouts that a demonic sect towers over Murim, and she stands at the head of it, while clarifying whether they really think that they can compete with the deity of this world. A joyful girl, on the verge of madness, declares that they will not get away with it, followers of the righteous path. A fierce old man appears in front of her. Wulcian takes off his clothes and asks him to decide which of them is the real god. The head of the faction stands in front of the lady who is fighting. He says that there is only one person who can fight him. Snowy mountains are visible. It is said that it resembles the first day of the war. Then they could not find out who was better, so the battle continued on the second day. But since nothing was decided on the second, the war continued on the third. Wulcian clenches his mighty fist, claiming that everything went wrong from the beginning. He had to show his full strength. The old man holds a fighting stance and concentrates on saying that she can attack, because today luck is on his side. A lady in a black cloak goes to meet and talks about good luck. The celestial demon with a cunning smile claims that today it will bring him nothing but death. Wulcian sees an attacking sect leader in front of him. Blood splashes in different directions. He hits his opponent right in the face. In response, the old man receives the same thing. Baiqiang fights him and laughs at the same time. She hits him with her head. The girl bites the opponent's ear. Blood flows out of his head. The imperturbable lady spits out a piece of her ear, claiming that it tastes like earth. The old man, gritting his teeth, holds on to his bloody ear and hears that virtues still do not improve the taste of his flesh. He calls it a damn demon, because he eats not only animals, but also people. Baiqiang wipes his mouth with his palm and claims that he is so old that it tastes like spoiled spinach. But there is some truth in his words. The great battle between good and evil should have ended on the first day. She waves her palm, explaining that they fought half-heartedly. The girl thought she could put her life on the line. However, she really couldn't. She was too cowardly. Gongjia calmly watches his mentor, who says that today's fight is a second chance that might not have happened. The sect leader claims with a slight smile that they shouldn't repeat the same stupid mistakes. Wulcian is holding on to the wound and hears that she will fight at full strength today. The girl is standing in front of him. He assumes that she is going to use true chi. In the girl's chest there is a white cloud of energy. It is told that true chi is given to everyone at birth. In other words, the life force of a person. Unlike the inner one, the true one cannot be replenished or increased by its reserve. It is the beginning and the end of all that exists. The amazed protagonist realizes that this is a predetermined fate for the warrior who will spend all his life forces. An old man with a bare torso holds a stand. The main character thinks that they would rather choose death than remain crippled. Baiqiang waves his hands, standing in front of his opponent. He says that they are weak in any case. Even if they use true chi now, they will still be no better than second-rate warriors, because they have lost their energy centers. She replies that she knows this. The angry old man loudly asks if she is really going to use true chi to demonstrate the skills of a beginner at best. She agrees. The sect leader with a smirk asks him not to get angry, because she has no intention of giving up life, only hopes that her last day will happen today. The beaten warriors of the sect listen attentively to the fact that she is now happier than ever and grateful that she was able to live to this day, and for the fact that she got to know everyone who is present. The girl is standing in the snow, saying that looking back, she lived a really happy life as a warrior. The main character listens to her in shock. Baiqiang swings his arms and legs, starting to use true qi. The old man closes his eyes from the flow of the wind, claiming that it is wonderful, because he has also been waiting for such a day. Serious Wolsian suggests that the sky demon die together. Vortices of air hover around them. The girl swings her powerful fist in a rage. The old man deftly dodges a strong blow. Suddenly, beautiful trees appear around the opponents, petals fly. The astonished protagonist sees this, and Sword Emperor notices that they are overflowing with true qi. Wolsian blocks her punches again, the home spirit explaining that the true qi of such masters is like the power of nature itself, albeit temporary. An imaginary assistant with a serious face asks to look carefully, because this can rarely be seen. Beautiful trees can be seen around their battlefield. Sword Emperor explains that since one side was born with a perfect yin body and the other with yang meant for martial arts, their energy creates a perfect balance. Now they are in a completely different world. The lady uses the march of the heavenly demon, the destruction of the yellow moon. The petal falls on the protagonist's palm. Red petals fall near the girl. Words are heard that he hates them. The old man rushes forward in a rage. The main character talks about the followers of the righteous path, hates heroes, hates 9 great schools and 5 families. A red petal freezes in his palm. He declares that they live happily ever after, while ordinary people suffer, but what he cannot forgive is not their happiness. Baiqiang walks along the road of petals. It is said that even people like them can be hurt, that even such people feel pain and seek solace. He is disgusted by their attempts to pretend to be human. The girl strikes a hard blow to his body. The main character wonders why they, brutally treating others, consider themselves people. Wolsian stares at her fiercely, undeterred by the attack. Suddenly, blood spurts out of his mouth. The head of the sect holds his fist. Her opponent begins to fall. Gongjia runs ahead anxiously and calls out to his mentor. He hugs the girl who has lowered her head. Baiqiang looks down. Her face is not visible. She declares that he won. The protagonist holds his mentor. She claims that MC has won. He realizes that he feels that her body is getting colder. She says that she should have hit him in the chest and deaf him, but instead she stopped and now lies in front of her student, having lost her face. The girl turns her gaze to him and says that even so, she still looks better than MC now. She reaches out her hand to the frightened protagonist, asking what his expression is. Baiqiang puts her hand on his cheek and asks him not to worry, because she still has a little time left before she dies. She will have time to say goodbye. 2 hours pass. It is said that he is still crying. Alchemist runs forward anxiously and calls for the King of Death. At this time it is said that he complicates everything, although she made his life difficult. But for a long time she wanted to tell everything, but could not because of stubbornness. She was worried that he would take it to heart. The girl lies with her eyes closed. The words are heard that she wants the guy to remember her as a flower during its flowering period. A frightened alchemist stands next to Viper, who is trying to wake Wolsian. She loudly asks what is going on. Baiqiang looks at the student with a slight smile and states that the old man is fine. Because the last blow was weak, he was not disingenuous when he said that today luck is on his side. But now he is crippled. The doctor in glasses shouts in shock that he cannot be left in this state. They have no time to talk, they both need help. The main character watches as Alchemist scans her body. The head of the sect claims that everything is fine, she is finished, she needs to take care of the old man. The protagonist's friend is sadly silent, having scanned her body. Baiqiang at this time asks to leave them alone, because she would like to spend her last minutes with her only student. The green-haired heroine sits next to them and says that she has painkillers. She replies that she does not need to, because she wants to feel the cold of the winter wind when she reaches Nirvana. Alchemist sadly lowers his head. Viper carries away his mentor. The protagonist holds his mentor in his arms. Someone runs towards them. She touches his warm hands, and Gongjia asks what they will do in the remaining time. The main character with a serious look agrees to the offer of a story about how beautiful the premises of their sect were, in which they lived. The heavenly demon, dying, hears that the student asks to fulfill one request. She asks which one. Discouraged, Baiqiang opens her eyes. Gongjia thinks about wanting her to get an ending that she would be satisfied with. For this she only needs to find the right puzzle. The girl hears that he wants to fight her. On the mountain, there was talk that the girl once got an idea of this scene and later began to be called a heavenly demon. Looking around, everyone understood that she could have killed someone just by thinking about it. Pointing with her finger, it was clear that the level of skill that was only mentioned in legends was now in front of the girl's eyes. Pointing with her hand, the heroine spoke about the heavenly demon. Baiqiang turned her head on her servants. Worshipping, one of the men replied that the government had ordered them to pay taxes with sable skin, but now taxes were taken from everyone and no one could do it. Without raising his head, the hero replied that there had been a drought for years, so the government ordered them to build a reservoir and a dam so that this would not happen again. The heroine looked at the guys with displeasure. Baiqiang's gaze looked away. His hands held the sword firmly. Going forward, the heroine realized that she would have to deal with many. There were many victims that day, but she was unable to stop it all. Baiqiang looked at the hero in fright. Gongjia looked at the girl with a smile. Lying in the boy's arms, the girl replied that now she was not able to move. Baiqiang looked at the guy who told her that it was not necessary to use the body in a fight. Thinking about the duel, Gongjia suggested to the girl that they could fight in a verbal duel. This is a fight in which only words, attacks and techniques are used against each other, stories about the skills that are taken to counterattack, and especially not to move or use internal energy. With a smile, the girl was surprised that the guy was arrogant. Lowering his head, Gongjia heard from the heroine that he could defeat him in a real fight, but in a verbal one, he was powerless. Imagining the fight, the hero told the girl that she promised to pierce her chest and tear out her heart. Looking at the hero, Beiqiang asked the guy if he could do it. The heroine looked at him with a smile. Gongjia was happy to hear that he could strike first, but then their duel could end there. With a smile, Beiqiang replied that she would tell a story from his childhood later. Sword Emperor looked at the guys with displeasure. Looking attentively at the girl, the hero asked whether it was necessary to fight with her. With a smile, Gongjia said to do this for the sake of losing the argument. With a grin, Sword Emperor replied that he had long wanted to give the leader of the demonic sect a scold. Slowly getting up, the hero realized that fighting on behalf of another person is unthinkable, and this is a great example of shame. Confidently looking ahead, the hero replied that he was ready to fight. Worshipping Sword Emperor replied that he was the Sword Lord, he was the best fighter in the world known as the World of 1,000 Swords. Beiqiang, looking at the hero, told him that he could start. The girl's servants watched this fight attentively. Closing her eyes, the heroine replied that she would not ask him about it. Lowering his head, Sword Emperor replied that his first technique would be special because he would summon great spirits. With a smirk, the heroine listened to the guy who said that he was the strongest in his world. Looking at the girl, Gongjia realized that she decided that he was most likely joking. With a smile, the heroine thought about his first move. Turning her head, Beiqiang heard that the guy had given him 3 punches. Turning her head in misunderstanding, the girl decided that he couldn't do this because she was using the 5th sword technique of the 21st Cloud Dragon, the explosive dragon slash that could pierce the acupuncture point of the water moon. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he would start with the 6th technique of the Earth Dragon Staff and continue with the Western River Cave Dragon to absorb the attack and retreat with the help of the mystic art. Thinking about it, the hero replied that this would be followed by the 2nd technique of the Killing Fist and Iron Rotation on his part. Holding her fist tightly, the girl replied that she was using the 6th technique of the 6 secret swords, and then the 6th technique of the Heavenly Secret. Opening his palm, the man said that he would respond with a blow of a sitting duck and a chaotic gate of a blooming plum. The heroine looked confidently to the side. Sword Emperor's head was dropping down. Raising his head, the hero replied that he now understood how they lived, and when they became the strongest in the world, they no longer had time to train. With a smile on his face, Sword Emperor said that despite all the problems, she was still the strongest. The heroine, looking at the guy, heard him telling her that she didn't have to train hard because she was already at the top. Displeased with the Sword Emperor, Beiqiang replied that she was very lucky to be the strongest in the world. Looking attentively at the heroine, the man replied that now he would show her what it means to be a god. The heroine slowly stood up. Sitting on her knees, the heroine replied that the guy was not just the strongest. The main character, looking around at Beiqiang, replied to her that now she should be taken seriously. Sword Emperor looked at the heroine with displeasure. Sitting next to each other, it was customary to start a fight. Beiqiang resolutely stated that she would send the Sword Emperor flying with the first fire and blood dragon technique. Sword Emperor, slightly surprised by her choice of tactics for the White Tiger School, replied that he would consistently repel the first of the 18 techniques of the Cloud Dragon Blade. The hero was tensely waiting for the next turn. Smiling slightly, Beiqiang asked her student if she should accept the attack. Gripping Gongjia's hand tightly, she replied that she would mix the common covenant of samsara with the blow of the butterfly. It was Sword Emperor's turn to strike. Gongjia watched the fight with bated breath all this time. Barely squeezing the words out of herself, Beiqiang continued the verbal duel with Sword Emperor. Squeezing the hero's hand, she yelled at Sword Emperor for using the techniques inefficiently, and decided to use the 2nd technique of the 3 demonic leeches. Sword Emperor struck the next blow with a satisfied grin, targeting her right knee, right wrist, and 3 points of the white tiger. Smiling confidently, Beiqiang stated that she was taking 3 steps back with an overwhelming demonic charge. The hero silently watched this exciting duel. Hearing her words, Sword Emperor happily exclaimed that since Beiqiang was using such tactics, he would use the Death Thrust Blade. The head of Nurim, Bewulsian, was no match for the master, but he was the strongest representative of the White Path School in this martial arts world, and only he could fight Beiqiang. In the Great Faction Demon War, the two had clashed in a duel, and it was obvious which of them would emerge victorious. After the fight, Bewulsian apologized. He admitted that he was inferior to Beiqiang, although he delayed this moment as much as he could. Beiqiang found Sword Emperor's move unwise and stupid. His next blow even made her laugh. Barely raising her gaze, she turned to her student. With glowing eyes, Beiqiang praised the student, saying that the ghost he brought was the best. The hero acknowledged this fact with a smile, because he also knew that Sword Emperor was superior to everyone he had met. Only now was Beiqiang able to understand the feelings of the head of Nurim during their duel. The hero squeezed his knee with all his might, trying to take control of his emotions. Beiqiang boldly announced her next move. A thrilling and intriguing duel between Sword Emperor and Beiqiang continued. The hero remained only an observer in this tense confrontation, where each participant put all his strength and impatiently waited for the next move of the opponent. Lowering his eyes in disappointment, he realized that he did not understand the essence of their duel. The verbal duel, understandable only to these two, continued to gain momentum. Sword Emperor and Beiqiang alternately shouted out the names of the technicians. Despite the great desire to be on a par with these masters and become a worthy opponent, the hero remained only an outside observer. Beiqiang deflected another shot from Sword Emperor. After that, she turned her gaze to the student. She addressed him with the words that it was cool today. After telling him that winter had come again and everything around her had turned into an endless snowy wasteland, she began to instruct her student. Beiqiang explained to the hero that winter is merciless to the warriors of the Celestial Empire, and revealed the essence of their duel with Sword Emperor. She calmly explained to the hero the meaning of each attack. Beiqiang told her student about the reasons for using each strike, thereby explaining that their battle was a life-and-death battle. Then, stretching out her hand, she closed the hero's eyes. By depriving him of his sight, she gave him the opportunity to see the duel through her eyes. Beiqiang described in detail how Sword Emperor sees his opponent. Continuing to keep the student's eyes closed, she explained the meaning of each of her moves and the reasons for using each technique. At the same time, she explained the motives of her opponent's actions. Beiqiang's main advantage was that she could easily step back while maintaining control of the situation. Taking a step back and retreating, Beiqiang dragged her opponent with her, who chased her like a wild boar. The hero's eyes opened wide, because he was finally able to see the duel of these two. In his imagination, it had already been 2 days since the beginning of their battle. Sword Emperor stubbornly pursued his opponent, ready to attack at any moment. At the same time, Beiqiang was confident that she could run forever. To such a statement, Sword Emperor confidently replied that the end would come anyway. However, Beiqiang replied with a smile that even if she has nowhere to go, there are countless directions in which she is capable of running. Sword Emperor had no doubt that she could do this forever. However, now they had a duel, and the outcome of this battle was not yet predetermined. Sword Emperor sternly reminded Beiqiang that she had less than 2 hours left. Beiqiang, keeping a slight smile on her face, recognized the truth of his words. And since that was the case, she resolutely grabbed the hilt of her blade. Drawing her katana from its sheath with a graceful movement, she promised to show off her full power. The woman swung her sword as she used the first form of heavenly demon art, the starvation blade. She frowned and said that hunger could force even a parent to trade his own child for a neighbor's in order to eat him. Sword raised his weapon to block the blow, and the opponent asked if he had heard of the man who chopped the bodies of children into small pieces of meat and buried them in the snow, or of the town where small children's bodies were scattered all over the streets during a snowfall. The man gritted his teeth and replied that it was terrible, and hunger must have driven them crazy, but it was all just an accident. He swung and said that at some periods the harvest bore bountiful fruit, and at others it made one suffer from terrible hunger, and there was nothing in the world that was not accidental. But since she was so annoyed by this tragedy, she must be equally happy from the mirror events. Opponents crossed swords, and Sword declared that the depth of despair should not give way to a surge of joy. Beiqiang narrowed her eyes as she received a cut on her cheek. The redhead was thrown back, and a field appeared around him when he said that he would tell her about the generous autumn harvest. The main character noticed babies laughing in the grass, and the man said that one day during a walk he peacefully watched the horizon, and then a golden sea opened up to his eyes. The children were playing hide-and-seek among the rice fields, where the sprouts were as tall as he was, and there was a merry laugh among the rustling of the grass. Sword frowned and noted that the brunette had told him a story about the bodies of the youngsters who were buried in the snow, and that he would tell him about how they laughed merrily in the middle of the high meadows. The adversary gritted her teeth as a wound appeared on her shoulder, and the man said that both of these stories were sides of a double-edged blade, which is called chance, and if he had a chance to hold such a sword in his hands, he would point it in the direction of the beautiful rice fields. If he had to choose what to remember in the last moments of his life, then a scene of children peacefully playing hide-and-seek would pop up in his head. Beiqiang sliced through the air with the second form of heavenly demon art, the Great Death Blade, and shouted that her opponent was too kind-hearted. A wave appeared from somewhere, and the woman said that happiness had never killed a person, only hunger and terrible thirst. The puddles on the ground have dried up, and the swordswoman added that death awaits in every ending. The brunette pointed a weapon at her opponent, and asked to be allowed to sing about ordinary people who died due to the lack of an insignificant drop of water. Sword parried her attacks, saying that jumping into a summer stream was truly refreshing. The woman frowned and asked again when he said that she was teaching the main character incorrectly. The redhead deflected the blow, and explained that the brunette was in too much of a hurry with his training. Beiqiang jumped and hit again, and the opponent said that it was useful for Gongjia to learn about the waits that happen in this world. It was no less useful to watch someone else's pain, but you couldn't do it forever, to which the interlocutor asked the reason. The warrior knitted his eyebrows and replied that it was exhausting, and the boy had not yet had time to enjoy the wonders of this world. Sword ran away, saying that it was necessary to properly provoke the taste buds so that a person could fully understand the suffering of someone who would never be able to feel even the smallest morsel, and that one should plunge into a summer stream in order to sympathize with people who suffer from lack of water. The man clenched the handle and added that people's hearts are like a candle. The rivals crossed blades, and the red-haired man said that if they burned continuously, they would turn to ashes one day. The warrior landed in the wet grass and asked if Baekhyang knew that the hero had never loved anyone before. He moved his foot across the water and grinned, because the young man did not even have dates. Gongja's eyes widened as he listened to the fact that, despite this, he was acting as if he was already carrying the burden of all the sufferings of this world, so he needed to teach him to dream and rejoice, because the boy was still too young for the teachings of her cult. The brunette gritted her teeth while the opponent exclaimed that he wanted to show this child real happiness and teach him to laugh sincerely, to rely on others, and the hero must be confused by how someone is able to make him rejoice from the bottom of his heart, because this is how he will be able to know true sadness. Baekhyang raised her hand to summon the storm and was indignant that he imagined himself to be her student's mentor. She rushed forward, activating the third form of the heavenly demon art, the drowning death blade. The man repelled the attack and confirmed. The sword woman frowned and asked how he dared to try to take away her only apprentice. Sword gripped the handle and replied that he had intended to be his mentor long before he met her. Flowers floated on the surface, and the red-haired man claimed that he had taught him the art of the sword himself, and with it he was able to recreate the aura for the first time, and now a bunch of heretics decided to intervene. The interlocutor gritted her teeth and was indignant at such an insult. The man frowned and asked if their demonic cult could be called anything other than a bunch of heretics. Sword knitted his eyebrows and shouted that it was too early for the protagonist to learn the art of the heavenly demon. After all, mastering the sword should bring joy. The brunette looked at him with displeasure when the warrior said that a sword that brings death only for the sake of death contains too much demonism, and life is already short. The opponents continued to exchange blows, and Baekhyang exclaimed that Gongja was her disciple and was ordered to become a celestial demon, to which the interlocutor noted that it was because of this mindset that he called them heretics. In the darkness, the outline of a warrior was drawn. She frowned and exclaimed that she had blown it up with the seventh form of the heavenly demon art, the blade of striking death. The protagonist rounded his eyes, amazed that he could see their movements. Sword also looked like a white outline in the darkness. He knitted his eyebrows and responded with the fourth technique of the 10,000 sea moon strikes, the setting autumn moon strike, to which the opponent used the eighth form of the heavenly demon art, the scorching death blade. In the visualization, the woman was stabbed with a sword, but in reality she shuddered with pain, and the main character realized that the mentor, the leader of the demonic cult, was inferior in this fight. Drops of blood could be seen at the brunette's feet. She remembered herself as a child, and said that at first she had not been able to master the final art form of the heavenly demon sword, as she had been prevented by death from frostbite, and as she died in the snow, abandoned by her own mother, she felt that this was how she would meet her death. Baekhyang raised her weapon and added that ironically, she was only able to master the ninth form of the heavenly demon sword after the end of the world, and she was her own lord on earth and in heaven. The demon created a shining energy above herself and said that it did not matter whether she was looking at the distant clouds from below, or admiring from above from immense heights, she was the only one who existed in this world. A pitiful candle would not affect anything, because all life was eternal winter. Her singing is the melody of the heavens, and her death is the end of the worlds. She is becoming whiter and whiter. Blood was dripping down the woman's face, and Baekhyang stated that this would be the last word of her demonic heaven for this snowfield, after which she used the ninth form of heavenly demon art, the lonely death blade. Thousands of petals rose around her. A bright light appeared in front of the opponent. The man smiled slightly and replied that he would admit death alone, since this was the choice of the leader of the demonic cult. The radiance increased and the red-haired man added that there was no more suitable technique for a martial artist in a world who had already met his demise. He clenched the handle and declared that he knew more about loneliness than she did. The woman's eyes widened when he asked how long she had been alone, but immediately reminded her that less than a day had passed, because Axe Sage was always by her side. The warrior swung and apologized, after which he said that he had spent 130 years alone. His blade shattered space. The main character sweated and closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes abruptly, breathing heavily. Baekhyang was sitting in the snow, and he called out to her. The guy ran up to her and anxiously asked how her body was. The hunter checked the woman's pulse and noted that she was still alive. The brunette stared in front of her with blank eyes, muttering that it was now clear what it was like. She collapsed exhausted into the student's arms, addressing him. Baekhyang smiled and reminded him that from the very beginning, he only thought about how to help her. The guy lowered his gaze guiltily when the interlocutor guessed that the fact that he was looking for her, coming from the outside world, hearing about her fame, was a lie, and her student was not one of those who would cross the boundaries of the worlds just because of the temptation of someone's reputation. Snow was falling on the top of the mountain, and the swordswoman asked if he was glad that he had been able to see her, to which she received an affirmative answer. The main character held his mentor in his arms, promising that he could remember her as a beautiful flower. The young man imagined the buds at the woman's feet when she said that she would very much like to know what flower she would turn out to be. Gongja smiled and replied that he would remember her as the brightest red peony. The interlocutor arched her eyebrows and noted that it sounded lovely. She raised her hand, about to say something. However, her palm was immediately exhausted. The guy held Baekhyang while the light appeared from behind the mountain. The top began to shine. A lightning-like strike pierced the rock. Snow was rising in the bright light. The main character hugged his mentor, and tears flowed down his cheeks. He lowered his head and muttered that winter was over and spring had come. The clouds over the guy began to disperse. Gongja continued to hug the woman when he was approached. In front of him were the remaining members of the demonic cult. There were bodies left on the battlefield, and the man said that although everyone was engrossed in fighting, some of the sect members had listened to the chapter calling him her disciple. He bowed and clarified whether the young man was the successor of the heavenly demon. The main character looked at him and replied that he was not sure about it. The interlocutor looked at Gongja in surprise and asked if the head had accepted him as her disciple. The hunter knitted his eyebrows and replied that it was true. The man narrowed his eyes and concluded that if Baekhyang was his mentor, then she had taught the art of the heavenly demon god. The cult members were standing in front of Gongja, asking for a few techniques, and the guy thought that although the request sounds polite, what they really mean is that they find it hard to believe that he is a disciple of a heavenly demon, so let him prove it. He remembered his mentor's face and noted that he now understood why it was so difficult to become a disciple. The woman's body lay in his hands, but the last drop of warmth had already left her, and now the demon sect was passing to him, and the hero clarified whether they would be satisfied if he showed the blade of starvation. The man ran his hand over his cheek and agreed, saying that the leader's order was not to pass on the cult to someone who did not meet the necessary requirements, and they were just ordinary swordsmen. But even an ordinary master was able to recognize the demon god technique. Sword Demon turned to Flame Ghost and asked what he was talking about, to which the girl explained that the comrade had to make sure that this guy was really the head of the chapter's apprentice, and for that to happen, he needed to see the first form of celestial demon art performed by him. The warriors looked at each other, discussing that they were all represented only by a man, because he was the only one capable of maintaining decency. After all, although illegitimate, he still belonged to the Muang clan. The long-haired man looked away while the girl whispered that they had already talked about it dozens of times, but nothing changed in this life, and Sword Demon remained a blockhead. The interlocutors clashed foreheads, and the man was indignant, to which the brunette said that his existence was disastrous, like the martial arts of the Sichuan school, and one conversation with him gave rise to cancer cells in her body, which was really amazing, given the fact that she had learned to be invulnerable to 1,000 types of poisons. Blood Demon coughed to interrupt them. His comrades looked at him with displeasure and demanded that he start and not infuriate him. The main character grinned and thought that this is how everything returned to its previous course. He waved his hand, summoning the energy of hunger, thinking that the demon sect had originally served as a refuge for those who had no place in the world, and the master was an incredibly refined nature, and many cult members did not know what good manners were. Gongja unleashed scarlet mana and said that these were children waiting for the sun to pour. Blood Demon's eyes widened as he spoke. Death from thirst is a wave, and the pain of drowning is like his father's last breath. The protagonist's eyes flashed, noting that after watching the Masters and Swords mortal fight, his punches had become stronger. Those around him stared at him dumbfounded, while the young man muttered that death from the cold was like the embrace of a mother who had not seen her child for a long time. Gongja waved his hand and admitted that he hadn't been able to learn all the intricacies of these techniques, and he was a little embarrassed that this was all that could show if it would be enough. The man dropped to one knee. Blood Demon closed his eyes and said that they were happy to welcome the successor of the demon sect, the new heavenly demon. Everyone bowed after him and greeted the head. The hero looked at them embarrassedly and asked them not to call him a heavenly demon, because the title of the King of Death is enough for him. He remembered the silhouette of Baekhyang and added that he would like the title of master to remain with her forever. The interlocutor looked at the young man in surprise. Gongja turned to the redhead and stated that the title of the head was also inappropriate. The man closed his eyes while the hunter said that he was not yet good enough for this, and how could one call the head of someone who could not teach them anything? Blood Demon made a gesture with his hand and said that Baekhyang had always chosen the right people, and since she had made him her student, then he was worthy of becoming a leader. The main character looked at him and thanked him, adding that he still believed that he was not yet ready to take responsibility for the sect's legacy. The long-haired man was confused and asked how to address him. Flame Ghost looked at the men and offered the title of young head, because there are just a dime a dozen gentlemen in their world. Gongja lowered his gaze thoughtfully as the girl said that if he felt that he could not cope with the role of the head of the sect yet, and at the same time did not want to give up the post, he could become the young head of the sect. His comrades looked at each other with a smile when he agreed to do so. The Blood Demon folded his hands and stated that they were happy to welcome the young leader, and although they did not know how, they remembered that he had turned them back into humans, without which they would not have been able to end the war between the demon cult and the Murim, so that now he, one of the 4 great demons, on behalf of himself and all the blood ghosts, swears allegiance. Flame Ghost closed her eyes and swore an oath on behalf of all the members of the Soul Repentance Squad. Wolyang bowed and repeated their promise. Sword Demon smiled broadly and swore allegiance to the protagonist. Gongja sat in front of the demonic sect that bowed before him. He got to his feet. Then he folded his hands and swore to them that as long as he lived, the teachings of the heavenly demon would live forever. The sun was rising over the split mountain. A system notification appears in the sky that the scene is complete. Beiqiang was lying in the snow, and the tower reported that the hero had completed the quest of the first volume, Save the World, and the 22nd floor was cleared. In the cave sat Alchemist, Viper, Sean, and the Wounded Master. There were writings on the walls, and the system asked to listen to this announcement again. Gongja bowed his head and asked to bury the master with dignity, but it had to be modest, as she wanted it to be while the tower evaluated the participants in the scene. A rating appeared on the golden plaque, where the main character was in the first place, but the young man said that the woman would be happy if they just stayed with her in the last minutes before the burial. His body began to dissolve, but in the end Gongja asked to take care of his master. A blue-eyed child leaned over him, greeting him. The guy stared ahead, dumbfounded, and he said that he did not expect such a tearful ending. The hero rounded his eyes while the interlocutor admitted that he was able to surprise him. Gongja turned to the lying people and asked why all the hunters were unconscious. Bowing, the blue-eyed boy greeted the main character, calling him the King of Death. Gongja was surprised to notice that all the other hunters were unconscious. He asked with surprise about the reasons for this phenomenon. All the adventurers lay unconscious on the ground, shrouded in some kind of white smoke. The boy, floating in the air surrounded by several books, replied that there was no need to worry, since they were just put to sleep for a while. The hero asked again in shock, repeating his words. The boy said with a smile that he had released a fragrance that was harmless to the human body. Having said this, the steward closed the book. Gongja listened attentively to the boy's explanations, who told him about the existence of many worlds, among which there are also worlds that communicate with songs and aromas. The manager clarified with a smile that in this apocalypse, people talk with the aromas of anger, sadness, joy, as well as sleep. The boy approached the shocked hero with the words that there was no need to worry, because he only wanted to talk to him. Pulling away from the guy, the hero asked what he wanted to talk about. Hearing Gongja call the hunters his companions, the boy abruptly approached him. The manager looked at the hero and said that from there he could watch every step of the Death King's squad. With a smile, the steward said that this was why he had put them to sleep, so that no one would interfere with his conversation with the King of Death. After that, moving away from Gongja again and spreading his hands, he clarified that he had only briefly calmed them down in the most humane way possible to prepare the space for dialogue. The hero ran up to the Black Witch lying unconsciously on the floor. I checked her pulse and, making sure that everything was all right with her, breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the guy angrily demanded that the manager quickly lay out everything he was going to say. Gongja then angrily yelled at the steward, as he didn't have time to talk and had a lot of things to do. Continuing to keep their sharp side in the direction of the hero, the boy replied that he could later start looking for the sword. A few seconds later, the hero obediently knelt down while he cut his hair with a smile. The manager deftly cut the hero's hair and collected it in a small bag. When he was done with his hair, the boy took the hero's hand and began to cut his nails. Trimming them with wire cutters, he also collected the scraps in a bag. The hero was completely perplexed. In response to his question, the manager, tying several small bags, explained his actions with great admiration for a character who did not exist in reality. Happily spreading his hands to the sides, the manager continued to tell the stunned hero that suddenly this character suddenly appeared right in front of him. Gongja was speechless in surprise. The manager of the library room in delight continued to cut the nails on the hero's feet. He, as if possessed, thought that he wanted to appropriate every part of the hero, which greatly alerted him. Stunned by what was happening, the hero, finally coming to his senses, abruptly moved away from the manager in a rage. With a pleading expression on his face, the manager continued to talk about his admiration and asked him for his pinky fingernail. The hero tried to rise sharply from the floor, while the boy persistently tried to grab him by the leg. When the manager finally caught the foot and prepared to continue cutting his nails, the hero threatened that if he did not stop, he would no longer go to the apocalypse. Lying on the ground and writhing with irritation, the hero could not resist in any way. Still not letting go of his leg, the manager replied with a smile that based on the analysis of his character, he was not capable of such a thing. The manager was sure that Gongja would not be able to stand aside and not help the unjustly suffering characters. Obsessively burning with admiration, the manager was preparing to take the fingernail of the hero's foot. Then the hero in a rage threatened that if he did not stop immediately, he would say that he did not like him. At these words, the manager froze in place with wide eyes. Immediately letting go of his leg, he moved as far away from the hero as possible. Hugging the already collected bags, the boy, almost crying, refused to return the hero's nails and hair. After taking away the bags, Gongja immediately destroyed them. In the library, several books floated in the air. The manager, floating in the air and crossing his arms over his chest, began to tell the story of the hero he was reading. Having listened to him attentively, the hero realized that now the world was becoming the 22nd floor. After confirming his assumption, the library manager informed him that other hunters would also be able to freely visit the 22nd floor. The manager, propping his chin with his hand, asked the guy which endings the hero liked, good or bad. After seriously considering the boy's words, the hero came to the conclusion that even a bad ending is a worthy ending. Suddenly, Gongja, saying that he had a question, abruptly tugged at the boy's sleeve of his cape. The hero, looking away, understood that even if he had not intervened in the story, there would still have been a kind of end. Looking away with incomprehension, the hero did not understand why the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon were still included in the list of apocalypses. This question arose in the hero's mind when he was reading another story, which, in his opinion, had reached its natural ending. Continuing to levitate in the air, the boy replied that he just wanted to see a good ending. The hero did not look away with satisfaction because he understood that the manager was strong enough to correct the story on his own. The boy's expression became serious when the hero began to analyze his character and actions. The manager lowered his eyes with a smile, realizing that the hero would not be able to forget this. Then he called to the hero, still clutching the edge of his sleeve in his hand. Suddenly, the boy grabbed one of the books with the words that he would reveal the secret of the apocalypse to the hero. That was the end of the second season. Instantly, the guys found themselves in an area completely covered with snow. The hero and the manager, soaring in the sky, looked at this snowy world. Rapidly approaching the surface, the manager said that if the zombie virus were a disease, then he would not attribute this place to the apocalypse. The hero's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. The manager looked at the guy and confirmed his guesses that the zombie virus did not arise on its own. He carefully looked at the guy and explained that this infection had come entirely from the outside world. Then the manager, pointing his finger into the distance, drew the hero's attention to something important. Looking in the direction indicated, the hero saw a huge corpse of a black dragon. An ominous black smoke emanated from it. The hero froze in place, feeling this ominous aura. The steward was not surprised by this fact. After all, the hero's sword was once part of the perfect constellation. Remembering the past, the manager asked the hero if he had ever seen the fall of the constellation. The hero, looking away, answered in the affirmative. Hearing this, the manager asked if the hero had seen the corpses that remain after the fall of the constellations. When he received no answer, he realized that the hero had not seen such a thing, and explained that this was exactly what they were observing now. At that moment, Shiny felt her sister's presence. Shiny looked at the hero and informed him that the sword of compassion was there. The dragon howled in pain. The hero was shocked to the core when the corpse suddenly spoke. However, the manager calmed him down, explaining that what they saw and heard were only the residual lamentations of a dead being. He looked to the side and explained that when a creature reached the level of a constellation, it might not even hope to die a dignified death. Showing this terrifying sight to the hero, the manager revealed that the disease, which the hero and his comrades called a zombie virus, is actually an ancient curse. Thinking of the curse, it was clear that it had been left by the constellation of this Murim, the yellow dragon of the Great Lake, when he was dying in agony. Upon contact with a martial artist, this curse turns him into a jiangshi. Thinking about it, it was clear that it was this curse that was the root cause of the destruction of the world. Gongja's head sounded like the voice of a dragon trapped in an endless circle of pain. Looking at this, the hero finally realized what a curse had taken his master's life. Watching this scene, Gongja realized that the constellation had been killed by someone, and it could not inflict a mortal wound on itself. Looking away with incomprehension, everyone wondered who could have done it. That is why he was nicknamed the Killer of Constellations, because he prowls the worlds in search of new victims. The manager explained to Gongja that the constellation is the essence of every world, and a world whose representative is dead and whose inhabitants have ceased to exist is doomed to apocalypse. Looking at the hero, it was not clear why Leophanta Ejim was killing the constellations. Even the manager could not give an answer. Looking the hero straight in the eyes, he called himself just a reader. The steward said that even though he was omniscient, he did not possess omnipotence, and did not interfere in the affairs of the worlds except for scientific purposes. Thinking about the whole situation, it was clear that the hero was different. Suddenly, the Gongja sword shone with a bright light. Scenes from the past flashed before the eyes of the hero. Gongja was allowed to intervene, and it was he who could solve the problems leading to the destruction of the world. The manager, presenting all this, quoted a certain wisdom. Hearing these words, the hero lowered the edge of the cloak. They looked down from the sky at the dragon's corpse, shrouded in black smoke. The yellow dragon that lived in the Great Lake was mercilessly killed, and only a hero could wield such a sword. The hero resolutely turned to his sword. Shiny immediately responded. Gongja took a deep breath when he heard her say that he needed to pull out his sword and bring it to his sister. The hero resolutely drew his sword from its scabbard. It instantly shone with a bright light, and the goddess of protection began to absorb part of her essence. The black sword was shrouded in radiance. The black smoke gradually dissipated under its influence. The black aura resisted. The hero held his sword with all his might, not understanding what was happening. The dragon's eyes suddenly flashed. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the sword of compassion began to resist being absorbed. The hero gripped the hilt of his sword with the last of his strength, trying to overcome the resistance of the sword of compassion. The sword of compassion was in turmoil and resisted with all its might. The goddess of protection tried to console her sister. The hero resolutely picked up the dragon to see what his new master was capable of. The blade lit up with a purple light, for it did not recognize the hero as its owner. The guy was determined to prove his right to possess the sacred weapon. A black aura filled the entire space around them. The Sword of Compassion considered itself only a pitiful shard that had fallen out of favor with the goddess. Having turned into a human form, he said that the only way to prove his importance was to show divine mercy. With these words, the sword, taking the form of a woman who was many times larger than the hero, appeared before him. The hero was shocked when the girl, stretching out her huge arms to him, asked to put her heart and body at her temporary disposal. Lifting the hero in his palms closer to him, the Sword of Compassion tried to penetrate his memories. However, the goddess of protection strongly opposed this. Putting the sword back into its scabbard, the hero nodded firmly in agreement. Despite the dangers of the Sword of Compassion's request, he was determined to win her trust. With determination in his eyes, he exclaimed that he was ready to pass any test. Standing on his palms, the hero prepared for what awaited him ahead. Suddenly, everything around swirled like a funnel, and the Sword of Compassion penetrated the hero's consciousness. She saw all his memories, every tear, every pain he had ever experienced. After a long silence, the girl turned to the hero, who was still in her hands. He himself knew about his shortcomings and weaknesses, but he was sure that the previous owner was not flawless either. Drawing his shining blade again, the hero declared that even without knowing all the reasons for Leofanta-Ejim's actions, he was sure that he was wrong. With anger in his voice, he said that if the girl thought her former master was perfect, she might not follow him, because he didn't need such a sword. Having listened to his passionate speech, the heroine only did not understand one thing: who exactly was going to kill the hero. The Sword of Compassion asked the guy with incomprehension if he would be able to judge him impartially. The hero looked away. He could not promise impartiality, for Leofanta-Ejim had caused too much pain to him and others. But he swore that he would try his best. Looking up at the heroine, he asked her to be there and guide him if he went astray. Holding out his hand, Gongja offered her an alliance and promised to do his best to overcome the challenges ahead. From such words, the heroine was touched. At that moment, she revealed her true pain power to him. The hero was stunned to see and hear firsthand about the nature of her power, the ability to inflict unbearable pain, only slightly scratching her opponent. Recognizing Gongjo as its master, the Sword of Compassion voluntarily fused with his sword, causing the goddess of protection to shine even brighter. Freed from the blade, the dragon groaned in relief. The hero watched in shock as the dragon's huge body crumbled to dust in a second. A moment later, water murmured under the hero's feet. The great lake came to life again. Looking at this, the manager said with a smile that winter is the season of death. Watching the outgoing winter, he also noted that the hero managed to make this lonely season recede. Feeling some smell, the hero raised his head to the sky in surprise. The snowflake in his hands melted, and he smelled the aroma of spring. Suddenly he remembered his master. The hero remembered how he once asked his teacher if she knew where the smell of spring came from. Turning to the manager, Gongja said that he didn't mind taking a look at the characteristics of the other levels, as he believed that clearing them would be beneficial to him. The hero was surprised to hear that the manager was responsible for levels 21 to 30, and it was he who determined those rewards. The hero remembered that among the manager's favorite characters was Leofanta-Ejim. The manager did not deny anything. Winking at the hero, the manager smiled slyly, seeing the hero's bewilderment. Turning away, the manager nevertheless answered the hero, telling him about his dream. With delight, he said that he would like to become a character in a novel that he likes. The hero asked in surprise why he hadn't done it yet. Lifting his feet off the ground, the manager replied that it would be difficult for the hero to understand this. Looking at the hero, he explained that in the apocalypse, he, like Leofanta-Ejim, is an outsider, that is, he is not part of the history of this world. The hero looked inquiringly at the guy who was talking about his dream of becoming the main character, around whom the story would be tied. Putting his hand to his chin, the manager said that now it was his turn to ask. The hero froze in place after hearing the question about why he didn't kill the heavenly demon. However, when the hero opened his mouth to answer, the manager stopped him by putting a finger to his lips. Approaching, he answered his own question. He knew that the hero did not want to face what had happened to his master. Like him, the hero did not want to interfere in the course of the story, so there was only one way to become the main character. Removing his hand, he calmly said that all that remained was to make sure that the main characters themselves came to him. Observing Leofanta-Ejim's actions, the manager came to the conclusion that he would soon get to his world. As he hugged the book, he said with anticipation that Leofanta-Ejim's goal would be to kill him. The manager honestly admitted that he was waiting for this day to become a part of the history of Leofanta-Ejim. The hero was shocked by his words. The manager longed to meet Leofanta-Ejim, even if it meant his imminent death. It was a clear day. The hero was walking somewhere, followed by the manager and Sword Emperor. Noticing their leader, the clan members immediately ran up to him. One of them greeted him. Nodding slightly, the hero asked about the funeral. Averting his gaze, he replied that the funeral was still in progress. Another cult member lowered his eyes and reported that the heavenly demon's body was missing. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Instead of long stories, they offered to show everything. On the way to their destination, they told the hero that when the snow began to melt rapidly, the heavenly demon's body simply dissolved with him. Gongja froze in place upon seeing this. Where his master's body lay, it was covered in beautiful red flowers. Followers of the cult assumed that her body had transformed naturally. Sword Emperor stood not far from the hero, his arms crossed over his chest. He was surprised, because even when the constellation of this world died, it left behind only a curse, and Beiqiang was transformed into flowers after death. Looking at these flowers, the hero involuntarily smiled, because this meant that his master was much purer than the constellations themselves. The cult's followers believed that the celestial demon should still be properly buried, but the hero stopped them. The follower was extremely surprised when the hero said that a funeral was not needed. Taking off his outerwear, the hero changed the theme from the funeral to his becoming the leader of the clan. He proposed to arrange duels instead of funerals. The clan members were stunned when Gongja offered to put on the line the sword techniques that the master had taught them. Upon hearing the order to attack, the cult followers immediately rushed into battle with joy. Next to the red flowers, a duel began between the hero and the clan members. The heavenly martial clan advanced to the 22nd floor. The hero, slamming the book in his hands, asked again in bewilderment. Viper, without taking his eyes off the documents, announced the decision to move the entire clan and training ground to a new location. Explaining his actions, Viper revealed that after Gongja became the leader of the Murim clan, his guild Sky Battle clan will join Murim. He also shared his plans to become his master's supreme guardian. Continuing to study the documents, Viper logically justified each of his decisions. The hero listened to him with surprise. Annoyed noticing the gaze, Viper asked the reason for such attention. After receiving praise from the hero, Viper was slightly embarrassed and blushing, began to refuse compliments, claiming that it was just his duty. Reflecting on Viper's words, the hero realized that there are practically no people around him whom he could call his own. Sword Emperor and the manager, although they were always nearby, could hardly be called people. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the master alchemist. She looked around and talked about the successful launch of the vaccine. The hero, hearing her, thought that she could be considered his man. Pushing Sword Emperor away, he hurried to her with a question about his plans to move. The girl, a little confused by the unexpected question, replied that she had not yet signed a new lease agreement. The hero, delighted, immediately offered his help with the move. Master Alchemist gratefully accepted the offer. Their conversation was interrupted by Sean McAllister, who, with a slight cough, began to complain loudly about the conditions of his store, hoping that the hero would find a place for him on his floor. However, his fiery speech was interrupted by Marcus Callenbury, who, seizing him by the scruff of the neck, led him away. Gongja and Master Alchemist watched the scene with a slight smile. It was a clear sunny day. A crowd of people gathered outside the healer's house, shouting loudly, begging to sell them medicines. Preta, holding a loudspeaker in her hands, clearly explained the procedure for obtaining a zombie virus vaccine. The clan members maintained order in the queue, closely monitoring the observance of the rules. Viper, along with Sean McAllister, methodically carried out vaccinations. Black Witch and the main character watched this picture with satisfied smiles. Black Witch did not hide her admiration and told the hero how all hunters follow his example. She had demonstrated the results of the tower clearing done by the other hunters, and was genuinely pleased with how quickly their progress had progressed. Suddenly, a sharp, loud sound was heard. The bodies of the hunters lay on the ground. The voice reported the failure of the raid on the 25th floor. An image from the scene appeared on the projector. The hero and his comrades froze, unable to take their eyes off the screen. The theme of the 25th floor was a fantasy novel. The Academy was a magical educational institution with a rich history. As in other similar works, the themes of love, friendship, and jealousy were intertwined here. However, this story was significantly different from the others. Under the Academy, a powerful artifact was sealed that could destroy the entire world. The reason for everything was a reincarnated student who stole the prince's fiancée from the villain. The enraged antagonist opened the seal, freeing the demon and thereby dooming the world to destruction. Black Witch was shocked to see that both Countess and Paladin failed. The manager, closing the book, noted that it was shameful. Everyone around was terrified. Suddenly, the hero's sword lit up. Gongja was surprised to hear him say that there was no need to lament the failed raid that had already happened. The manager, closing the book, hinted that perhaps the milk could still be returned. The hero, standing at the wash basin, was thinking about further actions. Although he was not a connoisseur of novels, he could not leave Paladin and Countess to die. Sword Emperor believed that in this case, he just needed to go to the rescue. But looking at his shining sword, the hero realized that everything was not so simple. The blade reacted even before the book was sealed, so the hero assumed that there might be a sister sword in this world. Sword Emperor was sure that the hero would cope in any case. Gongja, encouraged by this thought, quickly agreed and set off. He told his comrades that he would lead the cleanup operation. Paladin and Countess, who were studying the book, looked at each other. The hero awkwardly admitted that he did not know much about novels. Hearing this, Paladin, coming as close as possible, asked menacingly how, recognizing this, he could want to lead the cleanup operation. Paladin took novels too seriously, But the hero was not going to back down either. Clenching his fists, he firmly expressed his position. Black Witch and Marcus Calambury were alarmed when they heard the hero say that he had a bad feeling about this level. Paladin was surprised when Black Witch sided with the hero. Even Marcus Calambury admitted that they should let the protagonist act as he pleased. Inspired by their support, the hero immediately announced that he had already decided on the composition of the team. Gongja announced that he would only select the best of the best. Putting her hand on the hero's shoulder, Black Witch immediately agreed to go with him, noting that since the hero talks about the best of the best, then this is definitely about her. Paladin also considered herself worthy, so she also assumed that the hero was talking about her. Countess joined their argument, who, like the others, thought she was the best. The hero watched what was happening with irritation. Everyone was shocked when the hero called Heretic Questioner with him. The girls were speechless in amazement. Viper choked on the drink he was drinking. Even Heretic Questioner himself froze with his mouth open in surprise. Raising his hand, Heretic Questioner gladly agreed. Black Witch was beside herself with anger because she did not understand the reason for the hero's actions. Looking intently at the hero, she waited for his answer. Even without being an expert in novels, the hero was sure of one thing, that appearance is very important in them. Heretic Questioner shone like the sun. Looking at his glow, Black Witch found it hard to disagree with the hero. Gongja also noted that the divine magic of Heretic Questioner would be extremely useful there, as well as that he listened to him. Holding a book in his hands, the library manager watched this unusual couple. After putting the book away, he began to tell Heretic Questioner and the hero about what love is. Before they set off, the steward decided to give them a generous gift. Raising his hand, the hero accepted the reward for the hidden scene. However, looking at the inscriptions on the cards, he did not understand what they meant. The manager replied with a satisfied smile that all this would be very useful to him. Everything around Heretic Questioner and the hero was flooded with purple light. With the words that the hero will find the last gift in the Book of Revelations, the manager appointed these two characters in the novel. When they opened their eyes, Gongja and Heretic Questioner were in the same place. Setting off, the manager wished them to achieve a good ending. However, his last words plunged the hero into a real shock. Once within the walls of the academy, they found that their roles had changed drastically, because now they were mistress and servant. Heretic Questioner, having received a slap in the face, fell to the floor. Gongja ended up in the body of a servant, while Heretic Questioner became a young lady. Once in the academy, Heretic Questioner immediately fell down after being slapped in the face. She was shocked, not understanding what was happening. The young lady who hit her looked down and hurled insults. The hero was also stunned. Heretic Questioner, covering her reddened cheek with her hand, asked why the girl hit her. In response, a second slap in the face followed. Everyone present watched this scene in shock. Seeing the girl, the hero immediately realized that in front of them was the same villain. She was the daughter of the Duke, who was the second person in the state after the king. After finishing beating Heretic Questioner, the villainess immediately called the guards. The hero and Heretic Questioner were confused when she ordered the servants to expel them from the palace. Heretic Questioner, being a kind and straightforward man, noticing the villain's poor health, offered his help. His words made the villainess even worse. Following their mistress's orders, the servants immediately led the two away. The hero and Heretic Questioner did not understand what was happening and where they were being dragged. Without answering a single question, the servants, as ordered, threw them out of the palace directly into the dungeon. Heretic Questioner found himself lying on the ground next to the hero, who was trying to shout out to the servants in bewilderment. Heretic Questioner began to laugh when he realized that Gongja had become a servant, and he was the main character. The full moon was shining in the sky. Heretic Questioner laughingly recalled dressing up as a girl in his youth. Unlike him, the hero was in a disgusting mood. Heretic Questioner used his divine charms to transform. The hero was surprised to hear his voice. Heretic Questioner magically corrected his vocal cords to look more like a girl. Gongja was stunned by this change. Seeing his optimism, the hero also relaxed a little. Heretic Questioner was delighted to notice that the hero had become more relaxed. Kim Gongja didn't even notice it. Heretic Questioner told the hero about his feelings about him and their mission. After listening to him, the hero was surprised to realize that Heretic Questioner was able to read all his feelings from one facial expression. Heretic Questioner proudly admitted that he can read people's emotions and feelings, and although he doesn't understand how depression feels, he knows perfectly well what it looks like. The hero was surprised to listen to Heretic Questioner's peculiar description of depression. Suddenly, Heretic Questioner noticed something strange. Heretic Questioner and the hero realized that they had been locked up for no apparent reason, simply because someone had the right to do so. Which was especially strange, because there was not a single warden outside the door. A sudden crash interrupted their thoughts, and a group of masked armed men burst through the window. Their leader gave the order and, if necessary, told them to kill the servant, but strictly forbade harming the girl. The hero instantly drew his sword. As soon as the weapon was in his hands, the bright glow of the blade blinded the attackers. Taking advantage of the confusion of the enemies, he killed one of them with one accurate blow. Heretic Questioner hurried to stop him, preventing him from dealing with the others. The bandits were amazed by the combat skill of this strange couple, because they considered the girl an ordinary aristocrat. When the criminals were tied up, Heretic Questioner began the interrogation with a frightening smile. His first proposal was a quick death, and the second option implied long and painful torture. Hearing this, the bandits froze with horror. The third option was a voluntary confession in exchange for life. One of the criminals, unable to restrain himself, rudely insulted the young lady and chose death. Heretic Questioner, without changing his expression, complied with his request. This finally broke the spirit of the remaining two. They unanimously admitted that they were just following orders. When Heretic Questioner demanded more detailed testimony but received no response, he decided to help them remember. However, the hero stopped him. He decided to get an answer himself. Given that the bandits broke the bars on the window too easily, the hero assumed that they had sawed them off in advance, since they knew who would be kept there. Using magic, the hero learned that the assassins knew only about the girl and thought that she was an ordinary young lady. Relying on the leader's orders to kill the servant, but not touch the girl, the hero assumed that their goal was to kidnap her. Using magic again, Gongja learned that the assassins had indeed been hired to kidnap them. Turning to Heretic Questioner, the hero said that he knew who the customer was. He was confident in his reasoning. Only someone who knew the loopholes could lead the 4 assassins into the academy unnoticed. It was the villainess who shouted to kick them out. With this in mind, Heretic Questioner speculated that she was the one who hired the assassins. However, it seemed too simple. After all, Heretic Questioner was the main character of an aristocrat who won the attention of the crown prince. Someone was hurrying towards the dungeon. Even as the daughter of a duke, the villainess would not have acted so rashly, and therefore she had nothing to do with it, because someone just wanted to make her look guilty. At that moment, someone was already standing at the door of the dungeon. The crown prince burst into the dungeon, who immediately rushed to hug his beloved. Hugging Heretic Questioner, the prince spoke words of love, trying to comfort her. The crown prince was the main male character. Gongja watched this scene in disgust. A purple pattern is shown. It is said that in the past year, only 2 ladies have been honored with a name from the emperor. A blonde woman in a dress smiling in the sun, telling about Sylvia, a golden flower that bloomed in a garden of yellow flowers. From now on people will call her that. The girl with a sad look looks ahead. She will be called Lady Golden Flower, the main character. The lady in the red dress looks away. Labial is a precious flower with her head held high, surrounded by a silvery glow. From now on people will call her that. The girl with red eyes is serious. She will be called Lady Silver Lily, the villain of this apocalypse. Ladies in different dresses are ruled by mysterious hands. It is said that among all the names received by young noblewomen during their coming-of-age ceremonies, it was these 2 that were on everyone's lips. The ladies in the dresses were standing in a dark room. Considering that these 2 ladies were also studying at the same academy, a storm would inevitably break out within its walls. The protagonist looks at the guys nearby. The crown prince turns around angrily. Gongja makes a face twisted, wondering if he's too impulsive for the crown prince. The protagonist, barely restraining himself, hears the question if he is really still alive. At this moment the main character thinks what is wrong with him, because he is getting on his nerves. A tall blonde man hugs the hero in a dress. MC replies that he is safe and sound, thanks him for the question. He remarks that he is lucky. The protagonist denies with a snide grin, because he is just an insignificant servant. This is not luck, but completely the grace of his highness. The discouraged crown prince thinks that the guy means that this is his handiwork. With a slight smile, he urges not to exaggerate, because he does not think that everything in the world happens by his mercy. Because the guy not only saved his life, but also defended the honor of Sylvia, repelling the attack of the assassins. The protagonist clenches his fist, hearing that he is indeed very lucky, but still needs to accept his appreciation, while Gongja mentally insults him. Anger hovers around him, realizes that the prince belittles his merits, calling it luck. Of course, he does not really believe in it. The protagonist with a mysterious smile assumes that he is jealous, then instantly announces that the lady is a golden flower, his mistress, and he was born to serve her. The angry prince hears from him that this is not luck, but providence, because this is the function of the protector. While the main character thinks about what he is carrying, his lips move on their own, and most likely he just went crazy, because the servant sang in front of the ruler. Gongja claims with a crazy smile that he is just an instrument fulfilling his purpose, so there is no need to thank him. The system says that there is a synchronization with the character. Above the shocked guy hangs a heart with a scale. The notification says that the current synchronization threshold is 1%. The crown prince gritted his teeth and declares that it seems that aristocrats of the baron's level choose servants based on their ability to talk. His Majesty will definitely not like this state of affairs. The main character holds his lips, thinking that there is no need to provoke him even more. The guy asks him to apologize, because the will of His Majesty is the law. In the frame, a warrior stands in front of the lady, saying that he is ready to give his life for her. The guys watch from the screen as the flames rage around them. The protagonist sits near Witch and angrily asks what they have a demon there. And what do? Found time to hug and be nice to each other. Half of the gauge remains. The character is in sync. The current threshold is 2%. Gongja simultaneously wonders why they behave this way. A wide open eye is shown. It is said that there is no need for any more useless chatter. he carefully investigates what happened and finds out the truth. The prince hugs the golden flower. Hearing that no one is more worthy of trust than His Highness, the protagonist asks to find the culprits and punish them according to their atrocities as an example to others. He replies that of course he will. The crown prince holds Sylvia with a smirk, stating that she is in a slight shock, and there may still be assassins left, so he will take care of her. The main character bows, stating that he apologizes for the impudence, but the lady should be escorted to where it will be most calm and comfortable. Only in this way she can have a normal rest. The chambers of the young mistress are the best. At this time Gongja thinks what he is carrying. The scale of the current synchronization threshold rises. The prince is indignant, asking if in his opinion it is true that he will be restless with him. He apologizes. Sword Emperor looks on in shock and asks what the guy is doing. MC suddenly refers to him as a sire. The main character stands in place with a mad look. The spirit of the rear asks if he is crazy. The student asks to do something, because he is talking some nonsense. The spirit thinks with a grin. He begins to whisper to the protagonist that he turns up his nose at Viper, but in fact he only has an excuse to repeat after him. Does the same disgusting things. Being in charge, Gongja mentally asks to stop, because he has already returned. A worried prince looks at Sylvia and asks what's wrong. Suddenly, she pushes away from him. An amazed Sylvia wonders, thinking it's interesting. A lady in a gold dress smiles, stating that she just felt something new, something that she had never felt before. The prince in love stands next to the shocked guys. The golden flower exclaims that her heart is fluttering, and it's just incredible. The blonde looks at him in amazement, and claims that apparently the owner of this body likes him. The embarrassed prince calls her by name. Suddenly, Sylvia is pulled to the side. The main character with a serious face holds her hand and invites Milady to return to her room. Her eyes reflect Gongja, who says that she needs to clean herself up for tomorrow, while realizing that they are not just actors in a melodrama, they have a goal to clean up this level. Sylvia smiles broadly and thanks him for worrying, but she really needs to get back to herself. The desperate prince stretches out his hand to her. She wishes him all the best. The guys go out into the corridor. The angry protagonist claims that this complicates everything. Synchronization is a real problem. It seems that his character was jealous when he saw him in the arms of the prince. A partner in a yellow dress replies that it was unexpected. Gongja scratches his head when asked what synchronization threshold he has, and he replies that it was 3%, and it was very fast. He barely had time to take action. A colleague with a slight smile declares that 10% instantly appeared. The amazed protagonist asks again, realizing that he has been in the arms of the prince for a couple of seconds at most, and his threshold has risen to 10. He pulls an object out of his pocket, realizing that everything is even worse than expected. She looks down with a sad look. The main character stands in front of his partner, and claims that this will not work. Something needs to be done about it. A lady in blue shoes is walking down the corridor. The protagonist explains that they need a stop word that will bring them to their senses no matter what. For example, he will say the word peach, and that carrot. Heretic questioner in a light dress states that this is a secret code that only 2 people understand. He turns around enthusiastically, asking what words they will choose. The guys see a girl in a blue dress walking down the corridor. She has red eyes and a stately appearance. The astonished partner turns to the king of death. He stomps his foot and claims that he hates this girl. The main character looks at him and says that it is interesting. Heretic questioner's eyes are lit up. He asks what expression he has now. The shocked protagonist observes. The system says that there is a synchronization with the character. The current threshold is 4%. In the golden plaque it is written that the first cliché of the romantic genre is that any male character next to the heroine is suspicious. The second cliché, this is the most ordinary man, is the most outstanding. They are standing in the corridor opposite each other, the light from the windows falling on them. The protagonist listens attentively. He opens his eyes in surprise and thinks why he is giggling. Heretic questioner stands in a dress next to MC, who realizes that he needs to be reasoned. Gongja speaks to his partner in a calm voice. The white-haired villainess addresses the Lady Golden Flower. The nervous protagonist looks around as the lady is asked that she is already fine. The blonde looks at her with a smirk. The protagonist thinks that it's good that he didn't have time to call him by his real name, while Silver Lily notices that she has heard rumors that she was attacked, but as expected from one who grew up in the middle of nowhere. The Golden Flower grins, hearing that she is as tenacious as the weeds there. Even assassins don't care about her. Sylvia, closing her eyes, asks if she has come this way at such a late hour, because she was worried about her, because it is such an honor that so much effort is spent on such a simpleton. Even persons of royal blood are cared for. Lily, with a serious face, thinks that she means that even the crown prince cares about her. The protagonist looks away, realizing that in this monologue there is a hidden question whether the villainess is behind the hiring of the killers. Angry Lily claims that ordinary people are distinguished not only by their origin, but also by their way of thinking. She would like to learn the norms of behavior in the presence of an aristocrat. A joyful Sylvia exclaims that that slap on the cheek in front of all high society is also probably part of the norms of behavior for an aristocrat. Gongja wonders why he provokes her. The blonde with a big smile asks for a couple of lessons in such good manners. Because she is such an expert in beating people, she probably has a lot to learn from, MC at this time mentally demands heretic questioner to shut up. The escorts, in strict suits, claim that Sylvia crosses the line, and how does such a simpleton from the suburbs dare to say such rude words? The main character bows and apologizes to the mistress. The protagonist looks into her eyes and declares that Sylvia is still in shock after that heinous attack, she needs a rest, and she is only right that the time is really late, while clarifying whether it is possible to leave them. Lily, with a serious expression on his face, hears the suggestion that all the misunderstandings between them will be better resolved tomorrow morning. The lady waves her hand, stopping the angry guards who ask who he is to get in the way of the mistress. Sylvia looks at Gongja with a smile and asks what he is talking about. He takes her hand and asks her not to say anything more. The blonde runs away with the servant. She shouts that she did not finish with that lady. He replies that they will talk tomorrow when both are better. The guy suddenly stops, realizing that he can't let the synchronization capture them even more. Astonished, Lily stands behind and asks what's wrong. Gongja states with a slight smile that he has always admired the way the servants of the Duke's family behave, just once again convinced of their greatness compared to a non-entity like him. MC bows, claiming that he has learned a lot thanks to them, with the protagonist asking for his respects despite his low status. The joyful servant declares that now it is really time for them to go. He leads his partner in a dress by the hand. They face the street. Beautiful trees with white flowers grow around. The discouraged protagonist asks if heretic questioner has come to his senses. A comrade in arms with a surprised look clarifies what exactly he said there. The light is on from a room in the academy, in the women's dormitory. The main character with an angry look declares that they urgently need stop phrases. Heretic questioner sits in a chair in amazement and asks again. The protagonist, twisting his face, presents the map and says that this is all wrong, because there is also a women's dormitory. This cannot go on anymore. A comrade in arms with a serious face asks what they should do, what to choose. Suddenly, he feels Gongja's hand on his face. The main character with a serious face exclaims that when spring comes, magnolias wither. In the bright room of the dormitory, the words are heard that when the guy talks about the arrival of spring, he replies that the magnolias are languishing. This will be a stop phrase, a kind of request to come to his senses. Gongja calmly demands a try, talking about the arrival of spring. The amazed comrade in arms answers about magnolias. The angry protagonist asks again. An enthusiastic heretic questioner exclaims that magnolias are languishing. The protagonist shakes him, stating that he is smart. A joyful partner in a dress shouts that he has finally come to his senses, thanks him, because so much has happened today that his head is spinning. Gongja walks to the side, offering a cup of relaxing tea. He agrees. The main character opens the drawers, realizing that this is not all. He cannot relax on such a task. Then he notices that it is hard to believe that everyone in the dormitory has a personal kitchen. He puts a cup and a kettle on the table. He has white gloves. The guy is happy to pour tea surrounded by plants and flowers. The recipe for the perfect tea for a lady sounds: the first is to prepare a teapot and a cup. The second, use different teapots for brewing and serving. The third, brew it and pour it into a cup, adding milk and honey, because it is necessary to always keep honey in case the lady is pampered. The enraged protagonist asks what is wrong with him. The system says that there is a synchronization with the character. Angry Gongja pours sugar into his tea and shouts that this is just a damn romance. What a trembling feeling. He would just put a spoonful of honey. Wonders where the information about the lady comes from in his head. The system says that the sword is worried about his mental state. The guy is holding a tray of tea, realizing that he cannot allow this. He has come such a long way, clearing the floors. But here for the first time he felt like he was losing himself. The protagonist loudly places the tray on the table and offers to enjoy. Heretic questioner thanks the king of death. The comrade in arms drinks tea in amazement. A rainbow pours out of his mouth, enthusiastically notices the wonderful taste of tea. The main character is interested in what is wrong. He replies that if the receptors do not fail, then it is salt. There is a rainbow liquid in the cup. The boy asks if it is really tea, because he did not even feel it, and thought that it was salt water. MC advises to shut up and drink. Heretic questioner sits in an armchair and drinks with pleasure, smiling happily with a rainbow in his mouth and thanking the protagonist, saying that it was very salty. Gongja squeezes with what helps to sober up from rosy thoughts. The guy is sitting at the table in an armchair. The partner is interested in what he intends to do next. The images of the crown prince and Lily are shown. It is said that this villainess will destroy the world when her fiancé prefers a golden flower to her. Her world will be destroyed due to the betrayal of her lover. A scoundrel in a red dress reaches for the burning core. The question arises whether the reason for the fall of this world is really jealousy. The main character offers to bring the prince and Lily together. A joyful heretic questioner sees his fingers and hears that it is possible to force her to fall out of love with the heir. One of two things. He clarifies if there is an exact plan. Gongja clenches his fist smiling, thinking that of course he has never had a girlfriend. But isn't it easier to destroy feelings than to make them bloom? The blonde says it's easier to work through Lady Lily. Let her fall out of love with him. The protagonist asks his colleague if he has any ideas. The main character waves his hand and claims that there is. Dark smoke spreads through the air. It is said that the more they play, the more they synchronize with the characters. A black silhouette appears in front of them. The blonde wonders what if they don't, because the synchronization will stop or even fall. The main character snaps his fingers in white gloves. An evil emperor appears in front of them, and Gongja offers to become a lousy servant and a bad girl with a smirk. The golden frame says that the third cliché of the romantic genre is that there is only one step from hate to love. Added information that hatred is like lightning, and love is like thunder. If sparks of hatred fly between young people, then the thunder of love is coming. Guys in uniform are walking along a bright street. The gray-haired girl asks her friend if she slept well. She agrees, clarifying how she slept. They happily move on, while they are being watched, talking about the dreams they had, and about breakfast in the form of a couple of toasts. The friend agrees, clarifying whether she will tell. The astonished girls turn around, embarrassedly asking how he slept. Heretic questioner sits next to the main character. They have a cool look. He answers in the form of a girl that he slept very badly. Sylvia, adjusting her glasses, declares that she almost died yesterday because of that attack, did not sleep at all, and she also asks how she slept. Heretic questioner swings his fist ominously, claiming that if she loves to sleep so much, she can arrange a short or eternal sleep with interest. A pink-haired girl catches her friend and shouts her name. A sinister blonde man in a female uniform stands opposite and asks why she made a noise. Because she only answered a tactless question, she shouts that such jokes are already too much, while begging to call the doctor. Heretic questioner points his finger and happily claims that her head is so red because her brains are leaking, because judging by her intelligence, even more brain loss is fatal for her. The victim screams about Lady Plum Blossom. The King of Death is silent with a cool look. He is called the best. Heretic questioner points his finger up, exclaiming that the growth of synchronization has indeed stopped. There is an offer to become a lousy servant and a bad girl. The protagonist, closing his eyes, explains to his friend that he will teach a lesson in rebellion from the worst bully in the world. The blonde replies that he will comprehend this wisdom with all diligence. Gongja with black glasses and slicked hair thanks the mistress for the compliment. Heretic questioner has said in the past that this is a very reliable plan, and from now on he will follow his every word. The protagonist's foot is on the shoe of his partner, who asks if he did this in order to prevent the synchronization from rising. He replies that this is the duty of a lousy servant. The guys stand by in shock and watch them, claiming that Sylvia has gone crazy. Their faces are amazed, discussing that after yesterday's attack she has become a different person, probably possessed by a demon. A young man and two ladies who bravely went to find out if the rumors are true and have not yet returned. Rumor that the servant poured something into the tea. An evil man in a tailcoat shouts that her behavior is a stain on their master's honor. They cannot turn a blind eye to what is happening in the name of the noble house they serve. He points out Gongja and claims that they are challenging her loyal servant to a duel. Joyful Sylvia stands next to him. They are shouted that they need to accept the challenge, and they will deal with him. The blonde asks to solve everything peacefully. The main character stands with his foot on his partner's shoes. She leans towards Heretic questioner and whispers that she is a bad girl and you need to conform to the very end. You need to resist everything that is persuaded, give free rein to the spirit of rebelliousness. He wonders what to say then. The shocked opponent asks what they are whispering about. The joyful blonde waves her hands and shouts that if they want so much from her servant, then let them attack. He gestures with his fingers, announcing that he will collect 5 gold from each in one battle. The frightened servants look into their wallets. Sylvia shouts that the servants are the property of the family, and she is not going to just throw away her property. While assuming that their determination is worth less than 5 gold, they cannot believe that they are demanding money for the sacred right of the duel. The main character with a cool look warms up, hearing questions that they only have silver and whether this will work. The blonde replies that he accepts any payment methods. He realizes that what the master is like and the servants are, and it's time to show the fruits of training. A nervous servant approaches Sylvia while the protagonist asks for permission to ask. Gongja effectively adjusts her hair, wondering if anyone present has ever fasted for a week. The prince runs out into the street, hearing cries for help. Sylvia is sitting at the table with chewing gum. He asks what is going on, because he has heard rumors, but he considered it gossip, clarifying whether she really arranges fights with her classmates. The angry heir looks at the main character and asks what he is doing, because if his mistress is not herself, you need to make every effort to help him recover. A silver sword flashes on Gongja's belt. He is asked why this circus performance is for, because he is already a low-grade listener, and he has completely failed even in this field. The protagonist, standing in glasses, gladly declares that the only one who can scold him is the mistress, and if she thinks that he will not cope, she will immediately leave. But if not, she will remain as a faithful servant. The enraged blonde man purses his lips in anger, and wonders how he dares to behave like this after everything he has arranged. The crown prince carefully leans towards the girl and says that he has warned her so many times to get rid of this servant. The imperial family has many disciplined eunuchs who will become excellent servants for her, so he will talk to his majesty to allocate one. Her father will not refuse her such a favor. Friends enthusiastically sit on the ground and are surprised. They watch them, discussing that his fiancée is Lily. But this is just a condition, so their parents decided before they were born. She heard rumors that the emperor himself favors the golden flower more. They laugh mischievously, and do not believe in what is happening. The prince holds Sylvia's hand, asking for her opinion. The main character, frowning, sees this, and understands that now is a dangerous moment. It is not clear what will prevail, the love of the protagonist. The heir smiles sincerely. Gongja thinks about the heretic questioner's own ego, who plays a bad girl, while the blonde wholeheartedly recommends agreeing. Sylvia, standing with glasses, addresses His Highness. The amazed guy hears a question about what kind of strange perfume he is using. The girl stands in front of him and declares that this is some kind of painfully familiar smell. Sylvia turns around, wondering if he's figured out who was behind yesterday's assassin attack. The prince is surprised to state that the investigation is still ongoing. The blonde hugs the servant, claiming that if it wasn't for him, she would have had huge problems yesterday. So if she really cares about him, she wholeheartedly recommends respecting him. The crown prince looks at him with eyes full of hatred, hearing that she trusts him the most. Suddenly, Sylvia opens her fan and laughs. Everyone is watching in shock. The nervous guy looks at her and notices that she is laughing strangely. Because her voice sounds different from that of a chick, she, in turn, assures that this is the most sincere laugh. Sword Emperor stands behind the protagonist and asks if everything is going according to plan. At this time the heir says, "If you listen, everything sounds quite good, even beautiful. Today he discovered another charming trait." The guy in the white jacket clenches his fists and declares that she is like a kaleidoscope. Each time she shines more beautifully. The manner of laughing is not laid down from birth. He is also going to change his. The spirit of the rear at this time asks if it is really easier to destroy feelings than to make them bloom. The crown prince and Sylvia laugh loudly in unison. The imaginary coach remarks that this happens for whom? Gongja looks on in horror, thinking what's so great about love. Sword Emperor claims that it's immediately apparent as a loner who has never dated anyone. But love is evil and multifaceted. The protagonist goes forward, hearing that you can't just destroy someone's feelings at will. The prince's love is just one of them. Although the plan with the bad girl was good, MC wonders why the overlord's words sound so harsh, and there is no need to say that he is jealous because he did not meet. The angry protagonist stands in front of the heretic questioner, and declares that Milady trusts him the most. The angry prince hears that His Highness is a noble man and very far from the realities of a lady, while he, being rootless, is always there. The girlfriends of the onlookers laugh enthusiastically and eavesdrop. Sword Emperor furiously calls him an idiot who really doesn't know anything about love. The heir to the crown restrains himself from anger. He gets down on one knee and asks if he is really proud to be able to hang around her because he is a servant. But unlike him, the prince does everything for the lady because he really cares about her. The girls near them exclaim that he is very passionate, and you can't behave like that in front of everyone. Their eyes speak of surprise. They do not understand what this noise is. Lily appears in front of the crown prince with a sinister look. The painting depicts how the prince turns away from the hands of the lady. The question is who will love him as she does, who will be as gentle with him. He pulls away from the lady, asks if he has seen the same desperate desire in someone's eyes, if he has felt more trembling touches, then says that no one has ever, so this is her merit. Lily stands in front of the crown prince. He looks at her indifferently, and says that she seems to have been absent due to illness since the morning. At least that was the reason for her absence. The girls discuss behind their backs that the lady's heart is very fickle. Lily closes her eyes and thanks her for worrying, but she is already feeling well. The guy looks at the floor and declares that he is glad to hear this. Given how often she is sick, such a moment is worth appreciating. In addition, it is spring, and therefore these moments are even more precious. The time is ideal for walks. The main character observes and finds it strange, because given that he is of royal blood, to communicate this way with the daughter of the duke. A girl with silver hair is in front of the prince, and says that it sounds beautiful if the spring breeze intensifies even for a second, the petals will instantly crumble. So she worries that she will be the only one who will see their beauty. Lily, with a calm look, offers to go for a walk together, because this noisy place does not correspond to his status. Making a face, the guy does not understand why he would do this. Sylvia smiles slightly when she hears that Lady Goldenflower can also go with them. The protagonist looks at his partner and thinks about whether it is worth doing. The silhouettes of a guy and a girl are shown. The main character reflects on the fact that the lady and the prince are dangerous characters. Just being close, there is a risk of synchronizing even more. A nervous MC wonders what will happen if heretic questioner, and he merge with the characters even more. He leans over to his colleague and whispers what his current synchronization threshold is. The blonde man declares with a smile that it is 17%, while the main character realizes that if nothing is done, nothing will change. The crown prince looks at the lady with loving eyes and assures Sylvia that there is no need to agree to this, while Gongja notices that he has increased by 1% from the prince's speeches. Another percentage increased when they meet Lily's eyes. As a result, +2, compared to yesterday. The pink bar begins to glow. The protagonist, frowning, understands that compared to yesterday's series of events, not so much has been added. He can take a risk. He looks at his partner and talks about the arrival of spring. Heretic questioner holds a fan smiling and replies that the magnolias are languishing. The main character grins. They look at Lily with joy, Sylvia exclaiming that since the lady herself asked, she will gladly accept her offer. The lady with the silver hair turns around, declaring that she can follow quietly. 4 guys are walking down the street. The crown prince with a displeased look asks if she really decided to take a walk here. The lady is near a 2-story house. She has asked that she seems to live here. An astonished Gongja looks at him and wonders if she lives in a dormitory. The influence of the ducal family is huge, which denies it. They enter through the large gate of the house. Lily claims that the walk is just an excuse. The girl turns around with a mysterious look and says that there were too many people there. It's a little unsuitable for a sincere conversation. Discouraged, the crown prince hears about secret affairs. He asks again. Lily, being in a large hall, agrees with him. She stomps her heel, claiming that she is talking about assassins who dared to invade the private property of aristocrats. They cannot afford to let this information leak out and sow confusion in the hearts of people. The worried prince clarifies what she means, saying that she found out who is behind this, while Gongja realizes that he is behind the assassin's attack. The protagonist observes intently. He clenches his fists. Lily impales him with her red eyes. MC thinks about how she seems to be holding back from shouting at the prince that she knows everything, at which point the heir assures that even he hasn't figured out who the villain is yet, so it's not clear where she got such information. The protagonist calmly stands behind the frightened prince. The lady declares that the servant gave a hint on this matter. In a flashback, Lily walked with a golden flower, says that yesterday she emotionally escorted Sylvia and her servant from the banquet, while shouting that she no longer wanted to see them in the palace. The discouraged blonde hears that she did not name the exact place. Apparently one of her servants had his own instructions. A lady with silver hair stands by the dark staircase, asking if His Highness wishes to come down with her. The worried guy wonders where all her personal servants are, where they went. She turns around, stating that he is expected to be worried about this, so let him follow her. The guys go down the stairs. The heir is clearly worried. His gaze is frightened. Surprised, the protagonist notices a strange smell. Several people are tied up with a rope and sitting on chairs. The main character realizes that he smells of blood, while Lily apologizes for such an unpleasant sight. Their images appear the day before. The lady claims that in front of him are the same servants behind the attack on Sylvia. The scoundrel's shirt is all dirty. His hair is tattered. He is chained. The prince's hand is motionless. The protagonist thinks that despite the fact that her body looks so fragile as if it could break, at this time the lady claims that after interrogating these people, it turned out that they started this attack because they wanted revenge. Frowning, MC reflects that even at such a moment, she is calm and aloof. At the same time, the heir asks her again. The girl, with a straight face, asks him not to interrupt. Gongja sees her as the true villainess who will destroy the whole world. The lady leans towards the hostage and declares that His Highness is in front of him, so let him behave appropriately. Her eyes are filled with red, claims that he and his colleagues hired assassins to attack Lady Golden Flower, so let her explain her motives to His Highness. The frightened prisoner hears that if they tell the truth, their loved ones will not suffer. Lily holds him by the hair. The villain declares that Sylvia, the daughter of a pathetic baron from the outback, dared to seduce the prince while he has a legal bride. The beaten prisoner assures that he was so angry that he could not do anything, committed an unforgivable stupidity, and apologizes for it. Lily looks at him carefully and asks if there is anyone else behind this attack. He loudly denies. He lets go of the villain's head, hearing that there were 3 of them. Gongja at this time thinks that this is perjury. They lie so that their testimony coincides with the interest of protecting the crown prince, so that no one finds out that the stupid boy decided to be a hero and organized the kidnapping for this. The frightened crown prince sees the sword that is handed to him. The lady asks to punish them personally, while the main character at this time realizes that she wants to protect him, because he will suffer the most if everything comes out. With a nervous smile, he asks if it is really necessary. Lily bows his head to him and declares that they dared to raise a hand against the Sylvia he cares so much about. Criminals who invaded aristocratic territory and lynched deserve to die. After all, the prince is the light and pillar of their country, so there is no reason to hesitate. The frightened blonde hears a question that perhaps he has his own version of events. He holds his sword firmly. She puts her hand on him and begs him not as a student, but as a supreme authority. He has the right to refuse if he thinks that such a punishment does not correspond to their guilt and requires an investigation. But since this is a matter of exceptional importance, she asks him not to delay and report to the appropriate authorities. Lily turns away, stating that if he does agree with her, then there is no need to complicate things any further. She unbuttons the sleeves of her shirt and tells him that the sentence must be carried out. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in shock. The lady stretches out her scarred hands, stating that she needs to be punished for not keeping track of her subordinates. The frightened prince, holding a sword, hears that she is always responsible for her mistakes. The painting depicts a girl standing at her mother's bedside, who says that there is no need to harbor illusions. She leans into her hand, hearing that every time she says to herself maybe this time, the universe says no. The candlestick is on the table. It says that if she still wants to succeed, there are some things she needs to remember. She will have to risk everything to get at least something in return. The mother stretches out her hand as she lies on the bed, claiming that she will also forgive the people who will celebrate her death and allow them to enjoy the feast to their heart's content, even if it is based on her sacrifice or the collapse of hopes. The daughter carries a posthumous picture of her mother. She was told that she should not allow anyone to get in her way. The girl stands in a black robe, realizing that these were her mother's dying words, after which she was cremated. Lily shows the prince his bare hands with scars. He asks where it came from. The lady sadly lowers her head and asks him to give justice to everyone involved. The frightened heir is shocked by what he sees. Suddenly he turns to the main character. Lily, with an ominous look, clarifies whether she should file a petition with the Supreme Court. The pushy girl stands in front of him and asks that perhaps the heir wants to follow the path of overthrow, tests the patience of His Majesty to understand how far he will allow him to go. An agitated prince turns to Sylvia. Heretic questioner happily claims that she did a great job, so it's good that she got them into it. The heir is simply horrified by what he heard. The lady in the skirt goes down the stairs, claiming that now all the accomplices present who will have to keep their mouths shut are a great solution for them, because no one will know about their mistake, and she is personally pleased that the Duke's daughter will be punished. Sylvia smiles slightly, stating that there is only one problem, because the Duke's daughter herself does not benefit from this situation. The beaten hostages are crying in despair. The question is heard how it is possible to gain by working in such barbaric ways. 3 faithful servants are dying, and they will suffer instead of His Highness, and I really wonder what she thinks about it. Lily deadpans that she doesn't understand what I'm talking about, but Sylvia is right that they're servants of the ducal family, so as the Duke's daughter, she has a duty to take responsibility for their mistakes. The blonde woman stands next to her and laughs, claiming that it's cute, but explanations are clearly not her strong suit. Lady Goldenflower asks with interest to be honest, why did she offer to punish her instead of the true culprit? Touches Lily's shirt, clarifying if it's for love. The blonde looks at the imperturbable face of the villain, who declares that she is only fulfilling her duty. Benefit and personal opinion is an inadmissible luxury for a loyal subject. Sylvia asks with a sinister look what she wants. The lady with silver hair buttons her shirt and asks if she needs to answer, because whatever she says will not affect her resolve. The frightened heir, almost crying, turns to Sylvia. The main character stands behind a drooping guy. The protagonist puts his hand to his face and thinks that his partner is not going to dissuade Lady Lily, just as the heir is not going to make a decision himself. So to solve the situation, Gongja activates synchronization with the character, realizing that he needs the knowledge of a servant now. Sylvia turns around with interest when it hears the address, with a synchronization threshold of 7%. The protagonist looks at the mistress and declares that if these servants are really behind the assassination attempt, then they have the right to revenge. Unfazed, Lily listens to their conversation about how it is not quite right to blame everything on His Highness, and besides, the lady's servants have let her down, so she has every right to determine the punishment herself. The guys are standing in the basement with hostages. It is said that there are 3 servants and 3 people who have the right to punish, so why don't they share this burden? Sylvia looks ahead with interest. While Lily makes a face, the prince is frightened at this time. It is explained that since they are all here now accomplices, it is possible to help His Highness carry out the sentence. If everyone contributes equally, it will be a good compromise. The heir with a nervous expression on his face declares that he is right, because the servants have let their mistress down, and Sylvia has been attacked, and they are obliged to act according to the law. A lady with silver hair hears him cry that everyone present has every reason to carry out the sentence. She remarks that the ruler should not share responsibility with others. The crown prince rushes to the girl, shouting to be silent. The protagonist sees this in shock. The guy waves his hand in rage, stating that she always talks about murders, punishments, and every time something happens. The blade lies on the ground. He asks if she knows how many souls he has destroyed. Lily calmly replies that this is the duty of a leader who will lead the empire in the future. The desperate prince shouts that he is not a soulless killer. She leans over to the lying sword while it claims that if she wants blood, she can kill them herself. Lily coolly looks at the blade and offers to give her an order in this case. The numb blonde hears that he needs to be ordered to punish them, clarifying that either he can't stand it and wants to give up the role of leader. The girl resolutely cuts off the heads, hearing the order to kill them. The long-haired villainess lowers her head and sighs. The protagonist watches with a serious face, realizing that she will one day go against the Golden Flower Lady if she doesn't kill her right now, the current threshold being 8%. Sylvia smiles and takes the sword, claiming that it is getting more and more interesting. He happily swings his blade, shouting that he does not mind becoming an accomplice. The crown prince is horrified to see blood splatters. The mistress stands covered in blood, declaring that there is only one left. The heir to the throne begins to run away in terror, after being offered to him himself. Gongja with a stern face stops the fleeing prince. He holds his hand and declares that if it were not for his pathetic plot, nothing would have happened, and great love is not an excuse for kidnapping. He asks if he is going to run away from responsibility. MC pulls his arm and urges him to do so. The protagonist with a serious face demands to take the blade in his hands. He helps him hold the weapon in his hands, telling the frightened one that he has shirked responsibility for too long, shoving it onto others, while Gongja realizes that it doesn't matter if the synchronization threshold rises, because he is in solidarity with the character's feelings. The system says 9%, while the prince is outraged by his words. Drops of blood are visible on Lily's cheek. The main character claims that he needs to stop shifting the dirty work onto the shoulders of the lady. At the same time, The main character has thoughts in his head that he is angry at this escape attempt. In a flashback, the protagonist stops the guy, then stands in front of an empty throne. Gongja reminds him that he is the crown prince of this empire after all. The frightened blonde feels how he is helped to swing his sword. The servant asks to use the blade for its intended purpose. The heir himself at this time begs Sylvia to remove the protagonist from him. A girl with silver hair closes her eyes. She slowly sits down on the floor, hearing laughter. Lily bows his head to him, claiming that he must abide by the law of the empire. The prince looks at what he has done in horror. He is told that he needs to find a way to temper his heart. He turns around in fright and leaves, hearing that the fate of the people is in his hands. Gongja watches calmly. Lily sits with his eyes closed and begs him to become stronger, while the main character realizes that he wants to understand this character. The events take place on the third day after the infiltration into this apocalypse. A green forest is visible not far from the place of rest. It is said that the lady did not come today. She feels bad again, so she will stay in bed all day. Heretic Questioner holds a cup of tea and tells Gongja that she is one of these always sick people, and interrogating the servants all night is tiring. The onlookers at this moment notice a deranged couple. Making a face, the main character hears that the crown prince has not come either, and this is already the merit of his faithful servant, probably still sitting in shock because he requested a day off under such circumstances. The protagonist is indignant that he has just been called a servant, and not the king of death. The blonde apologizes with a smile, stating that his synchronization has reached 20%. It is difficult for him to control his actions. Angry, MC hears that this salty tea is unexpectedly enchanting, and could the faithful servant bring another cup, he objects, saying that he is calling him that again. A trickle of tea flows from the teapot into a cup. It is said that the preparation of a drink is a subtle science. Gongja enjoys doing this, realizing that even the sight of a trickle filling a cup is as mesmerizing as his mistress. The protagonist opens his eyes in horror when he sees a system window with the current synchronization threshold of 10%. He breaks the cup in a rage. A joyful heretic questioner tells the enraged king of death why he threw tea on him, because his delicate hair has experienced severe stress. At this moment MC shouts that he is squealing in a completely different way, whether he has definitely not merged with the lady's consciousness, then offers to answer the code word. The blonde man pulls his hair and exclaims that the magnolias are languishing, and now he is going to make a fuss on the stupid servant's head. Petals of white flowers float in the air. The main character stands behind his partner. They are in the park. The servant looks down in amazement. He combs it, noticing that the hair has grown back and if this is the effect of the sacred techniques. The guy continues to comb, wondering if this is the synchronization effect that makes him look more like a lady. Then he tells his partner that his emotional spectrum has expanded a bit. The smiling heretic questioner turns around and hears that although he is happy a lot, it is far from reality. There is no joy and sincerity in him. The blonde clarifies that now everything is different. The main character agrees with a serious look, saying that now the reason for it is clearly traced in his smile. Even a mockery can be distinguished. The comrade-in-arms agrees with him with a slight smile, clarifying whether this is for the best. Heretic questioner sits peacefully on a chair. While his real dark personality is visible below, the protagonist reflects that he has a miniature figure, head and hands. But how many people are killed by them? He is a first-generation hunter originally from Europe. The age is unknown, as well as the full number of victims. Gongja in a calm voice suggests that this is for the best. The blonde looks at him with interest, hearing that MC didn't even know what to do with him. His companion asks what he means. The main character ties a small bow around his hair, declaring that he is a crazy religious fanatic, and a murderer to boot. Flashbacks from Heretic Questioner are shown. The protagonist continues to explain that he cannot be killed for no reason, because even Witch and Marcus asked to keep him alive, so there must be some reason for this. The blonde laughs loudly, noticing his subtle vision. The main character, frowning, wonders why he killed people. Gongja stares at him and claims that he's been wanting to ask about it for a very long time, despite being a psychopath. But he understands people well. The King of Death clarifies that his partner is even trying to understand them, so why does he kill them so easily? Heretic Questioner looks at the beautiful garden, saying that he is a highly competent person. He begins to generate light magic using the sacred concealment technique. He raises his hand to the sky and declares that this is one of his key abilities. He can make anything disappear, any murder weapon and a dead body as well. The rays of the sun fall on his face. He says that if someone who is endowed with power prefers not to kill people, it is not because he does not want to, but because it is difficult for them to hide bodies. They are afraid that their essence will be revealed. Heretic Questioner points his hand at the King of Death and claims that he, in turn, has nothing to worry about. People are shown killing each other in the midst of burning ruins. The blonde claims that the tower was a real chaos for the first generation, a return to the system of slavery, discrimination, brutal raids and dangers, assassination teams, conflicts of ideologies. All the darkest in the history of mankind were suddenly squeezed into a ball and forced to chew. Raising his finger, the hunter quotes that if this continues, humanity will be destroyed. The 5 largest guilds and the rest of the military have gone through this hell. Opposite his hand are 5 chapters. It is said that their leaders have somehow gathered together. which was the first to speak with a straight face, saying that she would not beat around the bush. It would be better to conclude a peace treaty. Countess with a fan declared that in return she would receive a complete monopoly of the goods of that world for her trading company. Heretic Questioner demanded with a smile that each guild should have such a right over a specific territory. Viper grumbles angrily and says that he can't even believe that this psycho is the most sensible here, and who ordered him tiny coffee in the first place. Marcus in armor interjected, saying that he was not going to say in the spirit of do the right thing, it would be better if they did as they wanted. The 5 chapters raised their swords in the air. Heretic Questioner reveals that night they agreed to kill people according to their beliefs, judgments, and methods. The silhouette of a man is shown. It is said that 4,652 people died then. A blond man with thin legs sits on a chair, explaining that the next night it is already 10171, and another night later 8275, then again and again, and in the end, which sits on a pile of corpses with a depressed look. The hunter reveals that the night has come when the death stopped. Tears flow from the eyes of the desperate girl. Marcus throws his helmet to the ground, claiming that he will take responsibility for what happened and resign. The guild leaders listen attentively to the fact that they will not tell anyone about what happened. He agreed to this massacre even though he understood how wrong he was. The warrior with the sword walks away. It is said that he hated each of them for the rest of his days, as well as himself. The helmet of the holy sword lies on the ground. It is said that since then, the honorary position of leader of the Avengers Guild, which was held by Marcus, does not belong to anyone. Flower petals are in the air. Heretic Questioner explains that after that, the guild moved to Paladin. She still regrets it. The joyful blonde claims that he himself does not regret anything, because these were the necessary sacrifices, while the fighter wonders whether it is because of synchronization or not, because he has so many strange thoughts in his head. The shocked protagonist hears that he is sorry that he was not there, because everything could have been different. The partner raises his hand to the clear sky, clarifying how they all live with such a storm of passions. Thoughts are constantly looping and revolving around something. How to endure this? Heretic Questioner looks cutely at the petal, saying that something is wrong with him. He begins to wish to stay in this world. The protagonist realizes with a serious look that he will not be able to kill this person, while synchronizing with the character. The hunter sees white energy floating between his fingers. The main character thinks that he cannot kill someone who repents of his sins. The blond man stands with his back to him. The king of death talks about the spring that is coming, and the partner notices that spring is the perfect time for walks. The main character is horrified by what he hears. Heretic Questioner suddenly starts laughing out loud, shouting that MC should have seen her face now. The embittered protagonist asks why he is joking like that. He replies that he wanted to joke about someone because of all these emotions. He stands in front of the main character, stating that synchronization with the character is too fast. Even a short dialogue gives an increase of 1%. He has a threshold of 32%, and perhaps tomorrow it will rise to 50. Heretic Questioner, raising his hand, claims that he has become addicted to emotions, and besides, he is the main person of the plot. After some time, the protagonist stands in front of the gate in the hall, gently knocks on them. Gongja with a serious face hears that he will be the main character of the ending. Lily sits with an important look on the throne. Heretic Questioner begs to pull his personality out of the destructive captivity of emotions, because Lady Golden Flower wishes a speedy recovery. MC replies that he will definitely take care of it. The main character sighs nervously. She knocks on doors, realizing that in the end, the true culprit of the end of the world is Lady Lily. The king of death bows, declaring that the Golden Flower Lady conveys to them wishes for a speedy recovery. He realizes that the key to clearing this apocalypse lies in her. The lady is sitting at the desk. The servant tells her about the papers to see. She replies to put them on the edge of the table, to take them to the person in charge of finances, and to give them to her. MC at the same time reflects that her love, devotion, and jealousy, as well as pride and possessiveness. Lily looks up her red eyes. The protagonist watches with a serious look, realizing that they are using all this to put an end to the apocalypse. She flips the hourglass, announcing that it's a 15-minute break and everyone else needs to leave the room. The main character was left alone with her. She comes closer, stating that rumors have reached her that she is unwell, but at the same time she looks cheerful. The lady with silver hair looks at the letter and says that if she needs time off for work, she takes care in advance of the appropriate excuse. Despite this, she really does not feel well. Gongja silently listens to the fact that his actions are conspicuous, so quickly realize that spies have infiltrated the ranks of his subordinates. It seems that the character this time was chosen wisely, and she would not even allow an audience if the guy was not half as smart. The main character asks in amazement. Lily calmly says that she praised him for his intelligence, as she immediately demonstrates her gaps. The protagonist hovers among her images and giant clocks. She claims that this is her 14th life, or rather 10, repeating from day to day, and each time she meets a new character, the system says that she contemplates him. Bloody chains bind the surprised MC. She asks how many times he is here. Gongja was petrified when he heard that, judging by his face, this was his first time. The lady, with folded hands, sits opposite, and asks if the constellation that sent him here did not give any instructions at all, since they usually explain everything to their apostles before they approach. The lady opens a drawer in the table, clarifying whether he really does not know all this. The girl puts another hourglass. Lily asks who exactly sent him and whose representative he is. He replies that he is the librarian. She looks away and realizes that it is Hamustra. The protagonist mentally asks again. An astonished Gongja thinks of the librarian, realizing that this is his real name, while the lady asks if he really hasn't explained anything. Lily looks at the guy who thinks she knows all the names of the constellations. The protagonist tells her that the librarian tries not to interfere in the affairs of the apocalypse. He has already told a lot and noted that you need to get information on your own, and not ask. Lily holds her chin in her hands as Gongja claims that the world is on the brink due to the constellation leaving it. As the librarian calls them, she clarifies who he is to call other worlds. The lady with silver hair declares that this world will indeed be destroyed soon, but she will not give her soul to someone so easily. The surprised guy looks at her and shakes his head to the sides because the girl clarified whether the flower did not take possession of the lady's servant body to take her soul. Sand slowly pours into her watch. She sets the third clock. The protagonist awkwardly remarks that she may be referring to him by the name Gongja. The lady holds the cup to her lips and says that she does not want to, and how dare he even suggest calling him by his real name, because it is his own fault that he possessed the body of a servant, and not a nobleman. She puts the drink on the table, saying that they found out that MC is a blank slate. He didn't even receive instructions on how to clean up. The main character asks again. The lady hands over a piece of paper, explaining that it seems to be something about her vulnerabilities, weaknesses, or preferences in colors, while saying that this is the instruction of the apostle from her sixth life. An excited MC looks at the sheet, reading that the lady is a pragmatist, prefers to discuss topics of politics, diplomacy and finance, also a loyal subject, even if she herself slanders the emperor. At this time she explains that he was an envoy of another constellation, just were so funny that she couldn't resist and kept it for herself. The lady drinks tea, saying that he was still indignant, while he was dying in her arms that nothing had worked, although he had followed the instructions as if he felt some kind of mistake. With an indifferent face, she says that apparently she herself was mistaken, because what can be the instructions when it comes to the human heart? The system window says that the silver heart radiates sadness. The guy in the suit stands opposite and hears that they all look down on the capabilities of the human heart. If they want to get it, then let them be honest and straightforward. But no, they are all in their minds. They also thought of acting on paper. The lady with a serious face hears that he agrees with this. She puts the purple cup on the table, noticing that she and he are thinking in the same direction, and there is a reason why she appreciates him so highly. And it is not only intelligence. The protagonist is amazed to hear that he views the characters around him as people. He holds his hands in white gloves behind his back, clarifying whether this is not natural. She replies that she has seen enough non-entities who do not even understand this. Lily calmly calls people beasts who do not see people in others, and also make them pretend to be themselves. This is ridiculous. Gongja listens to her in surprise. The lady, sitting on a beautiful chair, thinks. The guy turns around nervously. She asks if this is telling him something. Different parts of the lady's face are visible, and he is asked if he has seen such creatures before. She smiles. Chains are shown around. Asks if someone similar is just nearby. In the system windows it is written that the silver heart is contemplating him. He understands that she seems to see through what is in his soul. The worried guy hears the question that maybe someone important told him something like this. He turns to her. Frowning, Gongja clarifies if she isn't contradicting herself, given that she only recently spoke disparagingly about his status as a servant. The lady in the red dress wonders if he is really upset that she refused to call him by his first name. The main character replies with a smirk that she should come down from heaven to earth, since she is talking about this. The lady with silver hair asks again with a slight smile, declaring that he is a lousy servant. The protagonist stands in front of her and coughs, hearing that there is some truth in his words, but he needs to return to pressing matters. She sits at a huge table in the middle of the room, claiming that they found out that he doesn't need her soul. So what does he need in that case? Sand pours in 3 hours. The lady says that events will repeat themselves every 10 days. She shrugs her shoulders, stating that perhaps his constellation decided to punish him in this way, although Hamustra is usually merciful. But she is sure the guy is already tired of such pleasure. The system window says that the silver heart doubts his true intentions. The main character stands silently and listens to the fact that he is an actor playing the servant of the Lady of the Flower. So let him answer honestly. Because if he decides to lie, he will not wait for help. She will not open her heart to someone who is not ready to open up in response. She asks why he came to this world, which held the book with a smile and said that there was a reason why she recommended this apocalypse. First of all, magic and alchemy are highly developed, which means it is rich in resources. The protagonist thinks that this is because they need to overcome the 25th floor of the tower. No, they could easily choose another one. The head of the guild said that this is a fantasy world and it is quite possible to get a new skill or artifact. Gongja thinks that there is a fragment of the sacred sword here, although it certainly becomes stronger when collecting the sword sisters, but not by much, which says with a serious look that he never fell in love. Sword Emperor holds his sword while standing in front of a celestial demon, saying that Gongja has not yet known human happiness, because he has never met anyone. The main character stands still and wonders what the lover feels. He is a complete zero in such things, while assuming that Lily does not know that the world of the genre is romantic, and he thought that it was ideal for knowing love. The protagonist claims with a serious look that he wanted to fill in the gaps in his knowledge, because it is unbearable to live without knowing basic things. He feels that he is missing something. Lily looks at the other person and asks if he really wants to know about love from her, who expresses that he is not sure about it. The guy scratches his head, saying that he wants to learn love from this world, to understand what he lacks and to experience this experience. Heretic questioner raises his hand to the sky, asking how they all live with such a storm of passions, while the lady at this time wonders why he came to her. Did not Lady Sylvia show him it faster? Lily, closing her eyes, drinks her tea, hearing that Lady Goldenflower is even more of a layman, and if he is going to learn something, he would prefer to be taught by someone who knows. She replies that MC is right, because Sylvia needs such a mentor herself. The clock is almost running out of sand. The lady says that she still doesn't understand why it was her. The main character confidently declares that he wants to understand her. Flashbacks with Lily are shown. He says that he is not sure if he wants to dedicate his life to the Crown Prince or the Emperor, and she entrusts her life to them completely, and he would like to understand the reason for this behavior. The astonished red-eyed girl hears that Gongja wanted to experience this feeling like her. The worried guy straightens his hair, saying that he is ashamed to admit it, but the tacos is the most honest answer, because he has never experienced this before. Surprised, Lily watches him and states that wanting to learn to love is fearless, while clarifying if he really wants to understand her. Gongja raises her head and talks about the librarian, while the girl explains that it is not so easy to talk about understanding. This world can easily cause harm, because understanding and responsibility are not so different. The protagonist looks at the ceiling with a serious face and asks to stop broadcasting for a minute, because there is something he would like to tell her in private. The system windows say that the librarian accepts his request. They are given 10 minutes of the missed scene. MC smiles, stating that he is the same regressor. He stands in black shoes, claiming that his time travel is different. Lily hears what she said with a serious look, saying that he has been living the last 10 lives over and over again, and he can go back a day after death. He shrugs his shoulders and declares that this is not quite usual. He can see the experiences of his killer. A joyful Gongja enthusiastically explains that he can see his memories, important moments in life, deep wounds, all of which are from something precious, so it is easier for him to understand others. Lily sits at the table and listens that this is an ability, or even a technique. He will soon get used to this way of understanding people. One of the most important people in his life said that he does not need to get used to it, but this is the only way he can understand others. The lady with red eyes claims that in any case it is difficult to understand him. The protagonist replies with a slight smile that he still cannot pass by people who are on the verge. The lady is happy to explain that even if it sounds hypocritical, she wants others to know that she is here and protecting their reality. The main character, smiling, hears that such a life is a blessing. He agrees with it. Closing her eyes, the lady says that understanding comes in an instant, while responsibility lasts forever, and he himself volunteered to this hell. Her red eyes are filled with sadness. The system window notifies you of the end of a missed scene. The hourglass time is up. She takes them and turns to the servant. Lily, with a mysterious face, declares that she will teach him love. Opening her mouth, the girl said that she would teach him love. She held out her hand to him, saying that for a week, from today until the end of this world, he would be her personal servant. There was an hourglass in Laviel's hand. She said that she knew how to love herself, but she had never taught it before, so the only way to teach him was to set an example. Gongja stared at her silently, hearing that he would have to be there to observe and learn. Closing her eyes, the blonde said that it didn't seem to be such a good deal for her, because she would have to show all the embarrassing aspects of her personal life. Touching her hair, she told him to thank luck, his past and present, and future life, and the guy thought that she was a very spoiled aristocrat. The hero was standing in front of a 3-story building. He looked up. Then he went inside. There were maids around the aristocrat. She asked if he was already here. The man touched the red cloth when he heard the order to show him. He pulled down the cloth. Whiteboard, Lesson 1. The basis. Love begins with knowing the essence of the villain. Gongja stared at this intensely, and heard what she was thinking last night. The blonde in the black dress went on to talk about what method she should use to teach him love. As she doesn't have time to mess with him, she can help him find his first love. Pointing at the shocked guy with a fan, she said that she would systematically teach him the basic things he should know about love. Let him repeat. Love begins with knowing the essence of the villain, the guy asked in surprise. Covering her face with her fan, Laviel confirmed that she must be hers. Presenting the silhouettes of the characters, she said that somewhere out there is a first love that is perfect from the moment they first meet, where partners understand and care for each other from the very beginning to the end of their days. The guy opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that this was not his case. In 99% of cases, the woman he liked would be a villain. Even if she wasn't at first, she would soon become, because it's impossible to be nice all the time. The servant turned the board over in obedience to the gesture, and she said that if he was prepared for it beforehand. On the board was written advice to become a villain too. Gongja was discouraged to hear that he should not be offended. People are just animals who learn from their mistakes. Those who have suffered at the hands of an evil person and those who are about to become one can still save themselves from repeating other people's mistakes. They only need to understand how and why a person became evil and what they need to do to avoid becoming the same. He asked if it couldn't be all right from the start. Bowing her head slightly, the girl replied that she did not hope that people would live up to his expectations. The brunette looked at her silently and listened to the fact that they were forgetting their promises, looking for excuses to calm their souls, and making concessions, forgetting and yielding these unshakable rules of relations. The hero threw up his hands, hearing that if he wants happy love, he should learn not to remember promises and not to calm himself. He asked if he should learn this. Looking down, Laviel said that he was just like a child. The guy's eyebrows arched questioningly. Getting up, the girl said that he had better see for himself to make sure she would show him. With an expression of surprise on his face, the hero clarified how, and heard what he had already seen once. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Laviel said that she still loved the most evil person in this world. Gongja touched her touch with his hand. Then he turned and asked him to wait. The heroes walked along the red carpet. A man standing at the door asked if she had heard, and she confirmed. Gongja looked at the girl, who calmly asked, "His Highness has woken up. The ruler is obliged to get up before his people." The servants bowed deeply when they heard that it seemed that he was still asleep. Let them open the doors, and apologizing, they replied that they had a strict order from His Highness. Leaning over to the man, Laviel said that she knew. Apparently he had ordered her not to let her in if she came. But His Majesty the Emperor had ordered her to come as she was worried about her son. His Majesty was more important than His Highness. Let her think about it. The heroes went inside the room. The girl touched the door and asked if His Highness was awake. He shouted for her not to come in. Gloved fingers held the key. Standing at the door, the girl said that it meant that he had woken up, and she would come in now. The man covered with a red blanket screamed. She said that the sun had already risen, and he was still in bed. Did he think that such a carefree life did not fit with the image of a man who was going to lead his country? The prince looked at her frightened, asking for help from the other side. Gongja watched in surprise as the servant brought the blackboard upon hearing that he would receive a second lesson. On the blackboard, it was written that if meetings with the evil protagonist could not be avoided, let him learn to enjoy them. He turned around and asked why. He heard, most likely, sooner or later he would fall in love, and this man would be a villain. The blonde raised her hand, saying that if it was inevitable, he should learn to enjoy it. The man sat down at the blackboard, on which was written advice number 2, to become so evil as to replace his passion. He poured out a bucket of water. The water hit the screaming prince's face, and the words were heard that relations with the evil creature were essentially war. Laviel looked at the prince indifferently, saying that peace, of course, would be ideal. If he suddenly came across a friendly lover, then let him repay her in kind. But if, as always, it was a villain, let him remember the following. She opened a fan on which the slogan of the day was written, "There is no reason to be nice to villains." Standing at attention, Gongja kept repeating, "Don't be nice." The girl closed her eyes, saying that people want to seem cool, smart, and cute in front of others. From what she saw, he belongs to the latter category. Let him refrain from it. The servants bowed as she ordered them to open. The men standing at the door were shocked when they heard that their crown prince was wet. She was worried about his health. Let them help him immediately. Passing by a servant with a towel, she told the guy to remember, now there will be a formula for a successful relationship. The servants behind were wiping the prince while the guy heard that a handsome man always loses to an intriguer, and an intriguer loses to a real scum. So only a handsome schemer who is also scum at heart, let him remember, can reach the heights of love. As he followed the girl out of the room, the hero said that it was very different from the love he had imagined, and heard that he probably thought it would be romantic, which Gongja confirmed, and the girl went on to say that apparently he thinks love is decided by the heart, not the mind. The heroes walked through the rich hall. The servants greeted the lady, and she said that it was not so easy to meet someone who would achieve happiness from the first meeting, because the type of person who would make his heart beat faster directly depended on the life he led until then. Gongja glanced sideways at the servant, and thought that it was more like her own palace than the prince's palace. He heard that in order to fall in love at first sight, you need to be able to instantly recognize what kind of life the chosen one lives. The heroine sat down in a chair and heard that it sounded very complicated, confirmed that it was so. Gongja looked away in surprise when he heard that it was time for a small test. Sitting in a flirtatious pose, Laviel asked to try to make her heart beat faster, and understand this. The guy put his hands behind his back and asked how to do it, to which he heard that he had to do something impressive. Touching her chin with her hand, the blonde asked if she really needed to explain everything to him. Maybe he would immediately ask to find him a mate. The hands of the clock were moving. She told him to think carefully and demonstrate his solution. After all, he was smart, so he could do it. The heroine remained sitting in an armchair. Something lit up in the guy's fist. Above his palms were 3 pink cards that the librarian had given him. Gongja raised his clenched fist and said that this was probably his instructions. Rose petals flew around the girl. The hero wondered if these cards would be his trump card for clearing this level. The girl's lips were slightly parted. The hero thought that the shortest way to complete the level was to be sincere with her. he heard a request to come up. The guy came closer. There was a bottle in the girl's palm. She said that it was too high, it should go down. She reached out with her palm to his face. Labial applied perfume to the guy's ear, saying that she would tell him, only the responsibility would remain only on him. The hero recognized the smell of white lilies. A gloved hand touched the guy's palm. She asked if it smelled nice. Didn't he like it? The hero intertwined his fingers with her. He blushed when she coquettishly said that she also liked them. They were her favorite fragrance. Slightly closing her eyes, she said with a smile that she did not think that it would be a mistake to open up to him. The hands of the clock were moving. The heroes intertwined their fingers, and she offered to continue this journey together. When the arrow reached the top, she promised that she would reveal all the secrets to him that night. Embarrassed, Gongja opened his eyes, realizing that he was in trouble. There was a synchronization with the character, and he thought that he seemed to have fallen in love with her. The hero was lying on the ground. Sword Emperor hovered over him and tried to call him. Putting his hand to his mouth, he continued to call out to him. The guy imagined the girl calling him affectionately, and he thought that he liked it that way too, and the ghost asked if he could hear him at all. Lying on the grass, Gongja asked what he thought love was, and the man replied that he was overheated. Putting his finger in his nose, he apologized, saying that it was his fault. Because of him, he fell in love with something that did not suit him. The hero's eyes opened when he remembered about suicide, and asked if he could feel it again by killing himself. His sword flew into his head, and the system reported that he hit the hero in the face. The guy grabbed the hit face and shouted that he realized that he was not himself now. But what should he do? He only thought about the mistress. Sword Emperor was indignant that he was now calling her mistress. He had gone crazy. He opened his eyes wide. Gongja shouted that he would no longer wash the places she touched, then her smell would stay with him longer, so let him smell behind his ear. Clutching his head, the guy shouted how many times he had saved the world in his past life to get the love of his mistress. Let them give him the internet. He wanted to write under every post that he longed to become the crown prince. The comrade said that he had completely lost his mind. Sword Emperor looked down when he heard the cries of love, and said that he knew he would go completely crazy when he fell in love. He was a terrible person, he knew, but he still gave him advice. Gongja pointed his finger at the percentages above his head, shouting that it wasn't him. The man crossed his arms, looked at the pink heart, and heard that the threshold of synchronization with the butler continued to rise, which meant that the butler was in love with Mrs. Labial. The hero fell backwards to the ground and said that he did not understand how love worked, to which the ghost objected that he himself did not feel it for half a day. The hero looked up, asking how he could save Lady Labial. Sword Emperor covered his face with his hand when he was asked what he could do with his status, what he could do to make her happy, and replied that since he had revealed his new feelings to him, he would have to give him advice. The brunette shifted his gaze when he heard him start by studying his chosen one. It is very important for a relationship to stay in her sight. Since he is her personal servant, he does not need to try for this. This is also a kind of advantage. The bird flew down from the flowering branch. The hero replied that this world would soon end. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Sword Emperor replied that it was a problem. Gongja sat down and looked at him questioningly. He heard that the classes had ended, and offered to check on Lady Heretic Questioner, a heretic. Clouds floated in the dark sky, and words were heard that she would reward him for his good behavior. In his hand was a lantern with a candle. The girl was walking down the corridor and said that she would tell him the secret. Let him follow her. Gongja had a white glove on her hand. Without turning, Labial asked what he was thinking, and he apologized questioningly. The guy's gaze became surprised when he heard that they also forgot that he was her personal servant, not respectfully answering the question with a question. If she asked a question, then he should immediately answer. The guy bent his fingers. His cheeks flushed a little as he admitted that he had thought about taking her hand. Bare feet stood on the floor. Gongja blushed and thought he was crazy. The girl abruptly took his hand. She came closer, asking that he had been thinking about her all day. Holding the guy's fingers, she continued that he longed for her touch and aroma, and fantasized all sorts of things. Opening her mouth, the girl demanded to answer, otherwise she would let go of her hand, and the guy confirmed. She adjusted the butterfly on the hero's neck and told him to be more specific. He replied, everything was only about her, and thought all day. The system reported that synchronization with the character was underway. The current synchronization threshold is 29%. A pink light reflected in Gongja's eye, who thought he was completely confused and no longer sure about anything. He threw back his head, avoiding touching, and said that they should not continue. The lady asked why. The hero raised his fingers and said, think for yourself, he is from another world and only borrowed the body of a servant. Labial looked at him and asked him if he was infatuated with her, right? The system reported that the Silver Heart was contemplating him. The guy blushed when he heard that he didn't see her as a local like the other apostles, or a person. The shadow of a hero could be seen on the wall. The girl's shadow approached him. He replied that he was the servant of the Golden Flower Lady. But for the sake of the mission, he agreed to be her servant. The girl replied that it was nonsense, because he admitted that she occupied all his thoughts, which meant that he had to forget about her. A finger held the butterfly. She asked if he had lied. The image of the girl was reflected in the pupil of the hero. he replied that he was not lying. Approaching the guy's ear, Laviel demanded to call him mistress. She rose on tiptoe, saying that nothing would come of it at once, let her say it with complete sincerity, and if she did, she promised him a sweet reward. The guy opened his mouth and heard the voice of a ghost. His image was like pink. Sparkly tried to bring him back to his feelings. The image of the heroine seemed to be crossed out in pink. She asked what was wrong. Didn't he want a reward? Once was enough. The hero imagined falling among the pink chains, and thought that just once he would still be fine. Even if something went wrong, he would turn back time. Maybe if he did that, he would get more information about this floor, so just once it was acceptable. Then he remembered the image of a long-haired guy who said that he knew who he was, so he had to die. He remembered the alchemist who hugged him, who said that she believed in him. I remembered Preta, who was on one knee. He remembered how he held Baikyang in her arms, who called him her student. The guy pushed the girl away from him, wondering if he had always obeyed so easily. Shadows were reflected on the wall, he thought. All on his shoulders was so light. No. Holding the girl's hand, Gongja thought he was a demon cult Preta lord and apologized out loud. Resolutely adjusting the butterfly, Gongja said that he was not ready to call her mistress. The blonde girl stood in the corridor while the guy reflected that all his life he tried not to be like Emperor, so he ran like a madman across a snowy field. With alchemists he believed that no death should be considered ordinary. He said aloud that he would like to know the bliss of love, but he was not ready to lose himself in it. A gloved hand held the girl's palm. He continued that if he really wanted to get his heart, it was better to use another method. Looking into Laviel's eyes, Gongja said that he would recognize her as his mistress if she recognized him as his master. Retta looked at him intently, and he suggested that only then would her will be above him, and her word would be above his own principles. He would not put himself above everything else, but in return would ask the same of her. Looking at the girl, the brunette asked who would pump his blood. If he just gave her his heart, he would continue to live if he got her heart in return. If she wanted to see him go crazy, then let him go crazy for him too. Laviel abruptly wrenched her hand away. The lantern fell to the floor, and she replied that he was different from the rest of the foolish apostles. The lantern hit the floor, and she continued that she thought he was naive. The girl rubbed her palm and said that not understanding love does not mean not understanding life. She was in a hurry and underestimated him. This is her mistake. The guy clarified, she wanted to seduce him to make him her pawn. Holding out the lantern with a smile, Gongja said that she herself had said that to give in to the unshakable rule of relations. What kind of relationship would it be if only one would do it? Taking the lantern, the blonde heard that this was why he did not want to get closer, so she wanted to show the secret. Laviel walked down the hallway, saying that there was a family heirloom that was inherited. Standing at the open door, she continued that it was a sword from a silly legend, something like a sword that could grant wishes. The barefoot girl stopped, saying that there was one condition. In front of them was something covered with a red cloth. The heroine tore off the fabric. The red sword was stuck in a huge mirror. Laviel was reflected in the broken glass. The system reported that Sparkly felt the presence of his sister. There was a clock against the wall. Words were heard that this is a sword that fulfills wishes, a relic of her family, which is inherited, but there is one condition. In the broken mirror was the figure of Laviel, who said that if he wanted to make a wish, he should be ready to pierce his heart. The hero looked at the sword. The system said that he sensed his sister's presence. The girl touched the sword, saying that this was what happened before she went back in time. The system reported that Sparkly was saying that the third sister of the goddess of protection prayer was here. Laviel imagined the figure behind the mirror and told her that the Crown Prince and Lady Golden Flower had started dating, and she, embittered, had made a wish with a sword to make their love eternal. The girl was holding a red blade. The blonde looked ahead, saying that it actually happened. Now her life will never end. She put Gongja's hand to her chest and said that even if she died, she would come back. Her feelings for the Crown Prince hadn't changed either. They had been with her forever since that day. The guy's eyes opened when he realized that he did not feel her heartbeat, and the girl asked, after all, he said that he wanted her heart in return. Holding his palm, Laviel apologized, saying that she no longer had a heart. A loud sound came from the red blade. The system reported that the silver-coated heart was contemplating them. The heroes stood opposite. The words were heard that she needed help. It was time to do what she had started. The clock struck midnight. A red liquid was bubbling on the floor. Gongja held out his sword, asking what it was. Looking there, Laviel replied that it was her nightmare. They were surrounded by a red substance. She told them to be careful. From now on they would be completely cut off from the outside world. The bubbling liquid opened like a mouth. A heart covered with silver reveals itself. It was as if open mouths were telling the Crown Prince that they hated him. Gongja pointed his blade at the substance, from which he could be heard picking flowers for her until he became the Crown Prince. She wiped her tears with her sleeve. He was a good man. He had a kind heart. Laviel attacked with her blade as the creature asked what was the point of loving someone who was gorgeous from birth. Through the sword, words were heard that she hated him. But he was her true love. She loved his highness, although she was an aristocrat, but her heart was full of love. Gongja gritted his teeth, heard that it was the lady who seduced him. What an abomination. He imagined the demon king and thought that these feelings reminded him of him. Hands began to form from the red liquid. the essence becomes brighter. Gongja stood with his back to the girl. He heard the words that this was the power of the constellation. Their families wanted to marry them. The guy held the girl's hands, saying that despite the decision of the adults, he himself wanted to officially ask for her hand. The crown prince from the flashback asked Laviel if she would marry him when they were a little older, and she agreed. The red substance hid his face as he said that he only loved her. Gongja turned around tensely, thinking what he had promised, and then just ran away from responsibility, the voice screaming that there was nothing to be done. Back then they were children. After all, people were forgetful creatures. Red rays flew around the sword. From the impact, the space was filled with fire. Sword Emperor put his hand to his eyes as he watched, and said that he was already summoning flames in one hit. Gongja asked since when it became a constellation. Laviel held a sword in her hand. She lowered her gaze, hearing that it was definitely the spirit of the constellation. She was one of them. The girl replied that it happened when she pierced her heart. The sword was stuck in the mirror. Words were heard, which means that there was no constellation in this world. It is difficult to say whether it was killed or did not exist in the first place. Sword Emperor crossed his arms, saying that it seemed that the constellation's slayer had reached the original constellation of this world. Heard the words that these demons were getting stronger every day. They were not just getting bigger, but also becoming more powerful. Holding the handle, Laviel said that 10 days had passed since then. Without turning around, she continued that on the 10th day, everything had come to a standstill, and she had become the epicenter of this world. She didn't want to, but time began to revolve around her. Sword Emperor touched his chin, thinking that this was too unnatural a way of becoming a god, even by Murim standards. How she had turned into a goddess was quite unconventional. He presented the red blade and said that he thought it was the fault of the sword sticking out of the glass. Even though it was a fragment, it was still part of the goddess of protection of the sacred relic. If you brought her a heart, she could become a constellation. The fact that her body was tortured with a time loop also played a role here. An ordinary person would simply die, but she was reborn, and her power is the result of repeated repetition of the situation. Gongja hid the sword, thinking that someone was able to become a constellation unwittingly. He looked up in surprise when he was asked that. He wasn't even disappointed. The barefoot girl walked away, saying that he had understood everything correctly. No matter what state his heart was in, it was her demons. What they were saying was what she often muttered in her sleep. Touching the broken glass, Laviel said that she swore that her love would be eternal, and in order to avoid such love, she wiped away all the dirt and imperfections of her chosen one every day. Touching the cracks, she said, frustration, distress, complacency, the demons he saw, this is the result. Noticing the brunette's embarrassment, she asked, "Isn't it disgusting?" Turning around, she continued that she had promised to teach him love, but she herself regretted her own. The guy took a step when he heard that she had brought him here on purpose so that he would have no illusions. The hero came closer and clarified, disappointed? Looking down, he said that she was asking if it wasn't disgusting. Laviel touched her cheek, hearing that it wasn't enough to make him disappoint in her. Looking at the red blade, Gongja said that she had entrusted him with her secret. A truly disgusting person would never show his nature to others. Looking in her direction, he said that if she wanted to get rid of him in this way, she was mistaken. He didn't love her because she was amazing. The girl stepped back, saying that he fell in love for only one day. Let him not flatter her. Gongja smiled and asked what difference it made. She would only be satisfied if he was in love forever, then she would accept him. Red Eye heard that he understood the kind of people she despised and hated, realized that he could hurt her or make her feel pain. Maybe she was just like him, but he loved her because she was who she was, and because he was the same. Gongja looked down, thinking that at this moment, he was absolutely sure, even if he shared his feelings with the servant, these were his real words and feelings. Bending closer, the hero said in the girl's ear that he loves her as much as he loves himself, and hopes that she will love him as much as he loves her. They were standing in a dark corridor. The guy said that he could make her love him, and he didn't care that her heart looked at this world. It was about her relationship with the crown prince and promises. They were regressors, the only ones in this whole world. The guy's cheeks turned red. He continued that only they had the opportunity to be content with their time. He would spend so much time with her that she would still be tired, and he would do everything in his power. The girl in front of him said that he wanted to stay with her forever in those 10 days. But he couldn't stand it. But Gongja retorted that he had been stuck in the longer interval. Raising her head, the blonde asked if she got tired of him, she would ask him to disappear. Taking her hand, Gongja replied that he would disappear, but he was sure that would not happen. He gently touched her hair, saying that she was never tired of the crown prince, and he was much better than him. Opening her mouth, the girl said that this was not good. People were walking along the corridor. Words were heard that this was too much, but not in the case of him. The servants came up behind them, and the question was heard why it had happened at such a late hour. Gongja's eyes widened when he heard Lady Golden Flower making a commotion. A full moon was shining in the sky. Someone was calling for a servant. Gongja quickly ran down the street. In front, the young men held the gate and asked them to stop behaving like this. The guy remembered standing behind the girl, saying that he would work as a servant for Laviel for a while. This was necessary to get information that would help in clearing the level. Without turning around, she said that she understood. Then she turned around and said with a smile that there was nothing to be done, since it was for the sake of the mission. Everything would be fine with her. Let her do what was necessary. Now the girl rushed forward and shouted to call her servant immediately. Leviel looked at it calmly, heard that she knew he was there, and said that he was an intruder. A smile appeared on the girl's lips when she recognized Gongja. He looked at her in surprise. Pushing the guards away, the girl ran forward, saying that she was all nervous about him being away for so long. Light-colored shoes clattered on the ground. She asked how she could live without her only servant and childhood friend. In truth, he was more than just a servant to her. Sylvia ran to the guy and asked if he wouldn't think worse of her. She stretched out her hands with a smile and said that he did not belong here. Even the flowers in this garden were poisonous, and called the faithful servant, saying that it was time for them to go home. Leviel pushed her hand away, saying that she had no shame. Holding on to her jacket, she said that she had already committed the unforgivable act of showing up in the night. Who had given her the right to make a commotion in such a place? The girl was wearing men's shoes on her feet. The lady bowed. Her gaze was wild when she heard the order to immediately stop, kneel down, and ask for forgiveness. Smiling, she clarified that otherwise she would order her to be whipped. If she decided, then let her do it properly. She would gladly show the crown prince the marks left on her legs. I wondered how he would react. She was sure that they would get closer to each other. The servants were shocked by this and heard that it was outrageous. The lady in the jacket hurried her. Waving her hand, she said that she was amused by the way she tried to create a bunch of memories in the academy. Since she was an aristocrat, she was obliged to help her subjects. The men looked at her in surprise when they heard the order to carry the whips. Looking sternly ahead, Leviel said that her left arm still had nothing lying on it. The servants ran away. Gongja approached the girl and asked what happened, why she was here so late at night. Sylvia replied that she had just come to take what belonged to her. Wasn't that obvious? Closing her eyes in a smile, Sylvia said that she had been waiting for him since the morning, but he still did not return. At first she thought that something serious had happened, but then she heard rumors that he was serving Leviel. The boy's gaze became frightened when he heard that she had surely found out and somehow pressed on his weakness. Let him not be afraid. She would no longer allow her to take anything away from him, either the crown prince's love, nor his loyalty to her. The girl opened her eyes in surprise when she heard that when spring comes. The frightened guy's face seemed to be covered with cobwebs, and the question was heard what he wanted to say by this. The girl took a thin stick. Waving at her, she said that Sylvia had violated the sanctity of the duke's family's territory at the time, as well as making a mess, and had not even apologized for it, which was extremely audacious of her. In the name of the emperor, she was going to punish her. The golden-haired girl smiled and said that she knew better what exactly she had done wrong. Holding the dress, she said that her crime was that the crown prince loved her, even though she was only the daughter of a baron from the outback. Still smiling, Sylvia said that she was sorry that the prince loved her. Petals flew past the girl. Leviel heard an apology for being loved more. She apologized well enough. The prince with the torch ran forward and called Sylvia. Hugging her sharply, he asked if she was okay, not injured. Turning to the side, he called her an evil woman. The girl had a whip in her hands, and he asked how she dared to hit Sylvia. Leviel covered her mouth with her hand and said that this was the law of the empire. The prince looked at her indignantly and asked how the law could stand above humanity. A broken mirror appeared in her memories. The words were heard that she constantly spoke about the good of the empire, and that she herself had done such a thing for it. The girl remembered how she struck with a sword and heard the question, was she poisoning Sylvia? Is this her service? The white-haired woman lowered her gaze when she heard that she was terrible and full of malice. The heroes turned when they heard the question, do they want to get rid of her? The prince led the girl away, saying that it was not worth staying in such a place. Sylvia turned and called for a servant. The guy bowed when he heard that he was also coming. With his mouth half open, Gongja summoned a status window. Against the background of the characters, Sylvia's preferences and thoughts that Leviel will not get anything appeared. The girl was smiling happily. Gongja gritted his teeth. Turning around, Sylvia asked, will he go with her? A girl with short hair smiled and called for a hero. In the present, she with long hair called him her servant. Holding out her hand, Sylvia asked if he would go with her. Gongja squeezed his hand and said that he was thinking of staying by Leviel's side for a while. The girl's smile disappeared. She asked, he really did not understand what situation she was in now. The prince held his hand on the girl's back. Words were heard so that he would not think that she was happy to expose her wounds. She really suffered just to free him from her tenacious grip, and clarified, he knows this, he knows and still refuses the outstretched hand. A pink character synchronization bar has appeared. Gongja bowed and apologized, saying that he still had business here. The scale continued to fill up. There was synchronization with the character. The guy lowered his head when asked that this was a convenient excuse. But was he sure that the reason was not that he was fascinated by her? The girl grinned. Holding on to her jacket, Leviel heard that she didn't know what kind of shenanigans she was doing, but that she shouldn't think she could ruin their bond with her faithful servant. She replied that she had every right to think whatever she wanted. Let her go. Sylvia turned to the prince and asked if he would go with her, and he replied that he would. The heroes were heading for the exit. Gongja remained standing at the castle. Leviel was standing behind him. The hero shifted his gaze, heard that he had done enough, they were coming back. Turning to the girl, the guy asked what she intended to do next. Laviel turned away and said that she wanted to admire the flowers before she returned to the room, let her leave her alone. Sword Emperor appeared next to her, who said that this was his chance. She was definitely upset now, let him go to her, score points, but the girl told him to go rest. The ghost would be confused, asking why he is ignoring him. Gongja approached the girl, he can stay awake for several days in a row, and she is not tired. The blonde looked down, saying that she wished she hadn't, but she was really tired. A pink moon shone in the sky. The heroine said that this was her 14th repeat. For 140 whole days she instructed the crown prince on the right path. But even if her love is not mutual, it must be directed for the good of their people. But this is very difficult. The barefoot guy came closer and said that she was no longer alone. Looking at the girl with a smile, he said that she has him. As long as a person has someone who sees and knows about his love, he can cope with any situation. Sword Emperor rested his hands on his hips as he watched. Laviel looked away, said that he was wrong about something. She had a small stick in her hand. She said that the last 10 days of her life were endlessly repeated, and he was just going back in time the day before he died. It may seem that their cases are similar, but they are not. She slammed her stick on the ground, breaking it, and continued that one of them was capable of returning much farther than the other, and the one who regressed first would forget about it, while the other would be trapped in time. Standing in front of her, she continued that they were parallel lines that would never cross. Lowering her head, Laviel said that she could understand him and his situation, but that was about it. Gongja looked at her, heard that they couldn't be together. With a wave of her hand, the girl turned away and said that his confession that he wanted to be with her was fine, but perhaps these were just beautiful words that would never become reality. Leaning forward, Gongja asked what if they could become a reality. Touching her head with her palm, the girl replied that there were no ifs in this world. The hero came closer and said that he would certainly keep his word. He reached closer and continued that he had said this sincerely, and not to get her heart. He was definitely not one to build illusions. Looking at the girl, Gongja offered to help her get out of this 10-day cycle. He smiled when he heard that it was presumptuous. She was happy with her life, and replied that he knew, because he felt the same way, but he still wanted to help her. Holding out his jacket, he continued that she didn't like him so much, or that it seemed presumptuous too. Putting the jacket on the girl's shoulders, he asked what he was proposing and asked to stay with him until the end of this world came. Looking at the girl with a smile, Gongja said that he would be very grateful if she could help him love her even more. He thought that he understood that Heretic Questioner is a text that is 100% synchronized. The girl looked up. The hero asked to be allowed to get drunk with love for her so much that he could not break free from her grip, thinking that the key to successfully clearing this scene was a rather unusual method, but it could work. He touched the girl's cheek with his hand, asked if he really needed her help in this. He replied that she should not worry, it is quite easy to conquer him. His heart is already beating like crazy from one of her touches. He was surprised when Laviel touched his cheek, saying that he was shameless. She had promised to teach him love, so she had to take responsibility for it. The hero blushed. The synchronization with the character continued. She asked if this would be enough, and the guy replied that yes. Holding out her hand, Laviel said that she knew she wasn't in a position to say such a thing, but since he wasn't too naive, how had he survived in this harsh world? Gongja smiled and said that he didn't survive, he had died many times. He leaned over to the sneering heroine and said that didn't her heart beat faster when facing his vulnerable side. He had heard that showing your weaknesses to another person in order to win their favor was quite effective. Gongja smiled and said that after witnessing her quarrel with Sylvia, he understood something. She is wise, but at the same time, she is easily provoked, even knowing that in the end he will be left with nothing, which is why he decided to make her such an offer. A barefoot guy stood next to a girl in his shoes and said that her words sounded like an instruction from an expert in love. But for this you need not only to know how to love, but also to be able to accept love. Closing his eyes, the brunette said that she had problems with this compared to Sylvia for sure. The girl touched the hero's face, asking what. Synchronization with the character has reached 45%. She told him to continue. She begins to like listening to his voice. Gongja blushed when the girl noticed that he had very white teeth and said that it was not surprising that Sylvia was able to take the crown prince away from her if she analyzed his preferences more thoroughly, while the girl commented on his language. Gongja blushed, closed his eyes, and she asked why he fell silent. She couldn't see his tongue. If he didn't speak, let him continue. The hero opened his eyes, having heard the question, stays, and replied that yes. Laviel smiled a little, quoting that she had to let him get drunk with love so much that he couldn't break free from her grip. So he was the kind of person who couldn't live quietly without saying dangerous things. She didn't know that he had such grand plans. Why was he so confident in him? But he was fearless. The hero swung closer. She said that since she had already experienced 14 regressions, it would not be easier to free herself from all this, even if only for a moment. She touched the face of the blushing hero and continued that she should behave the same way with the villain. This was her principle. She thought a lot about everything that had happened today, and came to the conclusion that the crown prince had been too bad towards her. It could not go on like this. A hand touched the back of her head. Gongja asked if she had decided to give it up, and heard that no, her heart had already become a constellation. Her sister was still in the night sky, she just couldn't do that. Standing next to the guy, the girl said that she also wanted to be able to go beyond what was allowed. The wind tore off the flower petals, she offered to have an affair. The guy's eyes opened, he thought that this was his first love, it seemed wrong, and asked if she loved him so much, to which he heard no. His look was a little stunned when he heard that he was still a servant who was dear to Sylvia, her childhood friend and loyal subject, wondering what kind of face she would have when she found out that they were dating him, confidently, and the crown prince would not remain indifferent. Gongja thought that everything should have been more romantic and asked if she wanted to date him just to take revenge on both of them. The girl hugged the hero by the neck and asked if he did not like it. She was standing next to the guy. He suddenly lifted her legs off the ground. Gongja held the girl in his arms, and she asked to be called by her first name, which he did. Leviel asked him if he remembered the first lesson in the basics of love, what she taught him. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that love begins with knowing the essence of the villain, and heard that this is true. Synchronization has increased. The girl sitting in his arms said that she would become his first villain. Sword Emperor watched and said that they were both crazy, so they were a good match. However, he did not think that he would find a normal girl. A flock forms birds with similar feathers. He congratulates him on his first love and first relationship. White flowers grew by the window. Gongja was washing his face. He adjusted the bow tie around his neck. Reflected in the mirror, he called out to Leviel. In front of it was a synchronization scale with the character, which was 62%. Standing in front of the mirror, Gongja thought that all he was doing was repeating her name. It seemed that he had really fallen in love, and told him to open the status window. A yellow system window appeared in front of him with a list of skills. The hero thought that he was so easy to describe: his envy, secrets, social skills, humor, willpower, what makes him happy, all this. The guy called the status window and a pink system window appeared in front of him, in the sense that he is interested in how he looks in the eyes of other people. Bowing his head, the guy said that he was still Gongja. Looking down, he thought that his character had not yet absorbed him, as was the case with Heretic Questioner. This time his plan would be implemented according to the plan. He would personally see to it. Gongja turned around and called out to Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor replied that he was here. He said that if the role of servant consumed him, he would like him to do something for him. The man listened attentively that there was a high probability that he would stop hearing him when the synchronization threshold reached 100%. Even with all his skills, he might just forget about them. They had to do everything to prevent that from happening. Taking out a green bundle, he said that 99% would be the last line of defense. We must not allow this mark to rise. The man touched his neck. If it seemed to him that he had reached 99%, let him stop him, no matter what, and said that he could not believe that he allowed the possibility of such an outcome. He had such a strong mind, there was no way to avoid it. Resolutely putting on his jacket, Gongja said that he was not, because he was going to deliberately raise the threshold. Putting on the gloves, he explained to the shocked man, who said that he would fail the level and get stuck in this world, that he could not reveal his whole plan to him. It would only work if he was the only one who knew its essence. He was going to use a time loop in the tower system, thereby passing the level. The ghost stared at him tensely when he heard the request for help when everyone got bad. From the room, Gongja said that he was counting on him, Mr. Strongest in the world, who wanted to become his master, and he went to help his beloved. There was a clock on the table, and there were words that she had taken on too much, that she was fighting demons every night, cleaning up after the crown prince or Sylvia. The guy sat by the heroine's bed and said that this is why she has so many absenteeism at the academy. Leviel closed her eyes and said that she was used to it. It had always been that way since the first regression. Gongja looked at her, heard that from her birth, she had actually grown up in this manner, and everything went downhill when she stuck her sword in the mirror, which caused the world to collapse. Leaning back on the pillow, the heroine said that the emperor singled out not only her, but also Sylvia, also served as a reason, which is why, even if she becomes empress and dies in the shortest possible time, even conceiving a child is a problem for her, so she will not be an empress. The guy handed her a cup of tea as she coughed. The girl took the handkerchief and thanked her. Holding the cup, she noticed that he had added a lot of honey, just as she liked, but as he learned, the hero replied that she herself had given him the instructions of the previous apostles. He remembered how shocked he had been when he read that the lady had a weak taste sensitivity, so foods with a pronounced taste were suitable for her, and explained that he had simply used what was written there. Looking in his direction, Leviel asked if he was going to follow their example. The brunette smiled a little and replied that everything was somewhat different, given that it was she who gave him a hint. He only listened to her words. The girl said that he was cunning. Holding a cup of tea, she asked what his plan was. As the clock moved, they heard the words that all they did was just have fun. One of them would forget about the time they spent together, and I wondered if there was a way to prevent it. She shifted her gaze to the side, hearing that it turned out that she had never trusted anyone with her life. Bowing, Gongja asked to trust him. Even if their relationship is effective, she chose him herself, so he has something to offer her. He recalled footage from the past and said that all of them sometimes need help. They cannot cope alone. Sitting up in bed, the girl heard that she had already done too much for herself. Even if she died, the empire had to survive, and she had to show the prince, she had to get rid of demons, blood. He was sure that was what she thought. Living all these 14 lives, she asked if he thought her ideas had outlived their usefulness. The hero held a bouquet of white lilies and said that yes, it was time for her to rest. Touching on the flowers, Gongja said that he seems to be the kind of person who can't bear to see his beloved trying to cope with everything alone. No, he is absolutely sure, hoping that if he gets tired, his beloved will also help him. Looking away, Leviel said that they were not in a real relationship. Gongja held the bouquet and replied that it didn't matter as long as he was serious. Looking at the flowers, the girl asked, and he is satisfied with everything. She is not worth his work, she does not know him well. The hero smiled, saying that he was a real optimist. She thinks he will wallow in his inferiority complex just from the thought that they have a fake relationship. Not at all, for him. On the contrary, this is an opportunity, and she will certainly fall in love with him. Red Eye looked at him and asked where he got this self-confidence. After placing the bouquet in the vase, Gongja said that they had time that was theirs, and as long as she didn't get tired of it, he wouldn't get tired no matter what. Turning around with a smile, he said that he would do everything to become her support. It was dark outside, midnight was approaching. The girl held her sword, saying that the time was up, it was time for her to do her duty. But the hero said that no, she should rest. Looking at her, Gongja asked if she wanted to go fight monsters in her state. Let her leave it to him. He furiously swung his sword and said that he would deal with them without any problems. The red figures surrounded the hero, asking if he wanted to finish them off, if he would really kill them. The clock showed that morning had come. The hero carried a stack of documents and asked the girl not to burden herself with such difficult tasks. He threw the documents into the fire, saying that the end of the world was only a couple of days away. If the empire was destined to fall just because it didn't bother with paperwork, let it do it right now. Looking at the fire of the fireplace, the hero told her to imagine that she was on vacation. The hand of the clock moved. The girl said that it was the first time she lived like this. The heroes were sitting together under a flowering tree. Leviel asked if she really couldn't do anything. She hadn't attended classes for the 3rd day. If someone saw her like this, she heard that let her. Gongja smiled and said that he would settle everything. The heroine looked away and replied that she did not want to rely on him. The brunette hugged her with a smile and asked who said that he would do it for free. If he needed help, he would like her to help him out too. They would rely on each other. The blonde woman looked at him. The branches were strewn with pink flowers, and an offer to read her favorite poems was heard. The clock showed 6. The hero turned to the girl. They were sailing on a boat in the pond near the castle. The guy noticed that it was very beautiful. Looking at the landscape, Leviel said that in the height of spring, everything turns white. Holding the oars, Gongja heard that spring flowers and magnolias bloomed during this period. This is called white spring throughout the empire, and noticed that it was a beautiful season. The petals floated in the water. The girl confirmed and said that she no longer remembered the last time she admired this phenomenon. The system reported that the presence of the silver heart was getting stronger. The girl's eyes widened. The figure froze with a sword in his hands. The girl swung her weapon. The heavens turned red, and a notification appeared that the silver heart was itself. People looked around in fright, asking if it was blood. A spot was black in the sky. Smoke from explosions was rising. The girl sitting in the boat said that she was very calm with the servant. She could really believe him. Gongja moved closer and said that she had already told him that they were like parallel lines, and the one who died first would regress first, so they couldn't stay together forever. Placing his palm on the girl's hand, he said that from now on, it would be enveloped in his aura, continuing to say that not only her body, but also her brain itself. Looking down, the girl heard that he would do the same to himself, and then blow up their heads at the same moment. He held the heroine's hand, saying that whoever dies first will return in time, and there is no guarantee that the one who survives will remember at least something. In this case, there is only one way to stay together: you need to die at the same time. Leviel was surprised to hear him call out to her. With a sweet smile, Gongja offered to die together. After imagining what the brain looks like, the guy thought that just like ordinary people plan tomorrow, he planned his death, could always come up with an easier way to commit suicide, and this time the choice fell on the aura, with which he could blow his brain in a short moment without even feeling pain, noting that it was a simple and easy way. Therefore, he had never used it before. He imagined the face of the emperor, thinking that if he got used to simplicity, it would let his guard down, because that's how he had ruined him. Taking the blade in his hand, he decided to die in another way. Gongja was on his knees. It was much more painful to keep his instincts and ability to think as clearly and soberly as possible, and yet today is a special case. He held Leviel's hand, telling her not to be afraid and that it would be over in an instant. A red aura surrounded their hands. The girl said it was nice. Looking down, she noticed that it was like heat flowing through the blood vessels, and if this was the normal body temperature of the hero, then he was a slightly hotter person than her. Opening her mouth slightly, the girl added that she was anxious. As they sat in the boat, she talked about the first time she was experiencing such torments, despite all her rebirths, and although she knew that everything would be fine until she lost touch with herself, for today she was afraid of losing him, because if one returned, she would forget about the hero. Red waves were rising all around, and he told her not to worry. Silhouettes of people loomed over them. Gongja added that he would be nearby. The man looked up in fear, shouting that they were demons. The other turned around, saying that they were everywhere. Leviel heard the screams of the others, talking about the hero so that he would not be mistaken. Ignoring what was happening, she noted that if one of them died even 0.1 seconds earlier, she would blame him forever, so he only had one try. Gongja looked at her with a smile, agreeing. He had seen the girl's eyes when the system message had appeared that Silverheart was contemplating him, and he had heard that he would have to take responsibility for making her trust someone again. Golden silhouettes appeared in the sky, announcing that the apostles of the cow reaping the fruits of destruction and the war horse of the eternal plains had appeared. The children were holding hands. The system announced that the apostle of the unfading preacher of happiness had appeared. The two of them looked at each other. Leviel said that this is an ignorant creature who does not feel the atmosphere at all. The hero offered to teach them a lesson. Looking up, he added that they should have known that those who disturbed the lovers would die. Looking to the side, the girl replied that she liked this attitude. A beam of light was directed from them when applying the heavenly demon divine art and the 9th form of divine art, as well as the suicide sword. The system notified that he died, and there is a refund 24 hours ago. Gongja opened his eyes. Leviel covered herself with an umbrella, noticing that he had woken up. The hero rose from the ground when she expressed her displeasure with such a servant who had slept for so long. His gaze was confused, and he wondered if it worked out, and if they both retained memories of the past. Still standing with her back to him, she said that he had lied to her. Turning around, Leviel noted that he had promised that he would not return to the same time frame. However, she had arrived in the past 9 days earlier. A smile appeared on the hero's face when he heard the question that even if they had a fake relationship, then how could he leave his beloved alone for so long? Leviel looked away, saying that she had been very worried all this time, because he had promised that he would be with her all the time, and in the end he did not keep his word. Indignant at how it was possible to be so late, Gongja hugged her as she said that he deserved a harsh punishment. The umbrella fell to the ground. The hero asked for forgiveness, and she replied that everything was fine. Smiling, she said that looking after him was not boring. Gongja hugged her, asking her not to lie. Well, yes, she replied that it was true and that it was not the first time she had waited for someone. A message appeared in front of him stating that he was 71% in sync with the character, and he heard Leviel forgive him. Looking into her eyes, the guy said that he would have one more request and that he was sorry. She should wait for him a little longer. He ran his hand through her hair, saying that he would reduce the number of days each time until they were together from day 1. Leviel grabbed him by the shirt and called him a cheeky man, saying that in other words, he was asking her to die 9 more times. Looking into her eyes, Gongja clarified that it didn't hurt. Looking into his eyes, she replied that he was very greedy in wanting to take all 9 days of her time loop. The hero smiled and asked if he could kiss her. Leaves flew past them. There were reports that he had died and was going back 24 hours. Later, they found themselves in the middle of the hall, and he died again. Still later, they stood on the street, where the hero died again. Gongja held her in his arms, noting that she had brushed her teeth before their meeting, and she replied that she would pretend she hadn't heard it. Leviel lowered her head when he said it wasn't fair. After patting him on the head, the girl noted that she had waited for him for 39 days in total. She had the right to show a little selfishness, because this way he would feel less guilty, so he should thank her for it. Gongja was embarrassed when he realized that they had been kissing for 39 days. They kissed again, and there was a message about his death. Someone's footsteps were heard when the system notified about the return 24 hours ago. The child raised a finger, saying that Lady Silver Lily had come to the hero, asking what she needed at such a late hour, and also told him that she did not even live in a dormitory, but in separate rooms. Gongja asked about where she was now. He quickly walked forward when he heard what she was waiting in the garden across from the dormitory. The hero walked forward, not noticing anything around. When they met, they kissed again, and he died again. The message about the return 24 hours ago appeared again. The hall was decorated with gold paintings. Gongja looked ahead with a smile. Leviel stood opposite. He took a step forward. The girl went to him. Everyone was surprised to see their kiss. Holding her with his hand, the guy asked if they had finally done it, and she replied that now their one day would last forever. Both were standing in the center of the hall, and she added that it would be as long as they both wanted it. The child looked at them with interest, asking about what he missed. People looked at them in shock. The girl covered herself with a fan, wondering what was happening here, and whether she was imagining it. The spirit covered its eyes with its hands, not understanding why it was suffering after death, and why it was impossible to simply achieve Buddhahood, and it was obliged to look at it like a zombie. The hero looked ahead, hearing the question about what was going on here and that he was only a servant, as well as worries that if the emperor found out that she was the crown princess, and thought that this was quite an expected reaction. Leviel turned behind her back when she was asked what she was doing. Hugging the hero, she asked for forgiveness, saying that she should have done it away from people's eyes. The guy opened his mouth in shock. Taking the paper in her hands, she said that she was aware of the gravity of her crime, so she was ready to accept a fair punishment. She handed it to the blonde man. Looking ahead, Leviel said that it was a statement of expulsion. Looking at the statement in confusion, he heard that, knowing his generous heart, it had decided to choose its punishment beforehand, since he would hardly have been able to cope with it himself. So she would leave the academy and not appear in public until her expulsion had taken place. And from that moment on she would stop her visits to him, hoping that he would not delay in carrying out the punishment. Taking Gongja's hand, she only said that she hoped for his approval. The two of them found themselves on the street. The hero looked at her, surprised that it was possible to do so. Quickly following her, the young man thought that by giving her heart, she should be loyal to the crown prince to the end. There was a noticeable embarrassment on his face as he thought about how it didn't matter given his relationship with her, and the main thing was that Leviel now looked happy. Seeing how the rays of the sun illuminated her face, he decided that this was enough, and heard an appeal to himself. The child waved, asking when they would clear the stage. He caught up with them, wondering what the kiss was for, saying that he had ceased to understand anything at all. Looking at his large eyes, he also noted that when he saw them together, his heart began to pound like crazy, wondering what it meant, to which the hero replied that it might be a heart attack. Gongja looked at him, replying that he had already settled everything with the level and therefore he could do nothing more and rest, to which he replied that from now on, he would have to do whatever he wanted. Closing his eyes, the child heard that he should not kill people, as well as not torture, kidnap, or hold hostage while interrogating. Smiling, he asked what he was going to do. Waving back, Gongja said that there would be more trouble soon, and until then, he could lock himself in his chambers and read a book of fairy tales. As he stopped, he remembered hearing his synchronization threshold rise all the time, asking what was the point. Having gone quite far, the guy replied that this was another harbinger of an attack. The carriage moved forward. Both sat next to each other. Leviel said that now the entire empire would be talking about them. The hero looked down, heard that the high society of the capital was bombarding her with letters and that she assumed that there would be at least 200 of them, 20 of which would be from her family and closest relatives, and 10 from her father. He looked at her with surprise when he heard what the emperor would later summon to him, and when he heard him address him by name along with a question about what they would do. But in response he was only surprised, because she called him by name. The girl looked out the window, thinking about this place. Seeing the white walls of the house, she said that she was stuck here for a very long time, and it turned out to be so small. Introducing the ranks of students, she said that this academy was an object created to strengthen the influence of the emperor, and those from noble families were obliged to study here in order to instill in their young minds a common attitude, language and knowledge, thereby strengthening the national spirit. Looking to the side, she also added that envy, vanity, arrogance, and possessiveness flourish within the walls of the academy, but they are covered by the loud words of tradition or the decrees of the emperor. Gongja stared at her, heard about the empire they would have to manifest in the future was very different from the academy, and also wondered if the crown prince understood this. Lowering his head slightly, he asked her why she cared so much about the empire, when perhaps she was taking too much on herself. Leviel turned to him, having heard the advice that she should not think about it and focus on him, assuring her that it would keep her busy for a long time. The girl approached him. Looking at him, she warned that if he hurt her heart, she would kill him. Placing her hands on him, she asked him if he understood this, and he replied that he did. The hero approached her, adding that it was clear as daylight, but she demanded to answer what was clear to him. Outside he could hear the squeaking of wheels, saying that no matter what happened, he would not let her soul suffer again, and if he accidentally hurt her, he would immediately apologize personally. But raising his hands, Leviel noted that he still lacks clarification. Putting them to her neck, the girl said that if he betrayed her, it was better to strangle her immediately. Gongja was visibly confused, heard that he was only using them, not the aura, and let him kill again and again until the day of their meeting was erased from this world. Still holding his hands, Leviel said that it didn't matter if it took hundreds or 1,000 days, as long as she was sentencing him to her death. Slightly removing them from her, the girl added that for the rest of his life he would remember that she would not forgive him. Both looked into each other's eyes. Leviel reasoned that he could live forever if he wanted to, and therefore, if he betrayed her, he would burn forever in hell. Opening his mouth slightly, he heard that he understood her, and she said that if he wanted to confess something, he should do it now. A bright light appeared in Gongja's hand, and he said that he had a skill known as the reincarnation of 100 souls. Leviel looked at the description of the skill, heard that he could summon any of those he had killed in the past, and if he wanted, he would keep the memories of his previous life, specifying that he could summon her as well. Lowering his eyes, the hero replied that given that he had killed her 9 times, he would be able to summon 9 clones, but he was not going to do that. Slightly closing her eyes, she added that she would have one more condition in the event of his infidelity, and he would have to get rid of this skill. Now he put his hand on her and, agreeing, asked forgiveness for not saying it earlier. As he bent down, he heard that he had one more thing to promise, and that was not to kill himself without her knowledge. Imagining a shadow hanging over him, he listened to the fact that no matter what he dared to die, and even if the day came when it would be easier for him, because he was her beloved, and now his life belonged not only to him, and if death could not be avoided, he would have to fight to the very end. Leviel touched his face, and he agreed. Looking at him, the girl waited for his terms. Closing one eye, he replied that he wanted her to trust him if he asked. After kissing him, she replied that from now on she would always believe him. White clouds floated across the sky. The hero offered the girl to arrange the most carefree 10-day vacation in the world. As he carried the suitcase, he wondered if there would be a second person who was working hard and unrecognized like her, saying that they could forget about all the important things and enjoy regression to the fullest to fill their hearts with happiness, to which Leviel clarified if he was suggesting to do something that ordinary people could not afford. Smiling, Gongja replied that it was. Standing in front of the castle, he said that no matter how loud the commotion was, everyone would forget about it the next day, and he also knew that she would understand him right away and he wouldn't have to explain everything. They went to the counter, and she called him a scoundrel, and the man behind her asked if they wanted to choose a particular place. Having put the suitcase, the hero saw that he preferred to hire the entire theater group for one day. Looking at the gathered people, he added that he could do all 6. Covering her mouth with her fan, she told the guy that she always wanted to try something. Opening it, Leviel said that she wanted to watch 6 performances at the same time on the big stage. 2 actors looked confused. I heard that 3 of them would have to act out a tragedy, and 2 a comedy. The girl put her hand on her chest in surprise when she heard that the remaining troupe would perform the opera. Gongja smiled broadly, saying that he had a premonition of a mess. The 2 of them watched what was happening on stage. They laughed merrily. The fire illuminated the facade of the building. People were looking at the cards intensely. Someone threw them off, saying that he was passing. Another player also threw his cards. Looking at the chips and jewelry, Leviel raised the stakes. A man appeared behind the backs of the people, calling it arbitrariness. Gongja stared at him when he heard that he would not allow anyone to do such things in his territory, and asked who he was against, suggesting that he be beheaded. The Baron became nervous, hearing about him secretly producing drugs in his basement, and then selling them all over the capital, but that wasn't enough to decapitate him, and asked what she meant. Gongja pushed the table for him when the girl offered to sit down. Squinting, Leviel said that if he played with her 10 times, she would forgive him. The entrance to the house was brightly lit. They were lying in bed, and Gongja asked if she was happy. Lying in his arms, she replied that for the first time she felt that she wanted to live longer. Closing his eyes, he said that he was also happy. A window appeared above him, showing 76%, and he said that his threshold was rising again, to which he was asked what this threshold was. Looking up, Leviel heard that this was a level mechanic laid down by the constellation that sent him into this world, reminding him that he was playing the role of a servant, and the threshold was a numerical reflection of how much he had merged with his character. Raising his hand, he added that when she calls his name, strokes his cheek, or is in his arms like now, this threshold grows, to which she clarified that it grows even when they are just talking. A smile appeared on his face as he heard the question about what would happen to him if he reached 100%. Reaching for the candle, he told her not to think about it, for she had promised to think only of him. The next day, the man standing by the carriage heard that the street was at the Duchess's disposal for the time being, and resentment that he had dared to block her way with his dirty carriage, which had been obtained by extortion from the common people. The man covered his ears in horror when he heard that he should raise his son better. Later, Leviel splashed water at it, and time was their personal theater. People were happily catching gold. The 2 of them were sitting in the garden. Some time later, they were sitting near the fountain. Gongja touched her hand, saying that they were very bad. The girl supported, adding that they were real pests. A window appeared above him, indicating 81%. The hero noted that only they knew about it. Leviel replied that both were accomplices in the crime. Looking at the people passing by, the boy asked the girl if she remembered what he had said in the carriage, and she replied that she remembered everything he had ever said to her. Their silhouettes were reflected in the water, and he asked if she remembered the request for trust, and heard that she did. Looking in her direction, Gongja said that in this case, she would have to keep her word now. Looking at him, Leviel noted that he was up to something really suspicious, asking him to confess right away, and heard in response that he was going to raise the threshold to 99%. Several birds flew over them. The hero explained that he needed to almost completely merge with the personality of the servant, becoming the one who was born into this world. When asked why, he replied that he could not reveal the reason. Looking at him, she said that the fact that he couldn't reveal her meant that for the plan to succeed, only one had to know him, clarifying that he was talking about it now because he needed something from her. Smiling, Gongja replied that it was. Lowering her head, Leviel reasoned that from the very beginning he had asked her to trust only for the sake of this moment, and she should have listened to herself more carefully. With a slight sigh, she asked what she should do, so they left Abila together again, returning on the first day. The girl closed the door. Turning around, she asked what was happening now. Leviel was surprised to see the rope and hear the request to tie him to a chair. Gongja sat on top of him when she replied that it was too early for them to leave for country life, and said that she didn't have to worry because they hadn't enjoyed it yet, to which she said that although she promised to trust him unconditionally, she didn't like it. The girl tied his hands. Looking up, he praised her for tying him tightly. Frowning, Sword Emperor asked him what he was doing, since he himself was already scared. Sitting in the chair, Gongja saw 81% of the time, thinking that this servant had fallen in love with both girls at once. But since both were out of place for him, he suppressed his feelings. The crown prince was liked by both of them, and Lady Golden Flower had feelings for both the prince and the servant. But now Laviel loves both him and the prince, and although it is quite trivial, it was this that allowed him to develop this plan. The girl placed a mirror in front of him when he asked for it. Next to him, he saw a character window. Laviel was standing by the mirror when he addressed her. She came closer when Gongja asked to kiss him non-stop, making him love him even more, and replied that if he had a kiss fetish, then he could tell it right away. Laviel ran a finger over his lips as he said that, just like he said, when he reached a certain point, he would no longer be himself. Remembering the girl in the long dress, he thought that at a certain point he would cease to be himself, and that he noticed one thing about Heretic Questioner. Imagining long hair, he reflected on how when the Sylvia personality consumed him, the hair continued to grow. Moving closer to Laviel, the hero said that when his threshold reached 99% and approached 100%, she should kill him with her own hands. With his hands tied behind his back, he was willing to bet anything that she thought the same thing he did, because they were both regressors. Withdrawing her hand, Laviel was worried that it was dangerous and that betting was a bit inappropriate. The guy smiled, answering that it was thanks to the bet that they would win, because it was this mistake in the tower system. In other words, that was their advantage. Looking into his eyes, the girl replied that there was a problem, that she would forget him. Looking at her, he replied that he would settle it. Laviel bowed her head as she heard that he was asking her only one favor, and if he couldn't leave this world on his own, he should make him a guide. Calmly and confidently, he added that she should trust him. Placing a hand on her shoulder, Laviel agreed. Holding his head, the girl said that she was his first, and he would be her last. Running her hand over her face, she was surprised that she really fell in love with such a bad guy. Laviel kissed Gongja. The system showed 84% synchronization with the character. The girl continued to kiss him. Reports of 85% synchronization with the character have reappeared. Laviel still kissed him, and the hero reflected on how the last transformation of the Heretic Inquisitor in the Golden Flower League was a little strange. A new system message indicates a synchronization level of 86%. Both did not stop kissing. The girl wondered why he still remained himself. Introducing the Heretic Inquisitor, Gongja thought that he could freely change his appearance thanks to the holy techniques. But this was his personal ability, and Lady Golden Flower could not possess it. The guy imagined how people tried to restrain the girl, thinking that her hair was still growing. Seeing the progress of synchronization, the hero concluded that she could not suppress the migrant's own techniques into someone else's body. Laviel moved his leg. She knelt on his chair. A message appeared that synchronization with the character is in progress. The kiss became more passionate. The system reported that the current synchronization threshold was 88%. He remembered his past in the form of a puzzle. Gongja saw the girl in front of him, as well as system messages asking him to stop, and heard the question of whether he was okay. Another message appeared nearby. Some of the letters were not visible. The guy replied that he was fine. Laviel looked at him with a slight smile, asking if he wanted her to kiss him again, and also called him an insatiable lover. At the next kiss, the hero's body was covered with interference. Opening his mouth wide, the hero confessed his love to her. The interference during the kiss became stronger. Gongja said that no matter how much he was reborn, he would always love her, asking her not to let him forget about it even if he died, to which the girl agreed. His memories were waking up like pieces of a puzzle, and he realized that his essence was splitting. Looking at him, Laviel asked if he was okay. She kept her hands on his shoulders when the hero, uncomprehendingly, asked later what was happening. Touching his face, she heard that he was afraid that he had been kidnapped. The girl was visibly confused. She had heard that he would never know the extent of the duchy's power. But now she was crossing all boundaries of reason, and did she hate Heretic Questioner so much that she was going to intimidate her pathetic servant? Looking down slightly, she replied that she now understood how it worked. Removing her hands, Laviel noted that she believed she no longer had a heart, but it definitely hurts her, saying that the guy could be happy because he had completely trampled on her feelings. But he didn't understand what she meant. The girl grabbed the blade, saying the name Gongja. The servant did not understand her. The boy looked up in fright, hearing that he was the one who opened his heart to her, and the one to whom she opened. Opening her mouth slightly, she added that she would kill him for hurting her heart. The servant closed his eyes. Drops of blood flew everywhere, telling Gongja to return to her. Laviel startled him, adding that she would wait for him for ages. Finally, the girl kissed the servant. In reality, it was as if several cracks had appeared, and the question was raised that this girl had invented another scheme to annoy Heretic Questioner. In the emptiness, the words sounded that he wanted to wipe away her tears. A red circle appeared with messages that the hero died and is going back to 24. But an error was found, and that the skill owner and the target are different characters, so there is an analysis of the 24 return point for the owner, and the target is isolated, but the analysis could not be done. The case materials are beyond the power of the tower. There are new system messages that the tower is checking Gongja's access as well as confirming that he is an appointed apostle, and the tower is now evaluating his case as an extremely important issue on the agenda and requesting a meeting of the 6 pillars of life to make a decision by voting. Golden butterflies flew over his head. A dark silhouette appeared, saying something in an incomprehensible language. There were several other similar silhouettes nearby, and the system confirmed the request for language translation. One of them pointed to the hero, saying that he had decided to play with them, demanding that Hamustra be called immediately, indignant at how such a half-apostle could be slipped. A bright light appeared in front of him, and he could be heard saying that according to the protocol, he was fine. Besides, no one was sure that the hero understood a word of what they were saying, and the question was asked if he was in sync with his character, because if this process was reversed, they could talk to him. A red aura appeared around from the message that the synchronization was being rolled back. Gongja opened his mouth in surprise. The creature hovered over him, asking if he intended to use regression after being fully synchronized with the character. The guy covered his face with his hand, hearing that in this way he had reached the point of no return, beyond which his character's past and his own. Looking at the interlocutor, he replied that it was so. Seeing the dark silhouettes in front of him, Gongja demanded that it be returned on the day before the 10-day time loop closed. The creature's eyes shone brightly, and he called the guy shameless. Opening his mouth wide, he said that he would kill him, but heard someone telling him to calm down, because his personality, like a fragment of dark times, was beginning to manifest, and anger and jealousy were poor helpers in negotiations. Gongja glanced towards the interlocutor, who noted that they hadn't met twice for a long time because of the same person, and asked how long it had been since they summoned the Constellation Killer. He moved behind the guy, saying that the bond between them was only getting stronger, and that it didn't look like an accident. The hero looked at him in surprise, and there was a message that he was tired of it. He stared at the bright light, hearing that the synchronization threshold had reached 100%, and they had to go back in time one day from the servant's point of view, because if it was 90%, the starting point would be the Lord of Death, but it was 99%. The girl put her head on her hand, saying that everything was ambiguous, and wondered who to choose. Gongja looked up, realizing that it was the Tower Lord, and offered to bring him back based on the servant's timeline. So, looking up, he heard a request for justification and mentioned figures. Showing his fingers, the guy said that the synchronization threshold was 99%, which meant that it remained 1%, and given that the servant owns most of the mind, it would be correct to consider him the owner of the body. Reflected in the many mirrors, the Tower Lord agreed, but noted that the reincarnate's clockwork was his skill, kit, only he could use it. Gongja was a little nervous when he was asked that he wanted to go back in time. A magic circle appeared in front of him. It was heard that there was no need to be nervous, because the interlocutor was just interested in what he was guided by. He raised his hand to his face, asking him to think about it from the servant's point of view. Seeing the many mirrors in front of him, he talked about how he and the servant were constantly competing for the right to possess the body throughout the scene and took turns taking control. Frowning, the hero added that the servant had honestly and justly gained the upper hand in this fight, and had gained his ability as a result of his victory. Many eyes looked at him, hearing that the reincarnation clockwork could be considered a skill of this servant. A smile appeared on the Tower Lord's face. Gongja stared at her, heard that it made sense, as well as what he had done back then, defeating the summer spirit and taking its power for himself. Hiding from the shards, the hero heard that she had always wondered who would win in a fight between the two regressors, and she was surprised that they would have to return the servant at the moment before he acquired his skill, and was impressed by the scope of these plans. The girl's silhouette folded her hands as the Tower Lord said that he could have just let go of the situation and not attract the attention of the summer spirit, but he hadn't. An unknown person noted that he was just out for revenge, and a message appeared that the moon, guiding the blind, was cursing him. The other power in the blue window said that he did it because of his developed sense of justice, and it was noted that the Mirage Wandering Princess was blessing him. A bright light appeared between them, and it was said that everything was true and that he got involved in this to take revenge because of his keen sense of justice, but she was impressed by something else. The figure of the man in the white window said that this was the only way to defeat the summer spirit with a 100% success rate. Gongja closed his eyes when he heard that this was the case. The Lord of the Tower towered over him, saying that his heart was still inexperienced and hot, although his mind was cunning, and he always longed for a flawless victory. Playing with the miserable fate of a servant, he heard that they were therefore impatiently waiting for his further explanations in order to fully convince them of his rightness, to which he agreed. Taking a step forward, Gongja said that they hadn't done anything wrong. He then pulled his hand aside, adding that the tower system had made the mistake, so it was not easy to make a final decision about who would ultimately regress, and such an error would not have occurred if the tower system had been perfect. Looking at the Tower Lord, he heard that she agreed. Stretching out his hand to her, the guy added that since they were victims of system errors, they should compensate for this. Gongja smiled confidently as he said that they deserved a reward for discovering this defect. A red aura appeared around again, and words sounded that this was impudent. The monster approached him, demanding that he watch his tongue or else they would erase his existence. A bright light stopped him. The silhouette of the girl hovered over him, saying that his confidence in his own rightness and that he was entitled to reward and compensation was amazing. Gongja looked at her in surprise when he asked why they should meet him halfway when they could just erase this misunderstanding and not remember it. The guy remembered the system message, saying that they had always wished him good luck. Imagining the light at the top of the tower, the hero said that, despite the fact that she was an absolute being, she never neglected or renounced them, and never forced them to move only in the appointed direction. Hunters who decided to stay on the first floor could wander there forever, while she always supported those who wanted to climb higher, and asked them to be careful. Recalling various events, he added that this is not all. The guy stretched out his hands, saying that the people she entrusted the floors to were insignificant and lonely. She gathered those who had survived terrible tragedies to share the power of the tower with them, and therefore she was kind. Holding his hands in front of the tower lord, Gongja said that she did not interfere when they fought and tried to kill each other because she respected the right to choose, and so he was confident that she would fairly compensate them for the errors in the system and the resulting losses, because she could do so. Smiling, the hero thanked her for creating the tower. Putting his hand on his neck, Gongja admitted that he had always wanted to say it, but there was no right opportunity, and thanked him again. Lowering his head, the hero admitted that without the tower he would have survived a miserable life, but when he crossed the threshold, it remained the same. Seeing the lord of the tower, he thought that although it was wrong, he had been given a second chance. After bowing, the guy said that he could never go back 4,000 days on his own, and he was only able to do so because he was given the opportunity, which motivates him to move forward. Seeing the bright light in front of him, Gongja thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The man in the blue window noted that he really liked the guy. The hero looked up, hearing that they saw for the first time that a person would thank for this, because usually people point at each other and blame everyone except themselves. The lord of the tower smiled, calling it cute. She held out her hand to him, saying that she was only a mirror, so if he saw her as a good entity, it would be because he was good himself. Looking at her, he heard about what kind of compensation he wanted and replied that he wanted to go back 24 hours from the servant's point of view. Gongja lowered his head when asked what reward he wanted. After introducing Laviel, the guy replied that he asked to allow his beloved to keep his memories. It was as if a large eye was staring at him, saying that he could request a really strong ability. After all, he had discovered a malfunction in the turret system, and offered to strengthen the reincarnation's wind-up clock skill. The hero stood in the center of the magic circle, heard that they could easily remove the 24-hour restrictions and allow him to move as much as he wished, or strengthen the reincarnation of 100 souls, and then he would return to the target not only the memories, but also the skills that she possessed in life. Gongja knelt down. After bowing in front of everyone, he said that he did not need anything and wanted to stay with the one he loved. A hand touched him. The lord of the tower smiled as she looked at him. Golden butterflies flew around, and there were reports that good luck would always bless him. New messages indicated that the meeting has come to an end and the sync threshold is being adjusted to 99% and is also going back 24 hours. A few leaves flew by. The blonde girl looked at him with a smile, saying that the servant had finally woken up. Nothing. His post-victory sleep had dragged on. The guy opened his mouth slightly, surprised. The young lady replied that it was her, the one and only. Sylvia was sitting across from him. The guy didn't understand what was going on, and she was saying that she had just returned from dinner with the crown prince, and he was sleeping right in his chair. Closing her eyes with a smile, the girl was surprised that it was possible to behave like this in the presence of her mistress, although all living things did not disturb him, because his sleeping face looked very cute. But she opened her eyes in surprise. Seeing how tense the servant was, she noted that it seemed that he was about to cry, asking if he had had a nightmare. He rubbed his face with his hand, asking if she had enjoyed dinner with the crown prince. Sylvia showed the ring on her hand, answering that he presented it to her. She looked at her ring, saying that the crown prince had done it in the dining room in front of everyone, and he knew exactly how to make the girl happy. The servant wiped away a tear when his companion wondered what kind of expression Laviel would have when she found out, and he repeated the name. Sylvia looked at him in surprise. Behind his back, there were system messages when he heard that he had to comply with the chain of command, because it was rather unceremonious to call her by her name, even if there was no one else here except the two of them, and he also had to work on his manners. Covering his face with his hand again, the boy asked what she was talking about and if she had heard what he had just said. Looking at the interlocutor, the girl heard that he did not know what was happening, but he had the feeling that someone was shouting in his ear, and offered to take him to the infirmary. Getting up, he said that he was going to get some fresh air. Watching him leave, Sylvia told him to come back when he was done. The hero was walking along the corridor. Laviel stood by the broken window, thinking that she hadn't been a regressor before. As she stared at the red moon, she thought about the crown prince's encounter with Sylvia that day. Her hand touched the blade, thinking that she was angry that she had made a wish for the sword that had been passed down in her family for generations. The servant stood in the courtyard near the house as she thought that once she did this, her life would last forever, and he wondered why he had come here. Entering inside, the guy realized that he needed to return. His hand touched the doorknob, and he noticed that the body was moving on its own. Laviel held out her sword in front of her. She sat at the table, saying that she was waiting for him. Looking at him, the girl noticed that he was in trouble. She took off the veil, saying that he did not know how to hide his emotions, and even darkness would not help him, because with the naked eye it was clear that this was his first time, but the servant did not understand her words. A blade protruded from the shattered mirror. The guy replied that he did not know what to say, and therefore it was better to remain silent. The girl turned around when she heard the question about whether it was a dream and why he was dreaming about it, noting that it was interesting. Leviel took his hand, answering that he had become his dream, he was her life, and that was the meaning of their love. Looking at him again, the girl added that he was asking the question without romantic overtones, and that if he was wondering where all the servants had gone, she had asked them to come out. A servant standing next to her wanted to know why, but heard in response that she wanted to warn him. Raising her head slightly, Leviel demanded not to be officially named, otherwise she would rip out his heart and kill him. The girl nudged him with her hand. Both were reflected in the broken mirror, and when asked what he saw, the guy replied that he saw the two of them standing next to each other. Looking at him, the girl expected him to say something else. A disturbance appeared above his head. The guy clutched his head. He gritted his teeth. Leviel wanted to know what else he could see. She smiled when she heard him see the words and hear strange voices, and asked if he felt love. Seeing part of the message, he heard a request to tell more about what these words were, but replied that he saw only fragments, among which erased and loved. She looked at the mirror, saying that it was from the words master and beloved, and they definitely remained unchanged, and was surprised that they followed each other, because although she could understand why it happened, she did not like it very much. Seeing the moon outside the window, the guy said that he was confused, and many things seemed strange to him, but the interlocutor was sure that he was not sleeping, and therefore he did not understand what was needed from him. Lowering her head, the girl replied that she needed him. Seeing his reflection in the broken mirror, she remembered that he felt like he was in a dream, asking him to describe what he was. The servant vaguely recalled the past, saying that individual episodes popped up in his memory. Leviel began to cry when she heard that she was looking at him and one of them with tears in her eyes. The guy clutched his chest, saying that at that moment his heart was clenching with pain. Leviel smiled when he said that he didn't know what was to blame, but clearly not the blade she had stabbed him with, and was glad that he felt regret. When asked why he thought he had such a dream, he replied that he did not know, and then she said that it was because of her personal trauma. Imagining a vague silhouette, the girl told that her mother had committed suicide, and recalled the last words that she had whispered that night, still remembering how everyone remained silent when her mother died silently, consigning her to the fire. Leviel moved closer to her interlocutor, noting that it was these memories that traumatized her the most. Putting her hands on the guy's neck, she said that it wasn't even the crown prince proposing to Sylvia with a coral ring, nor one where 10 days were repeated over and over again ad infinitum, or the ones that would normally cause her unbearable heartaches. Looking intently into his eyes, she said that now only one person is able to make her heart bleed. Leviel began to strangle him. Her hands clenched tighter. The servant grabbed her hand as she reminded him that she would kill him if he dared to hurt her. Leviel looked at him, saying that he had hurt her and would now pay for it. There are words that he died, and there is a replay of the trauma that killed his enemies, and the words are also heard about him dying and loving her again. A pink butterfly flew in the darkness. The hero was tied up in a chair. There was nothing around him. Gongja's hands were tied behind the back of the chair, and he was sure that the girl knew what was on his mind. After all, they were both rival players. She saw his smile, thinking that he was a dangerous man. Leviel brought her hand to her face, contemplating what she realized he was planning to do, wanting to exploit the defects in the tower system to turn the tide of the game in his favor, though she looks innocent, not understanding how he even thought of it, and replied that it was dangerous. Standing over him, she thought that now she did not just want to get out, but to live this life with him, and said that she would not remember him. Imagining the time spent together, the girl reflected that the memories they shared had become the meaning of her existence, and even if the plan worked, and he did not allow the mirror to be pierced with a blade, breaking this endless 10-day cycle, it would all be meaningless if she forgot it. The blade was in her hand. Leviel's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that it was nothing. Gongja smiled, saying that he would settle everything and asking to trust him. She looked at him silently, not understanding how he could ask her for trust without backing up her words with actions, and regretted that she had promised to trust him, but what was done, and all that remained was to keep her word. After kissing him, Leviel decided to trust her beloved and his professionalism. As she continued to kiss him, she knew that he was the one she had chosen, and all she had to do was convince the tower to move him a day earlier, and they would deal with the rest later. Crumbling, Gongja said that he loved her. Seeing his body crumble into pieces, she didn't know how he was going to return when his synchronization threshold exceeded 90%. Looking at the reflection in the shard, Leviel knew that if he successfully returned the day before, he would probably forget about her or remember it in fits and starts. She remembered his smile and his words that he easily found a common language with others. The girl's eyes became larger. She was sitting on her knees in front of his body. Lowering her head, Leviel thought that it would be better to kill him right away. Remembering his confused look, The girl understood that he was the only person who made her happy. He was naive, but at the same time not simple. Reaching for one of the shards, she thought that she did not want to kill it. A lot of shrapnel lay under her hand. Leviel thought that if she did this, she would hurt herself greatly, and her loved one would then see everything that had happened today. Leviel formed the silhouette of a butterfly from the shards, deciding that when it happened, she would not hide anything. Now the servant was looking at this butterfly. The girl stood in front of him, thinking that this was the same wound that he personally inflicted on her, while the guy was afraid that he had been kidnapped. The sword was in her hand, and she mentally asked her to remember it even after death. Leviel struck him, thinking that he was always in her heart, saying that they would see each other again. She would be waiting for him. Hugging his body, she confessed her love to him. There are new system messages stating that the target's consciousness integrity has been damaged and the penalty has ended, and the current synchronization threshold is 98%. A tear ran down the servant's face. Sylvia, looking at him in fright, asked what had happened, for he had started crying so suddenly. The guy replied that he needed to leave for a while. He went to the door when she replied that he was not allowed to, for she had not yet told him that the crown prince had invited her to dinner the next day, and that it was his duty to listen to everything she said. The girl was surprised to hear that the crown prince would give her a blue coral ring tomorrow. Upon exiting, he met Leviel, hearing that he was being asked where he was going. Looking at the girl in the mirror, he was surprised that she was waiting for him, and she replied that this was her second time today. The servant stood in front of the mirror and heard a question about what he saw. Looking at the system message, he replied that he sees the words master and favorite, as well as fragments of other words, but he cannot make them out. Glancing at him, Leviel asked him to call. Looking ahead, the guy said the lady's word. The girl approached him, thinking that he would not dare to call her officially, and he said the word milady. He covered his face with his hand. The silhouette of Leviel blurred in his eyes, and he heard a question about what kind of dream it was. Without lowering his hand, the guy replied that she was looking at him in tears, and heard if there was anything else. Standing near the mirror, the girl heard that a young man was tied up behind her, and it seemed that she was in excruciating pain because she had stabbed him with a sword. Placing her hand on his head, Leviel said that he was great. A bright light appeared in her hand, and she called it proof of his efforts. The system showed a description of one regressor's love, and among other things, it read a request to allow his lover to keep his memories. Holding this message in her hand, she called it an interesting way to propose to her, asking what she should do now, and also noted that she liked his voice. Hugging him, Leviel asked him to tell her personally, because she would not accept anything else. Clenching her fingers around his neck, she also asked him to return to her quickly. The servant was gasping to hear that she would kill him as long as it took until he fully returned, and if her wounds helped him to do so, then once, as many times as necessary, and let him watch and suffer with her. Reports of his death resurfaced. Later, they were standing outside, and she mentioned the many scars on her heart. After that, the message about the death appeared again. Leviel knocked the guy to the ground, saying that his shards would come together. The message of death appeared again. Leviel went on to kill him many times, saying that he was the only person in the world who could kill her, and she was the only one who could kill him. The guy died over and over again, and it would happen many times until they were together. The guy ran through all the corridors and doors. Leviel reflected on the fact that she was born as the rightful heiress of the ducal family. Her mother doomed her to a sad life, since she was chosen a fiancé even before birth, and she inevitably devoted her life to him. Looking at the white flower, she repeated her titles. Leviel was wearing a white dress, thinking about the fact that a lot of people were calling her nobody, and saw that he was there. Gongja smiled at her, as she thought about longing to hear the right name from his mouth. They embraced, and the girl said that she had been waiting for him very much. Both closed their eyes. Opening his mouth, the guy called out to Leviel and thought that he wanted to say 1,000 words to her. As he hugged her, he apologized and thought he wanted to apologize for all the deep wounds he had inflicted on her. Bowing his head, he thanked him, thinking that he wanted to thank him for trusting, for loving him. Gongja held the girl by the shoulders and thought that now was the perfect moment for other special words that were only heard once. The characters looked at each other with a smile when the guy proposed to the girl to marry him. Leviel closed her eyes. The girl was lying covered with a blanket and heard that she was just a genius. Lying next to him under the covers, Gongja said that she was incredible. She used his ability to see other people's injuries to show him memories. He would never have thought of such a thing. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that he kept someone else's pain in him. She touched the hero's hair and said that that's why he was also unbelievable, how he managed to see the tower at all. The guy imagined a silver frame with the image of the tower and heard that it was like a guide that was sacred and inviolable for many constellations. She always knew that he knew how to find the right words, but in such a way as to win over the tower. Looking at her, Gongja said that he didn't remember well what he said there. He introduced the two girls, saying that it seemed that their memories were somehow sealed when they met with the tower's highest ranks. Touching the guy's cheek, Leviel said that the fact remains that he has succeeded. She has a very smart lover. He said that he has a very wise lover. After kissing the girl on the forehead, the hero asked when they would get married. She asked if he thought he was in a bit of a hurry, and laughing, Gongja replied that it seemed inappropriate to say that in their situation. Touching the hero's hand with her finger, Laviel said that she must first break off her engagement to the crown prince. The hero looked down when he heard that they were still bound by an oath that according to the law they could not marry while she was engaged to another, and replied that he did not care at all how legal their marriage was, he would be happy with a modest wedding. The red-eyed girl said it mattered to her. She touched the hero's face with her fingers and said that this was her homeworld, she had obligations to the empire she had sworn to support, and she expected the same support in return. Running a finger over her lips, she heard that her subjects would hardly be able to give her the recognition she was waiting for. Stretching out her hand, Laviel said that it was okay, she would strangle those who would be against this marriage herself. Gongja looked at her in shock and thought she was incredible, and agreed out loud. He stood up, saying that he had one condition. Looking down, he said that she had to break off the engagement. The blonde lying on the pillow smiled and heard that all the actions of the crown prince were screaming that he wanted to do this. Let him get ahead of her, otherwise they would start spreading gossip later. He would not forgive them, she asked. He wanted to ask her to disgrace the prince himself. Looking at her confidently, the hero confirmed. Laviel also stood up and said that it was easy. The guy asked in surprise. She already had thoughts on this matter. Touching the hero's lips with her finger, she said that of course, she had a whole pile of denunciations against the prince, which she replenished every time he secretly met with Sylvia. Hundreds and thousands of denunciations and the same number of witnesses. The guy thought that she was unrealistically cool. He closed one eye when he heard that they wouldn't even need to be exiled. She was sure the imperial family would want to keep it a secret. They just needed to talk to the emperor in private, and asked when she planned to visit the palace. Laviel smiled and said that as soon as possible. A crescent moon shone brightly through the window, and it was said that once they got married, Gongja would be part of her family. The light of the moon fell on the bed. The heroine said that she was sure that His Majesty would even grant him the title as her legal husband. Looking red with her eyes, she said that she would call him my lord at official meetings. Gongja blushed and said that she would still remain the head of the family into which he would simply be accepted. There was nothing to worry about. Leaning back on the pillow, Laviel said that she knew he would understand. They would conduct an experiment. Let him call her milady. The guy opened his mouth excitedly. Shifting her gaze to him, the girl clarified that something was wrong. Gongja's cheeks flushed. He heard the question. She embarrassed him. The blonde closed her eyes and said that she thought so, but then she would be the first. Closing her eyes, she called him my lord. Looking down, Gongja called her milady. Smiling slightly, the girl asked me to say it again. Opening his mouth, the guy repeated. He looked at his chosen one in surprise. Laviel laughed with her eyes closed, and he asked if she was embarrassed too. The girl replied that he was cute, just charming. Gongja hugged her, repeating the title. There was a joyful smile on his lips. He remembered the mirror broken by the sword and thought that this sound. A light emanated from the girl's chest. He thought that her heart was beating again thanks to the return to the past before the moment she was pierced by the family blade, as it should be, warm and warming. The hero looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that this level had only one goal. He introduced the girl with the heart crystal and went on to prevent the end of the world, the main reason for which was the desire of the desperate Laviel, and since she did not use the relic and did not make that fateful wish, everything was resolved safely. He imagined the red blade, thought that the one side that protected this world had disappeared. In other words, those entities that always appeared on the Day of Judgment, tearing the heavens apart, might well return, and if they became even stronger, it meant that this level could not be considered past yet. There was a bouquet of lilies in the room, and there was a proposal to hold a wedding ceremony in a month. Sitting at the head of the bed, Gongja said that it turns out that it falls on the 11th day after his appearance. The girl confirmed, saying that she intends to time the date to this moment. She put a seal on the letter and explained that it was then that the world was supposed to end, so their wedding would mark a new beginning. Gongja blushed in delight, and thought that she was amazing, but heard that she had a couple of problems to solve. Laviel held the letter in her hand and said that the first thing was her engagement to the crown prince, and she also needed to inherit the ducal title somehow. Gongja looked impressed when he heard that marrying him as a noble lady was fraught with danger. Not only would the procedure itself be quite complicated, but there would also be gossip on the grounds that she would marry a commoner. It would be better if she accepted him into the family, becoming a full-fledged duchess. The girl holding the envelope heard that according to the knowledge he had learned from the servant, it was not easy to obtain the title, and he heard that it was for an ordinary person, but not for her. With a smirk, she said that she was Laviel after all. Gongja, who was in love, clutched his heart and thought she was mind-blowing. The heroine opened a drawer and said that her family's vassals had already taken an oath of allegiance, and she had long disposed of the troops at will. Even if her father refused to give her the title, she would get the emperor's help. Taking out a stack of papers, the girl continued that she had enough evidence of the crown prince's infidelity. There was a stack of documents on the table. Gongja heard that His Majesty was very scrupulous about matters related to the family. He would protect the honor of the family, even if it touched the issue of her father's loyalty, who had no real power, the hero asked. But didn't it all look like blackmail? Laviel looked at him seriously, and called him my lord. Gongja replied in surprise. The hero seemed to be standing on a pile of documents. The girl explained that he was an alien creature to this world, who came from the tower. She would understand if he wanted to leave her empire. The hero sat on a chair after hearing that she wanted him to understand that she wasn't going to give up the title. Holding a cup of tea, Laviel said that sometimes he would have to accompany her to various receptions, such as on the occasion of the New Year and anniversary. Looking at her, the hero heard that he had to get used to the political side of the issue. He would always be an integral part of social life. The guy replied that he understood. She wanted to say that he was loyal to the emperor, but at the same time blackmail him normally. Smiling slightly, the blonde heard that the empire did not lose anything from becoming a duchess. On the contrary, it gained a competent leader in her. She replied that he understood the situation well. Sword Emperor clutched his cheeks as he saw him reach out to the girl, saying that he was her man, and the girl had confessed her love for him. He opened his mouth in shock and screamed as they kissed, and asked who had offered to teach this crazy man how to love. The system reported that Sparkly was sadly pointing at him. In the frame was the inscription 999, a cliché of romantic fantasy. Love has no limits. Tea was pouring into the school yesterday, and it was said that he had something important to say to the lady. Gonja was standing next to Sylvia and said that he was getting married soon. The shocked girl spat out the tea. Wet Gonja closed his eyes and heard her ask again. Wiping his face, he heard that if it was a joke, then it was not funny. He wanted to be whipped, and replied that it was not a joke. The wedding date was set in a month. The heroine asked who his happy chosen one was. She smiled when she heard that it was Laviel and replied that it couldn't be. There was a sheet of paper in front of her face, and a request to sign. Gonja held out a paper, saying that it was a document confirming her consent to their marriage to Laviel and granting him freedom from her patronage. The heroine exclaimed in shock, seriously, and to be honest, she would rather believe that she would soon become an empress. With a slight smile, the blonde said that although this is also quite possible. Looking down at her, the brunette asked if she would sign. The hero bowed, hearing that, of course, let this serve as another life lesson for him, and thanked him, saying that tomorrow he would bring his future wife. Laviel covered her face with a fan. The guy said that as promised, she was here. Sylvia opened her mouth in shock and heard that she thought they knew each other, but she would introduce herself again. Slamming the fan, the girl confidently said that she was the Duke's daughter and his successor Laviel. She held the letter, saying that she was glad to announce that she was engaged to her servant, since he was bound to her by a contract. She was very grateful that she still agreed to their marriage. Sylvia looked at the envelope in fright when she heard that it was a wedding invitation. The girl unfolded the letter, hearing that she should be happy to have received it first, as a token of appreciation for having been worrying about it all this time. Gonja gave the girl his hand, and she reminded her that she had asked to call her milady. The heroine stretched out her hand to the leaving, until the guy replied that he was apologizing. He was not yet used to such formalities, and the girl replied that she really liked this trait. The castle shook with a scream that this marriage was simply unacceptable. After declaring his love, the heroes were walking along the corridor. The girl said that she had exiled her father to the outbuilding. The servants bowed, congratulated on the engagement. Laviel said that despite the fact that there were few people loyal to her father in the estate, in fact, she had already become a duchess, people were already addressing her accordingly. Gonja looked away after hearing her being glorified and asked if it was okay to hear that yes, they were following her will. The heroes bowed and the guy thought that the children of the aristocrats were bowing to him, a simple servant. He was sure they were not delighted with such a situation. The girl told him to believe that the Lord Chamberlain had already adopted him. The guy imagined the flashes of cameras and thought that he even liked such a relationship, so even idols are not idolized. Covering her face with a fan, the blonde said that he would soon become an influential person close to the imperial family. He would even be granted a noble title. But they would skip unnecessary procedures, just sign a few documents, and that's it. The hero thought that at first he was just Gonja. There was a slight smile on his lips. He heard that after everyone would recognize him as the adopted son of the Lord Chamberlain. He thought that after some time he had become the Hunter Lord of Death. Now he would become the husband of the most noble lady of the empire. He said aloud that she had done so much for him. He had no idea how much effort it took. The girl took his hand and said that he had done no less for her, although the locals did not know it. But he saved their world, and he continued to help the others too. She was sure that it was not worth doing what she wanted at such moments. The guy held the girl's hand and replied that he didn't. Kissing her palm, he said that he was going to live with her for eternity. What he had already done for her didn't matter, because he was going to do even more to give her many precious memories. Gonja leaned his forehead against the heroine's forehead and said that he hoped that their meeting would be the happiest moment in her life, and the days that they would spend together would be the most intimate, and he would also like to become the most significant person in the world for her. Closing her eyes for a kiss, Laviel replied that he was not just the most important person, he was her one and only eccentric. Sylvia burst into the room, shouting that she was protesting. Gonja looked at her and said that she had already signed the documents. The blonde shouted that she had signed them because she thought it was some kind of joke. The girl bit her finger in annoyance, saying that this was strange. This had never happened before. Did he really trigger some kind of butterfly effect? What was going on at all? Gonja scratched his head awkwardly. Squinting at him, the heroine asked him not to pay attention. Turning away, she walked away, saying that whatever it was, she believed that this was another insidious plan of Lady Laviel. The hero corrected her that the Duchess was a silver lily. Soon she would take a new title, let her get used to it. Pointing her finger, Sylvia shouted that she would never forgive them. And then she slammed the door. The door immediately opened, and Heretic Questioner appeared, who said that he seemed to have become the female protagonist of the apocalypse. The blonde guy opened his mouth when he heard him called. The heroes were sitting on the couch against the backdrop of the sunset. Gongja said that in 10 days the constellations of other worlds would appear here. Bowing his head slightly, the guy asked to get ready to fight. There was a bright glow in the hero's palms. The Heretic Questioner was a first-generation hunter of the tower, a psychopath who had suppressed the chaos of the tower's early days through carnage. A circular magical seal appeared in front of the characters. Gongja thought he was a specialist in religions working for the pantheon that runs all the religious cults on the planet. The guy said that God is law and like him. There was an image of a planet on the seal. He continued that there are laws of the world of the earth, the laws of physics. Planets were drawn in a circle. He continued that they were like windows of operating systems. They were the same for each world. Looking at the aurora, the heretic said that, however, there are nuclear firearms on Earth. Given that the law of physics is worshipped by the entire universe, they conclude that these two things can arise in either world. The hero had a shining net in front of him. He continued that despite the fact that these developments are not only known on Earth, they remain the most powerful weapons, which means that if they use them, they will surely be able to fight off most of the apostles and constellations. Looking at the glow, Laviel said that if the laws of physics were general, it meant that military developments based on them worked in any world. The guy said that she must have picked up his train of thought. Sword Emperor squinted at the hero, saying that she was smart when she heard that it was logical that physical attacks would work on anyone with physical form. Well, more or less, that's the question. Introducing the images of the heroines, he went on to say that the constellation's slayer had torn Sparkly apart with a mere aura. He too would be able to defend himself if he could hold a sword in the same way that which defeated a hungry demon with physical strength, which is the unbreakable law of the world. Gongja looked at his sword, seeing that Sparkly was nodding sadly. Sword Emperor continued that their ability to create with the help of the laws of physics is largely due to the strength of the constellations themselves. In the palm of Heretic Questioner's hand was a painted planet. He said that it was true, so the reduction in the power of physical attacks on the constellations really mattered, because they do not completely obey the laws of physics. Laviel looked at the diagram, saying that each constellation has its own laws. Their stability may vary. She heard that this is exactly the case. She has a sharp mind, as expected from Gongja's chosen one. The hero touched his face thoughtfully, saying that in this way the outcome of the battle with the constellations would be decided by the existence of special laws to which they were subject. The same statement was true for their apostles. Imagining a pink heart, the blonde man heard what special laws they have in general, and said that, for example, there is a constellation called Babbitt, also known as the god of love. He interprets in a romantic way everything that catches his eye. In a world ruled by Babbitt, neither money nor power matters as much as the power of love. A bright glow appeared in the hero's palms. He said that it is better to see once. Gongja's eyes widened as he heard about the sacred technique of the god of love. The boy pushed him in the back. The hero approached the girl. He stumbled, falling on her chest. He closed one eye. Laviel loomed over the top, saying that doing it in front of everyone was a little embarrassing. The guy's cheeks turned bright red. He shouted that he had no thoughts. He just stumbled what was happening. Heretic Questioner waved his hand with a smile, explaining that it was just a shrine to Babbitt. All actions came down to love, and then when he just fell, he always fell on someone. And if he drank water it spilled, it would always result in someone's wet see-through shirt. Holding his fingers in force, he continued that shrines work according to laws that do not lend themselves to the usual laws of logic. He introduced the huge library building, saying that just as they become the characters of the history of the great library, all thoughts, and because this world is a collection of stories, so their laws are completely opposed, and that he would call a kind of holy war or a war of the constellations. Adjusting the butterfly, Gongja asked what to do with this constellation war, which would be in 10 days. The spark in the blonde's palms grew larger. He said that he should first find out which constellation would oppose them. If he called their names, he would use the skill encyclopedia of the gods to get information about them. White symbols hovered above his palms. Gongja asked if a nickname would be enough for a search query. He had heard about the cow reaping the fruits of destruction, the war horse of the eternal plains, and the unfading preacher of happiness. Heretic Questioner thoughtfully introduced the figures, saying that the cow reaping the fruits of destruction is Musha, the responsibility for the destruction and rebirth of worlds, usually using all kinds of physical strength, such as destroying huge spaces or dividing individual beings into components and reassembling them, as well as temporary reorganizations, although this is a rare case. Looking thoughtfully ahead, Gongja said, at the time and because time also lends itself to physics. He imagined the dark figure of the rider when he heard that the constellation called the war horse of the eternal plains was Mahos, the patron saint of envy and war. He liked the warriors of men gripped by battle madness, or strategic battles of minds, and he also had control over the other side of this power, the forced peace created by the prohibition of war. Looking away, Laviel said that this is not surprising, because the world is in a period of military calm. Gongjia imagined the red waves, hearing that who the unfading preacher of happiness is, he doesn't know. It doesn't seem to be the most famous constellation. He thought that the unknown constellation means weak. I wonder what it is capable of. Sitting on the couch, Laviel said that 3 different enemies, a rather disturbing situation. The power that the apostle wields largely depends on the authority given to him by his patron, which only complicates the solution of their issue. Heretic Questioner clapped his hands when he heard that they at least had an idea of what they were about to face. She thanked them for the information, and replied that it was not worth thanking. His duty was to save this world. Closing his eyes, he said that he had another holy technique that allowed him to borrow almost all the divine powers. If he knew what they were called, considering the strengths of all the participants, he would definitely not be able to find a way out of this situation. The characters looked at each other. The boy's eyes opened when he heard a declaration of love. Gongjia looked ahead with displeasure, hearing that it was strange. He had just felt a prick in his heart, and he also heard the phrase that the synchronization threshold was growing. What was happening to him? The guy replied that he believed it was not a fact. Well, let him still monitor this, his threshold. Touching his chest in surprise, the boy heard that the love he was just hearing about was not quite the meaning he was used to, but he could not say it yet. The light from the window illuminated the satisfied heroes, who explained that it was like their secret weapon. Holding the fan in her hand, the girl said that being an influential person in this world, she could not just send the guards away from the wedding ceremony, but they could put aside a special kind of troops from the emperor. Asked how large the detachment was. Gongjia smiled, resting his hand on his side, and heard that her husband's father-in-law, the Lord Chamberlain, was leading the squad. The number of troops. The guy mentally asked what Sword Emperor would say. He asked about what? Looking at the heroes discussing the situation, he asked to see how the villainous and the main character united against a common enemy. Is it inspiring? The operation is doomed to success? The man crossed his arms and told me to wake up. The 3 apostles are not a joke. The guy asked how dangerous they were. Introducing the monster and the skeletons, he explained that it was about 1.5 times cooler than the hungry demon of the 12th floor, although it was a full-fledged constellation, and the rest would only be apostles. Perhaps they would be a little weaker. Gongjia turned around in surprise when he heard that the demon was a low-rank constellation. Based on the classification of the tower, it was approximately D rank. Laviel looked away. Sword Emperor said that it was for them to fight, and he was not particularly worried. Scratching his ear, he asked if he wasn't going to be a D rank forever, and the hero replied that of course not. The sky above the castle was painted with the colors of the sunset, and the words were heard that Gongjia looked great. The maids surrounded the disgruntled guy, saying how elegant he was and how lucky the Duchess was. They applied makeup to a disgruntled hero who asked if they could measure the ardor at least a little. The girls smiled, saying that no, today he was more than ever obliged to be the most handsome man in the empire, and the guy thought that he felt déjà vu. A radiant maid congratulated Gongjia on her marriage. The man with the beard bowed and introduced himself as his father-in-law. Gongjia waved his hand when he heard that he had a small title and served for the benefit of the imperial family. He had heard about it. The hero said that it was a pleasure to meet him, and he was glad to meet him. Holding out his palm, the man said that he could call him father. After bowing, he continued that he understood that it would be difficult to do this sincerely. They would try to behave as convincingly as possible so as not to shame the dignity of the Laviel family. Gongjia looked down in surprise when he heard that he was resigning after their wedding anyway. Her ladyship had already prepared everything, so he wouldn't even have to take care of his old man. The guy thought how much she had to do for this day. The man closed his eyes, saying that the Duchess was a prudent enough person, and although they would not become father and son just for one day, he glanced to the side and continued. As expected, the wedding would be quite loud, and according to her lordship's order, the troops had already been assembled, and he was ready to fulfill the requests related to his other title. Sword Emperor looked to the side and told the guy to get ready. Shining figures appeared in the sky, and the ghost said that it was beginning. The girl stamped her foot and said that here they are. Laviel waved her hand, telling those present that from now on, everyone should obey her instructions. The warriors of the Divine Dragon Squad should gather together, and the servants should lead the guests to safety. The warriors ran through the corridors as she ordered the Blue Dragon Knights to line up. Gongjia waved his hand, shouting at the special forces to listen to his command. Everyone stick together and protect the guests. The girl looked at Heretic Questioner and asked if there was any new information regarding their abilities. A beam of light sliced through the body of the boy who said the analysis was complete, a lady with a huge hammer. He didn't have time to finish, as it hit the ground with all its force. The girl looked furious as she yelled at Laviel that she would not get anything. The frightened guests recognized Sylvia. Heretic Questioner said with a smile that the case was bad. It was probably the authentic body of Lady Goldenflower. Hugging the bride, Gongjia asked what it meant. Sylvia's appearance was crazy. With the explanation that she was possessed by a demon in order to gain the power of the constellation, she gave the demon control of herself, abandoning her appearance and memories. Putting his hand to his face, the blond man said that it seemed to be a sincere desire and readiness to do anything for the sake of the goal. The soldiers held their weapons when they heard the order to protect the guests. They ran to the girl when they heard the order that they had to stop her. A bright glow spread from her figure, throwing them away. Gongja waved his hand, telling him to be careful. There was a predatory smile on the girl's lips, the words that she had a body, that she could not be hurt, one of Musha's gifts, the possessed woman asked, so they decided to stick to Laviel's side, in which case she would rather destroy everything and everyone than allow her to gain the upper hand. There was a golden hammer in her hand, the words were heard that she was literally invulnerable. Scientifically speaking, she had 99.9% physical damage resistance. The girl summoned a cow reaping the fruits of destruction. Pulling out her hammer, the possessed woman asked for a blessing. Glowing horns appeared on the heroine's head. The hero said that only if they did not smash her head with one blow on the spot, they simply could not inflict any other significant damage on her. The man looked at this in fright, asked who was capable of such savagery. He heard the words that this was a real challenge, but if they hesitated, they would die. Looking away, Laviel said that she alone would be enough for them. Above the girl could be seen the silhouette of a horseman. She continued that there were still opponents here. Sylvia shouted that their mortal souls were unlucky. A knight was sitting on a winged horse, and words were heard saying that they could blame that pathetic girl for taking this body. Gongja looked up tensely when he heard that he was also his. The Black Knight said that it was because of them that they would raze this place to the ground, and they could only grieve. Raising his staff, the rider told the warriors who were following the war horse to come. A lot of horsemen appeared around. The guard looked up in fright, and the order to run was heard. A knight in a black helmet ordered to load. The warriors ran after the frightened guests. There was a shining spark in Heretic Questioner's palms. He heard the question of what he could do, and a wave from the Warhorse Sanctuary battlefield. The cloudy-eyed rider smiled, and it was explained that he could cover a huge area and operate at a great distance. His effect was astounding. It allowed the summoned spirits to regain the power they had had in life, and they were all the greatest warriors who followed the Warhorse. Looking ahead, the red-eyed woman said that the difference in combat power was palpable. They were clearly lagging behind in numbers. Glowing silhouettes of children holding hands appeared in the air, and a song was heard. The man looked up fascinated. The bodies lay on the ground. Holding the bright barrier, Heretic Questioner said that this is not good. Everyone who hears the song will immerse themselves in their happiest moments. This is a kind of mental attack. People with weak mental stability will forever remain in dreams. Among the attackers was the shining silhouette of Sylvia. Words were heard what destructive abilities, 3 powerful enemies, a task that only a hero can solve. Gongja shifted his gaze when he heard him called. Turning around, Heretic Questioner asked if he could rely on him. The guy's eyes widened. He looked at the girl who held out her hand and heard that there was something difficult to say to him before. Laviel smiled and said that he looked amazing in this tuxedo. The hero thought that the apostles of the constellations had smashed the wedding hall. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He thought of moans of agony instead of congratulatory shouts. Despite all this, they would not refuse marriage. He took the girl's hand in his own and told her that she was the most beautiful woman in the universe. Looking furiously in their direction, she heard the words if she remembered that he had promised that he would not dare to commit suicide without her permission. Even if death came close to him, he would hold on to the very end. An obsessive smile appeared on the girl's lips. She jumped, attacking, while Gongja sweetly asked to let him die now, and the girl agreed. Hugging the bride, the guy closed his eyes. The system reported that he had died. The hero thought that the same death, as always. The guy opened his eyes, lying on a pillow, goes back 24 hours. A smiling Laviel lay nearby. The hero thought that, however, now he was not alone in his time travel. Together they were invincible. A proposal was heard to discuss their plan. The girl with the bow intertwined her hands and prayed to God to help her. Her pleas were heard. The man intertwined his hands and also asked God for help. The man was at one with the woman, and his prayers were also heard. The heroes sat around the scheme. Laviel said that they would change the arrangement in the wedding hall a little first. Since they now know where the apostles will appear, they can concentrate their fighting forces there. Gongja realized this during the preparations for the wedding. The girl fanned out the details of the diagram and continued that the Imperial Guards and the soldiers of their family would hold the western side. Those guests who were able to fight were better gathered in the rear. Despite the fact that these two families are in a tense relationship, the swordsmen they are noble, they will most likely express dissatisfaction with such a seat. But they will survive. Gongja thought that both the bride and groom have a huge influence. They are able to move the guests as they wish. Sword Emperor appeared behind him with a sly smile. While the guy thought that things could be much easier if he could only steal the blessing of the apostles with his abilities, the ghost reminded him that he said the tower is heartless when it comes to all sorts of strange cases. The guy looked to the side, heard that the current one possessed various blessings, like when he fought the hungry demon, for example, he still has the blessing of the god of beauty and the god of snake. He replied that his abilities had nothing to do with it. With an extremely cunning look, the ghost said that to be more precise, they belonged to the category of side buffs obtained from the use of the constellation's abilities. So if something did not suit him, he could go straight to the constellations that blessed his enemies and die at their hands. Rubbing his chin, Heretic Questioner mused that since there was an apostle among them who could influence people's minds, it was better to keep the number of guests to a reasonable minimum. He was talking about someone who immersed people in the happiest memories of their lives. Laviel looked down when she heard that so few people were able to resist the sweet poison of the unfading preacher of happiness, and replied that it was a problem. She imagined the battle scene and said that if the number of guests decreased, it would be problematic to deal with the war horse of the eternal plains. Its apostle was able to summon 10,000 warriors. If they increased the number of guests, they would be vulnerable to mental attack, and if they decreased, they would be overwhelmed by numbers. Gongjia raised his hand and asked for it to be granted to him on one condition. Raising his hand, the hero asked, according to the law of the empire, only the one who inherits the title of the family after marriage can be black, right? Laviel was surprised to hear a request to let him wear a black suit. Touching his head, the young man explained that he didn't need the duchy. Looking down, the girl said that she knew that he was not that kind of person at all. She was worried about such traditions, but there was nothing more important than his appearance on the wedding day. She would solve this issue. Reaching for the diagram with his palm, Gongjia thought that this would work out. The guests gathered at the castle. The man looked at the hero and said that he had a strange arrangement. Looking at the warriors with spears, he noticed that it felt as if they were preparing for battle, not for a wedding. The knights were in battle formation, and ordinary citizens seemed to be deliberately pushed to the rear. Looking out the window, Gongjia said that he was sure his faithful had her own reasons for this. There was a sword on the guy's hip, and the man noticed it. The hero replied that it was a tribute to his blade. He would soon become the second pillar of the Laviel family. He couldn't afford to look like a weakling. The man closed his eyes when he heard that he also had to be prepared if something went wrong during the wedding. Standing at the landing, he replied that he understood, then it is also better to prepare just in case something suddenly goes wrong. The guy touched the hilt of the blade, thinking that in this way the special squad would be ready all the time. The more people kept a sober mind during an emergency, the better. The girl with the fan asked the man if he had heard. The hero thought that Laviel might have instructed the nobles as well. Covering herself with a fan, the guests shared that they said that so many people opposed Laviel marrying a commoner. Maybe the fight would start right during the ceremony. It was scary. The man replied that he had also heard about it, so he took more guards with him. People screamed when sparks appeared in the darkness above. In the girl's hand was a golden hammer, the apostle of the cow reaping the fruits of destruction, the apostle of the war horse of the eternal plains, and the apostle of the unfading preacher of happiness revealed themselves. Grabbing the blade, the named father shouted that they were advancing. Everyone took up positions. There was a shining ball in the palms of the guy's hands. He asked what was going on. Gongjia ran forward, shouting that everyone who was unable to fight should take cover in the castle immediately. Let the heretic questioner climb on his back. Sitting on the hero's back, heretic questioner used divine transmission. The heroes appeared behind the surprised girl, using divine transmission. She turned around sharply, attacking with her hammer. Squeezing one eye shut, Gongjia shouted again. He swung his sword as he approached his opponent. Sylvia gritted her teeth, holding off the attack. The blows collided, throwing them aside. Opening her mouth, the girl screamed that she did not know what kind of pathetic tricks they were pulling, but all in vain. Her body was invulnerable. Nothing could hurt her. The constellation had endowed her with a body resistant to damage. Flying upside down, Gongjia asked if she had offered her soul to the apostle because she was so afraid of hurting herself. The girl's eye burned red. She shouted that it was none of his business. The heroine remembered how the prince stood next to Laviel, and said that they all cared only about Laviel, and for this she only needed to be born into a good family. Nevertheless, she had the audacity to behave as if she were the best, as if they were able to understand all the sadness in the world. Swinging her hammer, Sylvia screamed that she would kill her and take everything she had. Gongjia remembered the comments that he wanted to become the emperor, and thought that chance was a fierce desire. It was not for him to judge her. Looking ahead resolutely, he thought that with one blade he could say the most correct words, and shouted that she knew full well that there were many people who were much worse off than her. Holding the silver blade, he shouted that people only understand the pain they have experienced, which is why if someone is screaming in pain but unable to get out of it, they should show compassion for the unfamiliar feeling of loneliness. Smiling maliciously, the heroine shouted that this is nonsense. Who will end up living like this? Falling upside down, Gongjia summoned his sword, and it answered his call. The blade turned black at the request of the guy to transform from the sword of the idol into the sword of mercy. The girl with the hammer was floating in the air. The hero thought that she had a body, that she could not be wounded. This was one of the gifts of the constellation. She was literally invulnerable. The guy's blade turned black. He heard that his ability was pain. If he cut someone with it, he would begin to experience unbearable pain. If the wound was not fatal, he would stay alive. He could hurt without killing. The guy approached the girl and cut her with a black sword, shouting, "Now he will kill her." Shocked, Sylvia held her chest and screamed. Gongjia turned to heretic questioner. Application of divine transmission. The girl was lying in a huge dent on the ground. The guy stood at its edge, heard requests for help and asked if it hurt. He thought it was very much. Sylvia's face was contorted in pain. She screamed that they had made a deal and signed a contract. She reached out to the rider on the winged horse and shouted that if he just took her and threw her here, he would not get away with it. The black-armored warrior asked how many constellations he would ruin. it would be strange to find out how exactly he was able to use it, but that didn't change the fact that he had to get rid of anyone who stood in his way. Many warriors appeared around him, whom he awakened. Gongja recalled that the battlefield sanctuary allows you to cover a huge area and works at a great distance. Its effect is amazing. It allows the summoned spirits to regain the former power they possessed during life. The girl threw black clothes over Gongja's shoulders. With a sweet smile, she said that this cloak suits him. The guy touched his forehead to Laviel's forehead and said thank you for fulfilling his request. He was also going to fulfill his promise to her. The hero raised his hand with a sword. Warriors in black appeared nearby from the use of the 100 Souls resurrection skill. A black haze appeared in the sky, the power of the constellation Mahos, a sacred battlefield. The warrior wore black armor. People walked with their mouths open, like zombies, its effect being the summoning of the dead in the prime of their powers. Smiling heroes appeared in front of the warrior and greeted the vice head of the demon cult. Looking back, Gongja asked to fight for him. Flame Ghost slammed her fist into the palm of her hand and said that his command had been heard. The guy turned to the girl when he heard that he was especially handsome today. Grinning, she noticed that he had even shaved his face, as if he were having a wedding or something. The warriors opened their mouths in shock when they heard that he was indeed getting married. They were amazed to discuss that their lord was getting married. The unsurpassed head of the demon cult was getting married. It wasn't even an engagement, but a real wedding. Gongja pointed with his hand when he heard the question of who his fiancée was. Laviel stood with her hand out to the side. A shout was heard, "What a beauty, they have really high standards." With an admiring look, Sword Demon asked what martial arts his future wife was good at. The guy was not familiar with them. The warriors looked thoughtful, discussing that she was going to become the companion of the head of the demon cult. How could a person who was ignorant of martial arts be able to cope with such a burden? After all, the martial arts determine whether a person is worthy or not. The Blood Wraith army would not agree to this marriage. Gongja said that he had completely forgotten to say. His wife had the second most important title in this country after the imperial one. His subjects looked at each other, discussed that this changes a lot. Not everyone should be fighters. The dignity of a person is also determined by his strength and influence. They congratulate the lord on his wedding. The black demon asked if he was really getting married. Gongja scratched his head and said yes, but it just so happened, to which he heard that it couldn't be like a psycho like him. Touching Gongja's hair, he heard that there was really someone in the world who wanted to marry such an unusual person. He thought what she meant by what she thought of him, and said aloud that she had found her, but now it was more important to focus on the battle. His subordinates heard that they were dealing with apostles from other dimensions who wanted to conquer this world. The heroes listened attentively to the fact that they disrupted his marriage ceremony. A blue lightning bolt appeared around Woliang. He asked how they dared to prevent the vice head of the demon cult from getting married. Sword Demon waved his sword and said that they had gone completely mad. The demon drew a sword from behind him. Towering over the hero with his blade, he said that the situation was clear. At first he thought that they had regained their strength since they had reached the next level, but it seemed to be because of the blessing of their constellation. Looking down, the demon asked which constellation the child served. Looking at him, Gongja replied, Mahos, the war horse of the eternal plains. There was a black haze around the demon. He said that among his followers there were only fools who only knew how to fight. He swung his sword, saying that he was waiting for the Lord's order, what he wanted. With a confident look, Gongja ordered them to be killed. A blinding beam scattered the riders to the sides. The warrior in black exclaimed that it was impossible. The followers of the demon cult rushed forward. Mahos asked how someone who was not a constellation could subdue one of them. While attacking the opponent, Woliang shouted that these weaklings were worthless. Flame Ghost had a sinister smile on her face. She asked how they dared to disrupt the master's engagement. Sword Demon jumped up, rushing headlong, shouting that the severed heads would serve as a wedding gift for the Lord. If they brought less than 5 heads, he would personally eviscerate them. There was a flash of attack behind the warrior. He said that they were uneducated. A red beam flew by Mahos as he shouted for the warriors to hold their positions and follow the call of their commanders. The guy smiled predatorily. Jumping up, he asked if he was the one who had planned to disrupt their lord's wedding. Swinging his sword in a circle, he wished him death. A red beam crossed the black helmet. Fists rose into the air with glee. Sword Demon held the opponent's head, saying that here he was, the Sword Demon, the commander of the demonic cult's extermination squad. They would prepare the best wedding gift. The comrade sighed tiredly. The girl asked if he had to flaunt his stupidity. The young man stared in surprise at the glowing helmet in his hand, and the system reported that the apostle of the war horse of the eternal plains had fallen. The heroes looked at their hands in surprise as they talked about their chi energy. The effect of the sacred battlefield had been dispelled. A round dance of singing children appeared in the sky. An image of Preta appeared from under the substance, who grimaced and said that although he was an ally, he was of no use, and apologized to the master. Falling face down, she said that she lacked the strength to withstand such mental attacks. Shocked, Gongja stopped the heretic, who asked for a second. He would immediately create a safe zone. Laviel was holding the skirt of the dress, and the guy said that if his assumptions were correct, even if the others got hurt, they would be fine. The blonde's eyes widened. He happily turned to the heroes, asking what trick he had used this time. The glowing child asked in surprise what kind of strange person he was. Gongja looked at him with a smile. When he was asked if he had no happy memories, he replied that he didn't. He imagined the shards with pictures of the stories that were happening and thought, in fact, he had much more reasons to be unhappy. He had lost his life countless times, lost loved ones and even himself in endless time loops. He had to let go of the person who was the first to instill beauty in him. No one would reproach him if he called his life a series of failures. The guy said aloud that now he was happier than ever. Holding the girl's hand, Gongja said he didn't know if he was aware, but today was his wedding day. He looked at the bride with a smile and thought that instead of 100 reasons to be unhappy, only this reason for happiness would be enough for him. He continued aloud that maybe everything would change, but today there was no happier person, and the heretic questioner was either incapable of experiencing happiness, or was blissful on his own all the time. He didn't know himself. The boy smiled happily and said that he was right. He was always happy, nothing could be hidden from his insight. He clasped his palms in a cross gesture and applied the holy technique. A man in a cloak attacked a shining boy. The children holding hands said that he was a strange person. A bright flash appeared. The system reported that the apostle of the unfading preacher of happiness had fallen. Sylvia was lying in a crack on the ground. Gongja stopped at the edge of it. The main character walks on the red sand in his white shoes. Sylvia, gritting his teeth, lies nearby. The protagonist goes further, while the Reaper of Destruction is begging for another blessing. Gongja jumps on the frightened lady, shouting that in return he will give up his very existence, or turn this place into a blazing brazier, as she wishes, destroy everything. She looks up with a pleading look. Her face becomes angry, screaming that this is a breach of contract. She covers her eyes with her hands and exclaims that he promised to give her the power to decide her fate. The protagonist looks at this calmly, listening to the screams that she forgot in his body and let her return to her former appearance. Heretic questioner at this time claims that this is not the case at all. Raising his finger in front of an angry Sylvia, he says that firstly, he is a man, and secondly, he should not express himself so rudely. The warrior strikes a strong blow with her light fist, shouting that this is unfair and wrong, because she is ideal for the role of a queen and can reach much greater heights than others. Such is her fate, and she conceived it this way. The protagonist swings his weapon. The opponent bounces off the blow, stating that he is a monster. Suddenly, he sees a dark blade near him. She is struck by a dark aura. She screams in pain. There is a strong blow with a giant hammer. She is offered to choose. Heretic questioner looks at her with interest and says that she has already lost her place in this world. Even if she escapes now, she will no longer be Sylvia. She is just an apostle of the constellation. The hunter wields a dark blade, declaring that he will give her a chance. Gongja points the weapon at her, saying that if she wants to remain a servant of the constellation, she is free to do so and then she will be released. But if she harbors a desire to take over this world, let her immediately break the connection and refuse the blessing. Lady Goldenflower, with a twisted face, asks why this is so. The main character calmly replies that he will then kill her. The participants in the battle are shown lying on top of each other. The protagonist says that she saw the battle and probably realized that he knows how to summon those who fell by his hand, while the memories and personality will remain intact. The image of Sylvia is seen in the middle of the castle. The main character assures that if she surrenders, he will call her back to this world and she will continue to live as a lady. The shocked lady, opening her mouth, hears that her life will never be the same. She will be forbidden to plot against his beloved. But that's all. Otherwise she is not restricted. She can marry the crown prince and do whatever she wants. The main character looks at her carefully while he says this. The rival clarifies why. As the sun rises over the castle, Gongja says that life should give you a second chance. Sylvia, in light armor, with an angry look, asks why she should believe him that if she just becomes his slave after being summoned. He clarifies why they chose her body and servants. The puzzles of the two heroes are put together. It is said that she sacrificed everything to her constellation, gave her body and memories in exchange for a wish, so the place that she occupied in this world was vacated. But it is not clear why this affected not only her, but also the servant. The main character with a serious face says that he himself does not know for sure, but he has been in his shoes and understood two things. His feelings for her were incredibly noble. An astonished Sylvia hears that even if she becomes queen, she will never be happy, and asks him what he means. The crown prince stands with her. Gongja tells her that she wants to marry him not because she loves him, but simply because she wants to surpass her rival in some way. He wonders if he really thinks that the life she gets in this way will please her. Sylvia with a crown on her head turns around in fright. It is said that she can do a lot, but she will not become better than her opponent. Even if she receives the title of queen, she will still continue to be endlessly compared to her, constantly belittled. She is sitting on a broken staircase. The main character says that it will be so for the rest of her life, and so her servant thought. The butler is standing in a formal suit. MC says that he witnessed her suffer from her own insignificance, with the protagonist recalling his words that if Lady Goldenflower does not become queen, she can be happy. Surprised, Sylvia hears that he was willing to sacrifice everything to save her. She asks if her servant really regressed as well. The protagonist, closing his eyes, assures that he does not. An indignant girl listens to the main character, who says that unlike him, she made a wish based on her own interests. He did it for her, hoping that she would be able to go back in time in the same way. Sylvia asks again in shock. The angry girl hears the question if she remembers his name. She hesitates to answer that of course she does. The amazed lady suddenly asks again. She looks at her hands and does not believe in what is happening. Memories of the servant appear. Now it is clear that his name has never been mentioned in this world. The servant stands with his face hidden. She asks if he has disappeared from this world forever. The protagonist holds his sword nearby, explaining that it has regressed about 3 times in this world. Sylvia calls to the heavens. It is said that at first he wished that he could return to the past, and the constellation that heard this wish was a cow reaping the fruits of destruction, so the girl was able to remove her rival from the path and become a queen, getting a second life. The servant folds his hands and prays. It is explained that after that he made another wish, but to another constellation, asking for a regression. The immortal constellation responded to the second wish, so the servant had to give up his existence in exchange for his fulfillment, and time turned back again to the moment when Sylvia had not yet become queen. Gentle hands clutching the red flower until it bleeds, the servant asked Lily to go back in time. The main character sternly declares that they will never know the name of her servant, will not understand what he felt, and what he was thinking when he wanted regression, because his very existence is now erased. The drooping girl hears that the protagonist is sure that he wished her a different life, and he would like to fulfill his wish. The servant offers the lady a flower. It is said that the one whose name no one will remember, sacrificed everything for her, loved and wanted to be on her side more than anyone else, but renounced everything. Sylvia cries as the protagonist asks her to live the life he thinks she deserves. The lady puts on her dress again. The blade of the main character glows. Light particles rise to the starry sky. The system window says that the level has been passed. Heretic Questioner is behind his teammate. The 25th floor is cleared. Sylvia lies on the ground. Other participants stand up and sigh. The yellow window says about the rank of contribution to the passage, where the King of Death and Heretic Questioner are in the first 2 places, and the third is occupied by someone. At this time people do not understand what happened, because the whole body aches. The protagonist looks forward. In the window you can see a list of hunters. The main character thinks that the librarian sent only 2 hunters, then unknown. A lady in a black dress is standing next to him. Lily, closing her eyes, rests her head on his. They turn around. The lady declares that now he is her husband and the second most important representative of the family. The astonished people are asked if anyone has any objections to their union. A huge castle stands under the shining moon. She says it's good, and then declares them husband and wife. The main character, standing with his wife, winces from the bright light, which descends from the portal in a rage and shouts how Gongja could get married without even discussing it with them. The girl points her finger in anger and declares that she objects to this wedding. Shocked, MC looks at her and listens to her that he is an active hunter, and his wedding can only take place in Babylon, on the first floor of the tower, and in general, the whole world should know about this event. An angry witch claims that he will annul their wedding, while Marcus warmly congratulates them on successfully completing the level. The holy sword touches his beard and says that his first romance was very stormy, and will sound rude, but it is better not to get married. Marcus sighs nervously. The amazed guy sees how the warrior put her hand on his shoulder and says that while he was passing the level, everyone went crazy and asks how they managed to fall in love with each other, but she is on his side. Paladin claims with a sweet smile that because only those who fell in love at first sight are able to understand each other, so there is no need to worry, because she will be able to convince the head of the Black Dragon, while the protagonist does not understand what the expression is. Lily turns to his love with a calm look. The 5 guild leaders are standing in front of her. She asks for an introduction to these wonderful people. The main character whispers to his beloved that he is going to meet his family right after the wedding ceremony. She replies that it was expected. A bearded man stands among the soldiers. It is said that among his closest relatives, most live far away. Only a wedding is able to bring them together. Therefore, according to tradition, the families of both sides meet just the night after the wedding ceremony. Which closes her eyes. Lily replies that for them, the wedding is also a merger of 2 families. The guys are sitting at a huge table. The protagonist asks not to forget that they also have an international wedding, even an interworld one. A man in white clothes says that he would never have thought that he would be present at such a meeting, because there are already countless carrier pigeons that he sent to His Majesty. The leader of the Black Dragon pulls his hair behind his ear and says that